I used to think that love could transcend everything, but reality tells me that a man without power is destined to be just a foil in this world. The girl Liu Ying'er, whom I once loved deeply, turned into the arms of a man with powerful fighting power, Liu Wei, and signed a so-called contract with him. This is a world called Phantom Continent. In this world, the fighting abilities of men and women after awakening are very different. When women awaken the Phantom armament, they can go directly into battle to kill the enemy and release visible power with a wave of their hands. Men can only awaken the power of control and exert their power by controlling phantoms. This results in men often playing supporting roles on the battlefield and being ignored or even despised. My luck wasn't much better. After traveling through time, I somehow awakened an ability called SSRS level Divine Control Power. Although the name of this awakened ability sounds impressive, it is not very helpful in actual combat. Therefore, everyone thinks I am a waste. Just when I was almost defeated by reality, fate played an unexpected joke on me. Two powerful and formidable senior sisters appeared, Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian. They are gifted SS-level warriors who not only possess outstanding combat skills, but are also highly respected in this academy. What I didn't expect was that they would actually take the initiative to walk towards me and extend a contract invitation to me. The people around me looked puzzled, and even I found it incredible. How could I, a waste who was laughed at by others, be chosen by them? The appearance of Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian gave me hope and made me realize that this divine power is not really useless. They trained me and taught me how to tap into the potential of this power. I began to understand that the power of divine control is not just a simple auxiliary, but has amazing potential for control. Once fully developed, it will be a catalyst for any combat effectiveness. This world is destined to be restless. My existence may change people's perception of power and even break the imbalance of gender power. Maybe one day, I will no longer be the despised helper, but will become the master who can control everything. This legendary journey began on the day I awakened. When I heard the names Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian, my heart was shocked. They, the twin flowers of Kyoto, the most beautiful twins recognized by the entire academy in Kyoto, actually showed up for me. What is going on? I just woke up and was trying to adapt to these sudden changes, but I didn't expect that the climax of today would unfold here. The crowd around was already exploding, and some couldn't help but sigh at today's wonders. From the perfect combination of Liu Ying'er and Li Wei to my awakening, and then to the appearance of the two flowers of the Chu family, it was really overwhelming. Some even speculated that they appeared just for me. What do you know? The Chu sisters don't want to sign a contract with just anyone. The voice of a senior caught everyone's attention. Everyone gathered around him, and he slowly explained, their phantom weapons are all S-level, and from their awakening to now, they are in their senior year. They have never signed a contract with any spirit master. Do you know why? No one in the crowd answered. Apparently, everyone was waiting for the senior to reveal the secret. He narrowed his eyes and said proudly, because there is a special connection between them. Their talents require them to either never make a contract with a spirit master, or they can only make a contract with the same person. Now the crowd of onlookers all suddenly realized what was going on. What is even more shocking is that, as a holder of S-level talent, the number of people who can bear two S-level phantom weapons at the same time is almost rare. I stood in the crowd and couldn't help but be attracted by them. Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian, their beauty and unique temperament are really irresistible. My elder sister Chu Lingyue is as cold as ice, like an unreachable snow mountain, and her every move exudes an inviolable nobility. Her sister Chu Lingxian is different. She has a playful smile and exudes enthusiasm and vitality in her every move. Chu Lingyue opened her red lips slightly. Her voice was icy but firm. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Lingyue. I am an S-level phantom weapon, white tiger armor. The special features are breakthrough and shock, and the skill is tiger climbing a mountain. She had a cold expression on her face, but her slightly stiff fingers betrayed her inner anxiety. Then, Chu Lingxian walked forward with a smile, took my arm, and said sweetly, I am Chu Lingxian, SS-level phantom weapon, butterfly arm. The characteristics are charm and hovering, and the skill is 100 flowers. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, if you sign a contract with us, my sister and I will be yours from now on. Her voice was soft and magnetic, and the onlookers around her showed expressions of jealousy or envy. Do you know? Someone couldn't help but shout, Chu Lingxian is a little witch. Who dares to suffer at her hands? However, in this situation, my heart beat faster and I was powerless to resist. Their beauty and temperament attracted me like a magnet. As soon as I finished speaking, an angry voice rang out, "No, I don't agree." Liu Ying'er's face was terribly gloomy, and she obviously couldn't accept my closeness with the Chu sisters. She yelled at me, "Zhou Shun, you can only be mine. Don't even think about being taken away by other women." I sneered in response, "Who do you think you are? If you don't want to sign a contract with me, just stay away and don't get in my way." She was so angry that anger spread throughout her body in an instant. She rushed forward and pulled Chu Lingxian away. Chu Lingxian smiled slightly, pretending to be pitiful, and said to me softly, "Brother, look at her. She is so rude and hurts me." I secretly admired this little vixen in my heart. She was really good at acting. Then I said to Liu Ying'er in a cold voice, "Liu Ying'er, I usually don't hit women, but you can be an exception." Liu Ying'er got even angrier now. She grabbed my hand and pulled it towards her. The grievance on her face turned into provocation. "Just touch my heart. Does it hurt?" "Fuck you. I think it's dirty." After saying that, I slapped her in the face without hesitation to vent my anger for that cowardly original self. As expected, she was so enraged that she lost her mind and rushed over to fight with me. "You dare to hit me? You licked me for 3 years, and you didn't dare to touch me. Now you hit me for this, bitch?" Liu Ying'er's eyes flashed with resentment. "I will kill you." Seeing this, Chu Lingxian immediately joined the battle, grabbed Liu Ying'er's hair, and shouted angrily, "You dare to touch my brother? You are seeking death?" The fight became chaotic, but Chu Lingyue also joined the battle at this moment, kicking Liu Ying'er in the back. "Who dares to bully my sister?" At this moment, in the crowd, Li Wei finally couldn't stand it anymore, and Liu Ying'er yelled at him, "Are you still a man? Just stand there and watch me get beaten." He was furious and gnashing his teeth inwardly, but he had to rush into the battle. The Academy's top brass were watching, and he couldn't just ignore it. After Levi joined, the situation became more intense. He was strong and was more than capable of fighting against the 3 of us alone. The onlookers were talking about it, and most of them were sarcastic and mocking towards Levi. But no matter who wins or loses, I know clearly that the road ahead will not be easy. Finally, the principal Dao Qitian on the rostrum couldn't stand it anymore and gave an order to control the 5 of us. "Okay, stop making trouble. Zhou Shan, Li Wei, the 2 of you go sign the contract immediately." The instructor in charge of awakening came over and prepared to take us into the secret room. I glanced at the name on his badge and said coldly, "Lu Hong, right? I'll remember you." There was a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but a sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. "Me too." When we were brought into the secret room and the door closed, the discussions of people around us were still echoing in my ears. "These are the 2 most beautiful girls in Kyoto. Did Zhoushan really take them down? It's just signing a contract. What can it accomplish? Will they definitely be together? Have you ever seen a pair of phantom spirit armor and spirit control master who are not together? As for Liu Ying'er and Li Wei, they will definitely not have a good ending." I couldn't help but sneer and thought, let's wait and see what happens next. Achoo. I sneezed and couldn't help frowning, wondering who was cursing me behind my back. Standing in the center of the contract room, the magic circle light flickered slightly. Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian had already stood in their respective positions, quietly waiting for me to go up and complete the contract. They looked calm, but I felt a little uncertain. I finally asked, "Are you sure you want to be my phantom warriors?" Chu Lingyue nodded, a look of relief in her eyes. "Yes, we are sure." Chu Lingxian smiled innocently and said, "Of course, little brother. You are our master from now on. You can do whatever you want to us." I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. This girl usually looks so fierce when fighting, but she becomes gentle as water in the blink of an eye. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the center of the magic circle, stretched out my hands, held the hands of the Chu sisters respectively, and whispered, "The power of divine control, contract." As soon as the words fell, the light of the magic circle suddenly became brighter, and colorful light bloomed under our feet. The bodies of the Chu sisters gradually became illusory in this light. Several souls emerged above our heads and hugged each other tightly. The system popped up a prompt. "Congratulations to the Lord of Divine Control Zhou Shun for successfully contracting the phantom armor and receiving the blessing of the gods." As the voice fell, the figures of the Chu sisters disappeared instantly. They turned into 2 arm armors, one on the left and one on the right, respectively. The armor on my left arm is like the light wings of a butterfly, and it seems to be able to dance lightly according to my wishes. My right arm is like a tiger, hard as a mountain and contains infinite power. System prompts, phantom armor, divine white tiger arm guard, transformer, Chu Lingyue, wearer, Zhou Shun, Special talent, twins, attacks are doubled, and damage taken will also be doubled. This is their special talent, twins. It turns out that they had to contract a spirit master together because of this shared damage feature. If we separate, won't we each be forced to bear double the damage? I smiled slightly. With them, my strength has changed dramatically. Thinking of this, he slowly waved his left hand. The light on the butterfly arm armor was as light as a dancing butterfly, while the white tiger armor on his right arm drew a cold light in the void. System prompts: Phantom Armor, Divine Butterfly Arm Armor, Transformer, Chu Lingxian, Wearer, Zhou Shan, Talent, Divine Charm, produces charm effect on living things, skill, Dazzling 100 Flowers, continuous range attack. With Chu Lingyue's ability to break through and shock, and Chu Lingxian's ability to fly and seduce, people like Levi are not worth mentioning at all. Thinking of this, I felt extremely relaxed, and an unprecedented power surged in my body. Just as I was immersed in this wonderful feeling, Chu Lingxian said coquettishly, "Little brother, you look so handsome with your arms folded, but can you please stop touching me?" Chu Lingyue also glared at me coldly. "Zhou Shan, I warn you, don't push your luck." "Ah, sorry. I quickly took my hands away from the arm armor. Then I remembered that as a master, touching the phantom armor would make the opponent sensitive, not to mention that the physiques of the Chu sisters are a little special. At the same time, in my phantom space, Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian were sitting on two identical swings, each holding the swing ropes tightly with both hands. Their expressions looked extremely painful, as if they were enduring something. Chu Lingxian complained to her sister with a look of despair. "Sister, if I had known it would be like this, I would have died." Chu Lingyue sighed and forced a consoling smile. "Fortunately, we have this phantom space, which can prevent our true bodies from being exposed. Otherwise, I really don't know how this will end." She raised her hand and waved it, and the next second, a dreamlike castle appeared before her eyes. Chu Lingxian also tried waving her hands, and a colorful rainbow bridge immediately appeared under her feet. The two looked at each other with excitement in their eyes, as if they were planning to transform the entire fantasy space into their ideal home. Outside the contract room, the first thing I saw when I walked out was Liu and Liu Ying'er. At this time, the two of them also completed the contract. Liu Ying'er's real body sat on Levi's broad shoulders, and her transformed silver sword was held in his hand. I have to admit that although Liu Ying'er is not a good person, her sword is indeed a good sword. At this time, Liu Ying'er suddenly spoke up. "Zhou Shan, every awakened enchanter and enhancer will have a free blessing opportunity. Use this opportunity on my silver sword, and our grievances can be wiped out. I can even let you come back to me." Levi also agreed and even raised his hand to swear, hoping to use this promise in exchange for my blessing. I sneered in my heart, ignored them, turned around and walked towards the college dormitory building. Looking at my departing figure, Liu Ying'er's eyes flashed with hatred, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Zhou Shen, this must be the fault of the Chu sisters. I will make them pay the price." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the academy called everyone together, and thousands of students lined up in the central square. Dean Dao Qitian and Director of Studies, Bai Yuanfang, stood at the front. Dao Qitian cleared his throat and announced, "After a morning of awakening, our institute has added 5 more elite pairs." He began to introduce the members of each contract one by one. He said, S-level super strong physically Wei, S-level silver sword Liu Ying'er, S-level logistics master Zhou Shan, S-level white tiger arm Chu Lingyue, S-level butterfly arm Chu Lingxian. Then, the names and S-ranks of several other pairs were announced. I noticed that one guy had contracted 7 pieces of phantom weapons, and I couldn't help but feel a little envious. Chu Lingxian noticed my expression and teased me, "Little brother, are you jealous? It's not enough that you have me and my sister, but you are still thinking about other women?" Chu Lingyue also reminded him with a straight face, "Zhou Shan, I must remind you that the more phantom weapons you have contracted, the higher the resource consumption and the difficulty of advancing to S level. Besides, with Sienna and I here, why would you still envy others?" I scratched my head and smiled awkwardly. I was just looking around. I really don't have any other ideas. Humph, that's better. I snorted coldly, but I had no confidence at all. This trial is called Forest of Giants, and is a carefully selected copy. Even the high-ranking officials of the 4 major legions and the Lord God will personally observe it. As new spirit masters, we may be able to gain favor through this performance and even graduate from the Armed Forces Academy early. The dean of the college, Dao Qitian, had a hypocritical smile on his face. It was obvious that he had high hopes for us newcomers, especially the 5 pairs that he and Bai Yuanfang had personally selected, hoping to sell us for a good price. The novice trial has officially begun. All contestants enter the teleportation array. Lu Hong's voice came from the square. From the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Liu Ying'er whispering to Li Wei, and then Li Wei quietly walked in front of me, blocking my view. The moment I stepped into the teleportation array, Lu Hong slightly adjusted the teleportation array plate, and no one noticed, including me. System prompts: entering the nightmare level dungeon, giant forest. Nightmare level? Is it really such a coincidence? I couldn't help but frown, knowing that the dungeons in this world are divided into different difficulty levels: normal, elite, difficult, and nightmare levels. Usually only one group in a dungeon trial will be assigned to nightmare difficulty, while the other groups will mostly be assigned to normal or slightly lower difficulty. In other words, I had to face a test that was 10 times more difficult than normal alone. But since the nightmare level dungeon is difficult, the benefits are also considerable. I need to defeat the alien creatures in the dungeon, absorb their power, and convert it into the power of defense, so as to increase my level. A high difficulty copy means stronger monsters and more abundant resources. This may be a great opportunity for me to improve. Teske, now that the opportunity is in front of me, there is no reason to be polite. I raised my hand and summoned my phantom weapon, White Tiger Arm. Chu Lingyue rolled her eyes at me with disdain and corrected me in a low voice. It's the White Tiger Arm guard, not the White Tiger Arm. I smiled awkwardly. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Phantom armor, butterfly arms. Chu Lingxian beside him snorted coldly and said softly, "Little brother, if you don't add the word armor, I will call you a dog-licking brother." I smiled bitterly and couldn't help but whisper, "Kaizi? Where did this Kaizi come from?" With the blessing of the White Tiger Arm armor and the Butterfly Arm armor, I felt an unstoppable force surging in my body. Holding the White Tiger Arm armor in my hand, my confidence increased greatly. I pushed open the door leading to the giant forest in front of me and stepped into the nightmare level copy. At the same time, at the top floor of the Kyoto Imperial Spirit Master Association, in front of a long table, the commanders and gods of the 4 major legions were looking down at the trial through a huge screen. The combination of Li Wei and Liu Ying'er is good. They are balanced in offense and defense and have a high sustained combat capability. Bai Yuanshan, commander of the Qinglong Legion, said with satisfaction. Don't be too happy too soon. Xuanwu Corps leader Gu Tian snorted coldly. Liu Ying'er has a bad reputation. If she comes to your Qinglong Corps, I guess there will be a small Qinglong Corps soon. Bai Yuanshan smiled indifferently. So what? As long as you are strong enough, any side effects can be accepted. Liu Ying'er and Li Wei are for you, and my Xuanwu Legion is going to seal Feifeng. After saying this, Gu Tian closed his eyes and rested without saying anything more. Suzaku Army Commander Tang Shiryao chose Feng Manlu, leaving only White Tiger Army Commander Chu Lingyun as the one who had yet to express his opinion. Bai Yuanshan glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Old Chu, why don't you choose? Is there no one here who meets your taste?" The Lord of God looked at Chu Lingyun from the other end of the conference table and said with a smile with a hint of joking, "Xiao Chu, do you think there is still a chance now?" I saw this scene on the screen and sneered in my heart, thinking that these guys really know how to watch a show. Chu Lingyun glared back at the god with an expressionless face and said coldly, "Do you think I still have a chance?" Although his voice was cold, there was not much anger, but instead a kind of helpless bitterness. Chu Lingyun was indeed extremely embarrassed. The commander of the White Tiger Army, the head of the Chu family, and the father of Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian. Seeing his 2 daughters choose to sign a contract with me, a repair engineer, he probably didn't know how to swallow this. But he also knew in his heart that if I hadn't appeared, he would probably have faced the situation of the old sending the young away. Although he doesn't like me very much, the gratitude is still real. At this time, Bai Yuanshan came over happily and patted Chu Lingyun's shoulder in a comforting manner. His tone was full of gloating. "Xiao Chu, don't be sad. Daughters will eventually get married. Although Zhou Shan is a maintenance engineer, he still has a skill. It should be no problem for him to support your 2 precious daughters." I saw on the screen that Chu Lingyun glanced at Bai Yuanshan, snorted coldly, and counterattacked. "Old Bai, don't be too happy too soon. I heard that your granddaughter hasn't signed a contract with any spirit master yet. I'm afraid that by then she won't even be qualified to be a logistics engineer, right?" Bai Yuanshan shrugged nonchalantly and said with a smug smile, "My Bai family doesn't have as many rules and regulations as your Chu family. My granddaughter didn't sign the contract because she has high standards and disdains those ordinary people." He looked carefree. "Anyway, my Bai family has plenty of resources, She can do whatever she wants, even if she doesn't sign a contract, I can still support her. I listened to them bickering with each other and laughed to myself. At this time, the God Lord also spoke, with a bit of envy and regret in his words. Indeed, Bai Lao's granddaughter is extremely talented, and the weapon-type phantom weapon she awakened is extremely rare. If she signs a contract, she will definitely be invincible on the battlefield. Bai Yuanshan snorted softly and curled his lips in disdain. If the human race has really reached the point where my granddaughter can only survive on the battlefield, then we might as well die together. As long as I'm alive, no one can force her to do something she doesn't like. I watched this scene on the screen and laughed in my heart. Before he finished speaking, the Lord God seemed to realize that persuasion was ineffective, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing more. After all, he had hinted at it several times, but Bai Yuanshan's attitude was simply unmoved. At this time, the atmosphere in the conference room was a little solemn. Seeing that they had each chosen their targets, the God Lord finally stood up and summarized the content of the meeting. The selected spirit masters will join your legions after graduation. If there are special circumstances, they can graduate early. He paused, but I would like to remind everyone not to bargain too hard, otherwise Dao Qitian will probably not be happy. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the scene on the screen suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Bai Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait a minute, did I see that correctly? That mountain giant was actually blown up by Zhou Shun's punch?" Gu Tian also echoed with shock on his face, "Yes, you read it right, it was just a punch." I was secretly proud of myself, looking at the colorful power of control condensed in my hand. I threw a punch and the mountain giant was instantly smashed to pieces, unable to withstand that power at all. The 4 legion commanders all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Apparently they had always thought that I was a logistics division with limited combat effectiveness. Maybe they were not too worried about my safety in the nightmare level dungeon, thinking that I had the protection of my twin sisters, and as long as I didn't do anything stupid, nothing would happen. But now it seems to me that they were totally wrong. I clenched my fists, feeling the powerful divine power. The mountain giant's corpse beneath my feet turned into energy that flowed into my body, increasing my strength. The accumulated divine power is 305 points, and it is still in a state of growth. I silently felt the surging power in my body, and a smile appeared on the corners of my mouth. Looking around, I saw those tall mountain giants in the distance. My eyes narrowed slightly and I thought to myself, looks like I have to do something big today. I turned to look at Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian, raised my eyebrows and asked, "Yue, Xiener, are you ready?" Chu Lingyue snorted coldly and answered without hesitation, "Stand by at any time." Chu Lingxian winked mischievously and said with a sweet smile, "Little brother, please be gentle." I smiled confidently and replied, "Then let's go." On the huge screen in the square, the battle scenes of each spirit master participating in the novice trial were played in a scrolling manner. I glanced over and heard people nearby talking about the situation of other teams. Some people said, Liu Ying'er and Li Wei are indeed the most promising combination, and they can easily enter the elite dungeon. Some people said, yes, Levi's silver sword allows him to maintain his peak condition. It's really enviable. But I heard that Brother Seven had bad luck and was assigned to a difficult dungeon. I heard that the mountain giants there have broken through to level 1. Someone suddenly turned the topic to me with a hint of gloating in his tone. I'm afraid we should worry about Zhou Shun. He entered a nightmare-level dungeon. He might take the twin goddesses to hell with him. Himph! I snorted coldly. The sounds around me were not worth mentioning to me. I punched an elite mountain giant to pieces. Along with the system prompt, several resources fell in front of me. Divine power, divine coins, enhancement stone fragments, enchanted stone fragments. Haha, I came to the right place for this nightmare-level dungeon. I laughed and put the resources into my pocket. At this moment, Chu Lingxian's voice came from the phantom space. Sister, the little brother seems to be a little poor. Do you want to help him? I was stunned. I didn't expect them to discuss this in the phantom space. After a moment, Chu Lingyue replied coldly, give it to me as you see fit. Then, Chu Lingxian chuckled in the space and responded, and several props and a large bag of Yuling coins poured out from my butterfly arms. Little brother, it's time to feed the baby. Chu Lingxian smiled sweetly. I was stunned when I saw the huge amount of resources that suddenly appeared at my fingertips. 10,000 Yuling coins, 10 Yuling fruits, 10 strengthening stones, 10 enchantment stones, 2 top-quality equipment. This really surprised and delighted me. Although I could tell that the Chu sisters were from a wealthy family, I didn't expect them to become rich women. I was slightly resistant in my heart. After all, I am a man of integrity. How could I easily live off others? But the things were delivered to me. I hesitated for a moment, but put the supplies away while pretending to be indifferent. These resources will be used on you sooner or later, so I will keep them for you. Oh my, Chu Lingxian let out a mischievous chuckle. I know that good brothers love us sisters the most. Alas, I was completely broken by her calling me good brother, and my heart softened. Forget it, forget it. Let's not dwell on these things for now. Improving our strength is the most important thing. I took out a yuling fruit from the storage space, observed it for a moment, and then swallowed it. I instantly felt a strong force bursting out in my body. The system prompts, divine power. This is really powerful. The effect of just one yuling fruit is equivalent to killing 20 elite mountain giants. No wonder it costs 1 million yuling coins. I checked the attribute panel and saw that the divine power had soared to 620 points. I couldn't help but feel excited. If I eat a few more, won't I be able to break through 1,000? I whispered to myself, expectantly swallowing 2 more yuling fruits and then looking at the panel. The system prompts, divine power, 1,220 points. This is too incredible, I secretly exclaimed. I never thought that I could reach this level at level 0. Looking at the yuling fruit in my hand, I hesitated for a moment and decided not to eat it for the time being. After all, this thing is very valuable, so I'd better save it for later. Just as I was about to continue swallowing, Chu Lingyue suddenly said coldly, can you put the strengthening matter aside for now? I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that they could sense my thoughts. Chu Lingyue continued, with your current strength, it will be no problem to pass the nightmare-level giant forest. There is no rush to strengthen. You can wait until you get out. Yes, little brother, we are not ready yet, so just be patient. Chu Lingxian also echoed in a sweet voice, with a bit of coquettishness in her tone. I was embarrassed by them, so I quickly shifted my focus, stared at the mountain giant that appeared in front of me, and shouted, "Die for me!" Half an hour later, I was reveling in the huge gains brought by the nightmare-level copy and almost laughed out loud. My divine power has accumulated to 1,500 points, even far exceeding the limit of the ancient spirit master. Not only that, the ground was littered with strengthening stones, enchantment stone fragments, and 2 pieces of equipment infected by the aura of another world. Ordinary people would not be able to use this kind of equipment at all, but I am different. As long as I have enough purification items or purification talents, I can use this equipment for my own benefit. I looked down at the harvest on the ground, especially the intact strengthening stones and imperial spirit coins, and a trace of contempt flashed across my eyes. These seemed no longer rare to me. Although they are priceless in the eyes of others, after being fed by Chu Lingxian, these things seem a bit boring. Not far away, the audience in front of the screen were already stunned. Everyone stared at the screen, unable to believe that I could easily navigate the siege of the second-level mountain giants, and even looked at those precious resources with contempt. There are precious resources all over the ground, but Zhoushan looks like he's picking up trash, someone whispered with gritted teeth. If he really doesn't want it, he can just let me know. I don't mind picking it up for him, another person added bitterly. Of course, I was unaware of the commotion outside. Just as I was about to pack up my things and move on, there was a violent shaking beneath my feet, as if the ground was breathing. I was slightly startled and suddenly realized that an unusual energy was surging from the ground. Oh no, it's a mutant. I frowned and immediately became fully alert. I lost my balance and fell to the ground. The next second, I felt the ground rising continuously, and I was being lifted higher and higher, even getting closer and closer to the clouds. I'm in heaven? I couldn't figure out the situation for a moment and wondered in my heart, could it be that clearing the nightmare-level dungeon would attract the favor of the gods and grant me a second blessing? However, although this scene is a bit weird, I am not particularly worried. After all, I have the ability to fly. Even if I am really thrown into space, I can fly back along the horizon. However, when I was about to fly off the ground, I suddenly realized that the ground under my feet was not land. As I got further away, I could clearly see that there was a huge mutant beast under my feet. Its huge body was 30 meters tall, and its aura was so powerful, as if the whole world was under its control. A third-level mutant beast? I was extremely surprised. How could a third-level mutant beast appear in an ordinary novice trial copy? This guy's aura is several times stronger than those second-level mountain giants I encountered before. My heart skipped a beat, but my fighting spirit was aroused by this danger. At the same time, There was an uproar outside the dungeon. Dao Qiqian saw me on the screen and couldn't help but shout anxiously, "We must notify Zhoushan immediately and ask him to quit the dungeon. His talent and strength are too outstanding. We must not sacrifice him like this." He calculated my value in his mind and decided to cultivate me as a cash cow in the future. Bai Yuanfang, who was standing beside him, explained nervously, "Dean, this copy is from another dimension. It was temporarily moved here. We can't send anyone in to rescue it." The other students in the square were mostly gloating when they saw this. Someone whispered, "He is a monster, but judging from the situation, he is just a flash in the pan. Tomorrow we will still be elite spirit masters, and Zhoushan will only be a legendary genius who died young." Li Wei and Liu Ying'er were also standing in the crowd, looking at the screen coldly, especially Liu Ying'er, whose eyes were extremely complicated. When she thought of the past, she felt more and more regretful. However, when she saw how powerful I was, this regret turned into resentment. She stared at the screen intently, praying silently in her heart, "Zhoushan, you must die. Only when you die will I feel a little more at peace." However, the 4 Legion commanders showed envy towards the mutant beasts I encountered. Bai Yuanshan looked at the screen and exclaimed in amazement, "I'm so lucky to encounter a mutant beast in a nightmare-level dungeon. This is a rare opportunity." Gu Tian, the leader of the Xuanwu army, also showed a rare look of envy. There are extremely precious mutation beads in the mutant beasts. Once absorbed by the Spirit Master, it can greatly increase the awakening rate and may also comprehend the skills contained therein. Only Tang Shuyao sighed softly, her tone full of regret. The strength of this 3rd-level mutant beast should not be underestimated. It is almost impossible for Zhoushan to defeat it with his strength. She paused, and then said, "And this copy will eventually return to the alternate dimension to expel outsiders. By then, Zhoushan will most likely return empty-handed." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. I on the screen showed no fear in the face of such a powerful enemy, and was even a little excited. The god in the main seat gently stroked his beard and looked at the screen with a smile. This kid, not only does he not seem to be afraid, but he becomes more and more excited as the battle goes on. And I was indeed full of fighting spirit, and I was so grateful for this suppression that my blood was boiling. What's so scary? It's just a 3rd-order mutant beast. I flexed my fists and stared at the giant beast, my fighting spirit surging. White tiger possession. Mark of the spirit butterfly. I attacked with all my strength without hesitation. Shock. Charm. I continued to use my skills, rushed towards the mutant beast, and roared, "Tiger, try to climb the mountain. Die." However, before I could get close, the guy pulled up a 30-meter high tree and swung it down at me. I couldn't dodge at all and was knocked back more than 300 meters by the tremendous force. I fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. What a strong force. My chest was burning with pain, and I struggled to stand up, feeling unwilling. The 3rd level is indeed a huge threshold. The power and defense of this mutant beast are simply beyond my ability to contend with at this level. Just when I was hesitating whether to retreat temporarily, Chu Lingxian's voice came from the phantom space. "Brother, the power of this 3rd-level mutant beast is too strong. You can't defeat it with your current strength. It's better to find a place to hide and teleport back naturally after the copy is over." I listened to them enjoying the barbecue in the space and took a deep breath. Damn it, how can I just give up like this? This is an extremely rare mutant beast. The opportunity is right in front of me. How can I miss it? I quickly took out a few strengthening stones and enchanting stones from the storage space, gritted my teeth, and decided to give it a try. Yuer, Siener, my apologies. Before I finished speaking, I had already started strengthening and enchanting their weapons. Hey, little brother, why didn't you say hello and just... I continued to operate while Chu Lingxian protested. System prompts, enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Divine White Tiger Arm is 1st level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Divine White Tiger Arm is 2nd level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Divine White Tiger Arm is 3rd level. Understand the exclusive feature. Tear. System prompts, strengthening successful. The God White Tiger Armor's strengthening level is 1st level. Strengthening successful. The God White Tiger Armor's strengthening level is 2nd level. Strengthening successful. The God White Tiger Armor's strengthening level is 3rd level. Comprehend the exclusive skill. God White Tiger Star Crushing Strike. With the improvement of strengthening and enchantment, the power of White Tiger Armor increased greatly, and I was extremely excited. Similarly, I did not forget Chu Lingxian's butterfly arm armor and immediately continued to strengthen it. System prompts, enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the divine butterfly arm is first level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the divine butterfly arm is second level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the divine butterfly arm is third level. Comprehend the exclusive feature. Transform into a butterfly. System prompts, strengthening successful. The God Butterfly arm armor's strengthening level is first level. Strengthening successful. The God Butterfly arm armor's strengthening level is second level. Strengthening successful. The God Butterfly arm armor's strengthening level is third level. Comprehend the exclusive skill. God breaking the cocoon. After the enhancement was completed, I looked at the new attribute panel in my hand and couldn't help but marvel. This round of strengthening and enchanting greatly improved their weapon attributes, and at the same time added a full 2,000 points of divine power. Even if it consumed a lot of strengthening stones and enchantment stones, it was worth it. I moved my wrists and felt the power in my body surge. Looking at the huge mutant beast in front of me, I smiled coldly. Okay, come on, let's try again. Divine power, 3,500. Hey now, it's your turn. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, clenched my fists, and the excitement in my heart was as hot as fire. White tiger possession. Spirit butterfly mark. I burst out with all my strength and rushed towards the mutant beast. I gathered enough divine power in my fist and suddenly used my special move, White Tiger Star Shattering Strike. My fist was like a meteor that streaked across the sky, tearing through the air and slamming into the mutant beast's chest with powerful starlight. Outside the copy, everyone held their breath and stared at the screen intently. The stars that were stirred by that punch seemed to tear the entire space apart. Liu Ying'er's face turned pale, and she looked at my attack in disbelief. Impossible, this punch? Who below level 4 can block it? Before I finished speaking, the huge mutant beast on the screen was blasted into pieces by my White Tiger Star Crusher, turning into fragments all over the sky. The spoils scattered on the ground sparkled in the sun. System prompts, mutated divine power, demonic coins, strengthening stones, enchantment stones, mutated beads, unpurified equipment. Looking at the reward in front of me, I was ecstatic but also shocked by the sudden information. After absorbing 30 points of mutated divine power, I found that the power in my body was even stronger than its peak state. So, the power of divine control and the mutated power of divine control are calculated separately? I muttered to myself, if I can really push the mutated divine power to its limit, my strength will reach unimaginable heights. I picked up the mutant bead on the ground and squeezed it hard. The bead shattered and power instantly surged into my body. System prompts, understand special skill, rock skin. Rock skin enhances physical fitness and defense, increases the upper limit of absorption of defense force, and has a chance to cause dizziness to the target that attacks itself. I couldn't help but feel excited and full of a sense of accomplishment. A skill like this is a defense enhancement tailor-made for me. I'm really glad I didn't back down. Ying'er, how are you? I couldn't help but ask with concern. Get out, the Chu sisters said in unison, obviously still upset about the strengthening process I just went through. The light of the dungeon flashed, and I was teleported back to the square of the Armed Forces Academy. 2,000 students looked at me with burning eyes, and there was complete silence. The entire square was still immersed in the shock of my punch. Even Liu Ying'er was avoiding my sight from a distance, as if she didn't dare to look me in the face. Good, great. Dean Dao Qitian shouted excitedly. He waved at us and called the elite students, Zhou Shan, Li Wei, Feng Manlu, Feng Feifeng. The other students were all waiting expectantly for their names to be called, but Dao Qitian just paused for a moment and then said, forget it, just the rest of you, follow me. Those whose names were not called showed disappointment on their faces, knowing clearly that they could only be classified as ordinary spirit masters. Some even left in anger and directly dropped out of school. Dao Qitian took us to a high-end area of single-family villas, allocated a single-family villa to each of us, and announced with a smile, from today on, the 4 of you will be the elite students of the academy. All tuition fees are waived. You can use the academy's dungeon teleportation array every week, and you will also have one-on-one teaching from professional instructors. I nodded, knowing that this was just the initial treatment, and I was destined to work for the academy in the future. All this was just the beginning. Dao Qitian left after giving the instructions. I walked towards the villa marked with number 1 and prepared to go in. Behind him, Feng Feifeng could be heard whispering in fear, Brother Feng, brotherly, Maybe we should have a chat. No need. Feng Manlu waved his hand disdainfully. It's pointless to form cliques. If you really have the strength, why would you be afraid of Zhou? Levi also sneered. No matter how strong he is, I, Levi, will not bow my head. I stepped into the villa with a slight smile on my face. Whether it was fighting overtly or covertly, or the so-called winning over, in the face of absolute strength, it was all vain. Hey, just go. Levi left the villa angrily, his heart full of resentment, and secretly wrote down my name. I just breathed a sigh of relief in Villa Number 1, when I was suddenly pinned to the ground by the Chu sisters. Chu Linghua snorted coldly. Zhou, you were too much. You actually strengthened us 6 times at once. Yeah, little brother. Don't you know how sensitive our bodies are? Chu Lingxian wrapped her legs around me and glared at me in pretend anger. Although I was locked up, I didn't feel at a disadvantage at all. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the fragrance emanating from them. Well, I know I was wrong, but I'll do it again next time. I laughed secretly in my heart and simply closed my eyes to accept the punishment. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. I broke free and opened the door. Standing outside was a slender and elegant female tutor, wearing a black professional suit that set off her figure incomparably graceful. I couldn't help but look at it a few more times and couldn't help but sigh in my mind. This is not normal college life, it's simply a surer field. She smiled and introduced herself. My name is Liu Ying'er. From today on, I will be your exclusive mentor. After that, she stepped in, appearing very naturally. My eyes were still on her, when suddenly, Liu Ying'er looked past me and saw Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian, with a look of surprise on her face. Yuer Xiener, why are you here? Chu Lingxian immediately went up to her enthusiastically, took her arm, and said with a smile, Sister Ying'er, come in and sit down. I'll go get you a glass of water. Chu Lingyue seemed much colder, with a slightly frowned brow and a look of caution. As the daughter of the Legion commander, she was very familiar with Liu Ying'er's background. Liu Ying'er was a strategic-level offensive phantom armed force with a very high status. Liu Ying'er's sudden arrival was obviously no ordinary task, especially since I already had the sisters as contracted spirits. There was no simple reason behind Liu Ying'er's intervention. Chu Lingyue said unhappily, Sister Ying'er, Zhou actually has us to guide him, so there is no need for the academy to send another tutor. Liu Ying'er smiled slightly and responded calmly, Sister Yuer, this is my father's arrangement. As the dean of studies, he must be responsible for it. As a daughter, I must always try my best to share my father's affairs. This was my first day in the new environment, and my mentor Liu Ying'er was standing in front of me with a look of curiosity and scrutiny. Since I am your mentor, it is necessary for me to understand your abilities first. Her words were gentle, but with unquestionable authority. First of all, shouldn't you introduce yourself to your mentor? I nodded in agreement, thinking her request was reasonable. So I said, my level of imperial spirit is, I have awakened 4 talents, namely, nerve. Ahem. Chu Lingyue beside me suddenly interrupted me and quickly explained, they are phantom repair, phantom strengthening, phantom enchantment, and phantom space. Lingyu continued, Zhou Shun's talent is more towards logistics. In the future, he will definitely be in charge of the Spirit Master Association and become the chief logistics maintenance engineer. She and Chu Lingxian have decided to accompany me on the path of a logistics maintenance engineer, and it seems that they don't intend to let Liu Ying'er interfere. A subtle light flashed in Liu Ying'er's eyes, as if she had sensed something. She repeated the word I had just interrupted, nerve? She whispered, with a probing look in her eyes. It seemed that she was a little curious about me. My name is Liu Ying'er, with a talent level of 1.5. The awakened phantom weapon is a 2-handed greatsword named Frostmourne. She introduced herself, gently extending her hand towards me with a smile. Nice to meet you. I subconsciously reached out and shook her hand. Her hand was cold and smooth, as if it contained a kind of cold power, and the touch of her fingertips actually made my heart beat. However, the 2 pairs of murderous eyes behind me made my body stiffen, and I quickly pulled my hand back. Please take care of me, I said with a dry laugh. Liu Ying'er smiled slightly, then looked at Chu Lingyue and said calmly, which room do I live in? Chu Lingyue did not respond as if she had not heard anything. Instead, Chu Lingxian excitedly took her hand and walked upstairs, saying enthusiastically, Sister Ying'er is here, so of course you can stay wherever you want. After they left, Chu Lingyue complained to Chu Lingxian in a low voice, you are letting a wolf into the house. You knew she had bad intentions, but you still let her stay. Chu Lingxian shrugged helplessly and whispered, Sister, Instead of confronting it head-on, it's better to wait and see what happens. There was a hint of cunning in her words, and her eyes drifted towards me. Chu Lingyue immediately understood what she meant, but still pretended to be serious and said, "I can't listen to your plan." Chu Lingxian smiled indifferently and muttered softly, "Anyway, we sisters can't get married." I pretended not to hear their conversation, lay on the sofa with my eyes closed, and waited leisurely for the next arrangements. At this moment, I really don't think there is any need to plan nervously. Life is carefree, my little wife is by my side, and my beauty is in my arms. Why not lie down and enjoy it? Chu Lingyue seemed to see through my thoughts. She wanted to persuade me, but in the end she said nothing. She just reminded me, "By the way, didn't you get 4 pieces of unpurified equipment before? I suggest you put them in the phantom spirit space, which has the function of purifying the aura of other worlds." Ah, there is such a function? I was a little surprised. Yes, Chu Lingyue explained, and your phantom space can not only purify the aura, but also teleport us sisters to your side. This is a pleasant surprise. The space I own is actually so powerful. They then told me that they were going to leave for a few days and go back to explain the signing of the contract to their family in order to avoid any misunderstandings. Watching them leave, I silently felt glad that my new life seemed to be much more interesting than the 9-to-5 job in my previous life. Chapter 16: The Treasure of the Academy. Teacher buys legs. After all, the contract he signed with his sister and Zhou Shan was a big deal for both the White Tiger Army and the entire Chu family. In addition, the contract they signed was a permanent one, which could not be terminated. In other words, she would probably be in Zhou Shan's hands for the rest of her life. It was no different from getting married, so naturally she had to go home and give explanations. As for the reason why Zhou Shan had no intention of going home, it was simply because in his world, apart from his alcoholic father, he had no other relatives left alive. And according to the original body's memory, the relationship between the father and the original body was not very good. In the original words of the original father, "He has done the most kindly by using a pacifier to raise the enemy who killed his wife." His mother died of complications during childbirth after giving birth to the original body. His father raised him until he was 10 years old and then sent him to an orphanage. He has never visited him until now. Just like that, having grown up in an environment of extreme lack of love, the original body also became a loyal super big bootlicker because of Liu Ying'er's few words of concern. Even in order to meet Liu Ying'er's material needs, the original body would work hard to earn money, just to get that sentence. "Zhou Shan, you've worked hard." Watching the Chu sisters leave, Zhou Shan felt empty inside and somewhat unhappy. 3 days later, in the courtyard of Villa Number 2. "Hey! Ha! Ah, duh." Levi went into battle shirtless, his muscles tensed, and he clenched the silver sword tightly with both hands, slashing fiercely at the metal detector in the yard. A startling number appeared above the metal detector screen. 500. Very good. 500 points of defense power. It has reached the limit of power before level 1. On the recliner nearby, Lu Hong, holding Liu Ying'er in his arms, expressed great satisfaction with Li Wei's strength. "If you continue to improve at this speed, and with my help, I believe there is still a high chance that you can get rid of Zhou Shan during the academy trial at the end of the month." Hearing this, Liu Ying'er, who was held in Lu Hong's arms, was excited, and the 2 little hands on Lu Hong's legs began to become restless. It is thanks to the help of Brother Hong that Levi has the possibility of breaking through within 3 days, and he also helped him strengthen himself. When Lu Hong mentioned the strengthening issue, his expression suddenly became a little ugly. Although he specially found a strengthener who was familiar with him to strengthen Liu Ying'er in order to avoid accidents, Liu Ying'er's deeds had already spread throughout Kyoto, and everyone knew what kind of person she was. Therefore, even the enhancer who was familiar with Lu Hong couldn't help but attack Liu Ying'er during the enhancement period. There was no other way, since they were the strengtheners who were originally in this line of work, and they only needed to use a little trick to make the phantom armed forces unable to control themselves. Besides, Liu Ying'er was not a person with a bottom line, so the whole process was a smooth process. Of course, not all enhancers would do this. After all, there are orders from above to the logistical spirit masters for enhancement, maintenance, and enchantment. If one forces the other party to have sex with him without the permission of the phantom armed forces, he will be punished. As for the content of the punishment, it is also very simple, nothing more than beheading. After all, as Dao Qitian said, there is no place that lacks logistics and spirit masters. Therefore, most of the logistics spirit masters only dare to do it for the time being. If something really happens between them and the phantom spirit armed forces, most of them still don't have the courage to do it. But Liu Ying'er is an exception. Because after the enhancer promised only one free enchantment, Liu Ying'er couldn't help herself. So this resulted in Liu Hong's shape changing into that of an enhancer, which made him very unhappy. Brother Hong, are you unhappy? Liu Ying'er moves among so many big bosses all day long, so her ability to observe their words and expressions is naturally extraordinary. Just by looking at Liu Hong's liver-colored face, one could guess what the other person was thinking. Tears started flowing without any warning. Woo-woo, I didn't want to do that, but his methods were too powerful. I couldn't resist at all. Brother Hong, let's never look for that person to strengthen ourselves again. Okay? She only wants to be Brother Hong's woman. Looking at Liu Ying'er with tears in her eyes and his arms, Liu Hong felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Yes, what did Liu Ying'er do wrong? She was just a young girl who had just entered society. How could she understand the dangers of society? It was obviously the enhancer who was wrong. Don't worry, I will make him pay the price. Feeling the movements of Liu Ying'er's little hands under him, Liu Hong could no longer bear it. He directly picked up Liu Ying'er's body and walked towards the room, not forgetting to turn back and instruct Li Wei outside. You stay outside. I will take you to break through the tears in the afternoon and then start the second phase of the training plan. Levi bowed respectfully, looking at the backs of the adulterous couple in front of him, his fists clenched. Bastards! Bastards! Ah, a 5th-level spirit master? It's almost time. Give me some time. By then, whether it's you or Zhou Shun, I will make you pay the price. At the same time, Zhou Shun, who was in Villa Number 1, was enjoying the morning sunshine on the balcony of his bedroom. Bai Linger at the side also changed into a set of home clothes. Against the backdrop of light blue pajamas, her already flawless figure gave off a hint of elusive temptation, especially those long, straight, yet unconcealed legs, which inevitably made Zhou Shun have some normal man's reactions. If there is anything in this Armed Forces Academy that can be called a treasure, it would probably be Instructor Bai's legs, right? What did you say? Bai Linger, who was busy taking notes in her notebook, looked up and asked. Zhou Shun quickly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Ahem, I didn't say anything. This matter, I accidentally said what was in my heart. Bai Linger glanced at Zhou Shun with a half-smile, then closed the notebook in her hand and said to Zhou Shun seriously, You've been resting for 3 days. Isn't it time to go out and stretch your muscles? If you keep lying like this, you'll be ruined. Chapter 17. Betting on the right to use Frostmourne. I know you are very talented, but often the more talented a spirit master is, the harder he or she needs to work in the later stages to maintain his or her talent. Although you are a rare level 1 spirit control master, you are more successful than most people, but if you are not willing to work hard, you will soon be surpassed by people with lower talents than you. In the end, even those with level 1 talents will not take you seriously. As your mentor and also Yuer and Siener's friend, I have the obligation to urge you to grow. What do you think? After a long speech, Bai Linger expressed her feeling of being disappointed in her friends. Zhou Shun frowned when he heard that, nodded thoughtfully, and then handed over the communicator he was playing with. Teacher Bai, it's not that I don't want to work hard, but I have no way to work hard. How should I say this? Forget it, just watch it yourself. Taking the communicator, Bai Linger looked at the content on the screen with some curiosity. How to break through your own efforts. The title at the top of the screen is self-explanatory, and the answers below are also diverse. The most classic of them is the acupuncture breakthrough method of the Yuling Association. Silver needles are inserted into certain acupuncture points on the spirit master's body to widen the meridians in the spirit master's body through external stimulation, thereby increasing the body's storage limit of the power of control. This method is also currently recognized by the spirit control world as the method of breaking through with the least disadvantages. But the disadvantages are minimal, which means there are still disadvantages. Using acupuncture to break through the levels may not show any signs in the early stages, but the later you get, the more difficult it will be to continue breaking through. Unless one is already extremely talented and his spirit control level is at least level 6 or above, it will be difficult to advance to the realm beyond level 6 in one's lifetime. The second method is to use the item breaking method. The disadvantages of using the breaking stone to break the level are also obvious. That's expensive. Not only is it expensive, but you can't buy it. The market price of one stone is 10 million Yuling coins, and it is not 100% certain that a Yuling master will break through to a higher level after using the breakthrough stone. Let's take the level of the spirit master as an example. A level 1 spirit master may be able to succeed with 1 breakthrough stone, while a level 2 spirit master may need 2. Not to mention Zhou Shun's level. I guess he won't be able to get it down without 7 or 8 stars. Of course, in addition to these two methods, there are two other recognized methods of breaking through levels without any disadvantages. However, few people try these two methods because not only is the success rate extremely low, but there is also a risk of life. So, your power of control has reached its limit? Have you been thinking about how to break through these 3 days? Bai Linger asked in shock. Zhou Shan nodded, yes. 5-star General MacArthur once said that people can be lazy and sloppy, but they can't be really bad. Bai Linger was puzzled. Who is MacArthur? Zhou Shan waved his hands. That's not important. Okay, tell me what you think. Maybe I can help you. Bai Linger stopped worrying about the 5-star general and started giving advice to Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan rubbed his chin, then said seriously, I want to try the method of breaking through the level with force. The so-called method of breaking through levels by force is to constantly kill alien creatures, continuously absorb the power of the spirit, let the power of the spirit break through the upper limit by itself, and then achieve automatic breaking through levels. The feasibility of this method is very low. In order to prove the success of this method, someone once spent 3 years to successfully break through the level, and he also made no progress in these 3 years. From the brilliant and talented spirit master, he finally became a nobody among the common people. Have you really thought it through? In terms of emotion, Bai Linger still respected Zhou Shan's whimsical ideas, but in terms of reason, a top-level spirit master might completely waste his talent because of his overconfidence. After all, 3 years is enough to change a lot of things. Yes, I want to give it a try. Zhou Shan nodded, with a hint of determination flashing between his brows. However, when he noticed Bai Linger's tangled expression, he smiled with a relaxed look and said, But don't worry, I'm not that stubborn. If I can't break through the rank by force within 3 months, I will still consider other plans to break through the rank. Of course, a big part of the reason why Zhou Shan made this decision was because of his mutated divine power. If you say, when he has absorbed the divine power in his body and it reaches the upper limit, is it possible for him to break through automatically? Although this thought only flashed through his mind, it was like a nightmare that could not be shaken off. No matter what, he wanted to give it a try. Since you have made up your mind, I won't force you. Bai Linger nodded, then stood up and walked towards the door. However, just before she was about to step out of Zhou Shan's room, she turned around and said, Why don't we make a bet? Zhou Shan was puzzled. What bet? Bai Linger held up 3 fingers and said, If you can break through the ranks with your strength within 3 months, I am willing to transform into Frostmourne and help you lay the foundation for your future path to godhood. It's a deal. Zhou Shan was overjoyed. A strategic weapon-type phantom spirit. This is the dream of all spirit masters. Add to that Bai Linger's looks and figure. Which man can resist such temptation? Haha, then you better work hard. Bai Linger waved her hand, and her back looked very free and easy. A level 1 spirit master, with strength, ambition, and aspirations. At the same time, he has a full range of logistical means, which not only avoids the embarrassment during maintenance and strengthening, but also ensures that he receives the most professional training. The existence of such a spirit master inevitably makes Bai Linger excited. Of course, Bai Linger might not have no intention of competing with the Chu sisters. That afternoon, the Chu sisters, who had been gone for 3 days, finally came back, and as soon as they came back, they brought Zhou Shan a big gift. Here are 10 step-breaking stones. It's up to you to decide whether to use them or not. Before the 2 girls came back, they had already learned from Bai Linger that Zhou Shan wanted to break through the rank with force, but even so, they still spent a lot of time and effort to get 10 step-breaking stones for Zhou Shan from the Chu family. No matter what choice Zhou Shan will make in the end, they will respect his ideas. After all, when they signed a permanent contract with Zhou Shan, they were completely on Zhou Shan's side in terms of their stance. The identity of the Chu family can no longer form any constraints on them. Chapter 18. Drawing the sword and looking around, feeling confused. Half a month passed in a flash. In Villa Number 1, Zhou Shan and Bai Linger looked at each other, both with helpless expressions on their faces. The 2 teleportation opportunities of the Academy have been used up. You have also cleared 2 dungeons alone. How do you feel? Bai Linger always holds her black-covered notebook in her hand, writing and drawing on it from time to time, recording everything related to Zhou Shan. Not so good. I don't feel the opportunity to break through at all. During this half-month, Zhou Shan used the Academy's teleportation array to clear 2 dungeons alone, and once he happened to reach a nightmare-level dungeon. Although he gained a lot, it was a pity. He didn't even see the shadow of the mutant beast. Unable to kill the mutant beast means that Zhou Shan cannot obtain the mutant divine power, and the ideal way of breaking through the level by force becomes a joke. Don't worry, there will be another chance next week. We can choose some dungeons with relatively more monsters. And didn't you set a 3-month goal for yourself? And only half a month has passed. What? Are you planning to give up? Bai Linger raised her eyebrows. It seemed like she was joking, but in fact she was sincerely considering Zhou Shan. I heard that Levi next door is about to break through to the 2nd level. I guess he is preparing to make a splash in the academy trial at the end of the month. If you give up now, it's not too late. The current Bai Linger is no longer the unknown person who was out of touch with the world and didn't even know that Zhou Shan was soloing the nightmare-level giant forest. After more than half a month, she had almost completely mastered Zhou Shan's personal information, including his 3-year career as a licking dog and his biological father who completely abandoned him 8 years ago, etc. She was naturally aware of the grudge between Zhou Shan and Li Wei, and was obviously worried that Zhou Shan would feel pressured by Li Wei's sudden rise. Zhou Shan, on the other hand, drew his sword and looked around, bewildered. What's next door? What's Li Wei? What do they have to do with Zhou Shan? And even if he is at level 2, so what? Can he still be stronger than a mutant beast? Isn't it just a one-shot deal? Mr. Bai, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should tell you. Bai Linger nodded and stretched out her hand to signal Zhou Shan that he could speak freely. Actually, I plan to go out and open up Wasteland tomorrow. When the word open up Wasteland came out, Bai Linger was stunned for a moment. The so-called pioneering is actually to find those alien dimensions that no one has explored and then enter them as a pioneer. Generally speaking, there are only 2 possible outcomes for pioneers entering an alternate dimension. One is to successfully open up the wasteland and bring it back to the human world, materializing the alien space and turning it into a monster copy that can be reused. The other possibility is that the land reclamation fails and the pioneers cannot return to Earth. They either die in the alien dimension or remain in the alien dimension forever. No, I don't agree. Don't think that just because you've cleared a few nightmare-level dungeons, you'll have the strength to explore another dimension. There's simply no comparison between the two. And don't say I won't agree. Even if Ying'er and Xian'er come, I believe they will definitely not agree with your decision. As a college tutor and the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Linger knows better than anyone the difficulty of exploring another dimension. Because according to the rules, high-level spirit masters cannot enter low-level alien dimensions to open up new lands, but there is no guarantee that high-level creatures will not appear in low-level alien dimensions. It is just like the dragon copy that the Lord God once opened up himself. Spirit masters above level 7 cannot enter, but there are level 9 creatures guarding inside. If the Lord God had not been strong enough to forcibly break through in the alien space, I am afraid that their Xia country would have faced a situation of being leaderless in the next few decades. Of course, I know how difficult it is to open up new land, but I still want to give it a try. Zhou Shan said very seriously. This is not because he is overconfident in his own strength, but because he has innate advantages that even the Lord God does not possess. That is, his current level is only level 0, but when he is at level 0, he possesses invincible strength below level 4. Moreover, in the past half-month, Zhou Shan has searched and read a lot of information related to mutant beasts, and found that the probability of encountering mutant beasts will increase in the process of opening up another dimension. Some people have even suggested that in those unexplored alien worlds, there is a 90% chance of the existence of mutant beasts. This is also the main reason why he had to set his sights on opening up the alternate dimension. Sister Linger, I agree with my brother's idea. Me too. The Chu sisters who came down from upstairs immediately agreed with Zhou Shan's idea and expressed their willingness to accompany him on the adventure. You guys are so willful. Your Chu family has its own pioneering team. Do I need to repeat the dangers that pioneering will face? And have you ever thought about your identity? If Lord Chu knew about this, Zhou Shan would definitely be implicated. Bai Linger really couldn't see through these 2 girls. Since they had already signed a contract with Zhou Shan, a spirit master who was more focused on logistics, wouldn't it be better for them to grow slowly step by step? Why take the risk? The same goes for Zhou Shan. There were so many people who wanted to break through the levels using the breakthrough stones, but they didn't have the chance. As a result, Chu Lingyue brought him 10 of them, but he refused to use them. What kind of spirit master there is, what kind of phantom weapon he has. The Chu sisters must have been led astray by Zhou Shan. Sister Linger, you are absolutely right. So we decided to go secretly and not let father know. Chu Lingxian confirmed Bai Linger's concerns and quickly stepped forward, took Bai Linger's arm and said coquettishly, Anyway, as long as Sister Linger doesn't tell us, father won't know, right? Bai Linger stroked her forehead and sighed inwardly. Dad, why do you insist that I be Zhou Shun's mentor? You are pushing your daughter into the fire pit. But now that she has gotten on board, there is no reason for her to get off halfway. Are you really going? The three of them nodded at the same time. Really? Don't you want to think about it again? Don't consider it. Okay, Bai Linger sighed. Since you must go, I also have a condition, unless you agree. Otherwise, I will never help you keep the secret. That's great, mentor. No matter what conditions you propose, I will agree to them. Zhou Shun said excitedly. He felt as if he could already see the mutant beast waving at him. My condition is... Chapter 19 Heart Beating Bai Linger. I have to go with you. When Bai Linger said this, Zhou Shun and the other two were all stunned. Teacher Bai, if I remember correctly, you don't have a contracted spirit master yet, right? Bai Linger nodded. Of course. Then you probably don't have the talent to fight independently, right? Zhou Shun asked again. Bai Linger continued to nod. Don't you know my talent? Zhou Shun wanted to cry but had no tears. Then what are you going to do? Of course I will supervise and guide you. Bai Linger said seriously. After all, you are just 3 rookies. If no one guides you, you probably won't even know what pioneering means. And don't you still have the phantom space? If I really encounter danger, I can just hide in your phantom space. Zhou Shun opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Bai Linger. Okay, this matter has been decided. Next, we can discuss which alien space we should go to for exploration. Bai Linger opened her notebook, turned to the middle, and analyzed it carefully for a while. The alien spaces around Kyoto have basically been taken over, so we must leave Kyoto. Most of the alien spaces that have been discovered by humans but have not been successfully developed are in the northern part of our country, around Jiangbei City. Speaking of Jiangbei City, Bai Linger subconsciously glanced at the Chu sisters. After all, that was the city where the White Tiger Army was stationed, and it was also the base camp of their Chu family. So our next route should be to first go to Jiangbei through the Yuling Association's teleportation array, and then disguise ourselves and quietly enter the alien space to open up new land. Zhou Shun was a little confused when he heard this. Why do you have to disguise yourself? Bai Linger knew the identities of the Chu sisters, but Zhou Shun didn't, so it was hard for him to understand. What consequences would there be if the people above knew that he was seeking death with the 2 daughters of the White Tiger Legion commander and the granddaughter of the Azure Dragon Legion commander? Fortunately, Bai Linger and others had no intention of explaining. Otherwise, whether Zhou Shun would dare to go and open up the new land would be another matter. The next morning, after a whole day of preparation, Zhou Shun pushed open the door of Villa Number 1 alone. But he happened to meet Li Wei, who was coming back from buying food. Humph! A cold snort fully demonstrated Li Wei's dissatisfaction with Zhou Shun. Of course, Zhou Shun didn't know why the other party was dissatisfied. He was just curious why Li Wei was holding 3 breakfasts in his hands. Aren't you afraid of dying of bloating after eating so much? I have a big appetite. What's it to you? Li Wei was furious. He turned his head away forcefully to prevent Zhou Shun from seeing the tears in his eyes. It was his last act of stubbornness. Bastards, bastards. I don't know when it started, but Li Wei found that he seemed to be less resistant to Zhou Shun, and even felt a sense of sympathy with Zhou Shun. Of course, this is just his own illusion. After all, the current Zhou Shun is not the same Zhou Shun as before. In his eyes, Liu Ying'er was probably not even as good as a hair of the Chu sisters. Why don't I eat you to death? Looking at Li Wei's departing back, Zhou Shun just felt a little puzzled. I always feel that Levi now seems different from before. Well, most likely he has grown up. At the same time, inside the phantom space. Is this Zhou Shun's phantom space? Bai Linger looked at the magnificent castle in front of her, the endless sea of flowers, and the Milky Way in the sky that looked like a waterfall. The whole person had an illusion as if in a dream, as if he was still sleeping and had not woken up. Of course. How about it, Sister Linger? Is this place beautiful? Let me tell you, this is all thanks to my sister and I. We spent a lot of time thinking about it. Chu Lingxian waved her hand casually, and a very exquisite little house appeared behind Bai Linger. I'll have to ask Sister Linger to stay here for the time being. As for the castle... At this point, Chu Lingxian's face turned red. Actually, my sister and I just took it out to look at it. It's empty for now. There's nothing in it. So, next I'm going to go decorate the castle with my sister. Sister Linger, you can just wander around by yourself. If you want something, remember to come find me. Chu Lingxian's creation out of thin air really shocked Bai Linger. It's not like she hasn't seen other people's phantom space. But in her impression, the phantom space was just a small area, and there were a few pieces of furniture that the phantom armed himself brought in from outside. That was all. However, Zhou Shun's phantom space is not only extremely large with no end in sight, but he can even create things out of thin air through the idea of phantom weapons. This is a bit outrageous. Bai Linger also tried to wave her hands, wanting to create something, but unfortunately, she had not signed a contract with Zhou Shun, so she had no right to use the phantom space. God level. Is it a God level phantom space? Still, just discovering the tip of the iceberg was enough to shock Bai Linger, and she can guarantee that this kid has more secrets than just this. Because as she continued to walk inside the phantom space, she also discovered 5 pieces of alien equipment enshrined on the altar. Moreover, the alien aura on the equipment is being purified at a speed visible to the naked eye. After discovering this, Bai Linger went straight to the 2 women who were decorating the interior of the castle. You are not going to tell me that Zhou Shun's phantom space can also purify equipment, right? Chu Lingyuan nodded, yes, and what you see is just the tip of the iceberg. If she is honest, Chu Lingyue does not want Zhou Shun to be exposed too much in front of Bai Linger, because this will increase the possibility of Bai Linger signing a contract with Zhou Shun, thus affecting her and her sister's status. But if we look at it from the perspective of Zhou Shun as a spirit master, she intends to help Zhou Shun and let him sign a contract with Bai Linger. As the saying goes, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Since she and her sister have become Zhou Shun's people, they will definitely consider the issue from the perspective of what is beneficial to Zhou Shun. After all, the importance of a weapon to a spirit master is understandable. Frostmourne, known as a strategic level superweapon, is quite suitable for Zhou Shun. It combines repair, strengthening, enchantment, purification, and autonomous space into one. The fact is just as Chu Lingyue thought. Bai Linger is already considering signing a contract with Zhou Shun. After all, for a woman, especially a woman with a more traditional personality, keeping herself clean is the top priority. Isn't the reason why Bai Linger is unwilling to sign a contract with the spirit master because she is worried that her innocent body will be defiled by too many men? But if Zhou Shun is the one who executes every project, it will be different. Chapter 20. Arriving at the Hengduan Mountains, Lu Hong's murderous intention. After arriving at the Yuling Association, Zhou Shun paid 10,000 Yuling coins and successfully took the teleportation array to Jiangbei City. The transmission cost of 10,000 per time really made Zhou Shun sigh that money is hard to come by. If he hadn't been fed by the rich Lingxian lady, just one teleportation would have consumed half of his earnings from 3 solo dungeons. Of course, this only refers to the pure income of Yuling coins, and does not include rare items such as strengthening stones and enchantment stones. Putting on the wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses he had prepared in advance, Zhou Shun walked straight out of the city according to his previous plan. At the same time, the moment Zhou Shun appeared in Jiangbei City, in the meeting room at the White Tiger Army headquarters, Chu Lingyun seemed to have noticed something and waved his hand to summon a screen that was more than 2 people tall. The picture shown on the screen was none other than the sneaky Zhou Shun. Why is this kid running to Jiangbei instead of staying in Kyoto? Chu Lingyun muttered to himself. The reason why Chu Lingyun noticed Zhou Shun the moment he appeared in Jiangbei City was not because he specially arranged people to monitor Zhou Shun. It was because the equipment Zhou Shun wore had the aura left by Chu Lingyun himself. The main reason why he did this was because he was worried about his daughters and wanted to be sure of the location of the 2 sisters at all times. Who would have thought that by accident, he would discover Zhou Shun's whereabouts? Watching Zhou Shun on the screen moving toward the outside of the city, and sensing the opponent's breath at the limit of his 0-level defense power, Chu Lingyun seemed to have thought of a possibility. Is this kid thinking about opening up new land? After thinking of this possibility, Chu Lingyun could no longer sit still. Come here. I wanted to send someone to bring Zhou Shun back, but then I changed my mind. With this kid's ability, maybe he can really succeed in clearing the land? After all, he could kill a level 3 mutant alone when he was at level 0. However, out of consideration for the safety of his 2 daughters, Chu Lingyun still issued a series of orders and made arrangements for Zhou Shun's land reclamation. Forget it, it's just a low-level alien space anyway. Even if the land reclamation fails, it won't be difficult to survive. At worst, I can just send a few elite teams in to rescue. Chu Lingyun is quite confident about his daughter's defensive ability. However, just as he was about to turn off the screen, a figure following Zhou Shun from a distance caught his attention. A 5th-level spirit master? What does he want to do? Chu Lingyun was a little puzzled and even thought it was just a coincidence. But when he found out that the other party had been following Zhou Shun out of the city, he could no longer sit still. Someone come. Anyone who dares to take advantage of his daughter will pay the price for his stupidity, no matter who he is. South suburb of Jiangbei, Yong'an County City. This is a small county town with a population of only more than 20,000 people. It is located at the foot of the Hengduan Mountains, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and has a pleasant scenery. People who live here build their houses by the water, live next to the mountains, close to the lush green mountains, facing a pool of clear water and strange peaks on both sides. Originally, it should have been a large county town with people crowded shoulder to shoulder, but in recent years, portals to other dimensions have appeared from time to time in the Hengduan Mountains. As a result, the humans living here are often harassed by alien creatures, which leads to a large number of residents leaving Yong'an County. Zhou Shun's target this time is an alien dimension located in the Hengduan Mountains, and it is a level 2 alien dimension. In other words, spirit masters above level 2 cannot enter, and no alien creatures higher than level 5 will appear inside. However, there is still a high probability of encountering a fourth-order creature. With Zhou Shun's current strength and enough props to strengthen the Chu sisters simultaneously and enchant them to level 4, the possibility of opening up a second-level alien dimension is still very high. Not to mention that there is also a strategic-level weapon phantom armed in his phantom space. If the contract had not been signed yet, Zhou Shun would have considered whether he should open up some third-order alien spaces. Of course, he was just thinking about it. If he really had to face a fifth-order creature, I guess within 3 rounds, he will be reincarnated. Young man, this road is blocked. Why don't you try somewhere else? Back to the topic. When Zhou Shun arrived at the entrance of the Hengduan Mountains, he was stopped by a hunchbacked old man. Why is it blocked? Zhou Shun's eyes moved, and he kept looking at the old man in front of him and the mountain road blocked by rubble behind the old man. The mountain is dangerous, with strange beasts appearing from time to time. I stayed here to prevent any unsuspecting tribesmen from mistakenly entering it, which would put their lives in danger and only add to their sorrow. The old man looked a little sad when he said this, probably because he had experienced some pain of separation between life and death. Don't worry, old man, that's why I'm here. At this point, Zhou Shun summoned the white tiger arm right in front of the old man. To be honest, I am actually a spirit control master. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw this. Young comrade, are you from the White Tiger Army? Zhou Shun nodded. I guess so. Some things don't need to be explained too clearly. So what if you say you are a student of the Kyoto Armed Forces Academy? Anyway, Jiangbei City is also the territory of the White Tiger Legion. Presumably, the White Tiger Legion's reputation is much more famous than that of the Kyoto Armed Academy. Then you must be careful, little comrade. The beasts here are not simple. Don't worry, old man. I will pay attention. A few pieces of rubble could not stop Zhou Shun's way. He just started to fly and followed the path under his feet towards the depths of the Hengduan Mountains. Not long after Zhou Shun left, a man covered in a black robe finally arrived. The old man who was waiting at the entrance came over immediately and kindly advised, "Young man, this road is blocked. Why don't you go somewhere else?" However, this time, before the old man could finish his words, the man in black robe directly took out a long sword and swung it, and the old man's head fell to the ground. Noisy. Then he tore off the black robe covering his body, identified the direction, and chased after Zhou Shun. This person is none other than Liu Hong, the instructor of Yuling Academy, a big shot, who possesses the 5th level of imperial power. According to Liu Hong's previous idea, if Zhou Shun stayed in the Armed Forces Academy, he could only train Li Wei and then find an opportunity to accidentally kill Zhou Shun. But what he didn't expect was that this kid would actually leave the Armed Forces Academy on his own initiative and even appear in the suburbs of Jiangbei City. It seems like even God is helping him. Huh, I heard you remembered my name? Then you must never forget who killed you. Chapter 21. Haha, I think you are dirty. Kyoto, Armed Forces Academy. Inside the villa. Levi, I know you feel wronged and think I cheated on you, but you have to be clear about one thing. If it weren't for my efforts, how could you become a level 2 spirit master in such a short time? How could you possibly obtain so many resources, alien equipment, strengthening stones, and enchanting stones? This was the first time Liu Ying'er was alone with Li Wei, and it was also the first time the two had a frank conversation. Levi, half kneeling outside the door, clenched his fists and felt like his back teeth were about to break. Now he can fully understand Zhou Shun's situation over the years, but he thinks that he is still somewhat different from Zhou Shun. Zhou Shun loves Liu Ying'er deeply, and facing endless betrayal, the hurt he suffers is naturally extraordinary. He just felt insulted, endlessly insulted. His dignity was trampled on mercilessly. But every time he thought that his dignity was trampled by Liu Ying'er and Liu Hong, he was tempted by the huge amount of resources. He had thought about rejecting the ill-gotten gains and then reporting the affair between Liu Hong and Liu Ying'er to the college leaders, but he could not make up his mind. Now that Liu Hong is gone, is there anything I can do to get back the dignity I once lost? Thinking of this, Levi's expression suddenly became ferocious. He stood up suddenly, then pushed open the door of the villa with force. With a ferocious aura emanating from his whole body, he walked quickly to Liu Ying'er. You are my phantom armor, and I am going to exercise my authority over you now. Liu Ying'er chuckled when she saw this. As someone who had slept with countless men, she understood Li Wei's current feelings very well. Not only did she not resist, she even took the initiative to spread her legs and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Sure enough, all men in the world are the same. Aren't you just doing it for that little thing? What are you talking about, power or no power? Hurry up and get out of here. If Brother Hong finds out, you know what will happen to you." Li Wei, who was originally furious, suddenly came to his senses after hearing the 3 words, Brother Hong. Then he noticed Liu Ying'er's legs apart, and a trace of disgust flashed across his face. The impulsive fire was instantly extinguished by a basin of cold water. Levi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, no matter how much he said, it would be useless for a woman like Liu Ying'er. Haha, forget it. I think you're dirty. With a sneer, Li Wei no longer approached Liu Ying'er and turned to walk out the door. But the unconcealed disgust on his face and the heart-piercing words that blurred out from his mouth made Liu Ying'er completely unable to hold back. Stop right there. What did you say? You think I'm dirty? Why do you think I'm dirty? Isn't everything I did all for you? If it weren't for me, how could you have everything you have now? Liu Ying'er didn't understand. She really didn't understand. I have obviously tried very hard to help Levi grow, but in the end, all I got was Levi's disgust for me. This was simply unacceptable to her. For me? Levi stopped and couldn't help feeling a little funny. Why do you think that I can't succeed on my own without Liu Hong's help? I am the owner of super-level spirit control power, and I am gifted with a super strong physique. Even if I don't rely on anyone, I will succeed sooner or later. But because of you, because of your appearance, the higher-ups forced us to tie us up, and I became the laughing stock of the entire Armed Forces Academy, and even the entire Kyoto. No matter who sees me, they will affectionately call me the Green Hat King. And you still say you did all this for me? Liu Hong is just a 5th-level spirit master who has awakened a super talent. Just give me 3 years, even without anyone's help, I will be able to reach a level that Liu Hong can only look up to. Why do you say you are helping me? Levi became more and more excited as he spoke. The veins on his forehead bulged and his expression became ferocious. Perhaps what Zhou said is right. You are like your talent, absorbing the fluids of others. Because of your hunger and thirst, you demand without limit. You are the silver sword. What a total bitch. Liu Ying'er's originally rational heart suddenly became manic because of the appearance of the name Zhou. She walked a few steps to Levi, raised her hand, and slapped him in the face again and again. Shut up. You shut up. It's you, it's all you. If it weren't for you, how could I break up with Zhou? If it weren't for you, the person living in Villa number 1 would be me, not Chu Lingyue or Chu Lingxian. Seeing this, Levi not only did not fight back, but even raised a happy smile on his face. That's right, Liu Ying'er was completely broken down by the 2 words Zhou. Now he no longer has any impulses between men and women towards Liu Ying'er. Instead, he would rather see Liu Ying'er suffer. The more pain she suffered, the happier Levi felt. Aren't you cheating on me? Aren't you disgusting yourself by staying in the room with Liu Hong every day? Didn't you even refuse to let me hold your hand? I really don't care about it now. Isn't it just a woman? There are plenty of beautiful women in the world. You can find everything by going to Honglingmen, and it doesn't cost much money. At the same time, Zhou, who was above the Hengduan Mountains, also successfully arrived above the entrance to the level 2 alien space. This should be it, right? You will know if you feel the entrance. By Linger in the phantom space reminded in time. Zhou nodded when he heard that, then landed in front of the entrance and stretched out his hand to touch the entrance of the door to the other dimension. Detected the entrance to the second-order alien space, the poisonous dragon swamp. Difficulty of opening up, normal, elite, hard, nightmare, and nightmare. Can the highest difficulty reach the nightmare level of the alternate dimension? The highest difficulty here is not randomly assigned like in the dungeon. Instead, there is a high probability of encountering nightmare-level alien creatures. From the normal difficulty at the beginning to the nightmare difficulty at the end, Zhou Shan must complete all the levels before it can be considered a successful completion of the game. Teacher Bai, do you think it is possible for us to try another dimension? What's wrong? Bai Linger was confused. Because the will of heaven just reminded me that the difficulty here may reach the nightmare level at most. Before Zhou Shan could finish his words, a size 43 shoe kicked him in the butt, and he instantly disappeared into the second-order alien space, the entrance to the poison dragon swamp. Change 1. Haha, don't even think about it. Opening up a nightmare-level alternate dimension saves me from having to do it myself. Chapter 22. Zhao Wuji in white robe and silver armor. Hehe, you are too young to fight me. The person who took action was none other than Lu Hong, who had been following Zhou Shan all the way. Originally, he planned to find a deserted place to kill Zhou Shan, but this was the worst option. Because of the means of a certain powerful person, he can trace back the scene of death through the deceased relics. Lu Hong was not sure whether Zhou Shan was being noticed by that big shot, so he was unable to make up his mind. But if the other party died in the alien space that was being developed, then it would have nothing to do with Lu Hong. Now I can go back to my little beauty and ask for credit without any worries. Thinking of some of Liu Ying'er's methods, Lu Hong's heart was suddenly ignited with a flame. Just as he was about to return the same way, a spear flashing with cold light pierced his body from behind. Sorry, you can't go back. Lu Hong used all his strength to turn his head around. However, when he discovered the identity of the person who came, he suddenly became like a deflated ball, and his body began to shrink rapidly. White robe, silver armor, dragon gall lance, lion helmet, and beast belt, unparalleled in the world. You are the 6th-rank spirit commander of the White Tiger Legion. Zhao Wuji. According to the level classification of spirit masters, only those who have successfully broken through the 6th level of spirit control power will be awarded the title. From low to high, they are 6th level spirit control general, 7th level spirit control lord, 8th level spirit control king, 9th level spirit control god, and the legendary 10th level spirit control emperor. Yes, Zhangbei is the Chu family's territory. How could they allow me to harm the spirit master of the 2 eldest daughters of the Chu family? The only thing that made Lu Hong feel that he would not rest in peace was, why did Zhao Wuji take action only after he kicked Zhou Shan into the alternate dimension, instead of stopping him before he made a move? Could it be that the rumors are true? Zhao Wuji has always had a crush on the 2 eldest daughters of the Chu family and regarded them as his forbidden love? Haha, it turns out I'm not the only one who wants Zhou Shan dead. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly, not quite understanding what Lu Hong wanted to express. But for him, it would be better not to listen to the last words of a dying person. With a puff sound, Lu Hong in front of him was stabbed directly by the Longdan spear in Zhao Wuji's hand. His heart was filled with fear, and he completely lost his breath. The long knife held in Lu Hong's hand turned into the shape of a middle-aged woman in the next second. That is Lu Hong's phantom weapon, a woman whose talent level is the same as Lu Hong's. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? The woman nodded without hesitation and said, Of course I want to live. As Lu Hong's phantom weapon, the woman can only describe her life as blind. Especially when she saw Lu Hong walk into the rooms of girls one after another, she finally understood. To Lu Hong, I have always been just a weapon. Since it is a weapon, it will be used by another owner after Lu Hong's death. There is nothing to be sad about. Okay, in that case. Then I will arrange a new master for you. Or you can choose to enter the academy in Zhangbei City to be a tutor. For women, such high-level phantom weapons are hot commodities no matter where they are. However, considering that phantom weapons are also humans with independent consciousness, Zhao Wuji also provided them with a second way, which is to become a mentor, responsible for training the next generation of talents for Xiagua. You should help me find a master. As for a mentor or something, let's just forget it. After living for so many years with Lu Hong, this ultimate scumbag, the word mentor is not a noble profession for a woman. Instead, it reveals filth and baseness everywhere. Perhaps it was her prejudice against Lu Hong that led to her hatred for the profession of mentor, but at least from what she saw and heard, this was the fact. Okay, then follow me. After taking a last look at the spatial entrance to the poison dragon swamp, Zhao Wuji collected Lu Hong's body and took the woman back to report. As for the safety of Zhou Shan and others, Zhao Wuji doesn't care. After all, the task Chu Lingyun gave him was just to deal with Lu Hong. At the same time, Zhou Shan, who had already entered the other dimension, was lying on the ground cursing. You're trying to sneak attack me, You can't afford it, you little rubbish. You don't have the strength. You don't even dare to confront me head-on. What the hell are you doing? Dig the grass, dig the grass. It hurts so much. How could he not feel pain from a full-strength kick from a 5th-level spirit master? Zhoushan just felt like his tailbone was broken. Behind him, 3 beautiful women were standing, whispering to each other. Sister, sister, there is a size 43 footprint on my brother's butt. Yes, these are rare footprints. They look similar to the shoe prints of our college instructor, college tutor. Hearing these words, Liu Ying'er subconsciously took out the shoes on her feet for comparison, but unfortunately, she is wearing high heels today. Ahem, compared to all this, shouldn't you give Zhoushan some medicine first? Fortunately, they were well prepared before setting off yesterday. They brought a lot of black jade snow cream for treating external injuries and 9-turn life-saving pills for treating internal injuries. But the problem is, the injured part is Zhoushan's buttocks. It is an external injury. He needs to take off his pants. You two are Zhoushan's phantom warriors. You are one of us, so? Who's coming? Liu Ying'er took out the black jade snowbreaking ointment, looked at the 2 girls seriously and asked. Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian looked at each other, and their faces were instantly filled with blushes. You are my elder sister. Why don't you come? Don't look at Chu Lingxian's small mouth. She usually talks a lot. If something really happens, it will be Chu Lingyue, the elder sister, who will have to step in. You really are? Shaking her head with a wry smile, Chu Lingyue took the black jade snow cream from Liu Ying'er's hand, stepped forward, and prepared to pull down Zhoushan's pants. But when her soft and delicate little hands touched Zhoushan's waistband, they began to tremble visibly. Hey, you are really my little enemy. When I first met you, you got into a fight with someone, and now you're running off to another dimension to open up new land. God knows what she is thinking. However, compared to other spirit masters, Zhoushan's attitude towards herself and Chu Lingxian still made Chu Lingyue feel very comfortable. After all, most of the spirit masters, on the day of the contract with the phantom spirit, will basically have sex with their women, whether forced or voluntary. This is the unspoken rule of the Yuling world and has nothing to do with principles. But Zhoushan gave them enough respect. Not only did he never do anything inappropriate, he even communicated with them in advance about strengthening and enchanting. This alone is enough to make her and her sister trust their lives together. Chapter 23 Chu Lingyue's Confession. Husband, I will support you. The black jade snow cream was very effective. After less than half an hour, Zhoushan felt that he had recovered. Chu Lingxian and Liu Ying'er sensibly returned to the phantom space, leaving Chu Lingyue alone outside to wait. Thank you for that. Zhoushan scratched his head embarrassedly, with a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. As a time traveler, his change of mindset was not as fast as expected, and he still blushed when holding hands with a girl. What's more, it was personally applied by a beautiful woman like Chu Lingyue, and on her butt. Zhoushan just felt like he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. However, in Chu Lingyue's eyes, his behavior was like the spring sunshine, warm and gentle, sprinkling on her body, making her intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. Oh no, this is a heart-pounding feeling. The next second, a smile appeared on Chu Lingyue's cheek. Like a blooming flower, exuding fragrance, it seems to be enveloped by a strong sense of happiness. Chu Lingyue raised her arm, stretched out her fingers, and gently stroked Zhoushan's cheek, her body trembling slightly. My heart was filled with warmth and happiness, as if this was a destined acquaintance, and my heartbeat began to accelerate at the same time, as if attracted by an invisible force. Don't thank me because I'm already your woman, isn't it? After mustering up the courage to say this, Chu Lingyue fled back to the phantom space. Zhoushan was left alone, standing there in a daze. Was that a confession just now? This is the first time in his 2 lifetimes that someone confessed to Zhoushan, and it was a woman who was top-notch in terms of appearance, figure, and background. Wow, I'm so touched. Wait, why is my body declining? Zhoushan looked down and found that his feet had been swallowed by the swamp. Yukong, get up. After Zhoushan flew into the sky and completely left the swamp, he looked down at the swamp under his feet with lingering fear. It can be described as boundless. If a spirit master who cannot fly came here, he would probably be completely swallowed up by the swamp in no time. Fortunately, I can fly. However, before this thought lasted too long in Zhoushan's mind, a few flying dragons flew closer and closer in the sky, which immediately made him want to land. Nima, heaven isn't safe either. Fortunately, the flying dragons that have appeared so far are not of high level, They are all level 2 monsters, which are still within the range that Zhou Shan can handle. But if one continues to fight in the air for a long time, the consumption of the divine power in the body will be extremely great. Charm, shock. 100 flowers in disarray. Half an hour later, looking at the endless stream of flying dragons joining the battlefield, Zhou Shan sighed helplessly. Fuck you. If you can't beat them, then join them. I don't want to play anymore. Transform into a butterfly. Wait, you guys fight butterflies too? Do you still have any shame? Look at my stealth cloak. In the phantom space, Chu Lingxian looked at Zhou Shan outside with a speechless face and complained, how can there be a butterfly that is 1.8 meters tall? Doesn't this silly brother know how to become smaller? Well, the second level flying dragon is still no match for Zhou Shan. I guess he is trying to conserve his strength. But the poison of the poisonous dragon is a problem. Look at Zhou Shan's face, it's green. Conserve your strength? Chu Lingyue looked at Bai Ling'er with a puzzled look on her face, as if she didn't understand what the other party was saying. Yeah, what's the problem? Since the roads on the ground are blocked and flying in the air consumes all the energy, isn't it a relatively smart approach to selectively conserve strength? Bai Ling'er kindly explained. The next second, Chu Lingyue took out 10 Yuling fruits from the phantom space, and then delivered them to Zhou Shan through the white tiger armor. Hubby, if you feel tired, eat some fruit to relieve your fatigue. Bai Ling'er was speechless. It was just a confession. But you even called your husband? Where's your reserve? Chu Lingyue smiled confidently. Haha, I want to be big anyway. Bai Ling'er was furious. How can this be possible? How did you become so scheming? Chu Lingyue was unmoved and pointed at her sister. My sister is the second child. Finally, he pointed at Bai Ling'er and said, you can only be the third child at most. Bai Ling'er was completely speechless. Woman, your name is outrageous. Moreover, whether in terms of age or phantom type, I should be ranked first. You want to become bigger? It's impossible. Bai Ling'er said proudly. Don't forget, it is a two-handed greatsword, the trump card weapon among the phantom armed forces, so its status is naturally much higher than that of the armed guard. Humph, then let's just rely on our own abilities. Chu Lingyue was not afraid at all. Don't forget, she is not fighting alone. Although the other one is a complete waste due to his special physique. But two is two, and they are definitely better than one person. In the other dimension, after equipping the stealth cloak, Zhou Shan finally escaped from the encirclement of the flying dragon temporarily. However, because it was still daytime, Zhou Shan only dared to move in the shade under the trees on the ground. And because of the swamp, he didn't dare to stay in the same place for more than 10 seconds. Fortunately, with Chu Lingyue's feeding, he became more confident. Husband? I never thought that I, Zhou Shan, would have this day. Being recognized by a beauty like Chu Lingyue, Zhou Shan couldn't hide the smile on his face. Could it be that? Am I about to live a happy life of debauchery? I feel quite excited when I think about it. Madam Ying'er, please help me take a look. Are those pieces of alien equipment usable now? Since a girl can be so open-minded, Zhou Shan is naturally not polite at all, taking advantage of the situation to get off the hook or something like that. He is so good at it. I know, husband. I'll go see it now. In the phantom space, Chu Lingyue glanced at Bai Ling'er with a smug look on her face, and then walked towards the altar with light steps. This scene really made Bai Ling'er a little angry. Humph, what are you so proud of? Once I sign a contract with the little guy, I will surpass you in a minute. About 30 seconds later, two pieces of alien equipment appeared in front of Zhou Shan. They were a helmet with abnormal resistance properties and armor with damage-canceling properties. Honey, I took a look and, apart from the duplicate parts, only these two pieces of equipment have decent effects. You can make do with it for now. When we get out, I'll buy you a set of the same series of alien suits. Not bad? This is pretty good, okay? Whether it is abnormal resistance or damage offset, these are the characteristics that Zhou Shan needs most at the moment. However, compared to the otherworldly suits in the same series, woohoo, rich women and stuff are awesome. Ying'er, it's great to have you. Husband. Hey, that's enough. Chapter 24 Contract, God Frostmourne. The poisoning abnormality originally triggered by attacking the poisonous dragon was reduced a lot after Zhou Shan wore a helmet with abnormal resistance properties. Coupled with the armor that can offset damage, it is not an exaggeration for Zhou Shan to say that if gods stand in his way, he will kill gods. If Buddha stands in his way, he will kill Buddha. White tiger possessed. A tiger climbing a mountain. However, as Zhou Shan continued to go deeper, new enemies appeared on the swamp. A third-level poison sorcerer? After dealing with the ugly creature in front of him that looked like a snake but could walk upright and had tentacles, Zhou Shen also found out the other party's identity through Bai Linger's introduction. Zhou Shen, you have to be careful. Whether it's the flying dragon in the sky or the poisonous sorcerer on the ground, they all have poison in their bodies, and it's a chronic poison. This chronic poison won't harm you instantly, but it can gradually eat away at your energy and blood, reducing your body functions until you die. Zhou Shen frowned, and after careful consideration, he discovered that his movements seemed to be much slower than usual. He never thought that a small second-order space would cause him so much trouble. So how can I avoid this? Fortunately, he agreed to let Bai Linger follow him. With such a professional mentor by his side, Zhou Shen feels confident. It's simple. The flying dragon in the sky has poisonous skin. As long as we don't attack it, we can avoid being contaminated by the toxin. And the poison sorcerer on the ground spreads the poison through attacks. We need to find a way to avoid his attacks. Bai Linger in the phantom space closed her notebook, looked at Zhou Shen seriously, and continued. Although the best defense is offense, your current attack method is too simple. You can only use your hands to attack the opponent's body continuously, which is not good for you. If possible, maybe we can find a place to sign the contract first. When saying this, Bai Linger tried her best to make her tone sound calmer, but her trembling hands and the expectation in her eyes still betrayed her anxiety. Perhaps taking this opportunity to sign a contract with Zhou Shen would be a good choice, right? On the other hand, Zhou Shen in the other dimension, after learning Bai Linger's solution, a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. Indeed, he was moved, and he must admit that no one can resist the temptation of Frostmourne. This is the only strategic level weapon of this level in the entire Xia country. One can imagine how powerful it is for the Spirit Master. Plus Bai Linger, a queen with a pair of perfect long legs. If I change into black silk, white silk, lace, fishnet, or other stockings, well, Zhou Shen had to admit that he was evil again. But, Ying'er, what do you think? Even though the strategic level Frostmourne was right at his fingertips, Zhou Shen still suppressed his desire and took the initiative to seek the opinions of the two women. If Bai Linger is compared to a concubine, then Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian are Zhou Shen's original wives. According to the rules, if a concubine wants to enter the house, she must get the consent of the wives. If his wife disagrees, even if Zhou Shen longs to possess Frostmourne, he will force himself to reject Bai Linger. This is not to say that he is serious or principled, but because he doesn't want to see the Chu sisters sad. The fact that I was able to acquire my current strength in such a short period of time was definitely inseparable from the arrival of the Chu sisters. Although he was initially confident that he could reach the top of the world through his own efforts, he would not refuse at all if he could achieve it in one step. The Chu sisters are his capital, husband, little brother. At the same time, inside the phantom space, Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian had never expected that when faced with the temptation of Frostmourne, Zhou Shen not only did not agree to Bai Linger's request at the first time, but also even sought their opinions. This touched the two girls and made them feel lucky that they didn't follow the wrong person. Zhou Shen, he really gave them full respect. After all, in this era, few spirit masters can do this with their phantom weapons. Hubby, as long as it can enhance your strength, no matter what you do, Sienna and I will always fully support you. Yes, little Ahim, my dear husband. You must work hard. I believe in you, and you will definitely win, Sister Linger, Chu Lingxian said with some worry. Although Zhou Shen's talent is indeed very high, he has also contracted these two pieces of phantom weapons for himself and his sister. Whether or not the contract level Frostmourne can continue is still an unknown. But for some things, how can you know the results if you don't try? Linger. Zhou Shen called out Bai Linger's name softly, his beautiful eyes full of sincerity. Will you be my phantom warrior? The next second, an ice-blue two-handed sword appeared above Zhou Shen's head. Bai Linger turned into a transparent soul, attached to the sword of Frostmourne, and fell from the sky. Bai Linger stretched out her hands and gently held Zhou Shen's cheeks. The touch passed through his body like an electric current, making him feel unprecedented joy and pain. It was a heart-pounding feeling, both sweet and heart-wrenching. I do. After getting Bai Linger's answer, Zhou Shen slowly closed his eyes, raised his hands, tightly grasped the hilt of Frostmourne, and whispered, "The power of divine control." Chi! Divine power? Bai Linger's pupils shrank suddenly, as if she was wondering if she had heard it wrong. However, the next second, a dazzling rainbow light instantly enveloped the two's bodies completely, and two souls surged into the sky, and finally hugged each other tightly. Congratulations to the Lord of God Zhou for successfully contracting Frostmourne and receiving the blessing of the gods. The ability of the Phantom Armor Frostmourne has been improved. The divine contract is permanent and cannot be terminated. I see. Is this Zhou true ability? The blessing of the gods in ancient times has reappeared in this era. This is the true meaning of. When the hint of heavens will appeared in by Linger's mind, she instantly figured out everything. At the same time, I am also grateful for my choice and for my persistence over the years. It turns out that the person I have been waiting for is none other than Zhou. Chapter 25 The Power of God Frostmourne. Phantom Armor. God's Frost Sorrow. Transfiguration. By Linger. Wearer. Zhou. Contract type. Permanent contract. Indivisible. Level. Level 0. Divine Power Bonus. 500. Talents. Divine Sharpness. Divine Soul Devouring. Divine Absorption. Divine Healing Forbidden. Divine Sharpness. Greatly enhances the sharpness and attack strength of Divine Frost Sorrow. God Soul Devourer. God Frost Sorrow's attack can ignore defense and cause direct damage to the target soul. Divine Absorption. After Divine Frost Sorrow causes damage to the target, it can absorb a large amount of the target's blood and feed back to the user. God's Forbidden Healing. Targets touched by God's Frost Sorrow cannot receive any treatment, lasting for 7 days. Skills. Death Coil. Lightless Shield. Summon Bone Dragon. Death Coil. Sacrifice your own life to control enemy units through Death Coil damage. Continuous control requires the consumption of divine control power. Lightless Shield. Use dark energy to create a shield to protect yourself or friendly units. It absorbs a certain amount of damage before the shield disappears. After the shield is destroyed, it will feed back the previously absorbed damage to the enemy units around the target. When cast, it removes the negative magic effects on the target. Summon Bone Dragon. Open the Gate of Hell and summon 2 Bone Dragons to participate in the battle. The summoning time is 30 minutes. The combat power of the Bone Dragon is related to the power of divine control. Strong. So strong. Really too strong. Is this the strength of a strategic level weapon? As expected, it is the strongest weapon type Phantom of Xia country. Facing Zhou praise, Bai Linger shook her head thoughtfully. It's not like that. My Frostmourne wasn't originally this strong. It is because of your divine blessing that you have become what you are now. And according to her calculations, with the blessing of the gods, her Frostmourne has become infinitely close to the super-level strength. Not only her, but even the Chu sisters' level 1 arm guards are infinitely close to that level. I will clear the way for you on the road ahead. Bai Linger's soul slowly disappeared from Zhou sight, and finally attached to the sword of Frostmourne. She did not choose to return to the Phantom space, because only by integrating the soul with the Phantom weapon can the maximum power of the weapon-type Phantom weapon be exerted. Linger, Zhou smiled knowingly, then turned his gaze to the 3 poisonous sorcerers who were blocking his way in front of him. Moon Fairy, it is my honor to meet, know and understand you all. I will definitely not let you down. Shield without light. He raised his hand and shot out a ray of dark light, which protected his body and completely purified the poisoning he had previously suffered. Death Coil. He used another control skill, trapping the 3 poisonous warlocks in place, unable to move at all. White Tiger Possessed. 100 flowers in disarray. Die. The next moment, countless invisible sword chi gushed out from the tip of Frostmourne's sword, like an alien object, cutting through the sky with an unstoppable aura and hitting the 3 poisonous warlocks like a violent storm. The bodies of the 3 poisonous sorcerers were scattered all over the ground like torn pieces of paper. 3 days later. Kyoto, Armed Forces Academy. Today, Villa Number 2 welcomed a guest of extremely distinguished status. He is not only a direct guard under the command of the Lord God, but also serves as the Vice President of the Armed Forces Academy. He is a super boss with the strength of a 7th-level Spirit Master, Yang Dianfeng. The reason why Yang Dianfeng came this time was not only to investigate the cause of death of the 5th-level mentor Liu Hong, but he also accepted the commission from the God Lord to temporarily serve as a one-on-one mentor to the group of Spirit Masters, Li Wei and Liu Ying'er. To be honest, as a 7th-rank Spirit Master and the Lord God's direct guard, Yang Dianfeng did not have much interest in guiding new students. But the Lord God has spoken personally, so he has to come even if he doesn't want to. Not only does he have to come, he also has to make some achievements, otherwise he will not only lose his own face, but also the face of the God. I'll confirm it one last time. Based on your description, Liu Hong left 3 days ago? Right. Liu Ying'er nodded, her voice soft and sticky, making people feel a little itchy. Yes, yes, sir. I am very sure that the rapist left 3 days ago. As she spoke, tears welled up in Liu Ying'er's eyes as if she couldn't control herself. If Liu Hong were still alive in heaven and had the good fortune to see this scene, he would be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin. Fuck, when you were hugging my thighs before, you kept calling me Brother Hong. But now that I've only been dead for 3 days, you're calling me a rapist? Do you still have any shame? Oh no, he doesn't seem to have a coffin. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Liu Ying'er's acting skills are good, and this move really attracted Yang Dianfeng's attention. After all, few men can resist a beauty like her who makes me feel pity for her. Yang Dianfeng is no exception. What on earth is going on? Seeing this, Liu Ying'er wiped the tears from her eyes with her sleeve, then pointed to the bedroom upstairs and said, Sir, there is some evidence in my room that can prove that Liu Hong forced the female students. Please move and follow me upstairs to get it. Yang Dianfeng was somewhat puzzled. Why do you have to go upstairs? Can't you just go and get it down? Liu Ying'er's expression froze when she heard this, and she wondered to herself, is this bastard pretending not to understand? Or does he really not understand? Did I ask him to go up and get the evidence? Fortunately, Liu Ying'er is not a rookie girl. She has many ways to deal with men. She pretended to glance at Li Wei beside her casually, then looked at Yang Dianfeng opposite her and said cautiously, Sir, there are too many people here. Levi. Yang Dianfeng was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized, that makes sense. Then he took the initiative to follow Liu Ying'er and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. A few seconds later, Levi was the only one left in the living room on the first floor. He stared blankly towards the bedroom on the second floor, muttering to himself, this Liu Ying'er is a ruthless person. He had just sent away the 5th level Liu Hong, and then he hooked up with the 7th level Yu Lingjun. Do all men nowadays like this one? No, I absolutely cannot be like them. What I want is a two-way love, with only me and you and me. I must stay away from Liu Ying'er and be a good man with all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Chapter 26. Levi was completely convinced, a 4th level mutant. Half an hour later, Liu Ying'er walked down the stairs holding Yang Dianfeng's arm, her brows full of tenderness. Brother Yang, you are really amazing. It makes me almost breathless. Yang Dianfeng smiled proudly. Humph, it's just a little trick. Since Liu Hong's case has been thoroughly investigated, I will go back and report the results of the investigation. When I come back, I will help you develop the next training plan. When passing by Li Wei, Yang Dianfeng looked at him carefully, then took out a yuling fruit from somewhere and threw it to him. Eat it, and I will help you upgrade to level 3 before the end of the month. Li Wei was deeply moved. Thank you, Vice President. At this moment, even he had to admit that Liu Ying'er was really useful. It only took a month to go from level 0 to level 3. If it were in the past, he would not even dare to think about it. But due to Liu Ying'er's several outrageous actions, he inexplicably became the biggest beneficiary. How can you reason with this? Brother Yang, my level is a bit low. Can you help me strengthen it? Liu Ying'er tightly grasped Yang Dianfeng's arm and rubbed it left and right with her trench, which made Yang Dianfeng very happy. Okay, let's go strengthen it now. Can we strengthen it by 6? Liu Ying'er shook her head. My lucky number is 7. Okay, then add 7. Levi, fuck, that's awesome. 666. Poison Dragon Swamp. After 3 days and 3 nights of continuous fighting, Zhou Shen finally succeeded in reaching the deepest part of the swamp. That is, on a plain 50 meters underground. That's right, he fell. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. He spent nearly a day and a half in the swamp, and finally, because he failed to climb up, he finally crossed the entire swamp in the opposite direction. Lightless shield. After putting on a shield again, Zhou Shen collapsed directly on the ground, gasping for breath. The dangers of land reclamation are not only from monsters from other worlds, but also from the geographical environment. Bai Linger's figure separated from the sword of Frostmourne. She looked a little weak, her body trembling slightly, and even standing became a problem. In order to ensure that Zhou Shen would not be drowned in the swamp, Bai Linger could only use the lightless shield again and again, covering his entire body directly in the shield, thus avoiding direct contact between his body and the swamp. At the same time, it also provides Zhou Shen with enough oxygen to breathe. As for the price, Bai Linger has now completely lost her ability to fight. Linger, thanks to you. Bai Linger shook her head. You and I are one. There is no need to mention this again. But the rest of the way will depend on you alone. I have to go back and rest. Zhou Shen nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. Putting away Frostmourne, Zhoushan looked at his two armed guards and said, Ying'er, Xianer, take good care of Linger. I'll be fine. After a while, Chu Lingyue's voice was heard in the phantom spirit space. Don't worry, husband. Your phantom spirit space has the function of accelerating the recovery of phantom spirit power. Sister Linger is fine. Oh. Zhoushan raised his eyebrows, thinking that this phantom space seemed to have many functions. Okay, then you guys recover first. I'll just go for a stroll. Zhoushan looked up at the swamp above, somewhat puzzled as to how this geographical environment was formed. How does sunlight penetrate the swamp? However, considering that he could travel through time and space and transformed himself into a divine master, there is a plain below the swamp, which seems to make a lot more sense. Throwing these messy thoughts out of his mind, Zhoushan did not set any route for himself and walked forward very casually. However, as he was walking, he suddenly stopped. Liu Ying'er, look what this is. Wherever you look, a huge thing comes into view. Liu Ying'er, who had not yet fully recovered, immediately walked out of the phantom space and stood side by side with Zhoushan. I really don't know what to say to you. Your luck is so bad. I can actually encounter a 4th-level mutant, the Purple Breath Poison Dragon, in a place like this. Purple Breath Poisonous Dragon? Zhoushan looked at Liu Ying'er in confusion, indicating that he had never heard of any information related to the other party. Yes, this is a very mysterious and extremely rare subdragon species. The most notable feature is the extremely poisonous aura lingering around the Purple Breath Poison Dragon. In addition, its body is also purple in color, with strong and powerful limbs, and its dragon scales are as hard as steel. Zhoushan carefully observed the Purple Breath Poisonous Dragon and found that not only did it have red eyes, but it also emitted poisonous gas from its mouth and nose from time to time, which was a bit shocking and majestic. What impressed him most was the huge, sharp, and aggressive mouth. 4th-order mutant. Finally, I found you. Zhoushan rubbed his hands together, ready to start a fight if there was any disagreement, which really scared Liu Ying'er, who was standing next to him. Are you crazy? Liu Ying'er closed her notebook and opened her arms to block Zhoushan. This is the Purple Breath Poison Dragon, the king among the 4th-level mutant beasts. Ordinary 5th-level beasts dare not mess with it. How dare you want to fight it in a one-on-one duel? Zhoushan paused and explained with an awkward expression. What should we do then? If we don't kill it, we definitely won't be able to successfully open up the Poison Dragon Swamp. Are we going to be trapped here forever? And he also has reasons to kill the mutant beast. Whether he can break through the level with his strength, all his hopes lie on this Purple Breath Poisonous Dragon. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Liu Ying'er's little head was spinning frantically, constantly calculating the data between Zhoushan and the Purple Breath Poison Dragon, trying to determine through analysis whether Zhoushan had a chance of winning. Before that, Zhoushan used a stealth cloak to cover his breath and retreated nearly 10 miles away, for fear of alerting the Purple Breath Poisonous Dragon in advance. How's it going, Liu Ying'er? Have you figured it out? Liu Ying'er, who had been in meditation, opened her eyes instantly, nodded with certainty, and said with great certainty, I figured it out. What's the result? Zhoushan asked impatiently. And Liu Ying'er did not disappoint him and gave a 50-50 conclusion. You have a 50% chance of being killed by the Purple Breath Poison Dragon. Zhoushan was overjoyed. What about the other 50%? Should I kill the Purple Breath Poison Dragon? Liu Ying'er shook her head. No, the other 50% is that you were poisoned to death by the Purple Breath Poison Dragon. Chapter 27. Strengthen, God Frostmourne. 6,000 defense power. Zhoushan, is this called 50-50? I don't have much education, don't fool me. Liu Ying'er stuck out her tongue and said playfully, okay, I was just joking with you. Actually, there are ways to defeat the Purple Breath Poison Dragon. Liu Ying'er was about to reveal her plan, but she found that Zhoushan was staring at her stupidly, his mind wandering. It was obvious that the two of them were not on the same channel. Hey, are you listening to me? Little did she know that for a high-quality queen like her, occasionally acting like a spoiled brat is the ultimate skill. Zhoushan was completely stunned. I'm listening. He hated himself so much that his emotions could be affected by a woman. The ancestor once said that when a woman can control your emotions, don't hesitate, delete her immediately. But a spoiled sister is so cute. I can't delete even a little bit. What method are you talking about? In order to avoid being discovered by Liu Ying'er, Zhoushan immediately changed the subject and asked. Unexpectedly, Liu Ying'er on the opposite side had already seen everything. She felt an inexplicable joy in her heart and thought to herself, The eldest lady of the Zhou family will change her surname to Bai sooner or later. My method is strengthen Frostmourne. Strengthen? Zhou Shan was stunned at first. Then he nodded with joy and said, yes, how could I forget about strengthening? This doesn't mean that Zhou Shan's brain is not enough. It's simply because of the powerful attributes of Frostmourne that he had completely forgotten about strengthening and enchanting. Then I'm going to start. Please be patient for a while. Bai Ling'er nodded gently, then took the initiative to come to Zhou Shan's side, leaned on his shoulder, and held Zhou Shan's arm tightly with both hands. She lowered her head slightly, bit her lips and said, little husband, this is my first time. You have to be gentle, okay? Zhou Shan trembled all over and replied in a strong voice, okay. In the phantom space, Chu Lingxian looked at the dog couple outside with indignation and said unconvincedly, lower your head, bite your mouth, and use 3 stresses in one sentence. Who can't do this? I'm so pissed off. Sister, look at them. Chu Lingyue was really annoyed by Chu Lingxian, so she immediately narrowed her eyes and said, after we go back this time, we will find a chance to get Zhoushan drunk. Since he won't take the initiative, let us take the initiative. Chu Lingxian was shocked when she heard this. Sister, when did you become so brave? Chu Lingyue raised her hand and slammed it directly on Chu Lingxian's head. It's because your master is so outstanding. If we don't hurry up, we'll probably have to make it smaller. Wow, it hurts so much. Chu Lingxian covered her head with a look of grievance, then looked at the expressionless Chu Lingyue and asked in confusion, Sister, why don't you feel any pain? Logically speaking, with their special talents, they should feel the pain together, right? Unexpectedly, the next second, a tear slid down the corner of Chu Lingyue's eye and fell to the ground along her delicate cheek. It hurts, but I can bear it. From today on, you have to learn to be patient, otherwise. How can we defeat Bai Ling'er in the future? Chu Lingxian nodded in agreement. Thank you for your hard work, sister. Chu Lingyue. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of God's Frostmourne is level 1. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of God's Frostmourne is 2nd level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of God's Frostmourne is level 3. Understand the exclusive feature. Expel. Expulsion. Each attack of the godly Frost Sorrow can cause an expulsion effect on the target. Once this effect is triggered, the target's buff status will be purified. Strengthening successful. The strengthening level of God Frost Sorrow is 1st level. Strengthening successful. The strengthening level of God's Frost Sorrow is 2nd level. Strengthening succeeded. The level of God's Frost Sorrow is enhanced to level 3. Understand the exclusive skill. God's Fear of Damage. God's Fear. Threaten all nearby enemy targets, silencing them within a fixed range of God's Frost Sorrow. Note, this skill is an aura effect and cannot be dispelled. Continuous casting consumes a lot of God's power. Phantom Armor. God's Frost Sorrow. Transfiguration. Bai Ling'er. Wearer. Zhou Shan. Contract type. Permanent contract. Indivisible. Level. Enhancement level 3. Enchantment level 3. Divine power bonus. 2,500. My dear husband. I feel so bad. Please hug me. Such a powerful energy instantly surged into Bai Ling'er's body, making her unable to bear it for a moment. Fortunately, this was not the first time that Zhou Shan strengthened his phantom weapon. He immediately transferred the divine power in his body into Bai Ling'er's body, which helped her relieve the pain in her body. Are you feeling better? 3 minutes later, feeling Bai Ling'er's breath gradually returning to normal, Zhou Shan then cautiously asked, well, I'm much better. We are now fully capable of entering combat mode. Bai Ling'er climbed up from Zhou Shan's body and actively integrated into Frostmourne, her tone full of confidence. My dear husband, it's up to you from now on. Zhou Shan nodded and slightly exerted force on the hilt of Frostmourne with both hands, feeling the powerful strength that Bai Ling'er bestowed on him, and felt that his life had reached its peak. Divine Power, 6,000 points. Mutation of Divine Power, 30 points. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhou Shan, who is only at level 0, already possesses the strength comparable to that of a level 5 Spirit Master. The distance of 10 miles did not take Zhou Shan too long to travel, and it did not take long for him to spot the purple breath poison dragon. Although Zhou Shan was very confident in his own strength, for the sake of safety, he still started to transform into a butterfly in advance, then shrunk his body and gradually shortened the distance between himself and the purple breath poisonous dragon. According to records, the purple breath poison dragon's weaknesses are in its abdomen and under its tail. If possible, It might be a good idea to launch the strongest attack and deal a fatal blow to the opponent. Bai Linger's existence is like an encyclopedia. It seems that there is nothing in this world that she doesn't know. Zhou Shan was also very curious about what was written in the notebook she often held in her hand. But now is definitely not the time for him to be curious. The strongest attack? Got it. Zhou Shan quickly circled behind the purple breath poison dragon and aimed at the bottom of its tail. After releasing the skill, transform into a butterfly, he instantly flew up. White tiger possessed. Mark of the psionic butterfly. White tiger's star-shattering attack. Bai Linger was horrified when she saw this, and finally closed her eyes helplessly. It's over. I think I have screwed myself. Woo-woo. I'm not clean anymore. Chapter 28 Summon the Bone Dragon and kill the 4th-level mutant. Fortunately, the scene that Bai Linger was worried about did not appear, because the moment Zhou Shan launched the attack, the purple breath poison dragon had already responded. However, because Zhou Shan's attack was a sneak attack, and he did not hesitate at all when he did it, it was clean and neat, which resulted in the purple breath poison dragon making an evasive move but failing to avoid it completely. Frostmourne was already inserted straight into the purple breath poison dragon's butt. In an instant, the characteristics of breaking, tearing, sharpening, soul-devouring, absorbing, prohibiting healing, and expelling are triggered at the same time. The purple breath poison dragon's painful howl suddenly rang out, shocking Zhou Shan so much that he quickly drew out Frostmourne and quickly covered his ears with both hands. And as the purple breath poison dragon continued to wail, the surrounding air began to be filled with toxins. Zhou Shan, make this quick and decisive. Don't give it a chance to poison it. Bai Linger reminded immediately. Understood. Zhou Shan nodded, then held Frostmourne tightly with both hands again, and raised Frostmourne above his head while enduring the loud noises that kept coming from his ears. Lightless shield. Death coil. White tiger star shattering strike. Aiming at the bottom of the purple breath poison dragon's tail again, Zhou Shan turned into a meteor and slammed into the other half of the purple breath poison dragons, but at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Being avoided again? After 2 consecutive failures, Zhou Shan seriously doubted whether the purple breath poison dragon had eyes on its back. Fortunately, these 2 successful attacks temporarily deprived the purple breath poison dragon of its ability to resist. Although the purple breath poison dragon's huge mouth had turned around and aimed at Zhou Shan behind it, the pain in its buttocks made it unable to attack at all. This is because the tearing and breaking effect of the white tiger arm has increased the pain of its wound by who knows how many times. And because of the ban on treatment, its wounds not only did not heal, but continued to expand. However, the purple breath poison dragon was the king of the 4th order mutant beasts after all. It immediately waved its wings and cut off both halves of its buttocks. After the wound was cut off, it began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye under the irrigation of its own surging energy and blood. I'll go. Can we still play like this? I have to say, this scene really shocked Zhou Shan. What a pity. We only had one chance to launch a sneak attack, and since it didn't work, then it all depends on who can hold out to the end. As he spoke, 10 imperial spirit fruits emerged from Frostmourne and were neatly placed in front of Zhou Shan. My dear husband, the next battle depends on you. I have to go back and rest. Taking the initiative to leave Frostmourne, Bai Linger also chose to return to the phantom space to rest. Zhou Shan, on the other hand, was counting the 27 Yuling fruits in his backpack. Then I took one out and put it in my mouth and took 2 bites. More than 1 million per piece. Is this a fight or a fight for money? Then he looked at the purple breath poison dragon opposite him fiercely. Do you believe that I can kill you with money? Ah. The purple breath poison dragon seemed to feel insulted by his gigolo brother, and with a loud roar, he rushed towards where Zhou Shan was. However, Zhou Shan on the opposite side not only did not avoid it, but even rushed forward. The time is now. Shock. Charm. After 2 consecutive control skills were thrown out, the purple breath poison dragon's footsteps suddenly stopped in place, and Zhou Shan took this opportunity to kill the purple breath poison dragon with the sword. Since you can give up the meat on your buttocks, then what about the meat on your heart? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhou Shan grinned and pushed Frostmourne in his hand towards the heart of the purple breath poison dragon. Come again! White tiger star shattering strike. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to hit the heart of the purple breath poison dragon, a sharp claw took the lead and blocked between him and the purple breath poison dragon. A crisp collision sound was heard, and Zhou Shan was knocked back more than 20 meters. We got out of trouble so quickly. Under the dual control of shock and charm, he only controlled the purple breath poison dragon for less than 2 seconds. Zhou Shun, if I remember correctly, the purple breath poison dragon's talent is poisonous skin, which has the ability to enhance abnormal resistance, so it will reduce the time it can be controlled. Perhaps you should summon a bone dragon to help. Liu Ying'er in the phantom space reminded in time. On the other hand, Zhou Shun took out another Yuling fruit with a reluctant look on his face, and then brought it to his mouth and swallowed it. It's already 2 million. Our feud is huge. Today it's either you die or I live. Open the gate of hell for me. The next second, the ground shook violently, and faint, dull demonic howls came from underground. A pair of huge stone doors emerged from the ground. The golden cross on the top was extremely dazzling. On each side was an eye emitting faint green light, embedded in the center of an inverted pyramid-shaped pattern, surrounded by many characters of unknown meaning. Below the gate was a relief of a crouching, demon-like creature, with a fiery red glow emitting from the bottom, and a few creepy roars could be heard from the crack in the door from time to time. The bone dragon is coming. Following Zhou Shun's order, the gate of hell opened completely, and 2 huge bone dragons emerged from it. Kill it for me. Zhou Shun, who successfully summoned the bone dragon, felt that the divine power in his body had been completely drained. He quickly took out one spiritual fruit after another to begin restoring his divine power. Moreover, as he swallowed one Yuling fruit after another, Zhou Shun's temper became more and more irritable. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million? Your grandmother's legs. I'm so heartbroken. I don't think you'll die this time. After eating 5 spiritual power fruits in a row, Zhou Shun felt that the divine power in his body had almost recovered, and he immediately raised Frostmourne and joined the battle. Under the attack of 2 bone dragons with 6,000 points of divine power, all the means of the purple breath poison dragon lost their effect. Toxin attack, bone dragon is immune. Magic attack, bone dragon is immune. The bone dragon is still immune to mental attacks. Only physical attacks can cause some damage to the bone dragon, but the bone dragon has nothing else to offer but great strength. Coupled with Zhou Shun's unlucky long sword that would cut off whatever it inserted into, the purple breath poison dragon only felt that it could vaguely see the grandmother waving at it. It seems to be saying, "Child, come quickly, Grandma will take you to reincarnation." Feeling that the breath of the purple breath poisonous dragon was getting weaker and weaker, Zhou Shun finally felt relieved and snapped his fingers. Purple breath poison dragon, your death is coming? Mark of the psionic butterfly. Burst. Chapter 29. Breaking through levels, blessing from heaven, and domineering body. The power of mutated divine control. The current mutated divine power has reached its limit and cannot be absorbed any further. It is detected that the divine master Zhou Shun meets the conditions for breaking through the rank, and the rank is automatically broken through. Current level is first level divine master. Obtain the blessing of heaven and randomly evolve skills once. Evolve the rock skin and gain the sky tyrant body. Heavenly tyrant body. Greatly enhances the physical fitness and defense of the spirit master, and greatly increases the upper limit of the body's absorption of divine power. The first time the spirit master is attacked, the target will be 100% stunned. Yuling coins. Strengthening stone. Enchanted stone. Mutation beads. The origin of space. Unpurified equipment. I have advanced. I have finally advanced. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Shun let out a long cry toward the sky. His guess turned out to be correct. When the power of divine control reaches its limit, and at the same time absorbs the mutated power of divine control to its limit, you can achieve an unprecedented breakthrough in the way of heaven. This was also the last way of breaking through the levels that Zhou Shun had known before. Although the content in the forum was just speculation by an anonymous big shot, Zhou Shun really did it. Now even the will of heaven is on his side. It will be hard for him to fail. Husband. Zhou Shun. Little brother. The 3 girls appeared at the same time, looked at Zhou Shun with admiration and said, "We knew you would succeed. Of course, don't you see whose master I am?" Zhou Shun waved his hand, and in excitement he hugged the 3 women into his arms, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Little brother, are you planning to use the sky as your roof and the ground as your home, and sleep with us in this deserted plain? Chu Lingxian did not show any particular resistance, but her womanly modesty prevented her from raising her head. Zhou Shun also reacted after Chu Lingxian's words, and immediately let go of the 3 women in his arms, and explained with an embarrassed look, "I was so happy that I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself." Seeing this, Chu Lingyue made no effort to hide her disdain for Zhou Shan. She rolled her eyes and whispered, "You have the will, but not the guts. Let's see how long you are prepared to endure this." On the other side, Bai Linger picked up the origin of space on the ground, then looked at Zhou Shan and said, "This thing is the key prop to transform the alien space into a fixed copy. You can use it to exchange for a lot of resources." At this point, Bai Linger's eyes subconsciously swept across the Chu sisters, and then said meaningfully, "This place is located in Jiangbei, which is the territory of the White Tiger Army. Perhaps selling it to the White Tiger Army is a good choice." Upon hearing this, the Chu sisters' eyes lit up and all kinds of thoughts immediately came to their minds. If this base origin is really handed over to the White Tiger Army, it will definitely be beneficial to Zhou Shan without any harm. After all, no matter what, Zhou Shan is the son-in-law of the White Tiger Army, right? It has been a truth since ancient times that good things should be kept within the family. Just decide what you want to do. I'm fine with anything. On the other hand, Zhou Shan showed an indifferent expression. It seems that they don't care how to deal with the origin of space. He was not even clear about the relationship between himself and the White Tiger Legion, and of course he was even less aware that he had already established a bond with the Azure Dragon Legion. After collecting all the spoils, Zhou Shan could finally focus on the mutant bead. Hey, the prize draw is about to begin again. The previous rock skin has evolved into the Sky Tyrant under the blessing of heaven, and the effect is obvious at a glance. So now, Zhou Shan has quite high expectations for things like mutant beads. With a little force from his fingers, the mutant bead was crushed like a bubble. Understand special skills. Toxic skin. Toxic skin. The skin of the purple breath poison dragon can secrete infectious toxins, damaging and slowing down any target that wants to harm it, while also increasing the purple breath poison dragon's resistance to abnormal conditions. Another skin skill? Does Zhou Shan feel that he has a connection with skin-related skills? Last time I got a rock skin. This time I got a poisonous skin? However, considering the characteristics of the poisonous skin, Zhou Shan is still very satisfied with the effect of this skill. As soon as he thought about it, a layer of light green light appeared from the bottom of his feet, and then extended all the way to the top of his head. The whole person looked green and cute. What a rubbish skill. I'm actually green. Seeing this, Chu Lingyue and the other two girls covered their mouths and laughed secretly, forcing their eyes to shift away from the green Zhou Shan. "Hey, don't worry, little brother. I and your sister won't cheat on you." Chu Lingxian stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Shan's arm, shaking him and comforting him. Huh. On the other side, Bai Linger was a little angry when she heard that she was not among the people mentioned by Chu Lingxian. Taking the initiative to pull up Zhou Shan's other arm, he assured her, "Don't worry, I can't do that either." Chu Lingyue, who was standing opposite him, saw that there was no place for her, so she came to Zhou Shan, held up his chin with both hands, and kissed him gently on the corner of his lips. "Silly husband, we promise you that no one can cheat on you except your ex-girlfriend." Zhou Shan was very moved when he heard this. Damn it, on such a good day. Why do you want to mention that Liu Ying'er? Too fucking abstinent. It seems that if I want to get rid of the name of the ultimate bootlicker, I still need to work hard for a while. After the three women returned to the Phantom Spirit space, Zhou Shan activated the origin of the space, finally bringing his recent pioneering work to a successful conclusion. However, when Zhou Shan returned to the Hengduan Mountains and saw the scene clearly, he was stunned. Ambulance. Medical team. Maintenance technician. Hey, aren't we in the same industry? Wait, can anyone explain to me how the ambulance got up the mountain? There were more than 100 people in front of Zhou Shan. Most of them were logistics personnel and medical staff, and there were even a few teams of spirit masters that looked not so simple. This group of people all wore a unified symbol on their shoulders, which was a white tiger seal. "Are you all from the White Tiger Army?" Facing Zhou Shan's doubts, the leader nodded, then looked at the entrance to the alternate dimension that had disappeared behind Zhou Shan, with a flash of shock in his eyes. "Yes, we are ordered to come here to pick you up, if I am not mistaken. Have you successfully cleared the level 2 poison dragon swamp?" Zhou Shan nodded when he heard this, then held the origin of space in his hand and demonstrated it. "It just so happens that I plan to make a deal with your White Tiger Army." The leader's eyes lit up after seeing the origin of space, but he shook his head and said, "I can't make the decision on this matter. You need to go back with me?" Chapter 30. Sir, your son-in-law is here. Would you like to meet him? Okay, then I'll go with you guys. Although Zhou Shan was not quite sure about the specific value of the origin of space, judging from the battle deployed by the White Tiger Legion, it must be too low. So when he hears the other party say that he cannot make the decision, he will feel that it is very reasonable. "Please follow me." A group of hundreds of people walked down the mountain in a mighty procession. When they passed the foot of the mountain, Zhou Shan was surprised to find a brand new tomb on the side of the entrance. The name engraved on the tombstone is Qiu Lao. Hey, whose grave is this? I remember it wasn't there a few days ago. The man next to him sighed and then explained, Hey, Mr. Qiu was once a member of the logistics department of our White Tiger Corps. He is a very kind old man, especially his son Qiu Yunfei, who was once the deputy captain of the 3rd Battalion of our White Tiger Army. However, during an exploration of an alien dimension, he was left in the Hongduan Mountains forever. In order to prevent others from following in his son's footsteps, he often came here to guard after retiring, because he said this is the place closest to his son. Occasionally, he would dissuade non-professionals who wanted to venture into the Hongduan Mountains. After he finished speaking, Zhou Shan's mind flashed with the image of Qiu Lao and the scene of him persuading him not to go up the mountain. How did Mr. Qiu die? Zhou Shan asked with some confusion. Because just 3 days ago, he had seen old Qiu, and looking at his complexion, he didn't look like a dying man at all. The murderer has paid the price for his actions. The man shook his head and did not want to explain too much. Zhou Shan nodded and then stopped asking questions. At the same time, in Jiangbei City, the White Tiger Army headquarters. Office of the Corps Commander. Captain, Zhou Shan is about to arrive. Are you sure you don't want to go meet him in person? Chu Lingyun narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He raised his hands, which were placed on the armrests of the seat, slightly, and tapped on the armrests with his 10 fingers continuously, making a series of crisp, dong 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 sounds. After a long while, he said in a very calm tone, Forget it, I'm gone. I'm worried that I might slap him to death. The military advisor grinned when he heard this. Okay, since you are not going, then leave this matter to me. As for the spatial origin of the 2nd-level poisonous dragon swamp, is it? Before the military advisor could finish his words, Chu Lingyun interrupted him with a wave of his hand and ordered him to leave. Do whatever you want. I'm tired and I'm going to go back and rest. Seeing this, the military advisor could only shake his head and smile bitterly, but he also completely understood Chu Lingyun's feelings. After all, those were 2 cabbages that he had carefully cared for more than 20 years, but now they were snatched away by a pig. It's strange that I can be in a good mood. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the guide, Zhou Shan finally arrived at the headquarters of the White Tiger Army. However, what made him curious was that along the way, he only saw a few patrol teams wearing the White Tiger medal, and that was it. Aren't there too few members in the White Tiger Corps? Are you surprised that there are so few people in the White Tiger Corps? Just when Zhou Shan was lost in thought, a middle-aged man's voice came from his ear, interrupting his thoughts and bringing him back to reality. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Ming, the chief strategist of the White Tiger Army. You can also call me military advisor. Zhou Shan looked up at the person who came. It was a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old. He had a pair of big, bright eyes with a gleam of wisdom in them. His eyebrows were like 2 lines drawn with a thick brush. His lips were thin and rosy, and his smile was warm and friendly, which made people feel extremely at ease. Hello, Mr. Military Advisor. Zhou Shan nodded, then said with embarrassment, To be honest, I was thinking about this question just now. Li Ming smiled and motioned Zhou Shan to follow him. A few minutes later, Zhou Shan stopped after being led by Li Ming to a conference room. Li Ming pointed to a map hanging on the wall of the conference room, turned his head and looked at Zhou Shan and said, Because you are not from Jiangbei, you don't know the current situation of Jiangbei City. Zhou Shan nodded, but did not speak. Instead, he pretended to listen attentively. Li Ming nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this kid was not bad. At least he was polite. Then he continued. Jiangbei is located in the northernmost part of Xia country, and it is also the northern gate of our Xia country. Do you understand what I mean? I totally understand. Zhou Shan nodded. But it's not that easy to guard this gate. Li Ming stretched out his hand and tapped on the map, his finger moving one by one, passing through 3 locations in total. The Hongduan Mountains are home to numerous strange beasts and countless spaces. They are an important barrier that separates our country from a head-on confrontation with the Eternal Night Empire. They are also an important mountain range with the largest coal production and are a major strategic resource mining area. Next is Medicine King Valley. Half of the rare medicinal materials in the entire Xia Kingdom depend on the output of Medicine King Valley every year. As for the last position, it is one of Xia Nation's biggest enemies right now, the 7 religions. There lives a group of crazy people who enjoy killing and worship sorcery. They are a group of fanatical believers who believe in the 7 deadly sins. Except for the logistics personnel, The rest of our White Tiger Army soldiers have basically been assigned to garrison in these 3 places. Naturally, there are no people here at the headquarters. Zhou Shun was in awe upon hearing this. When we think about it, the reason why life in our country is so stable is because of these dedicated soldiers who are carrying the heavy burden forward. Whether it's him or her, who isn't the treasure of their parents and the support of their children, but they still rush to the front line without hesitation, just to let their relatives in the rear live a stable and happy life. But the White Tiger Corps has gone out. What if Jiangbei is attacked? Zhou Shun inevitably asked with some doubt. On the other hand, Li Ming on the opposite side grinned and said, "Yes, our people are indeed outside, but don't forget, our boss is still guarding Jiangbei. As long as the leader is here, no one dares to cross the line, no matter if it's the Eternal Night Empire, the 7 religions, or creatures from other worlds." Zhou Shun suddenly realized, but there was one thing that puzzled him. That is, why does the military advisor always call himself and him we? When did I become involved with the White Tiger Legion? However, before he could ask the question in his mind, he heard the military advisor continue. "Okay, you have basically understood the situation of the White Tiger Army, so let's get back to the topic." Chapter 31. Dad, my little brother is super hardworking and super strong. What is your ideal price for this level 2 Poison Dragon Swamp Space Origin? Zhou Shun shook his head. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. In fact, I have never been involved in anything related to this aspect. Just give it to me as you see fit." To be honest, after he had 3 rich ladies chasing after him and feeding him, he no longer cared about money. It was just a number to him. Moreover, it was Bai Linger's decision to sell the origin of space to the White Tiger Legion, so he believed that Bai Linger must have her own reasons. In addition, Zhou Shun doesn't like to complicate a simple matter, so for him, no matter what problem you encounter, the simpler the solution, the better. "Okay, that's great." Li Ming was very satisfied with Zhou Shun's answer, and immediately began to explain to Zhou Shun the value of the origin of space. In the 2nd level Poisonous Dragon Swamp, there will be an item called the Poison Pearl. This is an item with a comprehensive score high enough to reach the level. The poison beads can not only be made into one-time attack items, but can also be used to enchant phantom weapons of the same level or lower. Each bead is worth about 30,000 Yuling coins. Add to that the regular output of the Poison Dragon Swamp, such as reinforcement stone fragments, enchantment stone fragments, and other regular rare items, so the price offered by the White Tiger Legion is 5 million Yuling coins. 5 million Yuling coins. Zhou Shun was stunned when he heard this. This price was much higher than he had imagined. Because whether it is the poison beads or precious items such as strengthening stone fragments, this thing is about probability. It doesn't mean that after clearing a dungeon, you will definitely get such and such rewards. Some non-Africans even said that the income from clearing a dungeon is not enough to repair the phantom weapons. In addition, the number of times you can clear the 2nd level copy per day is limited, and you cannot clear it repeatedly, so the value of this thing is not as high as you think. 5 million Yuling coins is already a very ideal price. However, Li Ming on the other side saw Zhou Shun's stunned expression and realized that the other party might be stunned by the price he offered, so he immediately explained. "Are you curious why I offered you such a high price?" Zhou Shun nodded. "Yes, after all, the Poison Dragon Swamp is only a 2nd level copy." Li Ming waved his hand and interrupted him directly. "Do you know the relationship between the Kyoto Armed Forces Academy and the 4 major legions? What is the relationship between the Armed Forces Academy and the 4 major legions?" Li Ming's words awakened Zhou Shun from his dream, and a guess suddenly appeared in his mind. "You mean?" "Yes, it's just what you think. There are not many elite spirit masters in your academy this year, and basically all of them have received attention and selection from the upper echelons. And since the day you were selected, the higher-ups have already begun arranging a series of training plans for you. However, the reason these plans haven't been implemented yet is because you haven't graduated yet. So, to the White Tiger Army, you are one of them." After knowing what happened, Zhou Shun suddenly realized. No wonder Li Ming introduced the entire White Tiger Legion's layout to him in such detail from the first time he met him and treated him as one of his own. It turns out that I have already been spotted by the leader of the White Tiger Army. Doesn't that mean, after he graduates, will he definitely join the White Tiger Corps? "Oh, I have one more thing to remind you," Li Ming said in a deep voice. "Your academy will hold a trial at the end of the month to test the results of your training. If possible, I hope you can act as normal as possible. Because up to now, the White Tiger Army has unilaterally blocked the news that you have passed through the 2nd order alien space, and no one knows your true strength." At this point, Li Ming suddenly realized that his request was a bit excessive. After all, A spirit master of Zhou Shan's age likes to be in the limelight. So how could he understand the meaning of hiding his shortcomings? He immediately changed his words and said, "Of course, this is just my personal request." On the other hand, Zhou Shan didn't have any special reaction. He simply nodded and agreed, "Okay, I promise you." Perhaps Li Ming's idea is right. How can a young man not be frivolous? How can a young man not be full of vigor? Besides, if you are not passionate, can you still be called a young person? But Zhou Shan has lived 2 lives, and he is over 40 years old in total. He is no longer young and frivolous. In his opinion, no matter what era you are in, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger is the right way to go. Never let others know how many cards you have. Very good in that case. I don't have anything else to say. You can go back now. On the other side, in the Legion commander's office, Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian held Chu Lingyun's arms respectively, pouted their lips, and pleaded pitifully, "Father, please help Zhou Shan. He is really excellent." "Yeah, old man, you don't know how hard my brother works." Chu Lingxian vividly relayed to Chu Lingyun the details of Zhou Shan's solo clearing of the poison dragon swamp, word for word. The whole process was highly exciting with no boring moments, and the main theme was that it was fun from beginning to end. So, Zhou Shan only used one sword to pierce the 4th level mutant? Little girl, do you really think your father has never seen a mutant? Also, you just said that Bai Linger has become Zhou Shan's phantom warrior? Is it the Bai Linger I know? Chu Lingxian nodded. Yes, it is Frostmourne. My brother descended from the sky with Frostmourne in his hands and killed the 4th level mutant with one sword. Stop now. I know everything. Chu Lingyun closed his eyes with a look of despair, thinking that he could not keep his daughter after all. Your brother chopped off the head of a 4th level mutant with one sword, right? Chu Lingxian nodded frantically. Yes, that's it. I don't care anyway. We just want to help Zhou Shan get a spot in the family. You can do whatever you want, father. Chu Lingyue assisted from the side. Okay, I know everything. I will discuss this with the elders in the clan, so don't worry. Looking at the figures of his 2 precious daughters leaving gracefully, Chu Lingyun sighed deeply. Love is indeed a good medicine. Looking at the smiles on the 2 girls' faces, he knew that he could finally rest assured. At least I don't have to worry about sending off the young before me anymore. As for the Chu family's training quota, Zhou Shan is at least half a member of the Chu family. He should have been given this position. Chapter 32 by Linger's special physique. Acting like a spoiled sister is the most deadly. At the same time, Zhou Shan, who had appeared near the teleportation array, was talking to someone. The person was a handsome middle-aged man wearing a white robe. This person's eyes were very strange. His deep and cold gaze seemed to see through Zhou Shan, but it also gave people the illusion that they were lifeless, like a pool of stagnant water. Are you Zhou Shan? I am Zhou Shan. Do you know me? Although Zhou Shan's first impression of the other party was a bit strange, at least he did not sense any hostility from the other party, so he nodded cooperatively. I have some things to deal with recently, so I won't pay attention to you often, but I will come to see you again after you graduate. If your strength does not satisfy me, I will kill you with my own hands. By the way, remember my name. I am the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the White Tiger Legion, a 6th-rank spirit master, Zhao Wuji. After saying that, the man turned around and walked into the teleportation array, and then left under Zhou Shan's gaze. You are not sick, are you? Zhou Shan looked confused. He didn't remember his crime. What was the surname Zhao? Moreover, the opponent is a big shot in the White Tiger Corps, the captain of the 3rd Battalion, a 6th-rank spirit master. Is it the original body's fault? But why doesn't he have any impression? Honey, we're back. Little brother, do you miss us? Fortunately, the 2 sisters of the Chu family appeared in time and pulled Zhou Shan's thoughts away from Zhao Wuji. Of course, I miss you guys so much. Hemph, smooth talk. The next morning, Kyoto, Armed Forces Academy, Villa Number 1. After coming back from last night, Zhou Shan slept until 9 in the morning and had no intention of getting up. Land reclamation is a physically demanding job, not to mention that he had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. But Zhou Shan thinks so, but some people don't think so. Zhou Shan, I have something to tell you. Don't sleep yet. Bai Linger appeared from the phantom space at some point in time and sat seriously beside the bed, holding the notebook that she never put down in her hand. Linger, stop making trouble. Let me sleep for a while, just a little while. Zhou Shan didn't even open his eyes. He just changed to a position that he thought was more comfortable and continued to sleep with his head covered. However, the next second, he only felt a little itchy on his face, accompanied by a burst of hot air spraying on his face. It was a very sweet scent, which made Zhoushan intoxicated. He subconsciously opened his mouth, greedily inhaling the fragrance, and opened his eyes at the same time. At this moment, their eyes met, and Bai Linger's blushing face stopped less than 1 centimeter away from Zhoushan's eyes, and the tips of their noses almost touched. The culprit that caused Zhoushan to feel itchy was Bai Linger's long hair. I don't know where she got the courage from, but Bai Linger suddenly moved closer to Zhoushan, snuggled into his arms, pouted her lips gently, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Then, she said in her sweet voice, "Zhoushan, please get up quickly. I really have something to tell you." It is no exaggeration to say that in this situation, any man can't help it. Zhoushan is no exception. He reacted very swiftly and agilely, jumping up from the soft bed and even completing a 720-degree Thomas spin in the air before landing safely. "May I help you, beautiful lady?" At this moment, Bai Linger only needs to release an extremely weak signal, and Zhoushan will be ready to sacrifice himself for love. The next second, Bai Linger slowly unbuttoned her shirt, and Zhoushan also took off his belt. Then, the familiar notebook appeared in Bai Linger's hands again. Zhoushan immediately said that the belt was tied in the wrong square, and he was just adjusting it. Regarding this land reclamation operation, I have summarized a few shortcomings, which are also the areas we need to work on and the direction of our efforts. Good. Linger is indeed my encyclopedia, a good wife, and a professional indeed. Zhoushan shouted loudly and suddenly extended his thumbs up, not sparing his appreciation for Bai Linger. But why did he feel a little embarrassed? Oh, so embarrassing. I want to die. On the other hand, Bai Linger seemed to be shocked by Zhoushan's reaction, and then she figured something out. Her originally flushed face instantly turned into a ripe apple, and she was so beautiful. And the next scene directly shocked a man like Zhoushan, who had little experience for 100 years. Bai Linger's 2 slender, straight long legs seemed to be flushed because of her shyness. 2 white thighs were finally dyed red. This made Zhoushan's mood, which had finally calmed down, hot again. Special physique. This is a special physique. Zhoushan, what are you thinking about? Where Sienna and the others are still watching in the phantom space, if you really can't help it. Before Bai Linger could finish her words, Zhoushan interrupted her with a light cough, ahem. Then he said, "How about we discuss those shortcomings?" Zhoushan thought that after all, he had signed a lifelong contract with the Chu sisters first. If something really happened between him and Bai Linger in advance, it would probably make Ying'er and Sienna sad to some extent, right? Anyway, Bai Linger can't run away from here, and she is still young. It's time for her to grow up. I heard that the 7th brother next door is now too thin to look like a human being. I can't be like him. Okay then. Seeing Zhoushan take the initiative to change the subject, Bai Linger was somewhat reluctant. But then I thought, Zhoushan is here, he won't run away, so there is no need to rush. Then let's talk about the first point first. Your divine control power is at least twice as strong as ordinary control power. This is your advantage, but it is also your disadvantage. Zhoushan was a little confused when he heard this, but he did not interrupt Bai Linger. Bai Linger also cooperated very well and continued, "I'll give you an example and you'll understand. Because according to normal needs, 1 soul control fruit can completely help a level 3 soul control master recover to his peak state. But you, who are at level 0, need at least 2 to recover. This is enough to prove that your divine power recovers very slowly, and the cost of accelerating recovery through external force is extremely high. So this means you have great explosive power, but your ability to sustain combat is poor." Zhoushan is still a little bit dissatisfied with this, because no man would think that he is not durable enough, especially when these words come from your own woman. Fortunately, his explosive power was recognized by his woman. It somewhat balanced him out. As for the second point, Chapter 33, the stunningly beautiful woman Mei Jian touches my face as soon as she comes up. It's just that you are currently relying too much on phantom skills. Among the phantom skills you have mastered, besides summoning the bone dragon, the white tiger star shattering attack is your strongest attack method, and it is also the attack method that consumes the most divine power. If I remember correctly, even with the absorption blessing of Frostmourne, with your divine power in its prime, you can only perform 3 to 4 white tiger star shattering attacks, or 1 bone dragon summon, and then you will need to use the soul control fruit to recover. Am I right? Bai Linger closed the notebook in her hand, looked at Zhoushan seriously and said. Zhoushan nodded thoughtfully, then asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Isn't everyone like this?" In his impression, The phantom masters in this world basically rely on phantom skills to fight. Is there anything wrong with that? Others can do it, but you can't. Bai Linger shook her head, her little face full of regret. Why? Zhou Shun was puzzled. This brings us back to the previous problem. Your divine power recovers too slowly. It will be difficult to continue fighting if you only rely on your own recovery and external help. Okay, after talking for so long, we are back to the same place again. Zhou Shun also understood what Bai Linger meant. Is it that he is not durable enough? But wanting to have super explosive power and the ability to fight for a long time at the same time is a contradiction in itself, isn't it? You can't have your cake and eat it too. It's impossible that Zhou Shun gets all the good things in the world, right? I still say the same thing. Others can't do it, but you can. Zhou Shun was shocked. That's not what you just said. Bai Linger smiled awkwardly. It's not important. What's important is that you have an innate advantage that no one else has. This is because the phantom weapon you contracted has 11 characteristics. And among these 11 characteristics, 7 are related to offense, and 2 are related to control. Hearing this, Zhou Shun seemed to have guessed something. But before he could open his mouth to ask, he saw Bai Linger on the opposite side making a sword-wielding gesture. You can imagine that when you hold a long sword, without using any phantom skills, just by touching the opponent's body with the sword, you can cause 7 completely different types of damage. Breaking the trap can increase your destructive power. Rip allows you to leave wounds on the opponent's body without regard to defense. Sharpness can greatly increase your attack power. Soul Eater can ignore defense and directly cause damage to the target soul. The feedback from the absorption allows you to swing the sword infinitely. The healing ban effect prevents your opponent from recovering, and there is also expulsion. It can prevent your opponent from gaining any abilities. Finally, adding the 2 control properties of shock and charm can create a great attacking opportunity for you. Can you understand what I'm saying? Zhou Shun nodded. Bai Linger had explained it so clearly. If he still didn't understand, he would be no different from a fool. So you mean to say that you want me to learn swordsmanship? But as far as I know, there shouldn't be any swordsmanship masters in the Armed Forces Academy, right? Zhou Shun asked with some confusion. Who said no? Bai Linger said mysteriously. You'll have 10 minutes to wash and change your clothes, then I'll take you to see someone. Half an hour later, under the leadership of Bai Linger, Zhou Shun appeared in the library of the Armed Forces Academy. Linger, it's not that I don't believe you, I just say. The swordsmanship master you mentioned, could it be that he is the librarian? Bai Linger glanced at Zhou Shun unhappily and muttered, What nonsense are you talking about? How can a swordsmanship master be a librarian? That should be. It's the librarian's brother. Well, not as good as a librarian. Zhou Shun gritted his teeth and followed Bai Linger to the 3rd floor of the library, stopping in front of a room marked as the administrator's office. Don't talk nonsense when you go in. Just leave everything to me. The sword master situation is somewhat special. Do not try to provoke him unless necessary. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Faced with Bai Linger's serious instructions, Zhou Shun nodded seriously. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Linger knocked on the door of the administrator's office and called out in a very friendly tone. Sister Jian, are you in there? Is it Linger? The door is not locked, come in. A woman's response was immediately heard from inside the room. Bai Linger pushed open the door, then turned to look at Zhou Shun beside her, motioning him to follow her in. Zhou Shun nodded and followed immediately. But when he saw the situation in the office clearly, he was suddenly stunned. My heart suddenly tightened and I thought to myself, this is impossible. She looks just like her. Especially these eyes. They look like they were carved from the same mold. In the room, a woman who was probably in her 30s was standing in front of the window. When she turned around, she suddenly saw a beautiful face with rosy cheeks and starry eyes. There was pity and shyness in the eyes, like autumn water, like cold stars, like precious pearls, and like 2 balls of black mercury and white mercury. Just this one glance was eternal. Zhou Shun will never forget that in his previous life, when he had accomplished nothing and was in a daze all day long. There was a pair of eyes like this, always appearing by his side, taking care of him, encouraging him, and accompanying him. Even if everyone said that he was just a good-for-nothing, the owner of those eyes would still stick with him. But hemp ropes tend to break at the thinnest part, and misfortune tends to find the unfortunate. Even though Zhou Shun tried his best, he still lost her in the end. Advanced stage cancer. Zhou Shun discovered it too late. Of course, this was also deliberately concealed by the owner of those eyes, because she knew very well that with Zhou Shun's ability at the time, he could not do anything. Instead of being sad together, why not use the remaining time to leave each other with as many good memories as possible? At least in Zhou Shen's world, she had been here. Ying'er, is that you, Ying'er? Thinking of this, Zhou Shen could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He quickly walked in front of Mei Ziyin, his body shaking uncontrollably. He stretched out his hands and subconsciously wanted to touch Mei Ziyin's cheek. Fortunately, Mei Ziyin was very fast, and with just a sidestep, she had already widened the distance between herself and Zhou Shen. Little guy, did you recognize the wrong person? Mei Ziyin is in her 30s after all, and has seen many different kinds of men. But people like Zhou Shen who touch their face right away, cough cough. I've never seen legs like this before. Chapter 34. My sister, do you want it? SS level Tian long leggings. Yes, sorry. I must have recognized the wrong person. A barely perceptible sense of disappointment flashed across Zhou Shen's eyes. This smoke is not that smoke. Not to mention that his Ying'er had died long ago. Even he himself had traveled to another world. The encounter across time and space, that kind of plot only appears in novels. That's Sister Jian. Let me introduce her to you. Bai Linger, who was standing by, saw that the situation was a bit awkward and quickly spoke up to smooth things over. He is Zhou Shen, my master. I came here to... Before Bai Linger finished speaking, Mei Ziyin had already guessed Bai Linger's purpose. Are you here to look for Liu? Who is Liu? Zhou Shen didn't understand, but he was sensible and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Bai Linger nodded and said, Yes, Sister Jian, I hope Shili can teach Zhou Shen swordsmanship. As long as he is willing to teach me everything he knows, I can agree to any conditions. Mei Ziyin smiled bitterly when she heard this and shook her head. Linger, you know Zhili well. What conditions can he have? It's not difficult to learn swordsmanship from Zhili. It all depends on how good this little guy's comprehension is. If your comprehension is high enough, I'm sure Zhili would be very willing to accept you as a disciple for fun. Want to take in a disciple for fun? Zhou Shen was even more confused now, but out of trust in Bai Linger, he still chose to remain silent. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Jian. Please ask Zhili to come out. Mei Ziyin nodded, then walked to the back door of the office and opened it. An indoor garden comes into view. In the center of the garden, a man who looked to be about 20 years old was sitting in a wheelchair, staring blankly at the artificial fountain in the garden. Zhili, your sister Linger is here to see you. Is he Zhili? Mei Zhili, the master who is going to teach him swordsmanship? What a joke, letting a teenager who looks younger than you teach you swordsmanship. Bai Linger, who was standing by, seemed to have guessed Zhou Shen's thoughts. She took the initiative to hold Zhou Shen's arm and whispered in Zhou Shen's ear, Don't judge a person by his appearance. Zhili has a strong theoretical understanding of swordsmanship and is proficient in the art of controlling the sword. He is one of the few remaining swordsmanship masters in our Xia country. Hearing this, Zhou Shen immediately put away his previous contempt for Mei Zhili and put on an expression of amazement. So it's Tathagata? Is it Sister Linger? Mei Zhili, who had been sitting in a wheelchair and staring at the fountain in a daze, became very excited after hearing Bai Linger's name. The moment he turned his body, he almost fell off the wheelchair. Ahem, sorry for the embarrassment. Sorry for the embarrassment. Mei Ziyin, who was standing by, hurried over to help him, explaining, Zhili has liked Linger since he was a child, and he feels uncomfortable if he can't see Linger for a day. At this point, Mei Ziyin suddenly realized that her explanation might cause Zhou Shen to have some unnecessary misunderstandings, and hurriedly continued, Well, little guy, don't get me wrong, in fact, Zhili's love for Linger. Zhou Shen waved his hand to stop Mei Ziyin from continuing, and acted very magnanimously. It should be a swordsman's appreciation for a peerless sword. I can understand this. That Mei Ziyin was very moved when she heard this, but she still explained, It's actually unrequited love. Zhou Shen was furious. How dare you think of my people? Sword coming. Bai Linger stroked his forehead gently. I've already said it's unrequited love. Why are you so excited? Don't worry. I will always be yours in this life, the next life, and the next life. Mei Zhili on the opposite side had a confused look on his face. He then turned his head slightly to look at his sister and asked in a low voice, Sister, why did you bring them here? Are you here to feed me dog food on purpose? Mei Ziyin was also embarrassed. Actually, Linger wanted you to help teach Zhou Shen swordsmanship. If you don't want to, I'll just let them leave. Compared to the sisterly love between herself and Bai Linger, Mei Ziyin obviously cares more about her own brother's attitude. As long as it is something Mei Zhili doesn't like to do, no one can force him. Well, as long as I'm alive one day. Teach swordsmanship? I am willing to do so. I am very willing to do so. Why not? Mei Zhili was overjoyed when he heard this, and thought to himself that he had studied swordsmanship for many years, just to be able to teach a disciple with extraordinary swordsmanship one day. Let his disciples use his swordsmanship, inherit his sword will, walk out of the wheelchair on his behalf, use swordsmanship to defeat all the heroes, and suppress the contemporary world. Let Mei Zhili's name spread to every corner of the world. The more Mei Zhili thought about it, the more excited he became. He wished he could pour all his life's learning into Zhou Shun's body in the form of an enlightenment. Then why don't you come over and become my disciple? Mei Zhili waved in the direction of Zhou Shun, his expression showing his impatience. This behavior of eagerly accepting apprentices made Zhou Shun feel a little off the mark. Ying'er, are you sure this guy who looks only a few years older than me can really teach me swordsmanship? Ying'er nodded. My dear husband, you don't have to worry about his actual sword skills. You just need to learn his sword theory and sword control skills. As a weapon-type phantom armed, Ying'er's sensitivity to swordsmanship far exceeds that of anyone else. Many years ago, she could feel a vague sword intent from Mei Zhili. And as Mei Zhili grows older, the strength of this sword intent is also growing. This feeling can never be wrong. Okay, I understand. Zhou Shun took a few steps forward, bowed and saluted, saying, You and I are of similar age. If I perform the ritual of 3 bows and 9 kowtows, it would be against ethics, unfair to you and unpleasant to me. Today I pay my respects to you. If I become proficient in swordsmanship in the future, I will carve the 3 characters Mei Zhili in the martial temple, so that people can worship me. Mei Zhili was delighted when he heard this. That's great. I will accept you as my disciple today. Zhou Shun's mouth twitched slightly. I accept you as a disciple, but what about the fact that you like my wife Ying'er? Mei Zhili waved his hand disapprovingly. Just because I like your wife doesn't mean I have to have anything happen with her, right? Besides, your wife is liked by so many people. Doesn't this just prove that you have good taste? Of course, if you still feel unhappy, you can also like my sister. If I'm not mistaken, you're still missing a pair of leggings, right? To be honest, my sister has level 1 dragon leggings. In order to take care of me for the past 10 years, she has never signed a contract with the Spirit Master. If you really have that ability, I will definitely not stop you. Ying'er, who was standing by, covered her mouth and laughed secretly, thinking to herself, could it be that today was going to be a double blessing? Those are the level 1 Tianlong leggings. Mei Zhiyan. Chapter 35. After swinging the sword 9.99 million times, I died. Liu, stop talking nonsense. Mei Zhiyan stretched out 2 fingers and tapped Mei Zhili on the head lightly. Then he looked at Zhou Shun with embarrassment and explained, This kid has always been outspoken. Don't take it seriously. This child? Well, now the hierarchy is all messed up. Zhou Shun nodded, then looked at Mei Zhili opposite him and asked, When do we start? Mei Zhili shrugged and said, Any time. Where? Right here. Mei Zhili turned to look at Mei Zhiyan. Sister, thank you for your help. Mei Zhiyan nodded when he heard this, then walked to the wall and pressed a button on the wall. The next second, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently. Just as Zhou Shun was about to shout, Earthquake! Everyone, run! The artificial fountain in the center of the garden began to descend first, and soon it was completely covered by a large martial arts arena. Is this a mechanical device? Mei Zhiyan nodded. I guess so. This is the martial arts arena I built specifically for Liu. When he has nothing to do, Liu likes to practice swordsmanship here the most. The power of family love is great. Ever since Mei Zhili lost both legs in an accident, Mei Zhiyan has taken on the responsibility of taking care of his younger brother. Even for Mei Zhili, Mei Zhiyan resolutely rejected the invitations of several important figures at her awakening conference and refused to become their phantom armed force. In order to take care of her younger brother more conveniently, she chose to stay in the college after graduation and became a librarian. As a mentor at the Armed Forces Academy, Ying'er was naturally very clear about these past events. Therefore, her purpose was not just to ask Mei Zhili to help Zhou Shun improve his swordsmanship, but also to ask Mei Zhiyan for a pair of Tianlong leg guards. But considering that the original Godlord failed to successfully contract Mei Zhiyan, Ying'er just wanted to give it a try. If it succeeds, that would be the best, but if not, it doesn't matter. But at present, perhaps letting Zhou Shun become Mei Zhili's apprentice would be a good breakthrough. After all, people of high status like the Lord God and others would not be able to bring themselves to worship a young boy as their master just for a Tianlong leg guard, right? Okay, I'll leave this place to you guys from now on. I still have work to do, so I'll leave first. For some reason, Mei Jian always felt that there was something wrong with the way Zhoushan looked at her, and that feeling even made her feel a little uncomfortable. I always feel like I have become someone's substitute, which makes me very unhappy. Sister Jian, you go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of this. Liu Ying'er greeted her with a smile, but was rejected by Mei Zhili the next second. Sister Ying'er, please go out first. We don't need you here for the time being. Liu Ying'er was stunned when she heard this. You guys practice swordsmanship? Don't you need a sword? Mei Zhili pointed to the martial arts arena behind him. There were various long swords on the weapon rack. Frostmourne is too powerful. I'm afraid it will destroy this place. Liu Ying'er understood, then gave Zhoushan a helpless look and followed Mei Jian away. At this moment, only Zhoushan and Mei Zhili were left in the room. The two men of similar age looked at each other and fell silent at the same time. After an unknown amount of time, Mei Zhili finally spoke first. If you become proficient in swordsmanship one day, can you help me kill someone? Isn't that the one who cut off your legs? I can promise you. Zhoushan spoke without hesitation. Mei Zhili was a little surprised. How did you guess that? Zhoushan pointed to the other person's empty trouser leg. The wound is very smooth. It doesn't look like an accident. With a hint of bitterness on his lips, Mei Zhili forced a smile and said, the opponent is very strong. Are you afraid? Yes, but if your sister is willing to help, maybe I can give it a try. Zhoushan made no secret of his desire for Mei Jian. Because since the first day he traveled to this world, Dao Qiyan, the dean of the Armed Forces Academy, has told him through practical actions that this is a world where strength and value are paramount. People without value and strength do not deserve to live in this world. The first-level phantom weapon and defensive dragon leggings were equipment that even the Godlord envied, so he naturally didn't want to give them up. What's more, he is the owner of those eyes. Haha, if you want to make a contract with my sister, that depends on your ability. Enough of the small talk. Let me see your talent in swordsmanship first. Mei Zhili raised his hand and pointed to the weapon rack in the center of the martial arts arena. Go and choose a weapon that suits you, then use all you have learned in your life and show it off to your heart's content. 30 minutes later. Without any help from phantom weapons, Zhoushan, who had swung his sword for hundreds of times, was so tired that he couldn't even lift his hands. Outside the martial arts arena, Chu Lingyue, holding melon seeds in her hand, was half leaning on a comfortable recliner, watching the sweaty man in the arena with relish, and in her mind she was planning when she should find a time to get Zhoushan drunk. I don't know how much this guy can drink. On the other side, unlike Chu Lingyue's silence, Chu Lingxian was holding up a cheerleading flower that she got from somewhere and cheering for Zhoushan from time to time. Come on, little brother. Come on, little brother. Little brother. A man can't say no. Come on, 100 more times, 100 more times. Zhoushan wants to cry but has no tears. He secretly thought that this girl was talking without any pain in her waist. Without the support of the phantom weapon, it was already very difficult for him to hold on for half an hour, right? And how does his first wife know how to eat? Boy, is this all you have got? Mei Zhili closed the book in his hand and looked at Zhoushan with disappointment. If you can't even swing a sword, you might as well go home and farm. Swordsmanship is useless. Not for you. Zhoushan was furious. That's easy to say. Why don't you try swinging the sword continuously for half an hour? As soon as he said this, Mei Zhili outside the court laughed. Ha ha ha, only half an hour? Don't accuse me of bullying you. You can rest for 10 minutes now. After 10 minutes, every time you swing your sword once, I will swing it 3 times. Then we will compete to see who can't stand it first. How do you think? Zhoushan had no reason not to agree to this statement. Since neither side has the support of phantom weapons, if you can't even beat a disabled person, you can really go home and farm. But before that, Zhoushan looked at the book in Mei Zhili's hand with a very resentful look, especially the few big words on the cover. I swung my sword 9.99 million times. I am invincible. Are you planning to teach me swordsmanship according to what's written here? Mei Zhili smiled awkwardly and threw the book away. Ahem, this is just my hobby, just to kill time. That's better. Chapter 36 Sister, what do you think of Zhoushan? 2 hours later. Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian have returned to the phantom space to sleep. In Chu Lingxian's words, Zhoushan, who wields a sword like a robot, is especially helpful for sleeping. And because they were indoors, coupled with the illumination of the incandescent light, even Zhoushan felt that he was about to fall asleep. However, whenever he saw the disabled person sitting in a wheelchair, who swung the sword faster than himself, the sleepiness in his heart instantly disappeared. Not only did he swing the sword faster than himself, he didn't even change his hands. He always held the sword with one hand. and in the other hand there appeared a novel written by some brainless author, saying something like, "Swing the sword billions of times. I'm invincible again." At this point, even Joshin had to admit that this guy might really be a kendo genius. But there was one thing that made it hard for him to let go. Joshin really had some doubts. This guy learned all his sword skills from those stupid novels he had read. Why? There's a flower on my face? Meijili chuckled, as if he had seen through Zhou Shan's little thoughts. Then he threw the "I'm invincible" in his hand away. "If I remember correctly, you have swung your sword 1,000 times since you stepped onto the martial arts arena. How is it? Do you have any special feelings?" Special feeling? Zhou Shan was stunned when he heard this. Then he closed his eyes and tried to feel his body, hands, and the sword in his hand. Then he nodded. "It does feel a bit unusual." Meijili chuckled. "Yes, it seems that you have a high level of understanding. Tell me about that feeling." "I'm tired, hungry, and a little sleepy." "Very good. Keep swinging your sword, you piece of trash." That night, when Liu Ying'er came back to pick up the people, Zhou Shan seemed to have suddenly seen his relatives, and his eyes immediately became moist. "Ying'er, my dear wife, where have you been all day? Why did you come back just now?" Liu Ying'er looked at Zhou Shan, who threw himself into her arms with tears streaming down his face, and for a moment she didn't know whether she should be happy or smile secretly. Reaching out and gently patting Zhou Shan's back. "I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to get used to the food at the academy, so I went to the market to buy fresh fruits and vegetables and made a big table of delicious food. Let's go home." After hearing the word home, Zhou Shan immediately became energetic. He forced himself to hold on to his tired body, straightened his chest and raised his head, looked at Meijili and said, "The outcome between you and me is still undecided. Let's fight again if we are destined to." "Humph. I practiced sword swinging for a whole day, but I didn't learn anything. This place is so shabby." Zhou Shan said he would never come again no matter what. However, Meijili on the opposite side just smiled contemptuously, threw his long sword into the air, and shouted, "Sword control technique?" The ordinary long sword was instantly wrapped by an invisible force and soared into the sky. Finally, it stopped less than an inch away from the indoor ceiling. Meijili waved his hand again, fingers together to form a sword, aiming at the weapon rack above the center of the martial arts arena. "Kill!" At the moment when the word "kill" came out, the weapon rack shattered with a loud bang, and even a hole more than 1 meter deep was cut out in the center of the ring. The way of the sword is vague, the sword energy is few, the man and the sword become one. The two energies are of the same origin. The sword is controlled by the energy, and everything is invincible. The sword is born from the heart, the sword spirit responds, the energy enters the sword is controlled and flies. Wherever the sword energy goes, the world is crisscrossed. "Young man, you still have a long way to go." Zhou Shan stared at the scene in front of him in amazement, and the word "fuck" came out of his mouth. "Is this the art of controlling the sword? Master, teach me." Zhou Shan left in the end, not for any other reason, but because it was getting late and Meijili, as an ordinary person, also needed to rest. Meijian looked helplessly at the arena that was damaged by his brother and said distressedly, "I have to spend money to repair it again. Sister, I have something I want to discuss with you." Meijili scratched his head in embarrassment, seeming to be somewhat annoyed by his behavior. "Before, I just wanted to let Zhou Shan see my strength, but I forgot that the martial arts arena in the room was built by my sister with her own salary, penny by penny. With this strike of my sword, I estimate that my sister's food allowance for next month will be reduced by half again. I know what you want to say, so you don't have to say it. Meiji has taken care of his brother for so many years. How could he not know what he is thinking? But sister, you are already 30 years old this year. If you keep dragging it on, you're getting old." Meijili's eyes were a little moist, and his expression was very painful. He hated himself so much, hated his incompetence, and hated himself for being a burden to his sister. He hated himself even more for not dying at that man's hands. If it wasn't for taking care of him, he couldn't imagine how powerful Meiji Yin would be now. You have to know that he is the God Lord, the sky of the entire Xia kingdom. Regardless of status or strength, he is the strongest existence. This is an opportunity that many people would break their heads to get. But his silly sister unilaterally rejected the Lord's contract request in order to take care of this useless person. "Silly Liu, I'm your sister, for you. No matter what I lost, I never regretted it, even for a moment. You lost your legs, so your sister is your legs." He rubbed Meijili's head and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of his brother's eyes. Meijian turned around and walked behind Meijili, pushing the wheelchair out of the room. Kyoto is beautiful at night. I'll take you out for a walk. Mei Zhili nodded imperceptibly, but the desire to leave his sister had not diminished in the slightest, and it was even stronger. Sister, what do you think of the person Sister Linger brought today? When Mei Jian heard this, Zhou Shun's appearance and the strange look he gave her appeared in her mind. Shaking her head, Mei Jian thought it was just a casual chat between siblings and said casually, "Not very good. His eyes are weird." Mei Zhili immediately became interested when he heard this. What's so strange about it? Well, how should I put it? Mei Jian thought for a moment and then said, I knew he was looking at me, but I always felt like he was looking at someone else. It felt like, in his eyes, I had become someone else's replacement. This feeling made me very uncomfortable. I have to say that Mei Jian's intuition is quite accurate. Her guess is basically consistent with Zhou Shan's idea. But when he found out that my phantom weapon was the first-class Sky Dragon leggings, his look changed. So, this is a very realistic man. I don't like him. Mei Zhili held an opinion that was opposite to Mei Jian's final conclusion. Is it realistic? Actually, there's nothing wrong with being realistic, especially in this world where strength is everything. Realism is also an advantage. Chapter 37. 3 families divide the Zhou and the Chu sisters plot. 7 days passed. Inside the martial arts arena, Zhou Shun was sweating profusely, and the weapon in his hand had been changed from an ordinary long sword to a heavy black iron sword. This time, under the guidance of Mei Zhili, he has begun to try to integrate the power of divine control into the sword in order to increase the speed and strength of the sword. Okay, it's noon. Time to eat? Mei Jian pushed open the door, holding a tray full of food. Wow, are these all made by Sister Yin herself? They look delicious. Zhou Shan put down the sword in his hand and quickly walked to Mei Jian's side. Like a homeless person who has been hungry for days, he grabbed the food on the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. On the other hand, Mei Jian, who was holding the food tray, not only did not blame Zhou Shun, but even had a happy smile on her face. After a week of getting along, Mei Jian's impression of Zhou Shun has also changed. After all, in her opinion, no matter whether Zhou Shun is realistic or not, he is just a child who has just turned 18 years old. The innocence and high spirits of a teenager, as well as his ability to face challenges head-on and his perseverance, are all fully reflected in Zhou Shun. Reality and sincerity are just a matter of her own thoughts. At least Zhou Shun never took the initiative to mention that he wanted to sign a contract with him, and since Zhou Shun came over, a smile appeared on Mei Zhili's face, which was extremely rare. As long as my brother is happy, that's enough. Isn't it? Eat slowly. I know you've consumed a lot of energy during training, so I prepared an extra portion for you. Mei Zhili, who was standing by, was also watching the scene with a smile on his face, thinking that things seemed to be developing in the direction he had expected. After we finish eating, I'll take you to a place to check the results of your training over the past few days. After saying this, Mei Zhili seemed to have thought of something and quickly added, by the way, no phantom weapons are allowed. Zhou Shun was stunned when he heard this. Are you going to play a dungeon? Wouldn't it be a bit too arrogant to go into a dungeon without the phantom weapons? In Zhou Shun's opinion, if a spirit master goes into a dungeon without a phantom weapon, it is like a soldier going into the battlefield empty-handed, which is meaningless except for committing suicide. Because 5-star General MacArthur once said that you don't need to bring phantom weapons when going into a dungeon, but you can't go without them. Mei Zhili shook his head. Don't worry, it's not a dungeon. Oh, okay. I'll listen to you. After lunch, Mei Jian pushed Mei Zhili's wheelchair, and Zhou Shan followed them out of the Armed Forces Academy. After walking for about half an hour, we arrived at the door of a martial arts school called the Dragon Crossing the River. You can't cross the river without a fierce dragon. Your goal today is to use only swordsmanship without using phantom weapons. Defeat all the disciples in this martial arts school. How about it? Do you have confidence? Zhou Shun's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, is Mei Zhili bringing him here to challenge him? In his previous life, he had watched many movies about martial arts masters challenging other martial artists. He even fantasized that one day he would be able to replace the protagonist in the movie and challenge another martial artist in the real world, or be kicked out. This kind of romance that belongs only to men is so desirable. Don't worry, I have confidence in my ability. That night, Zhou Shun, with a bruised face and nose, returned to Villa Number 1. Under the questioning of Liu Ying'er and the other 2 girls, he reluctantly told them about what happened today. Damn it. This Mei Zhili is really a piece of shit. They said they wouldn't let me use the power of divine control, but the crazy people in the martial arts gym didn't follow any martial ethics. They use the power of divine control to perfection without any reason at all. Ouch, it hurts. My dear wife Yue, please be gentler. Chu Lingyue covered her mouth and laughed while applying medicine to Zhou Shan. Chu Lingxian was looking for angles to take photos of Zhou Shan and herself and posted them all on WeChat Moments with a caption, "This is what happens when you don't listen to your wife." Only Bai Linger was writing something in her notebook thoughtfully. After Zhou Shan finished explaining the whole story, he asked, "My dear husband, you haven't told me how you got out yet?" Zhou Shan's face changed, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he said, "I waited until they were tired of fighting, and the power of defense in my body was exhausted, so I ran out." Ha 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 ha. This time Chu Lingyue couldn't hold it in anymore, so she simply stopped pretending and burst into laughter. "Hubby, you are too miserable, aren't you?" Zhou Shan was furious. "I was beaten up like this, and you can still laugh. Are you still my first wife? Is there anyone who laughs at his own man like you?" Chu Lingyue seemed to realize that she might have laughed too loudly and quickly comforted him. "Husband, don't be angry. Tell me which martial arts school it is, and I will find someone to tear it down to help you vent your anger, okay?" Ahem. Zhou Shan coughed after hearing that and quickly waved his hand. "That's not necessary. I will definitely make up for the loss I made today. I knew my husband was the best." Chu Lingyue seemed very satisfied with Zhou Shan's answer. Her smile like a bright star made Zhou Shan's heart move. He secretly thought that he had been under contract with the Chu sisters for such a long time, but apart from some changes in the names, no actual actions had been taken. If it were any other spirit master, even the baby's heartbeat would have almost healed, right? No, I have to find a way to catch up. Thinking of this, Zhou Shan deliberately left his door open when he went to bed at night, and lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread, looking like he was ready to be picked. Little did they know that the three women in the phantom space also did not sleep all night and were wary of each other. If one of them wanted to leave the phantom space, the joint approval of the other two would be required. "Sister, we can't go on like this. How about we talk to Sister Linger and do it together?" Chu Lingxian had a bitter face and said aggrievedly, "What are you talking about, little girl? Do you want us to be 404 ed?" Chu Lingyue stroked her forehead with a helpless look on her face. "But dragging it on like this is not a solution. I heard that Zhang Jinyu and Zhuang Boli next door are both pregnant. Don't worry, I have already made a perfect plan that will be implemented soon." The next morning, "Listen up everyone in the way of the dragon. Your Uncle Zhou is back again. Today is my daughter's second birthday, and I'm going to give you 10 chapters and 20,000 words. Asking for blessings from my brothers, urging for updates and giving good reviews on the bookshelf is the best blessing for Shenju. Grateful." Chapter 38. Kill the Ugly Ones. I didn't ask you to kill the ugly ones. September 30th. The first month of the military academy is coming to an end. Under the witness of all the students, 5 groups of elite spirit masters appeared on the screen of the martial arts hall. That's right, 5 groups, not the 4 groups previously booked. Seventh brother is awesome. He only took 1 month to advance from an ordinary spirit master to the elite group. How did he do it? I heard that although the phantom weapon that Brother 7 contracted is only level 1, the family behind it is extremely powerful. It should have helped Brother 7 a lot. Wow, so that's how it is. I'm so envious of him. Tisk, what's there to be envious of? Look at how skinny Brother 7 is. Think about the 7 female demons in his family. As the saying goes, it's true that we should kill the ugly ones, but I don't mean to kill the ugly ones. By Yuan Fong, the director of studies who presided over the academy trial, coughed lightly, and the entire martial arts hall fell silent in an instant. Ahem, everyone be quiet. Today is the annual elite student trial day of our academy. The main purpose of gathering everyone here to watch is to let everyone witness the growth of several groups of newcomers and the efforts the academy has made in training newcomers. Everyone has a scoring device in their hands. You can rate your favorite contestants later. The spirit master with the lowest comprehensive score will lose the qualification for elite training. At the same time, the spirit master with the highest comprehensive score will receive the mysterious grand prize provided by this year's academy. Okay, everyone, please be patient for now. The trial is about to begin. The scene changed, and in the main hosting room above the martial arts performance hall, projections of Dean Dao Qian and the 4 legion commanders, as well as the Lord God himself, were present. At this time, Dao Qian, the hardworking human trafficking leader, was sparing no effort to show off the results of his training of several groups of elite spirit masters in the past month. First of all, among these 5 groups of elite spirit masters, The one who has made the greatest improvement and the fastest progress is naturally the combination of Li Wei and Liu Ying'er. In just 1 month, under the careful instruction and care of the academy instructors, their levels were raised to the 3rd level of defense and the 7th level of reinforcement respectively. So what is the price of Li Wei and Liu Ying'er? Dao Qitian smiled shyly, looked at the big guys with greed on his old face, and raised a finger. Starting with 200 strengthening stones, isn't that too much? Bai Yuanshan remained calm upon hearing this. He neither agreed nor refused. He just looked at Bai Yuanfang below. I am the eldest son of the Bai family. Is the dean using me well? Who is Bai Yuanshan? He is the old commander of the Azure Dragon Army. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is old and wise. You talk to me about the price, so I will talk to you about favors. It's not that I can't afford 200 strengthening stones, but the Dean of Studies Bai Yuanfang is more cost-effective. Well, how about starting at 190 yuan? After a little consideration, Dao Qitian decided to give some ground. My son is only worth 10 strengthening stones? Bai Yuanshan was furious. This old guy is going too far. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the dean started crying. Captain Bai, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you run a household. I have a large group of people to support, and I can't even see a single hair after distributing 180 reinforcement stones. If you talk to me about human relationships, then I will cry poor to you. We are all people of status, so don't go too far. Okay, then my granddaughter is still a tutor here. How do you settle this account? Then reduce it by another $10. Fuck you, you old bastard. I'm younger than you. Seeing that the two had almost finished arguing, the God Lord knew that it was his turn to take the stage. He then coughed lightly and said slowly, Ahem, we are all old people, and it is not decent for us to quarrel over a few strengthening stones. I think it's better to do this. If the strength shown by Levi and Liu Ying'er in the next trial is worth the money, then Captain Bai will not only pay you 180 reinforcement stones, I will also personally reward you with an additional 50 enchantment stones and 5 million Yuling coins. Dean Qitian, what do you think? 180 strengthening stones, 50 enchantment stones, plus 5 million Yuling coins. With such a generous reward, how could Dao Qitian not be satisfied? He immediately nodded in agreement. God is righteous. Bai Yuanshan also nodded slightly and expressed his gratitude to the Lord God. But don't be too happy too soon. If these two little guys don't perform well in the next trial, then the price? But it will shrink. Dao Qitian smiled confidently. Don't worry, Lord God. These two will definitely not let you down. As for the next few groups, Feng Feifeng's spirit control level is late stage 2, and the enhancement levels of his 2 phantom spirit weapons are both level 3. Feng Manlu is similar, so the final transaction prices are Feng Feifeng, 100 strengthening stones, 20 enchantment stones, and 2 million Yuling coins. The bidder is the Xuanwu Legion. Feng Manlu, 120 strengthening stones, 20 enchantment stones, and 2 million Yuling coins. The bidder is the Sazaka Legion. Of course, the enchanted stones and imperial spirit coins here are all paid for by the God Lord. As long as the student's performance is worth the money, the God Lord may be happy and give more rewards on top of this price. This is how the selection of students has been done over the years. But if the student's performance does not satisfy the Lord, then Dao Qitian will be in trouble. Because when the Lord God is happy, he can do anything, but if someone makes him unhappy, he will get angry. Finally, there is Zhou Shun, a logistics and spiritual master with superb talent. The current level is level 1, the enhancement level of the phantom weapon is level 3, and the price is tentatively set at 50 enhancement stones. At this point, Dao Qitian's old face suddenly turned ugly. He never dreamed that the group of spirit masters he had the most optimistic about could only be sold at the lowest price. This isn't scientific. For example, a spirit controller with a high level of talent like Brother Qi can gain 5 points of control power by killing an alien creature of the same level in a dungeon. Then with Zhou Shun's level of talent, he should be able to gain 50 points of defensive power by killing an alien creature of the same level, right? It shouldn't be too much to say that the ability to absorb the power of defense differs 10 times between level and level, right? Of course, if Dao Qitian knew that the power of control in Zhou Shun's body was not just ordinary power of control, but divine power of control, he probably wouldn't think so. Chapter 39. The trial begins. Liu Ying'er's confidence. The Lord looked at Zhou Shun thoughtfully, with a playful smile on his face. Then he turned to look at Chu Lingyun and said, Your Chu family's son-in-law is only worth 50 strengthening stones. Don't you have anything to say? Chu Lingyun curled his lips when he heard this, That's too high. In my opinion, it's only worth 5 reinforcement stones. The godlord laughed and said, I think it's 5 divine stones, right? Chu Lingyun closed his mouth, neither admitting nor refuting. Anyway, this money is saved today. That. How about a cheaper price? Dao Qitian's face also changed. As a shrewd man, how could he not see Chu Lingyun's displeasure? He thought to himself that even if he was a pig, with one-on-one instruction from the instructor he sent over for a whole month, he should have been able to reach level 2 at least. But Zhoushan obviously looks like he has just achieved a breakthrough, which is really disappointing. At last, Zhoushan's transaction price has also been announced, successfully breaking the lowest price of elite spirit masters of the Armed Forces Academy in recent years. 30 strengthening stones, 10 enchantment stones, and 500,000 Yuling coins. Dao Qitian regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Fortunately, Chu Lingyun did not want to give up Zhoushan's idea. Although the money he paid was not much, at least it was sold. Compared to the seventh brother who used backdoors and connections to try to get a last chance in front of the big guys, he is already lucky. Ahem, since the price has been set, let's just wait and see what happens next. Following Dao Qitian's order, the 5 groups of spirit masters in the picture also moved at the same time. Enter the nightmare-level dungeon, the lava cave. A third-tier copy? Or a nightmare-level copy? Doesn't this college think too highly of them? Zhoushan and his 4 companions were teleported to a lava cave, and passages in 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, appeared around them. According to the rules, each spirit master needs to choose a channel to enter individually, which makes it more convenient for the spirit masters to demonstrate their own strength. But this time, because seventh brother joined temporarily, there was one extra spot that had already been allocated. Several people looked at each other, and for a moment, they were a little undecided. But soon, under Liu Ying'er's kind reminder, Li Wei took the initiative to walk towards Zhoushan's location. Zhoushan, I heard that you are still a level 1 spirit master, so I decided to go with you and escort you. What do you think? Under normal circumstances, Levi's actions might be regarded as well-intentioned by everyone, but on a special day like today, it was full of ill intentions. What is the purpose of trials? It is to demonstrate one's own value through fighting, to leave a good impression on the big guys above, and thus increase one's own worth. As a third-level spirit master, Li Wei is the strongest among the elite spirit masters of this session. If he travels with Zhoushan, it is conceivable that his brilliance will completely overshadow Zhoushan's existence, and even worse. After this trial, whether Zhoushan can still be called an elite is really debatable. However, just as Levi was about to approach Zhoushan, he saw a wooden sword falling from the sky and stabbing straight into the soil in front of Levi. The sword body trembled slightly, making a series of sword sounds. I have cuckold phobia. If you come near me, I will chop you to death. After Zhoushan said this indifferently, he didn't even look at Li Wei and walked straight towards the entrance of the passage behind him. It was not until he passed by Brother 7 that he stopped, looked at the increasingly thin body, and said meaningfully, If you need a chance to perform and prove yourself, you can come with me. The 7th brother nodded quickly, took out the spirit bag that he had bought at a huge price, and equipped himself with all 7 pieces of phantom weapons. At the same time, he told his 7 women to just stay in the Yuling bag and not to come out and cause trouble. Just before Zhoushan and Qigu were about to disappear at the entrance of the passage, Liu Ying'er, who was sitting on Li Wei's shoulder, suddenly shouted, Zhoushan, wait a moment. On the other hand, Zhoushan seemed not to hear Liu Ying'er's cry. He put on the invisible cloak and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Damn you! You idiot! How dare you ignore me? Liu Ying'er looked in the direction where Zhoushan disappeared, and cursed angrily. I was originally planning to give you a chance to get in touch with a 7th level boss. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. You don't even know what you're missing. Li Wei nodded calmly and agreed softly. That's right. Zhoushan is still too young and doesn't even realize what it means to be. Life is precious, but love is more precious. If you have a big thigh to hold, you can throw away both. Ying'er, let's go too. Liu Ying'er nodded and pointed to one of the passages. Let's take this road. I have a feeling there's something we want in here. Levi's eyes lit up when he heard this. After a month of getting along, he had come to admire the woman on his shoulder more and more. Whether in terms of the means of seducing men or the combat awareness in the dungeon, she completely crushes me. He has completely regarded Liu Ying'er as his partner. However, partners are partners. On the surface, the two are in a cooperative relationship, but in private, they just play their own games. Liu Ying'er and Yang Dianfeng lived on the 2nd floor. while Li Wei and his new girlfriend lived on the first floor. After all three groups of spirit masters entered the passage, the remaining Feng Feifeng and Feng Manlu looked at each other and made a gesture of invitation to each other. If you want to gain the attention of the upper-level bosses, strength is one thing, and quality is another. Humility and courtesy have been beautiful qualities of human beings since ancient times. I heard that your Zhang Jinyu and Zhuang Boli are pregnant. Why don't you stay at home and take care of the baby instead of running dungeons? What? Do you want to have a wild fight in the lava cave? Feng Manlu is a very well-mannered person, and the first thing he did was to greet Feng Feifeng's family. But this cannot be entirely blamed on him, because Feng Manlu is a very traditional man, and he looks down on Feng Feifeng's behavior of getting pregnant before marriage from the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, Feng Feifeng was no less arrogant. You are talking nonsense, damn it. Which bastard spread rumors about me? I am pregnant with you. Humph, scum. Feng Manlu snorted coldly, left a word of praise for Feng Feifeng, and entered the third passage without looking back. Fuck. Just wait for me. I'm going to fuck you sooner or later. Chapter 40. You can be lazy, but you can't be a complete loser. In the dim passage, the stealth cloak's effect was brought to its fullest potential. If Chigo hadn't seen Joshin following him with his own eyes, he would have had no idea that there was someone following him. That classmate Zhou, are you still here? As the seventh brother walked forward, he turned his head to look behind him where no one was, and asked cautiously. However, in the entire passage, apart from the occasional sound of his own breathing and heartbeat, there was no response. After several inquiries without success, Brother Qi had no choice but to move forward alone. This kid Zhou, is he planning to rely on the stealth cloak to slack off throughout the whole process and then follow behind Brother Qi to pass this trial? Inside the martial arts hall, everyone looked at Zhou Shun, who was dozens of meters behind seventh brother on the screen, and talked about it in unison. I was saying that Zhou Shun was no good, otherwise he wouldn't have just broken through to level 1 now. It's obvious that he doesn't have much combat power. You can't say that. Zhou Shun is a logistics spirit master. He will be in charge of the logistics department after graduation. What's wrong with his combat power being weak? This is very reasonable. Humph, I think the ranking of this year's elite spirit masters should be changed. Levi killed a level 3 lava giant in 1 second with just one strike of the sword. He is definitely the ceiling of the newcomer's combat power. Nonsense, who wouldn't want to show their strongest side at a time like this? Inside the main office, Chu Lingyun clenched his fists tightly, feeling the teasing gazes of his colleagues. This kid, Li Ming did tell you to keep a low profile, but he didn't tell you to slack off the whole time. However, considering that Zhou Shun had the ability to open up a second-level alien dimension before he even broke through, Chu Lingyun could only swallow his anger. Otherwise, with Dao Qiyin's black-hearted character, he would probably offer himself the highest price in history. Why do I always feel that there is something wrong with this boy's aura? The Lord always felt that something was not right, because even with his eyesight, he could not see anything just by looking at the screen. Unless, it seems that I have to find an opportunity to meet Zhou Shun. 3 minutes later. In the picture, Brother Qi finally encountered his first enemy, a lava soldier of level 2. There is no need to say much about the course of the battle. As a level 2 spirit master who has contracted 7 pieces of phantom weaponry, if he cannot even defeat a level 2 lava soldier in the early stages, then there is no need to continue trying. But even so, Brother Seven's existence finally attracted the attention of several bigwigs. If I'm not mistaken, this guy's choice of phantom weapons is not as random as it seems. Bai Yuanshan stroked his goatee and muttered thoughtfully. Dagger, leggings, shoes, cloak, necklace, earrings, and belt. If nothing goes wrong, they should all be phantom weapons related to increasing speed. They are preparing to go the assassin route. If I recruit him and train him to be a scout, he would be a talented person. Ancient One echoed. Then he turned to look at Chu Lingyun. I heard that your White Tiger Corps scout team suffered heavy losses due to the sneak attack of the 7 religions some time ago. Don't you have any idea of replenishing fresh blood? Chu Lingyun's expression was a little ugly. If possible, he really wanted to train a new batch of Legion scouts, but let's forget about this 7th brother. Using resources that can train 7 people at the same time to train 1 person, even if the Chu family is rich and powerful, they cannot afford to be taken advantage of. Lord, I heard that your guards are recruiting recently. Seeing that Chu Lingyun ignored him, Gui had no choice but to target the God Lord. However, the god who was sitting in the main seat did not even raise his eyelids and directly refused. I am rich, but I am not stupid. Why, since you, Ancient One, are so interested in this kid, Why don't you take him in yourself? Gui smiled awkwardly when he heard this, and then nothing happened. You are not stupid. So is he stupid? But there is nothing that can be done about it, because one of the phantom warriors that the seventh brother has contracted is from his wife's family. Now that his wife has spoken, whether it succeeds or not, he has to give an explanation to her family, right? Brother Chi Tian. Look, no one wants this Xiaoqi. If you really don't want it, just give it to me. Just think of it as a gift from Feng Feifeng. What do you think? Since Gui had spoken, Dao Qitian naturally had nothing to say and immediately agreed to buy a copy of Fei Feng as a gift for Xiaoqi. After all, you have accepted the gift from others, so you should be flexible when necessary. However, when Chu Lingyun, who was standing by, saw that Gui had taken down a scout seed without spending a penny, he immediately expressed his unhappiness. Can it be a gift? Please get to the point next time. Gui chuckled and said, how about you? I'll give it to you if you want. Their Xuanwu Legion has no shortage of scouts, and bringing such a relative into their legion would make it somewhat inconvenient to manage them in the future. What if this kid has nothing better to do and goes to his wife's family to complain? So, Gui really had no other choice but to reluctantly accept seventh brother. Really? I have to say, Chu Lingyun was really moved. Because he didn't intend to spend too much resources on this person, he just provided him with a platform for improvement. As for how far one can go in the future, all depends on one's own luck. There are so many undeveloped alien spaces in the Hengduan Mountains. If you are really capable, you can create a world for yourself. By then, won't he, Chu Lingyun, be moved to tears? If he can't get out, that's his fate. Of course, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Great deal. In this way, the seventh brother was first given to the leader of the Xuanwu army, Gu Yi, by Dao Qitian as a gift from Feng Feifeng, and then given to the leader of the White Tiger army, Chu Lingyun, by Gu Yi. He has become a gift from Zhou Shun, the cheapest spirit master in history. My dear husband, after this trial is over, can you accompany me to Sichuan? Bai Linger's voice rang through the phantom space and rang in Zhou Shun's ears. Sichuan? Is it the Sichuan guarded by the Azure Dragon army? What are you going there for? Well, you'll know when you get there anyway. Okay, I'll do as you say. Chapter 41. I seriously suspect Zhou Shen of match fixing. 10 minutes later, in the passage where Zhou Shan was, Brother Seven finally encountered the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered, a level 3 lava giant. Brother Zhou, are you still there? As an assassin-type spirit master, the result of confronting a level 3 lava giant head-on can be imagined. 3 of the phantom weapons on Brother Seven's body have been broken, and the remaining 4 pieces probably won't last much longer. If all 7 pieces of phantom armor lose their durability, he will have no choice but to withdraw from this trial. Not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but he wouldn't even be able to afford the subsequent repair costs. In other words, Brother Seven has reached the end of his path as a spirit master. This is not the result he wanted, nor is it what Zhou Shen wanted. So, Brother Zhou, my life has been like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can make it to the other side? Zhou Shen heard this and canceled his anonymity. He cracked some melon seeds while looking at the ragged seventh brother beside him. I will only take action once, if after one time. If you still can't make it to the other side, then this is your fate. The next second, a white tiger formed entirely by divine power soared into the sky, turned into a meteor and slammed into the lava giant. White tiger star shattering strike. The power of divine control. Yuling coins. As expected of a special copy of the Armed Forces Academy, it's ridiculously stingy. After one strike, the indestructible lava giant in everyone's eyes was directly blasted into pieces by the white tiger star crusher. On the other hand, Zhou Shun spat out 2 pieces of melon seed skin from his mouth and put on the cloak of invisibility again. Brother Qi, who was standing by, looked up at the place where Zhou Shun disappeared, as well as 2 pieces of melon seed shells that fell from the sky, and he immediately felt unwell. What the hell just happened? Can someone explain this to me? Outside the dungeon, all the contestants watching the excitement in the martial arts hall were stunned. What a joke. A level 1 Zhou Shun killed a level 3 lava beast in seconds, and he did it with his bare hands? Yeah, even Levi at level 3 needs the cooperation of Liu Ying'er at level 7. How did Zhou Shun do it? Don't mention it, don't mention it. Zhou Shun has started eating melon seeds again, and they appear out of thin air one after another. I am so greedy just looking at them. Peanuts, melon seeds, small stools, drinks, bread, and mineral water. Each one costs 1,000 Yuling coins. First come, First served. There are only 1,000 copies. Why the hell don't you go grab them? I'm just trying to snatch it. I'm a senior in the university. Do you dare to say no? Senior from the senior year? Wow, I'm so touched. You could have just snatched it away, but you gave me a bag of melon seeds instead? Host room. Dao Qitian and Chu Lingyun looked at each other. Xiao Chu, I have something I want to discuss with you. Chu Lingyun's face darkened when he heard this, and he thought to himself that this guy was really planning to change his mind. Fortunately, I had already paid the money before, and it was all witnessed by the Lord God. The money and the person are cleared, and no one can find any fault. Dean Dao, I think there is nothing more for us to talk about, and if nothing unexpected happens, I plan to take Zhou Shan away from the Armed Forces Academy after this trial is over. After all, with your existing resources, I'm afraid it will be difficult to meet the needs of Zhou Shan's future training, right? Chu Lingyun's words were ambiguous. First, he stated that Zhou Shan now had nothing to do with the Armed Forces Academy. Then he pointed out that the Armed Forces Academy had played no role in Zhou Shan's training. Otherwise, it would not have taken him a whole month to break through to the first level. Dao Qitian knew that he was in the wrong, but he was unwilling to watch his god of wealth being bought by someone at the lowest price in history. After much thought, I can only focus on the Lord God. Master Divine Lord, I now strongly suspect that Zhou Shan is playing a fake match. Maybe there is someone behind this who is giving him advice. How do you think we should deal with this matter? It has to be said that as an experienced human trafficking leader, Dao Qitian's intuition is very accurate. He even doubted that the strength Zhou Shan had shown so far was only the tip of the iceberg of his total strength. If this is revealed before the price is agreed upon, no matter how much more it is, if the price is less than 500 strengthening stones, no one will be able to do anything. Yeah, that's a bit too much. The Lord looked at the melon seed peel on the screen, narrowed his eyes, and said thoughtfully, but since the deal has been completed, the money has been paid, even if I am the Lord of God, I can't break the rules, right? Seeing that the god had no intention of speaking for him, Dao Qitian yelled and stopped. Drops of water as big as crocodile tears came and went, and the old eyes turned red in an instant. Thinking back to the old days, I still remember that I was a young man with high aspirations. I worked diligently in the personal guard under the command of the old god, worked tirelessly, and made great contributions. Later, the old dean came to me and said that he was old and could no longer work and could not continue to train talents for Xiagua. I was entrusted with the task of saving the country from disaster. I fought bravely for 10 years and wrote hundreds of articles to show my character. This lasted for more than 30 years. Now the old god is gone, the old dean is gone, and I am old too. No one cares about me anymore, and no one will pat me on the shoulder and tell me, Qitian, just go for it. As long as you can train talents for Xia country, no matter who is in power in the future, you will not be treated unfairly. But now it seems that I made a mistake after all. I thought Qitian had high aspirations when he was young, but his life was as fragile as paper when he was old. This is the Dean of the Armed Forces Academy. Master God, please seek help from someone else. After the passionate speech, the Lord was stunned. Damn it, it's just a matter of a few hundred strengthening stones. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Old Dean, you must not leave. If you leave, our Armed Forces Academy in Kyoto will be disbanded. How about this? I will compensate you with 200 strengthening stones in my personal name. Is that enough? Taking into account that Dao Qitian was already old, and it was not easy for him to perform for half a day, the god, upholding the fine tradition of respecting the elderly and loving the young, felt that it was necessary for him to compensate the old man. Dao Qitian, on the other hand, looked dissatisfied. Only 200 yuan? I don't even want a dog. I'm going to make this clear today. If I don't get 500 strengthening stones, I won't be the dean anymore. Bai Yuanshan was overjoyed. Does that mean my son has a chance? To be honest, my Bai family has been eyeing this location for a long time. Chapter 42 Me. Zhou Shan. I am slacking off as ordered. Nothing wrong with that. Good job, Bai Yuanshan. You were waiting for me here. How could you bear to send your son to me and not even ask for salary? So it's your Bai family that has set its sights on my position as the dean? Humph. I told you today that your son's dream of becoming the dean is impossible. Dao Qitian turned his head and looked at the godlord and said firmly, 200 yuan is 200 yuan, I agree. Make a deal. Pay in person and both parties are cleared. Bai Yuanshan and the godlord exchanged a glance, and everything was said without words. What does dean mean? Do you really think that Bai Yuanfang would give up his position as the heir to the Bai family and the position of the next commander of the Qinglong army just to come here and be the dean of studies? Isn't it all for his troublesome granddaughter? Why? Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Even Tang Shiyao, who usually doesn't like to join in the fun, spoke up. The meaning is self-evident. Ahem, misunderstanding. All misunderstanding? In response, Chu Lingyun had to wave his hands awkwardly and said that everything about Zhou Shun had nothing to do with him. Inside the lava cave, the four passages seemed to go to four different directions of east, west, south, and north respectively, but in fact the angles of the passages are not straight lines, but curved. In addition, the four groups of players were moving at basically the same speed, and they appeared at the deepest part of the lava cave, which is the hall, almost at the same time. A level 4 lava boss blocked everyone's way, and was also the final test of this trial. Humph, it's just a small 4th level lava boss. Watch me take it down with one sword. Levi shouted loudly, holding the silver sword, and rushed towards the lava leader without hesitation. However, what Levi did not expect was that he was blocked by a broad-bladed giant sword in the next second. When he looked around, he saw that the owner of the broad-bladed giant sword was none other than Feng Feifeng. Brotherly, isn't it a waste of your strength to deal with a 4th level creature? Wait for me, Feng, to chop it into pieces with one sword. At this moment, whose heart is not as clear as a mirror. How many pairs of eyes are staring at this place? Under the spotlight of the public, who wouldn't want to show their strongest strength? Even the tattered 7th brother, whose 7 pieces of phantom armor had already been damaged in 3, rushed forward without hesitation at this moment, just to leave his mark on the 4th level lava leader. Because the lava cave is a special copy for the academy, everyone's attack will leave data after touching the lava boss's body, and it will be recorded by the academy. The academy will also conduct a comprehensive assessment based on these data to select who has made the greatest contribution in defeating the lava boss. Compared to the courage of Li Wei, Feng Feifeng, and broken 7th brother, Feng Manlu, a spell-controlling spirit master with elemental proficiency talent, took out his storm staff slowly and whispered, "Meteor shower." The next second, more than a dozen fireballs wrapped in flames suddenly appeared above everyone's heads and rushed towards the location where the lava leader was. Feng Manlu, you are so blind. Hit it right away. Feng Manlu, do you believe that I will ask Li Wei to stab you to death with a sword? The fireball passed over everyone's heads, accompanied by the smell of burning hair, and almost caused a bloodbath. Zhou Shen was amazed at this scene. Is this the attack method of a spell-type spirit master? Just don't be too fancy. As for leaving damage on the 4th level lava leader, Zhou Shan said he had no idea at all. Although the opponent's level is 3 levels higher than his own, the quality of the opponent is not very high among alien creatures. Although he has the title of a leader, he is actually not even an elite. His overall strength is about the same as that of an ordinary 3rd level elite monster. It is estimated that he cannot even withstand a single blow from his sword. What's more, he was just following orders and didn't have to worry about the consequences. But just because he is unwilling to take action doesn't mean that others are unwilling to see him take action. The spectators in the dance hall were staring at the melon seed shells that kept falling in the air and complaining. Zhou Shan is so ignorant. If you keep slacking off like this, I can't give you a high score even if I want to. Yeah, is it possible that this kid really doesn't plan to continue hanging around in the Armed Forces Academy? Is he planning to run away with the Chu sisters after the trial is over? No. Even if I have to go against my conscience today, I have to keep Zhou Shan here. Otherwise, if he leaves, we will never see the Chu sisters again. Yes, that was my 4 years of youth in college. The god's expression was also somewhat ugly, and his fingers tapped unconsciously on the armrest of the seat. After a long time, he turned his gaze to Dao Qitian and asked, if I remember correctly, the academy dungeon is allowed to increase the difficulty, right? Dao Qitian was stunned at first, but soon guessed what the Lord God was thinking, and said with embarrassment, it's possible, but if you increase the difficulty midway, I'm afraid it will consume a lot of resources. Based on the current resources of the college, I'm afraid it's difficult to achieve. Upon hearing this, the God Lord secretly cursed the old fox, who never forgot to ask for favors from him whenever he had the chance. However, in order to test Zhou Shun's bottom line, he was ready to bleed heavily today. Just go ahead and do it. As for the resources, I'll take care of it all. Dao Qitian was overjoyed when he heard this, and then asked, then how much do you think the difficulty should be increased? To what extent? The God Lord looked at the scene on the screen. Under the all-out attack of Levi and the other 4, The 4th level lava leader was defeated step by step and was now on the eve of death. If we simply increase the difficulty by 1 level, it might still not be enough to lure Zhou Shan into taking action. In this case, just add a level 5 elite leader. When the Lord God said this, all the bigwigs in the main hall gasped. My lord, this is inappropriate, isn't it? The strongest among these children is only a 3rd level spirit master. They sent out a 5th level elite leader at once. I'm afraid. Although Gui did not finish the rest of his words, everyone present knew it. I'm afraid they are not even a match for me. Chu Lingyun, on the other hand, remained calm and did not participate in the discussion of this topic, feeling quite helpless. The 5th level elite leader wants to test Zhou Shun's bottom line? Chapter 43. Difficulty increases, the temptation of A-level mounts. This kid was able to fight single-handedly against a level 4 mutant, the purple breath poison dragon, and the opponent was only level 0 at that time. This god seems to look down on his own son-in-law to some extent. However, even though Chu Lingyun knew that the Lord God was doing useless work, it was difficult for him to remind him. Otherwise, anyone would have guessed that he was the mastermind behind Zhou Shun's match-fixing. No, it was Li Ming who was responsible. Chu Lingyun would not take the blame. It's okay, just do as I say. And you are helping me to pass on a message to the several groups of spirit masters inside. Just say, I will personally give out a top-level mount as a reward to the first place winner of this year's Academy trial. Gui, Bai Yuanshan and others looked at each other when they heard this, wondering if this god had taken the wrong medicine today. Why was he so generous? Level mount? This is a big deal. If we talk about the value alone, the value of a level 1 mount is far greater than the combination of a level 1 spirit master and level 1 phantom weapon. In other words, Levi and Liu Ying'er combined are not as valuable as a level 1 mount. Because mounts are very rare, they can only be obtained in 2 ways. One is to steal the eggs of alien beasts from the other dimension or the copy, bring them back to the human world, hatch them through special means, and then cultivate them from a young age. This is a time-consuming and laborious way to obtain a mount, and the success rate is extremely low. As for the other type, it is the mount-type phantom weapon that women awaken after they reach adulthood. Basically, it is already amazing to have 1 out of 1,000 people, and whenever the mount-type phantom armed forces appear, it will attract big guys from all over the country to flock to it, and the treatment they offer is higher than the other. And this is not the main reason why mounts are scarce. Phantom weapons that can awaken mounts basically have the ability to fight independently and have extremely strong combat capabilities. This leads to a large number of women not wanting to live under the protection of others and choosing to act alone. For example, the commander of a certain Suzaku Corps, Tang, awakened a phantom weapon type, which is a mount, and it is the Lihua Suzaku of high grade. Tang Shiyao saw that everyone was looking at her, and her face changed immediately. Why are you all looking at me? Are you crazy? I am the level 1 fire vermilion bird, a divine beast, not a mount. Tang Shiyao hated being treated as a mount the most. Why should she, a beautiful young lady, be ridden by those stinky men? Well, I'm going to increase the difficulty now. 3 more minutes passed. Under the siege of Levi and the other 4, the lava leader finally failed to hold on and completely completed its mission. As for the ranking of the comprehensive score, it was a bit unexpected. The first place in the overall score is naturally Levi and his silver sword. The second place is Feng Feifeng and his broadsword. But the third place is not Fae Feng Manlu, but Palan Shi Ge. Of course, this is not the most outrageous thing. Feng Manlu, who ranked 4th, only dealt single-digit damage, which is pitifully small. Are you dumbfounded? The lava leader is a fire-type monster. What's the difference between you using fire-attributed elemental skills to attack him and tickling him? That's not true. High-level fire elemental skills can still cause damage to monsters of the same attribute. Then you should also look at the level difference between the 2 sides. Even if the lava chieftain is ordinary, he is still a 4th-level beast. Feng Manlu is only a 2nd-level beast. He still wants to suppress him with the same attributes. Is it possible? Compared to what you guys are concerned about, I'm more concerned about the fact that the 7 pieces of phantom armor on Brother 7 seem to have all been damaged, right? After all, it's only a level 1 phantom weapon. It's not easy to hold on until now. What I'm thinking about is, even if Brother 7's grades are pretty good, I'm afraid he won't be noticed by the big guys at the top, right? No matter what, Brother Chi's spirit is still worthy of recognition. At least he used his own personal experience to give us a wrong example, that is, to contract 7 pieces of phantom weaponry at the same time. It's really useless. In the copy, Liu Ying'er, sitting on Li Wei's shoulders, was like a proud peacock. She raised her proud head and looked at Feng Feifeng and others with extremely contemptuous eyes. He secretly thought that his choice was indeed the right one, and Levi was the most suitable candidate for the silver sword. Since I won the first place in the academy trial this time, the rewards from the higher-ups will definitely be generous, and my strength can be further improved. Moreover, Brother Yang had promised her that if she could win first place in this trial, he would give her more rewards afterwards. Zhou, do you see this? This is my choice, a height you will never be able to reach. I'm not the one who's wrong, it's you. As time goes by, you will become more and more aware of the gap between us. Just as a few people were preparing to leave via the teleportation formation in the hall, the voice of the old Dean Dao Qitian suddenly rang out from above my head. After a unanimous vote by the upper echelons, it has been decided to temporarily increase the difficulty level of the dungeon and add a 5th-level elite boss. He will be teleported to the lobby in 10 minutes. Please prepare in advance. In addition, due to the increased difficulty and other reasons, the Lord God will personally reward an extra mount to the student who performs the best next time. Level mount? Everyone looked at each other, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Even Zhou Shun, who had been hiding in the dark passage, was moved. Ying'er, Liu, what do you think? Should I take action? In the phantom space, Chu Lingyue and the other 2 girls were playing landlord around a round table. They put down the cards in their hands only after hearing Zhou Shun's question. Although level 1 mounts are rare, it's not difficult to get them. Plus, level 1 mounts have too low growth potential and too many limitations. My suggestion is that you shouldn't get level 1 mounts. If my husband likes it, I'll buy him one later. Ying'er, did you steal my cards again? Why are my 4 twos gone? Sister, there must be evidence for everything. Why don't you say that it was Sister Ying'er who stole it? Ying'er closed the notebook in her hand, calmly destroyed the 4 level 2 corpses, and then said, compared to the level 2 mount, I have a more ideal goal. Sister Ying'er, could it be that you mean? Level 1 Fire Suzaku. Chapter 44 3 Heroes Fight the Beast King. Zhou Shun's target is Tang Shuriao. Yes, it's the level 1 mount type phantom weapon, the Firebird. After Ying'er said this, both the Chu sisters and Zhou Shun were silent. Who doesn't want the level 1 Fire Suzaku? Who doesn't know him? There is only one in the whole Xia country, okay? But who dares to ask for it? I heard that even the Lord God was hunted down by a certain army commander for half a year, just because he mentioned it. What about Zhou Shun? He is just a Kuan Mao. But, since you all say that the level 1 mount is not good, then I will just continue to slack off. Zhou Shun said with emotion. Who would have thought that a top-level mount that was extremely valuable in the eyes of the world would become a worthless thing in the mouths of the 3 women in his family? At the same time, Levi and others in the copy were also discussing countermeasures. I believe you too are aware of the strength of the 5th-level elite leader. If we continue to fight on our own as before, I am afraid that in the end, we will end up with nothing and no one will get the extra reward from the Lord God. So for now, the only way is for everyone to put aside their prejudices and work together to have a chance to succeed. As the player with the highest comprehensive score among this year's new generation of elite spirit masters, Levi naturally became the temporary captain of the 3-person group. As for why they called it a small team of 3, it was because the 7th brother, who was no longer armed with phantom spirits, was too humble to be on the stage and was automatically ignored by them. Although Brother Chi was unwilling, he could only accept this bloody reality helplessly. Without the phantom weapon, he could only be slightly stronger than ordinary people with his level 5 talent, let alone participate in the battle with the level 5 elite leader. It would be great if Zhou Shun could help me once. Haha, so what if we cooperate and succeed? In the end, your data is still the highest. What does it have to do with us? Feng Feifeng looked at Levi with disdain and said, no one is a fool. He has no reason to sacrifice himself for Levi's reward. This was a level 5 elite leader, not something a level 2 late player like him could participate in. That's right. Only fools would do thankless tasks. Feng Manlu echoed. Although he could show his strength without any scruples by fighting against the level 5 elite leader, it was impossible that he would work so hard for a long time and then let others take advantage of him in the end. On the other hand, after Levi learned about the two's thoughts, he immediately guessed their purpose. It's nothing more than wanting to get benefits from him, but they are all new spirit masters from the same class. Can Liu Wei have the resources that Feng Manlu and Feng Feifeng don't have? And if it weren't for Liu Ying'er's selfless dedication, first Liu Hong and then Yang Dianfeng's care, who would he, Li Wei, be? Why do you dare to covet a level-up mount? In desperation, Li Wei had to cast his eyes on Liu Ying'er on his shoulder, signaling her to make her own decision. After the task is completed, each person will receive 10 strengthening stones. Liu Ying'er was also not vague and asked for 20 strengthening stones, looking like a nouveau riche. Just because Li Wei can't take it out doesn't mean that Liu Ying'er can't take it out either, right? After all, she has a 7th level Yulingzhen as her backer, and she only needs to unlock a few postures by herself. Just 20 strengthening stones, isn't that just a matter of a word? If you agree, then we will discuss countermeasures as soon as possible. If you disagree, at worst, we can just break up. Feng Feifeng and Feng Manlu looked at each other and calculated their own gains and losses. Feng Feifeng believed that judging from the comprehensive evaluation of the previous 4th Order lava beast, the gap between himself and Levi was not very big. If he played his trump card at the critical moment, it was not completely impossible to suppress Levi. Even if I fail in the end, I can still get 10 strengthening stones as compensation, right? On the other hand, Feng Manla's idea is not much different from Feng Feifeng's. He thought that if it wasn't for the fact that he used the wrong spell in the last round, Levi's first place should have been his Feng Manlu. As we all know, physical attacks of the same level are far less lethal than elemental damage. So all in all, it might not be impossible for me to get extra rewards, right? In that case, then I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful. On the surface, the three of them seemed to be in perfect harmony, but in fact, they all had their own ulterior motives, and all had their eyes set on the highest level mounts. However, when they actually saw the so-called level 5 elite leader, they wished they had not grown 2 more legs so that they could run so fast. What the hell? What the hell? Can anyone tell me what's going on? It was supposed to be a level 5 elite leader, but what showed up was a level 5 beast king. What kind of joke is this? How can a level 2 trash like us defeat this? The three of them complained breathlessly as they scattered around the hall. The 5th level king of beasts, also known as the Beast King. It has a body the size of an adult grizzly bear, holds 2 axes in hand, and is covered in armor. It is a humanoid monster. It is also a top-level exotic beast. Even among all the 5th level exotic beasts, it can be ranked in the top 3. It was one of the exotic beasts that was sealed in the Armed Academy by the previous dean himself. Normally, it will only appear when freshmen are promoted to higher education, and every appearance of the Beast King will be a disaster for the freshmen. Listen, my withering can ignore defense and cause continuous damage to the Beast King. This is our only chance to defeat it. So, whatever trump cards you have, you can use them now. The Beast King won't give us a second chance. Levi stopped and now he had arrived right behind the Beast King. He, Feng Feifeng and Feng Manlu formed a triangular encirclement of the Beast King. Humph, don't think that you, Levi, are the only one who has the skill of ignoring defense. My blood-breaking attack is not to be trifled with. You only have one chance, so don't blame me for being rude. Feng Manlu raised the storm staff in his hand and whispered, "The wind is rising." Concatenated wind blades. The next second, wind blades like snowflakes surged out from the tip of the storm staff, rushing towards the direction of the Beast King. Hurry! My chain of wind blades won't last long. Feng Feifeng rushed forward with his sword in hand, and in a moment he was in front of the Beast King. He held the broad-bladed giant sword tightly in both hands and raised it to his head. This attack? Take your life. Take it, bloody cross slash. Opportunity is here. At some point, Levi, who was originally in the corner of the hall, had appeared behind the Beast King, and the silver sword in his hand stabbed into the opponent's body fiercely. Wither away, and I will grant you a new life. Chapter 45 Zhou Shan takes action. Hope for mutation. The three people's attacks were almost synchronized and all hit the target. However, the Beast King, who was surrounded, only frowned and swung out the 2 mountain-splitting axes in his hands at the same time, and 3 rainbow bridges of blood and energy rose into the sky from different directions. Where did this weakling come from? The spirit masters in your Armed Forces Academy are getting worse and worse. Humanoid beasts, especially those that have reached level 6 or above, or the top level of level 5, already have the ability to communicate with humans without any obstacles. This is also the main reason why the Beast King can stay in the Armed Forces Academy. Of course, another reason is because of a promise made by the old dean. Thinking of the promise, the Beast King couldn't help but feel a little irritated. He swung his giant axe and threw it at Feng Manlu, who was about to fall to the ground. This attack will not kill Feng Manlu directly, but it can make his opponent lose the ability to continue fighting. The reason why he chose to attack Feng Manlu first was entirely because the opponent's elemental attack made the Beast King feel a little irritated. But at the moment when the giant axe was about to hit Feng Manlu, a wooden sword suddenly appeared right in front of the giant axe and easily blocked the attack of the Beast King. At the same time, Zhou Shun, who had lost his stealth effect, had also arrived at the center of the hall and stood opposite the Beast King. Ying'er, do you think there is a possibility? The power of mutation will appear in the body of a 5th-level elite leader? The reason why Zhou Shun showed up at this time was because he felt the breath of the mutant in the body of the Beast King. Now that he has met me, I don't care about being low-key anymore. In the phantom space, Ying'er opened her notebook, turned to a page and took a look, then answered with certainty, this possibility exists. And according to records, there have been precedents of elite leaders successfully mutating, but it is difficult to achieve this with the efforts of the alien beasts alone, unless... Unless what? Zhou Shun asked. Unless there is some external stimulation or humiliation. This will anger the other party, which may promote the mutation of the alien beast. Okay, let's do it. Now that he has gotten the answer he wanted, Zhou Shun has decided to take action. But if he wants to maximize his profits, he must find a way to stimulate the Beast King to complete the mutation. And, since you have chosen to hide, why do you want to show up? Although the concealment cloak is powerful, in front of a large-scale monster like the Beast King, it is as eye-catching as a beautiful woman taking off all her clothes and is completely useless. Hide. Actually, I'm just afraid of trouble. Zhou Shun shrugged helplessly. And I want to know more than these. As an elite leader-level alien beast, how does it feel to be used like a tool by humans? The Beast King's face changed when he heard this. Ant, you succeeded in angering me. Now, I allow you to choose how you want to die. Whether you want me to kill you with one punch or one axe, I can do it as long as you like. I choose. Zhou Shun raised the wooden sword in his hand and pointed the tip of the sword directly at the Beast King. I will stab you to death with this wooden sword. When these words came out, the Beast King laughed instead of getting angry. Very good. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant spiritual master. It deliberately emphasized the words, level 1, obviously making fun of Zhou Shun's overestimation of his own abilities. On the other hand, Zhou Shun seemed not to hear the sarcasm in the other party's words. He raised his hand and hit the Beast King with the spirit butterfly mark. First time. No, it should be the last time. With a smile on his face, Zhou Shun slowly said, Ying'er, it's your turn to perform? Yes, husband. Yes, little brother. The white tiger arm guard and the butterfly arm guard were attached to Zhou Shun's 2 arms at the same time. His divine control power also reached an astonishing 3,500 at this moment. However, even so, there is still a huge gap in the defensive power of the 2 sides, but Zhou Shun is not afraid at all. He still holds the wooden sword in his hand and skillfully makes a sword flower, as if he really intends to use this wooden sword to defeat the Beast King. White tiger possessed. Let's fight. Before the Beast King could make a move, Zhou Shun, who was at a disadvantage, took the lead in launching an attack. He quickly stepped forward and kept poking the Beast King with the wooden sword in his hand. The armor worn by the Beast King also shattered. Ant, you have already received your death. The Beast King roared and swung 2 mountain axes straight at Zhou Shun, but he dodged them in time. The 2 sides fought back and forth. Liu Ying'er, who was far away, was also enlightened when she saw this scene. She immediately looked towards Zhou Shun and shouted, Zhou Shun, I now order you to use your flying sword to attract the Beast King's attention, and then create an opportunity for Levi to kill him with 1 strike. However, Zhou Shun, who was in the middle of the battle, seemed not to have heard Liu Ying'er's words and was still trying to find ways to stimulate the Beast King to evolve. You look big and strong. How come you can't even touch the edge of my clothes? Could it be? Your strength as a 5th-level elite leader is also gained by relying on others? Liu Ying'er, are you polite? The Beast King was so furious that he didn't even have time to refute with words. He was only thinking about how to hack the ant to death. But the fact that the Beast King doesn't speak doesn't mean that Liu Ying'er, who was ignored by Zhou Shun, is also a mute. Especially when Zhou Shun ignored her, she felt greatly insulted. Zhou Shun, did you hear me talking to you? I'm ordering you now. However, this time, before Liu Ying'er could finish her words, the second wooden sword that appeared in the field at some point had already soared into the sky. It aimed at the target and rushed towards Liu Ying'er's position, and finally hit Liu Ying'er's left cheek heavily, and left a sword mark about 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide on her delicate little face. And Zhou Shen's warning, Levi, take care of your sword goods, don't let me hear her voice again. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Li Wei nodded subconsciously when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Liu Ying'er yelling on his shoulder. You hit me? You hit me again? Zhou Shen, who do you think you are? Do you know who is standing behind me? You. With a snap, the wooden sword reappeared, leaving a 20-centimeter long and 10-centimeter wide sword mark on Liu Ying'er's right cheek. And this time, Zhou Shen's wooden sword did not leave, but instead floated directly above Liu Ying'er's head. Liu Ying'er covered her face with her hands, and a flash of inspiration passed through the depths of her mind. Chapter 46. Liu Ying'er confessed. Look at me again. I don't believe your eyes are empty. I understand. I understand everything. Zhou Shen, you did it on purpose. You must have done it on purpose. You want to attract my attention in this way, right? If that's the case, then I have to admit that your method is very clever. Yes, you have successfully attracted my attention, but I want to warn you. There was another snap. This time, the sword mark appeared on Liu Ying'er's forehead, and together with the sword marks on both sides of her cheeks, it formed a classic Mercedes-Benz logo. In order to prevent you from having any unnecessary misunderstandings about me, I will chop off your neck with my wooden sword the next time you open your mouth. Do you understand? Zhou Shan's voice was very cold, and his expression was extremely indifferent. He also believed from the bottom of his heart that he should have dealt with this evil relationship as soon as possible. Of course, the main reason is that even Zhou Shen himself did not expect that Liu Ying'er would be so narcissistic that she still treated him like a dog that the original owner had treated her like. On the other hand, Liu Ying'er was also shocked by Zhou Shen's tone and expression, and she didn't even dare to breathe. Others were even more shocked at Zhou Shen's strength and his sword-controlling skills that allowed him to wield two wooden swords at the same time. Everyone in the martial arts hall was staring at the screen intently, uttering phrases of the national quintessence from time to time. Fuck, this Zhou Shen is such a beast. Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge Zhou Shen by his appearance. I didn't expect this guy to be a swordsman in the guise of a logistics spirit master. You've said all the good and bad things, so what else can I say? All I can say is it's awesome. In a corner of the martial arts hall, Mei Jian pushed Mei Jili, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and stared at Zhou Shen, who was showing off his prowess on the screen. Not bad, not bad. It does not disgrace the reputation of my Mei family's swordsmanship. Mei Jili showed a gratified smile on his face, seeming to be very satisfied with his disciple who was almost the same age as him. This kid is indeed talented, but more importantly, he is not only talented, but also willing to work hard, which is very rare. During this period of time, Zhou Shen would study sword theory with Mei Jili every morning, and in the afternoon Mei Jian would be responsible for sending him to the Crossing the Dragon martial arts school. Perhaps others don't know what Zhou Shen has done to improve his control over swordsmanship, but Mei Jian sees it clearly. Under the siege of nearly 100 martial arts school disciples, Zhou Shen was not able to escape from the fierce dragon crossing the river unscathed once. He had to wait until the martial arts school disciples were too exhausted to fight back before it was Zhou Shen's turn to launch a counterattack. He reached the limit again and again, and broke through the limit. At the same time, he also developed a set of physical skills that were not very good-looking, but very practical. Sister, I actually have an idea. No, you don't. Sister, can't you fulfill my wish for once? I really hope you can be happy. Mei Jian sighed when she heard this. She knew exactly what her brother was thinking. However, she really couldn't abandon her only relative in the world for her own happiness. Well, as long as we siblings never separate, it will be the greatest happiness for me. Host room. The God Lord's eyes gleamed as he stared at the flying sword in the picture, muttering to himself, sword controlling technique? This is sword controlling technique? Who did this kid learn this from? Due to the age difference, the God Lord was not aware that there was a disabled but strong-willed swordsmanship master in the library of the Armed Forces Academy. So it's inevitable to be curious about who Zhou Shen learned the sword-wielding technique from. After all, there are only a few famous sword masters in the whole Xia country, and none of them are in Kyoto at the moment. But it's a pity that this kid only has two wooden swords otherwise. With just this sword-wielding skill, I can fight the Beast King on equal terms. At the same time, Feng Feifeng in the copy had also realized this problem, and he couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Zhou Shen's sword is not good enough, otherwise there would be hope of defeating the Beast King. Feng Manlu, who was standing by, laughed out loud upon hearing this. If you think it's a pity, why don't you lend your broadsword to Zhou Shen? Feng Feifeng was as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and held his broad-bladed giant sword tightly in his arms. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can touch my Zhang Jinyu. Feng Manlu sneered, but the next second he suddenly realized something and cast his eyes on Levi's shoulder. The same is true for Feng Feifeng on the opposite side. You two are looking at your mother. Li Wei was not a fool. Of course he understood what these two were up to, and he immediately cursed. Want to use his silver sword? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That, Li Wei refused decisively, but Liu Ying'er had other ideas. However, because she was afraid that Zhou Shun would continue to beat her, she could only whisper, "If Zhou Shun is willing to apologize to me, I am still willing to be used by Zhou Shun." With a swish sound, the wooden sword flew over again and hit Liu Ying'er's left buttocks hard. Fuck. Don't force me to fuck you to death in front of everyone. Liu Ying'er quickly covered her, but with both hands. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt very wronged. He muttered, "I just want to help you." She didn't know when it started, but she inexplicably liked the feeling of being whipped by Zhou Shen, which gave her a sense of pleasure from the top of her head to her toes. And that kind of pleasure can't be described in words at all. Shun, is your heart made of iron? I just ask you to look at me, okay? I don't believe your eyes are empty. Zhou Shun, who was at the center of the battle, felt his body go numb immediately after hearing Liu Ying'er's affectionate confession, and he even had the urge to destroy the world. He really wanted to turn around and say, "I'm sorry, I'm actually an undercover agent, and you are a prostitute. It is my duty to catch you." As luck would have it, the next second the Beast King on the opposite side seized the flaw and finally hit Zhou Shun's head with the axe in his hand. "Aunt, go die for me." The next second, there was a loud bang. Zhou Shun was unharmed, but a big label appeared on the top of Beast King's head. Triggering Heavenly Tyrant Body, the target is currently in a dizzy state. "Oh, forget it. I guess you don't have much chance to evolve, so I might as well kill you. Remember, I gave you a chance, but you were useless." Frost. Ah. Chapter 47. Shocking Change. Sister, you are the only one who can save Zhou Shun. A roar emanated from the Beast King's mouth, and an extremely powerful and violent aura emanated from his body, which actually knocked Zhou Shun away. "Ants, enough is enough. I've had enough." To think that he would be imprisoned in the Armed Forces Academy like an animal for decades, just for an illusory promise. Now I am even insulted by an ant. The key is that I can't kill this ant. All the resentment that the Beast King had accumulated over the decades burst out at this moment. On the other hand, Zhou Shun, who was knocked away, was not angry at all. He even laughed happily. "Yes, that's right, that's it, mutate. I believe you can do it." As the mutant aura emanating from the Beast King became stronger, Zhou Shun's mouth almost stretched to his ears. But as he was laughing, he realized something was wrong, because he discovered a very serious problem. "Well, Ying'er, do you think there is a possibility? I can't seem to defeat it?" Ying'er nodded, "Yes, judging from the background of the Beast King, he will probably be one of the top mutants after becoming one. Even a 6th-order leader-level monster can't do anything to him. Not to mention you who just broke through to level 1. Unless what?" Zhou Shun asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Unless you use the Yuling fruit to increase the divine power in your body to the upper limit of the current level, there is only a glimmer of hope. Use the Yuling fruit to increase the divine power in your body to the upper limit of the current level?" Zhou Shun's brain was working frantically, and he began to calculate the feasibility of this plan. Currently, the divine power in his body is 1500. Swallowing a Yuling fruit will increase the divine power by 300 points. He still has 20 Yuling fruits in his hand. If all of it were used, the ideal limit would be 7,500 points of divine power, enough to reach the top level of a 5th-order spirit master. But the problem is, can his body absorb 7,500 points of divine power at level 1? The answer is definitely no. Even though he possessed the Heavenly Tyrant Body, even though he could absorb 1,500 points of divine power at level 0, comparable to the ancient sages. However, Zhou Shun is still confident that it can be raised to above 3,000. By then, with the support of the 3 girls, it shouldn't be a problem to break through 8,000 divine powers. But the problem is, do you really want him to spend a huge amount of money and then reveal all his cards in front of the entire school? This is the key reason why Zhou Shun can't make up his mind. Inside the martial arts hall, everyone watched the Beast King gradually mutate on the screen, and they all held their breath at the same time, not even daring to breathe. "Oh no, this kid is in trouble." Mei Zhili frowned, his eyes fixed on the screen, as if he was expecting something and fearing something. His hands were shaking slightly, and he looked very nervous. Mei Jiyan, who was standing by, quickly comforted his brother. Don't worry, this is an armed academy, and the Lord God is here in person. Nothing will happen. What can the Lord God do if he is in charge? The entrance to the dungeon has been closed, and he can't get in at all. Moreover, with the strength of the Lord God, forcibly breaking into a low-level dungeon like the lava cave will definitely cause the space to collapse. No one will survive then. Mei Zhili clenched his fists and said unwillingly. Mei Jiyan also fell silent, because she knew very well that what Mei Zhili said was true. Don't worry, Liu. Maybe the Lord God will have other solutions. Mei Zhili shook his head after hearing this. There is no other way. The only way to increase the difficulty of the Academy instance in the open state is to release exotic beasts into the instance, but you cannot actively remove the exotic beasts from the instance. Now there is only one way to defeat the mutant beast king. After thinking of a possibility, Mei Zhili turned his gaze to his sister. You are the only one who can help Zhou Shun, sister. Level 1 Tianlong leggings, barrier-breaking features. Break through all obstacles and ignore the rules of heaven. However, contrary to Mei Zhili's expectations, Mei Jiyan chose to reject his proposal without hesitation. Liu, it's not that I don't want to help you. Even if Zhou Shun only has a 30% chance of winning against a level 5 mutant, I will agree with your plan. But now it seems, even if I really go, the final outcome will be nothing more than death. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of leaving you alone in this world with no one to take care of you. Compared to Mei Zhili's reluctance, Mei Jiyan's mood was also extremely complicated. And she also had to admit that she had feelings for Zhou Shun in her heart, but this feeling was more like family affection. Because Zhou Shun is about the same age as Liu, and the relationship between the two is that of a teacher and a friend, Mei Jiyan's love for Zhou Shun extends to all of his family members. But if you say that Mei Jiyan will fall in love with Zhou Shun just because of this, then that is pure nonsense. But to say that I don't like it at all would be a lie. After all, an 18-year-old teenager is quite tempting to a 30-year-old single mature woman. Host room. The Lord and the others also frowned. No one expected things to develop to this point. Dean Shi Tian, what on earth is going on? Didn't we agree to send in a level 5 elite leader? How come it turned out to be a mutant? Dao Qiqian was also panicking. Something was going to happen. If Zhou Shun and others were to die in the lava dungeon due to their own mistakes, then the money they had received would be. But it will all be wasted. Sir, what I released was indeed a 5th level elite leader, but this leader might be a little special. As a being with more years of experience than the Dean himself, the Beast King has accumulated resentment in the human world for decades. The existence of this kind of hostility may not be noticeable at ordinary times, but after being stimulated by Zhou Shun, a 1st-level spirit master, it will be completely aroused in an instant, leading to the mutation of the Beast King. In other words, it is impossible to cause ordinary animals to mutate through simple language stimulation alone. Just tell me what to do now. The god kept knocking on the table, feeling very annoyed. If something really happened to the spirit masters in the dungeon, he would also have to bear part of the responsibility. Then how about? Should we send another level 6 beast in to kill the Beast King? The upper limit of the 3rd level lava copy is the 6th level, and beyond that, I have no other choice. Chapter 48. Lord God. It's all my money. Zhou Shun, you said it? Please stop it now. Bai Yuanshan glanced at Qi Tian unhappily. This Beast King is a 5th order mutant. If any ordinary 6th order beasts go in, they will die. Besides, how can you be sure that the 6th level beast will not join forces with the Beast King to deal with the Spirit Master after entering? I can't be sure. Although Dao Qitian wanted to fight back with confidence, he was neither justified nor confident. My lord, what do you think about this? In order to protect the hundreds of strengthening stones in his hands, Dao Qitian even used the honorific title. How do I see it? How can I see? Of course I sat and watched, the Lord said unhappily. If you force your way into a level 3 instance that has already been opened, there will be only one consequence. That means the copy will crash, and then everyone will die together. Of course, the Lord God himself will definitely not die. How about I give you an idea? Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was quite tense, Chu Lingyun had no choice but to stand up. If I'm not mistaken, Zhou Shun has only just broken through to level 1. If he has enough Yuling fruit to support him, perhaps we can really defeat the Beast King? Of course, he did not take the initiative to mention that Zhou Shun was able to kill a 4th-order mutant purple breath poisonous dragon alone. He was mainly thinking about helping Zhou Shun to get some benefits. For example, Perhaps we can send in a spirit-protecting weapon with spatial properties? Or give me a mount. Anyway, it's better to start at that level. That's fine too. Hearing this, Tang Shiyao on the side could no longer sit still, and a fiery red flame instantly surrounded Chu Lingyun. How about you just tell me my name? Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the God Lord coughed lightly and quickly stepped out to smooth things over. Well, let's do as you say. Let Dao Qitian send a message in and say, as long as Zhou Shun can defeat the Beast King, all resources consumed during the battle will be borne by the Yuling Association. This is what I want. Chu Lingyun almost laughed out loud. Others may not know the ins and outs of this, but he knows it clearly. Let's not talk about the two daughters of our family who are already rich ladies. Let's just talk about Bai Yuanshan's granddaughter. That person is the apple of everyone's eye. If he casually takes out some resources, it must be at least tens of millions, right? This is fine. All expenses will be paid by the Lord God. I am happy just thinking about spending other people's money to train my own son-in-law. But to be on the safe side, Chu Lingyun still looked at Bai Yuanshan and asked, old Bai, does your granddaughter have much pocket money? Bai Yuanshan didn't understand why, but he nodded anyway. It's definitely not less than your two daughters. Chu Lingyun smiled and said, that's good. At the same time, Dao Qitian's voice was heard from above the hall in the dungeon. Zhou Shin, do your best to kill the mutant beast king. This is the order of the Lord God. And the Lord God said that as long as you can defeat the mutant beast king and save the lives of all the participating spirit masters, no matter how many resources are consumed during the battle, the Lord God's Spirit Master Association will pay for it after you come out. These two simple sentences sounded like heavenly music to Zhou Shan's ears. Ying'er, Linger, do you think this is reasonable? In the phantom space, the three women looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Makes sense. Then I won't be polite. Zhou Shin grinned, looked up at the top of the hall and said, the Lord God is indeed open-minded. With a swish sound, 20 Yuling fruits appeared directly in front of Zhou Shan. He didn't care at all whether his act of showing off his wealth would be broadcast live on the entire internet. He grabbed 3 Yuling fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. I'm going to show you how to eat 3 fruits in one bite. Ahem, that's wrong. I'm going to eat 3 Yuling fruits in one bite. Divine power. Divine power. Divine power. Wait, what's going on? Shouldn't it be 300? Zhou Shin asked puzzledly. But soon, Bai Linger in the phantom space gave an accurate answer. It's because of the level problem. As your level gets higher, the divine power provided by the Yuling fruit will become less and less. Of course, this doesn't mean that the value of the Yuling fruit will be greatly reduced. After all, the original purpose of this thing is to replenish the Yuling master's power in battle. Okay then. It seems that apart from myself, few people would use this thing as an experience pill. Continue. Next, when Zhou Shin ate $1 million Yuling fruit after another, whether it was the onlookers outside the instance or Liu Ying'er and others inside the instance, they were all stunned. Even the Lord's heart was twitching slightly, and he glanced at Chu Lingyun behind him unhappily. She is really your good daughter? Chu Lingyun shrugged nonchalantly, thinking to himself, you haven't seen Frostmourne yet. Otherwise, humph. Zhou Shin, stop eating. Can you please stop eating? Can you give me one so I can taste what the Yuling fruit tastes like? Liu Ying'er was so anxious that she almost cried out. The violent punishment of heaven, the violent punishment of heaven. Who eats the royal spirit fruit like this? Divine power. The current level of divine power has reached its limit and cannot be absorbed any further. Please break through as soon as possible. It's finally full. I'm almost done eating all the Yuling fruits. After sinking his mind into the sea of consciousness, Zhou Shin finally understood the limit of his level 1. Name, Zhou Shan. Level 1. Divine control power, 3,500. Mutated divine control power, 100. The power of divine control. This is a full 3,500 power of divine control. To be frank, an ordinary top-level 3rd-level spirit master is no more than this, right? What's more, the power of control in his body is the power of God, which is at least twice as strong as ordinary power of control, plus the blessing of the phantom weapon. Wait, phantom weapons? That. Linger, do you still have strengthening stones? I want to take this opportunity. It's time to feed the rich lady. Chu Lingxian smiled. Little brother, you have a courier. Please check it carefully. Imperial spirit fruit. Strengthen the stone. Enchanted stone. Honey, this is all the belongings we 3 sisters have now, but don't worry. When I have time later, I will buy some for my husband. Chapter 49 by Yuan Fong. My granddaughter was contracted? Where's my knife? Ahem, that. I'm going to start strengthening. As if worried that people outside couldn't see what he was holding, Zhou Shen deliberately lifted hundreds of strengthening stones and enchanting stones above his head, presenting a 360-degree viewing angle on the screen. Did not forget to summon his own Frostmourne. First is Frostmourne. Strengthening successful. The strengthening level of the Sorrow of the Divine Frost is 5th level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of God's Frostmourne is level 5. Phantom Armor. God's Frost Sorrow. Transfiguration. By Linger. Wearer. Zhou Shen. Contract type. Permanent contract. Indivisible. Level. Enhancement level 5. Enchantment level 5. Divine power bonus. 4,000. Then there is the White Tiger Arm Guard. Strengthening successful. The Divine White Tiger Arm Armor's strengthening level is 5th level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Divine White Tiger Arm Armor is level 5. Phantom Armor. Divine White Tiger Arm Guard. Transformer. Chu Lingyue. Wearer. Zhou Shen. Contract type. Permanent contract. Indivisible. Level. Enhancement level 5. Enchantment level 5. Divine power bonus. 2,500. And the Butterfly Arm Armor. Strengthening successful. The Divine Butterfly Arm Armor's strengthening level is 5th level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Divine Butterfly Arm Armor is level 5. Phantom Armor. Divine Butterfly Arm Guard. Transformer. Chu Lingxian. Wearer. Zhou Shen. Contract type. Permanent contract. Indivisible. Level. Enhancement level 5. Enchantment level 5. Divine power bonus. 2,500. When he strengthened and enchanted all the 3rd level phantom weapons to the 5th level, all the resources in his hands were consumed. Zhou Shen raised Frostmourne in his hand and shouted, "Everyone outside, please look carefully. I have used a total of 200 reinforcement stones, 200 enchantment stones, and 30 imperial spirit fruits. Please remember to reimburse me." Damn it, what the hell is going on? When did my good granddaughter get contracted by Zhou Shen? How could I, as a grandfather, not know this? Where is that beast by Yuan Fong? Where is he? Tell him to come over and see me immediately. Wow, I'm so angry. Where's my knife? By Yuan Shan in the hosting room was furious. It's not that he has much opinion on Zhou Shen, but the main thing is that his own lovely granddaughter has been raped by someone and he, as a grandfather, doesn't know anything about it. Who wouldn't be angry if something like this happened to them? Please be patient, Mr. Bai. Please help me calculate how many strengthening stones this kid has consumed. The Godlord felt that he was a little confused and felt that Zhou Shen was fooling him. Yes, he has a lot of money, but as a top-level boss, what he fears most is that people say he is stupid and has a lot of money. So he is also quite experienced in the profession of accounting. That's about right. 200 yuan is still enough. Maybe this guy will even round it off. Chu Lingyun was just watching the fun. After all, he wasn't the one paying. Wait, that's not right. Isn't the money his daughter spends his money? Is this really the case? The Godlord began to count the money doubtfully, and finally put all the resources Zhou Shen mentioned into a small imperial spirit bag. If Zhou Shen has another chance to come out, he will personally hand the Yuling bag to him. Zhou Shen, Zhou Shen, let me say something about you. Mei Zhili sighed unwillingly. You said you could hold on for a while, and I'd just work harder, so I could send my sister to you, right? You, on the other hand, not only launched a Jedi counterattack, but also turned it into a crushing victory. What should he do? Well, sister, do you want it? Shut up. All right. Mei Jian could also see that Mei Zhili was a rebellious idiot from head to toe, except for his legs. The only thing she wants is to get herself married. Inside the dungeon, the Beast King's mutation is about to be completed, and his aura has skyrocketed to the limit. According to the conversion of the energy system between the exotic beasts and the spirit masters, it can be learned that the power of control in the body of a 5th-level mutant is about 10,000, and the maximum will not exceed 15,000. Even a top-level mutant like the Beast King, after the initial mutation, is only about 12,000 strong. In comparison, with the blessing of 3 pieces of phantom weapons with double bonus to level 5, Zhou Shen's divine power has reached an astonishing value of 12,500 points. So now Zhou Shen is full of confidence, and he can't wait to chop off the Beast King's head and absorb all the mutant power in the opponent's body. Hey, are you ready yet? Can you hurry up? Compared to Zhou Shen's impatience, Beast King's mood at the moment is also extremely complicated. It is not a fool. On the contrary, it is very smart, especially after it successfully evolved into a mutant, Its mind became even clearer. It felt a powerful force from the body of the ant in front of it, a force that was no weaker than the mutant force in its body. If a fight really breaks out, I probably won't be a match for this ant. But if you don't fight, hee. Since he has become a mutant, even if he does not die in the copy, he will still die at the hands of the big guys in the human world after he gets out. Because it is very clear about the value of mutants to humans. It is a power that can drive countless people crazy. The only thing that made the Beast King feel pity was, I waited for decades for a promise, but in the end it was just like a mirage, etc. As if he had thought of something, the Beast King's eyes narrowed and he stared at Zhou Shun in front of him. Ants? No. Humans. Before we start the battle, can you answer a question for me? Zhou Shun was a little puzzled, but out of respect for the deceased. Ahem, it's probably out of politeness. He still nodded and replied, do you have any last words? The Beast King's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he thought to himself that he was not mistaken. This kid really had the power to kill him. But if he could really help me fulfill my last wish, dying in his hands wouldn't seem so difficult to accept. According to the level classification of your human world, your level should be level 1, right? Zhou Shun nodded, yes, it is level 1. What's wrong? A level 5 mutant that is about to die? The Beast King was furious. I have something to ask of you. Could you be more polite? Zhou Shun suddenly realized, is this your attitude of asking for help? Chapter 50. Using a knife to kill someone, Liu Ying'er is desperate. Additional update. Nima, this seat. I won't beg for anything today. I'll beat you into submission first. The Beast King aimed at Zhou Shun's head and suddenly threw out the 2 huge axes in his hands. The sound of the huge axes spinning and breaking through the air was deafening, making everyone in the entire hall move half a beat slower, and Zhou Shun was no exception. Lightless shield. With a crackling sound, Zhou Shun's light shield shattered, but it also slowed down the speed of the giant axe, allowing him to barely avoid the fatal blow. Since this is a fight to the death, how can I not be on guard against you? Zhou Shun did not retreat but advanced, and rushed towards the Beast King like an arrow. You have nothing in your hands now, let's see what you can use to block me. White Tiger Possession. White Tiger Star Shattering Attack. A phantom of a white tiger floated above the sword, transformed into a meteor and smashed heavily into the Beast King, completely destroying the already tattered armor. At this moment, the body under the armor was completely exposed to Zhou Shun's sight. The time is now. Shock. Charm. Die. Zhou Shun, be careful. Zhou Shun, who was about to launch a fatal attack, had his eyebrows twitching wildly, as if something bad was about to happen. Coupled with the reminder from Feng Manlu behind him, he was forced to temporarily give up on giving the Beast King a fatal blow. Transform into a butterfly. Just at the moment when his body transformed into a butterfly, 2 mountain axes whizzed towards him, close to his wings, and finally returned to the hands of the Beast King. Just a little bit more. The Beast King sighed with a hint of regret, and at the same time turned his gaze to the 3 spirit masters hiding at the edge of the hall. It seems that we need to get rid of these 3 ants that are in the way first. As he spoke, the Beast King's huge body began to rush towards Feng Feifeng and the others. Feng Feifeng was horrified when he saw this. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Go find whoever reminded you, fuck. Feng Manlu chuckled and did not refute. He casually cast a wind spell on himself and quickly moved towards Feng Feifeng's location. This scene frightened Feng Fei so much that his eyes almost popped out. He ran away while cursing, Feng Manlu, you motherfucker. I'm going to kill you. When Zhou Shun saw this scene, a best of both worlds solution suddenly emerged in his mind. After releasing the butterfly, he subconsciously looked towards where Li Wei and Liu Ying'er were. But when he saw it, Levi immediately got furious. Zhou Shun, why are you looking at me? I'm warning you. This is the academy. The dean and the others are watching us. Don't act impulsively. Fuck, please stop laughing, please. I beg you. Zhou Shun was not moved at all when he heard this, and even controlled the wooden sword to hit the back of the Beast King's head. He took the initiative to challenge. Come and hit me, idiot. This kind of behavior is definitely a huge insult to the Beast King, a 5th level mutant, and it is the kind that even an ant can tolerate but an uncle cannot. Boy, you are looking for death. Seeing the Beast King's back quickly leaving, Feng Feifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and looked fiercely at Feng Manlu, who had been hiding behind him like a ghost. Brother, can I call you big brother? Please don't mess with me anymore. Feng Manlu laughed. Are you an idiot? Can't you see that Zhou Shun is not afraid of the Beast King at all? Why, why don't you quickly choose a side at this time? Are you planning to wait until you die before letting your Zhang Jinyu accompany Zhou Shen to Zhuangboli? After Feng Manla's reminder, Feng Feifeng suddenly realized. He quickly grabbed Feng Manla's arm with both hands, lowered his head and whispered, "Brother, good brother. From now on you are my real brother. Thanks for your reminder, otherwise I would have made a big mistake. After this matter is over, I will definitely host a banquet in person at the Forbidden City to thank you for your advice today. What are the consequences of offending Zhou Shen? Just look at Levi running away in a panic. Zhou Shen, don't be like this, let me explain to you. Damn it." Levi, a strong man who is nearly 2 meters tall, is almost crying at this moment. It's obvious that Zhou Shen is planning to use the Beast King to put him to death. But the problem is, putting aside the facts, there is not much hatred between him and Zhou Shen, right? If you really want to take revenge, you can kill Liu Ying'er, right? Zhou Shen, are you going to kill me? Zhou Shen, do you dare to look me in the eye and tell me if you really want me to die? Liu Ying'er's face is unusually pale. At this moment, she seemed to suddenly understand something. It turns out that the Zhou Shen who used to treat him like a treasure is no longer here, and the current Zhou Shen just wants to put him to death. And it all started from the moment the Chu sisters appeared. Chu Lingyue, Chu Lingxian. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. It was you who snatched Zhou Shen away from me, and it was you who made me miss everything about Zhou Shen. Dozens of Yuling fruits and hundreds of strengthening stones, they should have originally belonged to Liu Ying'er. Thinking of this, Liu Ying'er looked at the 2-arm armors on Zhou Shen's hands, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Levi, take out the things you got in the passage before. This almost commanding tone made Levi a little undecided for a moment. Should he give up Liu Ying'er and beg for Zhou Shen's forgiveness, or cooperate with Liu Ying'er to deal Zhou Shen a fatal blow? Fortunately, Levi was not an indecisive person. He immediately decided to take control of his destiny. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for long? I'm going to fight you. The next second, a fiery red crystal appeared in Levi's hand, and he slammed it heavily on the sword of the silver sword. A flame instantly enveloped the silver sword. Liu Ying'er's soul was also completely integrated into it at this moment. Levi stopped running and held the sword with both hands, aiming at Zhou Shen and the Beast King who were coming towards him, and shouted loudly, "This sword has 7,000 imperial powers. If you want me to die, then come and try it. I'll add another chapter. I was a little upset by the trolls yesterday. My mentality was a little explosive, so I didn't write much all day. I'm currently actively adjusting my state. I will continue to add more chapters after I'm adjusted." Chapter 51 Liu Ying'er, Goodbye. Part 1. Is 7,000 defense power high? Although Zhou Shen was disdainful, he also sincerely admired the group of Liu Ying'er and Li Wei. Being able to improve one's strength to such a level within just 1 month is rare among most double-level combinations. But let's take a step back. When did I say I wanted to kill them? The one who wants to kill Liu Ying'er and Li Wei is the Beast King, a 5th-level mutant. What does it have to do with Zhou Shen? Zhou Shen, how dare you? Host room. Dao Qi Tian stood up suddenly and shouted at Zhou Shen on the screen with a ferocious face. But Zhou Shen in the copy couldn't hear his voice at all, and even if he heard it, he wouldn't stop. Please be patient, Dean Dao. There must be some misunderstanding here. After all, with Zhou Shen's strength, if he really wanted to kill Liu Ying'er and Li Wei, why would he go through so much trouble? Chu Lingyun said slowly, while his eyes were fixed on Zhou Shen, thinking to himself, this kid still has some blood in him. Since you want to do it, then just go ahead and do it. I'll cover for you. Then he turned to look at Bai Yuanshan and asked meaningfully, Mr. Bai, what do you think? The commanders present here are all very smart. Bai Yuanshan naturally understood what Chu Lingyun meant. He was asking him, if Zhou Shen really killed Li Wei and Liu Ying'er, what would he do? After all, this group of spirit masters belong to his Qinglong Legion. So the question is, on one side is the new group that you are optimistic about, and on the other side is the master of your own granddaughter. How can these two things be compared? Not at all. So how can he see it? Of course I sat and watched. But since this kid killed one of his people, it means he owes him a favor. Then he must make good use of this favor. After all, Zhou Shen's current level is only level 1, but he already has the strength to fight against level 5 mutant beasts. How can we not make good use of such an outstanding pioneer? Moreover, he had originally planned to train Liu Ying'er and Li Wei to form a group of spirit masters to open up new land. Now that there is a better choice, he has nothing to regret. Inside the martial arts hall, Everyone held their breath and stared at Zhou Shan on the screen, anticipating what was about to happen. Love turns to hate. This is definitely love turns to hate. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. Has Zhou Shan finally made the decision to personally end this love story where you are in the green and I am in the green? What a pity. Liu Ying'er is still so young and so beautiful. Brother, that's great. I'm going to Guangjiangku now to tell your mom that you like someone like Liu Ying'er. No, brother, I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. Mei Zhili subconsciously gripped the armrest tightly, muttering, "Good boy. You are a real man." But, although this group is disgusting, they should not be punished with death. After all, some things didn't happen to him, so Mei Zhili couldn't help but feel sympathy. Although the crime is not punishable by death, for a woman, rather than relying on others by constantly selling her body, perhaps death is also a relief. Mei Zhiyin sighed deeply and thought to herself, if she were Zhou Shan, she would definitely choose to kill Liu Ying'er herself and end the bond between them completely and perfectly. But unfortunately, she didn't think Zhou Shan would choose to kill Liu Ying'er with his own hands at this moment when everyone was paying attention. In the copy, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Shan in the picture was less than 3 meters away from Li Wei. Even though the following scene has not happened yet, it has already lingered in everyone's mind. Yes, Zhou Shan is going to kill someone. Zhou Shan had to do this in front of everyone, including the 4 army commanders. Wait, what is Zhou Shan doing? The next second, a shocking reversal occurred. Zhou Shan stopped less than 2 meters away from Li Wei, then turned around to face the Beast King, exposing his entire back to Liu Ying'er and Li Wei, and shouted loudly, "Now!" Zhou Shan held the sword in both hands, and suddenly he jumped up and rushed towards the Beast King, stabbing directly into the right side of the Beast King's chest. White Tiger's star shattering strike. Caught off guard, the Beast King had no chance to block. He howled in pain and slammed the giant axe in his hand heavily on Zhou Shan's chest. Due to inertia, its entire body fell to the left in a semi-tilted state. Zhou Shan, who was knocked into the air and had not yet landed, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted to where Li Wei was, "What are you waiting for? It's now. Kill it." Looking at the heart of the Beast King exposed in his sight, the fighting instinct dormant in Levi's body drove him to make the most correct response. Opportunity. Yes, it really is an opportunity. And it is also a chance for Li Wei to become famous. How could Zhou Shan let down the opportunity he created for himself at the cost of himself? This sword. Wither. Beast King, go to hell. With a puff, Levi's sword pierced directly into the heart of the Beast King, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Did you win? Did you win? It turns out that in this battle that seems impossible to win, I am the biggest beneficiary? As the power of resistance in his body continued to drain away and then be restored through absorption, the Beast King's body was visibly withering away. Victory is at hand. Li Wei carefully glanced at Zhou Shan, who was sitting cross-legged to recover, and thought to himself that he had really wronged Zhou Shan. In this case, then let's just write off the grudge between me and Zhou Shan. Fuck, could it be that Levi got all the benefits in the end? Seeing that Zhou Shan's efforts were finally reaped by Li Wei's group, Feng Feifeng immediately said that he couldn't tolerate it anymore. He summoned a broad-bladed giant sword and was about to go up and finish off the enemy, but the next second Feng Manlu behind him grabbed the corner of his clothes. Brother, what do you mean by this? Are we just going to watch Levi kill the 5th-level mutant beast alone? This is an incredible amount of wealth. Chapter 52 Liu Ying'er, Goodbye. Part 2. Feng Fei is crazy and doesn't know why. Didn't Feng Manlu say before that he wanted to stand on Zhou Shan's side? If I try to steal the credit from Li Wei now, isn't that just a disguised way of venting my anger on Zhou Shan? Why is Brother Feng stopping me at this time? The next second, Feng Manlu shook his head speechlessly and said in a deep voice, "You must go up, but when you get up, remember to stay as far away as possible. But no matter what, you have to make sure you look good. Do you understand?" Does Feng Feifeng understand? Of course he didn't understand. He was just a rough man who couldn't handle the finer things, let alone any conspiracy or trickery. Feng Manlu was naturally aware of this, and with a helpless look on his face, he leaned close to Feng Feifeng's ear and whispered 4 words, "Borrow a knife to kill someone." Then he pointed towards where Zhou Shan was, and Feng Feifeng looked over there. But it doesn't matter if you take a look at it. Even a rough guy like him can see the problem. From his angle, he could just see Zhou Shan's face. He could clearly see that the other party not only had a rosy complexion and a steady breath, but also did not look injured at all. Looking more closely, the armor Zhou Shun was wearing looked tattered because it had been hit head-on by the Beast King's axe. But in fact, many of the gaps appear to be cut by a sharp tool rather than hammered by a blunt tool. Feng Feifeng finally realized. Fuck, the city is full of tricks. I want to go back to the countryside. But the show must be done in full, and while Feng Feifeng was observing Zhou Shun also discovered them. Zhou Shun looked at the two of them and shouted in a heart-wrenching voice, "Hurry up and help! We must protect Levi. Don't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, even if the Beast King starts killing people, someone will say it was my fault." As Feng Feifeng charged forward with his sword in hand, he cursed in his heart, "Damn you, Zhou Shun. I'll run away every time I see you from now on. You're so mean. And you still say it was you who ordered it? You left your back to Levi, and even risked your life to create an opportunity for Levi. Who dares to say that you killed Levi?" Feng Manlu on the other side followed closely behind, but he naturally kept a distance from Feng Feifeng and the others. After all, he was a mage, so there was nothing wrong with attacking from a distance, right? The sudden joining of Feng Feifeng and Feng Manlu inevitably made Levi a little anxious. Die. Die quickly. Why aren't you dead yet?" Levi exerted force with both hands and inserted the silver sword into the body of the Beast King again. This was enormous wealth. How could he share it with others? However, just as the attacks of the three people hit the Beast King at the same time, a deafening roar accompanied by an irresistible force was instantly released in all directions with the Beast King's body as the center. The Beast King roars. Roar. Feng Feifeng and Feng Manlu, who were a little further away from the Beast King's body, were like kites with their strings cut off under the Beast King's roar. They rushed over as fast as they rushed back. Finally, it smashed heavily into the wall of the hall and embedded deeply into the wall. Before he lost consciousness, Feng Feifeng looked at Feng Manlu beside him with gratitude and said with the last bit of strength in his body, "Brother Feng, I owe you another life." Then his head tilted and he fainted. The situation on the other side was not much better, although he was standing far away. However, the mage's body is not as strong as that of a warrior. The same attack on different people will naturally cause different damages. "Don't thank me, you will cry sooner or later." After saying this, Feng Manlu fainted. Compared to the two of them, Levi, who was closest to the Beast King, was stunned where he was. It's not that his body is so strong that he can withstand the Beast King's big move without losing the upper hand. It's really that the Beast King's main target of roaring is concentrated on Levi, causing Levi, who was under the attack head-on, to start bleeding from all 7 orifices. Even the silver sword in my hand is a little unsteady. How could this happen? What the hell is going on? Levi couldn't control his body at all. He wanted to move, even just for a moment. Whether it's escaping or finishing off a target, he just wants to move. However, the Beast King on the opposite side would not give him this opportunity at all. The huge axe in his hand swept across the sky and finally cut through Levi's body without any hindrance, and at the same time cut off the silver sword in his hand. The next second, an extremely weak soul emerged from the blade of the silver sword. It was Liu Ying'er. However, Liu Ying'er looked so haggard at this moment. Pale skin, decayed face. Liu Ying'er looked in the direction of Zhou Shun and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she found that she couldn't make any sound at all. However, from her lip movements, Zhou Shun seemed to have heard Liu Ying'er's last words. "I'm deeply sorry. Shun Shan, thank you." And then the entire soul body completely dissipated. Zhou Shun only felt a pain in his spiritual sea of consciousness. It seems that I have understood something, and it seems that I have let go of something. But who cares? At least everything that belonged to the original body has completely ended from this moment on, isn't it? From today on, he is himself, he is Zhou Shun, he is just Zhou Shun. Yes, it's over. It's all going to be over soon. The Beast King propped up his exhausted body and slowly walked towards where Zhou Shun was. Finally, he fell to the ground less than 2 meters away from him, and using his body as a shield, he wrote 9 small words on the ground with his fingers. Night Moon Forest, Candidate Priest, save. Zhou Shun nodded inconspicuously, then used Frostmourne in his hand to end the life of the Beast King. You did what you promised me. I will keep my promise, Zhou Shun murmured to himself. Time goes back 5 minutes. That is, the moment Zhou Shun used the White Tiger Starbreaker to pierce the Beast King's armor. A sound as small as a mosquito sounded in the Beast King's ears at the same time. It's not difficult to get me to agree to your conditions. Help me kill someone. The Beast King nodded. Deal. The power of mutation. Yuling coins. strengthening stone, enchanted stone, mutation beads, divine stone, unpurified equipment. Chapter 53 Dao Qi Tian. No evidence? My words are the evidence. Additional. Name, Zhoushan. Level, Level 1. Divine Control Power, 3,500. Mutated Divine Control Power, 300. 300 mutation powers. Haven't you reached the limit yet? But that's right. If you really reach the limit, then you should just break through. At the same time, many students outside followed Dao Qitian and quickly came to the exit of the copy to wait. This is the activity square of the Armed Forces Academy, located in front of the teleportation array in the center. A dazzling white light flashed, and Zhou Shun, who looked exhausted, appeared in the teleportation array carrying Feng Manlu and Feng Feifeng. Quick, medical team, save people. The head teacher by Yuan Feng at the side hurriedly greeted him. The medical team, who had been prepared, immediately rushed over to examine the three people. But this check is okay. Several medical team members showed a trace of surprise on their faces at the same time. This. Dao Qitian's heart tightened when he saw this, thinking to himself, could it be that 2 more people died? Wouldn't that mean that almost all the money he had just put into his pocket would be taken out? It is related to whether his flowing star knife can successfully reach level 11, and there must be no accidents. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Dao Qitian grabbed the collar of one of the medical staff and asked anxiously. They are both fine, they just fainted. As for Zhou Shun, it seems nothing happened. Feng Feifeng and Feng Manlu just fainted? Is Zhou Shun okay too? Dao Qitian was relieved when he heard this, but he soon realized that something was wrong. You mean Zhou Shun wasn't injured? The medical staff nodded. No, not even a little bit. Dao Qitian continued to ask without giving up. Yes, nothing happened, not even a scratch. The medical worker felt his collar getting tighter and tighter, and even made him feel like he couldn't breathe. However, the next second, he felt that he was floating in the air and rapidly crashing into the distant wall. Shit, they are fine now, but I might be in trouble. Zhou Shun. Dao Qitian roared, which made Zhou Shun's scalp numb. You're quite good at acting. Didn't you spit out blood? Isn't it a problem even to stand? Didn't even the armor get chopped into scrap metal? Why? You recovered quickly? Facing Dao Qitian's questioning, Zhou Shun nodded as a matter of course. Yes, everyone's physique is different. I'm just special. You farted. Dao Qitian wouldn't fall for it. Since he had lost 200 strengthening stones, enchantment stones, and Yuling coins because of Zhou Shun, he would get these resources back from Zhou Shun. Otherwise, he has plenty of tricks. Zhou Shen, let me tell you, Li Wei and Liu Ying'er were trained by this dean at great cost, and now they have been killed by you. Then you must give this dean an explanation no matter what. As soon as Dao Qitian finished speaking, Bai Yuanfang stood up and said, Dean, this is not right. We all saw what happened just now. Li Wei's death has nothing to do with Zhou Shan. Then he looked at the people behind him and asked, Are you right? Right. Well, actually no one answered Bai Yuanfang's question. Dao Qitian has the final say in the Armed Forces Academy. It is not the first time that he has turned black into white. Sometimes, for the sake of resources, this old guy can do anything bad. Seeing that everyone in the academy was on his side, Dao Qitian looked at Zhou Shan with satisfaction and said, Well, don't say I'm making things difficult for you. After all, you killed someone in my academy, and it even caused me to lose a large amount of resources. You must compensate for these. But considering that you are still a student and don't have much money in your pocket, so? Dao Qitian paused. His expression gradually became greedy. As long as you compensate me for the mutant bead, the matter between Li Wei and Liu Ying'er will be resolved. It's not impossible for this dean to let bygones be bygones. Originally, the rock giant mutant last time was enough to make him jealous, but Zhou Shan was in a one-on-one situation and killed the mutant in front of everyone. Even if he was jealous, he would not make a move to snatch it in public. But today is completely different. Dao Qitian is determined to get this mutant bead. The truth is revealed. Zhou Shan had anticipated this result, so he did not use the mutation bead at the first opportunity. However, the reason why he didn't use it was not because he was afraid of this Qitian, but because he didn't want to use it. Because he had a premonition that the day when he would break through to the heavenly Dao level was not far away. As long as he could successfully break through, the heavenly Dao's blessing would most likely upgrade his poisonous skin. Through the previous battle with the Beast King, Zhou Shan was able to personally experience the power of the heavenly tyrant body, so he decided to build up some defense for himself. As for the current situation, it is not difficult to solve. Dean, why didn't you say so earlier? I've already used it. As he spoke, Zhoushan activated his poisonous skin. A layer of light green light has enveloped his entire body. Since the White Tiger Army has blocked the news of his single-handedly killing the purple breath poison dragon, then he can just use the poisonous skin to confuse people, right? You! Dao Qitian was furious, thinking to himself that he had arrived as soon as Zhou Shun completed the copy, but he didn't expect that he was still a step late. Okay, you're good. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for enforcing the rules of the Institute. At this point, Dao Qitian suddenly turned his head to look at Bai Yuanfang beside him and said in a deep voice, Director Bai, according to the rules of our institute, what is the crime for intentionally murdering a classmate? Bai Yuanfang was silent for a long time, until a streak of blood flashed across the sky in the distance. Then he said calmly, Murder? You should pay with your life. But Dean, do you really have evidence that Zhoushan deliberately murdered his classmates? Dao Qitian grinned. So what if there is? So what if there isn't? I am Dao Qitian, the Dean of the Kyoto Armed Forces Academy. As long as he is still in this academy, my words are proof. Director Bai, as the deputy of this hospital, you should be aware of this, right? Continuous update. Please read on. Chapter 54. The father-in-law domineeringly protects his son-in-law. Mr. Bai domineeringly protects his grandson-in-law. Dean, it's not too late to stop now, Bai Yuanfang said meaningfully. However, Dao Qitian was completely occupied by greed at this time, and could not hear the hidden meaning of Bai Yuanfang's words at all. Zhoushan, if you want to live, this hospital can give you a chance. As long as you hand over all the compensation that the Lord God promised you, your merits and demerits will be offset, and killing a few people is actually not a big deal. But if you don't agree, before he finished speaking, a huge red sword fell from the sky and stabbed straight into the ground between Zhoushan and Dao Qitian. Looking up, a middle-aged man stood with his arms folded, like a king looking down on the world, standing on the sword guard of the giant sword. So what if you don't agree? The man on the giant sword was none other than Chu Lingyun, who arrived in time. And he was not a projection but his real body. Dao Qitian, you know that Zhoushan is from my Chu family, but you still make things difficult for him. Can I assume that the name of my Jiangbei Chu family is worthless in the eyes of your dean? Dao Qitian's face changed when he heard this. Chu Lingyun questioned him like this in front of all the students. If he gave in today, how could he continue to be the dean in the future? Moreover, his flowing star blade has reached a critical moment. He only needs 200 strengthening stones to get enough materials for adding 11. So, with a clang, Dao Qitian held the flowing star knife with a 10 strength enhancement in his hand, with the tip of the knife pointing directly at Chu Lingyun. Captain Chu, I am enforcing the rules of the academy. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Besides, this is the Kyoto Armed Academy. It's okay if you don't give face to the dean, but don't you even give face to the Lord? After hearing this, Chu Lingyun did not even raise his eyelids and still stood on the sword guard calmly. What do you think Qi Tian is? Are you worthy enough to talk to me? Zhoushan, who was behind the huge red sword, was shocked and thought to himself, is this his future father-in-law? Isn't this too awesome? With this style, this figure, and these lines, he is simply the invincible male protagonist in the novels of the previous life. So damn handsome. Look down at yourself again. Zhoushan suddenly realized that he still had a long way to go. Chu Lingyun, you are going too far. Seeing that the battle between the two top masters was about to break out, the balance between the two sides immediately tilted after a slightly old voice appeared. Master Dao, please wait a minute. I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. An old man came from the air, and with every step he took, he would gain an extra piece of phantom weapon. When he finally appeared in front of everyone, only a pair of eyes that seemed cloudy but were actually majestic and unparalleled were left exposed. A green spear appeared in the old man's hand. The spear was about 5 feet long and made entirely of dragon scales. It exuded a cold and chilly aura. Captain Bai, are you also going to wade into this muddy water? From the way Dao Qitian addressed the old man, the other party's identity became clear. The commander of the Qinglong Legion, the Bai family in western Sichuan, and the head of the family, Bai Yuanshan. Wade into muddy water? No. I came here just to ask Dean Dao. You know Zhoushan is from my Bai family, but you still make things difficult for him. So can I think. The name of my Sichuan Bai family is worthless in the eyes of your dean? Almost the same words as Chu Lingyun came out of Bai Yuanfang's mouth again. It was obvious that the other party had bad intentions and was here to cause trouble. If it was just Chu Lingyun alone, it would be fine. Dao Qitian was confident that Chu Lingyun would not start a war with him in the Lord God's territory. But if Bai Yuanfang is included, that may not be the case. Dean, let's end this matter here. What do you think? At the critical moment, Bai Yuanfang, as a member of the Armed Forces Academy, took the initiative to stand up and persuade them to make peace. This means that the situation is currently under control, but if Dao Qitian insists on doing it his own way, the consequences will be unpredictable. However, Dao Qitian, who was already full of anger at this time, was worried about having no place to vent, so he caught Bai Yuanfang and started scolding him. Okay, you're great, Bai Yuanfang. What do you want to do? Do you want to rebel? Don't you forget who promoted you to be the Dean of Studies? Your father just arrived, and you couldn't help but jump out right after, right? I'm informing you now that you've been fired from the Armed Forces Academy. From now on, you have no right to interfere with any decision of the Armed Forces Academy. Get out of here. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuanfang shrugged fearlessly, thinking that he never wanted to be the Dean of Studies. If it wasn't because his precious daughter was bored at home and insisted on running to the Armed Forces Academy to be a tutor, how could he give up his identity as the eldest son of the Bai family and come here to suffer? Now that Bai Ying'er has found her home, it's time for him to leave. But before leaving, Bai Yuanfang said sincerely, actually, for so many years, I didn't like the Armed Forces Academy at all. I didn't like the system here, I didn't like the instructors here, and I didn't even like the students here. Because since the last dean left, the Armed Forces Academy has lost its meaning and has become a tool for making money. Do you know why your flowing star blade failed 3 times in a row when it reached level 11? Dao Qitianxia subconsciously asked, why? Bai Yuanfang laughed and pointed to the sky. Because even God can't stand it anymore. You are destined to never reach level 11 in your lifetime, let alone the position of Legion Commander. Dao Qitian's defense was broken immediately. He swung the flowing star knife in his hand and slashed at Bai Yuanfang. You are talking bullshit. I will use your blood to sacrifice to the heaven today. Let's see whether God will help you or me. With a bang, an arrow flew through the air and directly nailed Dao Qitian's flowing star knife to the ground. Please be patient, Dean. It's just a few resources. I'll give them to you. The god holding the sunset bow came from a distance and spoke slowly. At the same time, he did not forget to throw the prepared Yuling bag to Zhou Shen. This is the resource I promised to compensate you before. You can count it. Zhou Shen took the soul control bag and put it directly into the soul control master's space. He shook his head and said, no need to count it. I am just a small-time jerk with no strength, no talent, and no connections. I'm sure the Lord God will not fool me. Chapter 55. The Kyoto incident is over, and the Mei siblings are following. The Godlord's expression froze when he heard this, thinking that Zhou Shen had something else in mind. But the most important thing at the moment is to comfort Qitian and never let the old dean leave the Armed Forces Academy. Master Dao, can you please excuse me for a moment? Watching the two people's backs as they left, Zhou Shen had already understood most of the distorted ideas about this world. With such a god, it is not surprising what the world will become. As if he had seen through Zhou Shen's thoughts, Chu Lingyun's explanation directly pointed out the problem. The Lord God is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In fact, he is more suitable to be a military commander than a manager. But there is no other way. Who makes the Lord God the strongest person in Xia country? In terms of strength, no one can match him. Even our 4 army commanders combined are no match for him. Moreover, the Lord God is very sentimental. Because of the old dean, he is particularly indulgent towards Dao Qitian. Over time, the whole of Kyoto became a mess. This is also the reason why our 4 legion commanders are unwilling to come back and are willing to stay at the border. Putting away the red giant sword, Chu Lingyun stepped forward and patted Zhou Shen on the shoulder. If you want to change this situation, then quickly become stronger, and then, if you want to restore order, all 4 legions will support you. Chu Lingyun's words touched Zhou Shen's heart and also gave him an analysis of the situation in Xia country. The 4 legions fought bloody battles to protect Kyoto, but the god did nothing and only thought about you, me, and everyone else. Only. Why is this me? Why did Chu Lingyun place his hopes of changing the situation in Xia country on himself? But it doesn't matter when I think about it. Anyway, I will leave Kyoto soon, when I am stronger and have a certain say in the future. If his position is still firmly on the side of Xiagua, then he may consider changing the world's customs. Because, within you, you possess the same power as the Lord God. As he spoke, 5 magic stones appeared in Chu Lingyun's hand, and he threw them to Zhou Shen as if he was throwing away garbage. Once we reach the White Tiger Army, I will have someone arrange a secret room for you to break through. If you absorb all 5 divine stones, you should be able to achieve the heavenly Tao breakthrough. After you break through, you need to go to Western Sichuan where the Azure Dragon Army is located. Do you understand? Zhou Shen nodded, then cautiously glanced at Bai Yuanfang who had been silent beside him. I wonder if this is Bai Linger's grandfather. In terms of domineering and strength, he seems to be on par with my father-in-law. He's also a ruthless person. If possible, let Linger come back and stay for a few days. As for you, the Azure Dragon Army welcomes you at any time. After saying this, Bai Yuanshan took Bai Yuanfang away. It seems that their arrival is just for the sake of formality, and the name of this formality is support. Give him your support. While Zhou Shun was touched, he couldn't help but find his previous behavior a little funny. In his eyes, the seemingly flawless borrowing of a knife to kill someone did not meet a fair and just person in power. The sentence, when I say white, it is white. When I say black, it is black, was outrageous but realistic and gave him a slap in the face. In this case, so starting today, let's let our fists do everything. Zhou Shan stopped talking and silently followed his domineering father-in-law towards the door of the Armed Forces Academy. However, just as he took his first step out of the Armed Forces Academy, he saw 2 familiar figures across the street. Hey, my dear disciple, would you mind taking me and your aunt with you? After witnessing the darkness of the academy, Mei Zhili and his sister decided to find another way out, at least to stay away from Kyoto, a place of trouble. After much thought, it might be a good choice to follow Zhou Shan to the White Tiger Legion. Of course, the most important thing is, Sister Mei Zhiyin did not oppose her decision. Zhou Shan grinned upon hearing this. That's great. I just happen to have many questions about swordsmanship that I need to ask you, Master. Of course, there is also Master. His eyes full of expectation met Mei Zhiyin's gaze in the air. This 30-year-old elder sister, at this moment, lowered her head shyly like an 18-year-old girl. Chu Lingyun, who was standing by, looked at the disabled but strong-willed young man in front of him with surprise. Did you teach Zhou Shun the sword-controlling technique? Facing the question from the White Tiger Legion commander, Mei Zhili straightened his chest and raised his head, answering with great confidence. Of course I taught you. Chu Lingyun smiled knowingly, thinking that he had found a treasure. Then he waved his hand and Mei Zhili's wheelchair floated up without any wind. Follow me to the White Tiger Corps, and I will arrange a position for you where you can display your abilities. Believe me, this trip will be worthwhile. Let's go. Before leaving, Zhou Shan didn't even look back at the Armed Forces Academy. Just as he said before, in the entire Armed Forces Academy, if there was anything really worth his nostalgia, it was only by Linger's legs. Fortunately, the owner of this leg has now changed his surname to Zhou. Ahem, maybe not yet, but it will be soon. And he had a premonition that the day he returned to the Armed Forces Academy would be the beginning of the subversion of the entire order in Kyoto. Chu Lingyun and others left on the teleportation array. He took Zhou Shan away, and the Mei siblings. Logically, he should have taken something else away, but he couldn't remember what for the moment. But since I can't remember it, it must not be an important thing. Armed Forces Academy, Instance Teleportation Array. A dazzling white light flashed by, and Brother Chi looked at the empty square, feeling a little confused for a moment. My life has been like walking on thin ice. It looks like I won't be able to reach the other side. Then, Feng Feifeng and Feng Manlu, who were coming towards them, stood side by side, looked at the lonely 7th brother and said with a smile, Do you want to come with us? Where are you going? A truly fair and just place, a world that only exists in our ideals. 1. A fantasy kingdom that can make you stronger quickly. Hearing this, Brother 7 nodded heavily. Okay, I'll go with you. Chapter 56. My sister is in your hands. Don't bully her. In front of the White Tiger Corps meeting hall. When Chu Lingyun and others arrived, military advisor Li Ming had already opened the door of the conference room. He looked at Zhou Shan and others with a smile and extended his hand to welcome them. We meet again, Uncle Zhou Shan. Different from the way he addressed him the last time they met. This time Li Ming deliberately added the 3 words son-in-law after Zhou Shan's name. These 3 seemingly ordinary words represent the recognition of Zhou Shan by the White Tiger Corps and even the Chu family. But compared to all these, Zhou Shan cares more about the attitude of his father-in-law, the big boss in front of him. That you. Shut up, find a place to sit down, and we'll talk about what's going on between us later. Chu Lingyun frowned, veins throbbing on his clenched fists. However, when his gaze turned to Mei Zhili, his expression immediately became friendly, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. Shaoli, do you mind if I call you that? Zhoushan. Who is your son-in-law? Mei Zhili bowed respectfully and said, It's my honor. Very good. Chu Lingyun laughed and pointed to the map on the wall of the conference room. I plan to send you to garrison Yawang Valley and teach the soldiers stationed their swordsmanship. What do you think? After hearing the words, teaching swordsmanship, Mei Zhili was moved. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Chu Lingyun on the other side continue to say, I will arrange for you to be the chief swordsman of the White Tiger Corps, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the treatment. As for why I asked you to go to Medicine King Valley, there are actually two reasons. First, Medicine King Valley is currently the safest place among the 3 major battle zones guarded by our White Tiger Legion. It is also the battle zone closest to Jiangbei. Considering that you are physically disabled and not suitable for long journeys, I chose this place on purpose. As for the second reason, it is also out of consideration for your health. Because in Medicine King Valley, sometimes there are intelligent treasures born from heaven and earth, also called mutant spiritual medicines, which have the effect of reviving the dead and turning their bones into flesh. Maybe they can make your severed limbs grow back. As for whether or not to go, I respect your opinion. Before he finished speaking, Mei Zhili on the opposite side immediately bowed and said, I do. I understand Captain Chu's intentions, and I cannot repay his kindness. Zhili is willing to use this broken body to train sword masters for the White Tiger Legion to repay the captain's kindness. Whether it was the opportunity given to him by Chu Lingyun to teach him swordsmanship, or the promise that seemed illusory but had a traceable basis. For a child like Mei Zhili who grew up in a lonely world, this was tantamount to an unreserved recognition. And this kind of recognition can even make him give everything for it, including his life. Mei Zhili's sister Mei Zhiyan looked at Chu Lingyun with gratitude in her eyes at this moment. No one knows better than her how much Zhili wants to be recognized. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry because of Zhou Shun's words. If I become proficient in swordsmanship in the future, I will definitely carve the 3 words, Mei Zhili, in the temple of martial arts so that people of the world can worship me. He accepted Zhou Shun wholeheartedly and even planned to give his own sister to Zhou Shun. Well, that's outrageous. In that case, why not wait for a better day? I will send Li Ming to take you there in person. How about that? It can be seen that Chu Lingyun is also a man of swift action, and just as he said, it is better to do it today than to wait for a day. Even if Mei Zhili is left in Jiangbei for a few days to prepare, there is really nothing to prepare. Okay, but before I leave, I have one more thing to take care of. At this point, Mei Zhili raised his head and cast his gaze towards his sister Mei Zhiyan. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Sister. Well, what's wrong? Mei Zhiyan had a bad feeling in his heart. Sister, this time? I want to go by myself. Mei Zhili's tone was extremely firm, and his eyes looked at his sister without any dodging. Sister, I have grown up. I am no longer the coward who complained about the world and the injustice of the world because I lost my legs and only knew how to hide in your arms and cry. I now have my own business and have been recognized by everyone. I also want to make a career and create a new world for myself. And under this sky, I hope I can see my sister at that time. Let me protect my sister, okay? A tear slid down Mei Zhiyan's beautiful cheek. She nodded gently and then reached out to rub Mei Zhili's head. Okay, then I'll wait for you to protect me. So, you have to promise me that until you have the ability to protect me, you must ensure your own safety and don't let me worry about you. Got it? Mei Zhili nodded, holding back the tears in his eyes, and a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he turned to look at Zhou Shin. Disciple, now that the master is gone, you have to take good care of your master's aunt, understand? Don't let her suffer any injustice, don't let her cry, don't let her feel lonely. If you can't do it, even if I risk my life, I will make you understand the horror of sword control. Do you understand? Looking at Mei Zhili who kept winking at him, Zhou Shun's mood became a little complicated. Don't worry, I will take good care of Sister Yin. Well, now it's done. Mei Zhili has become a subordinate of his father-in-law, and he is Mei Zhili's apprentice. The relationship here is really getting more and more complicated, and he can't figure it out. Mei Zhili left and was pushed away by Li Ming. From today on, Mei Zhili has found the meaning of his life and embarked on a new path. This is a good beginning, and it will definitely have a good ending. At this moment, only Chu Lingyun, Zhou Shen, and Mei Zhiyan, who seemed a little at a loss, were left in the huge conference hall. Ahem. The next second, Chu Lingyun coughed lightly, then looked at Zhou Shan and said, Come out quickly. Zhou Shan was stunned at first when he heard this, And then he saw Chu Lingyue, Chu Lingxian, and Bai Linger walking out of the phantom space at the same time. Dad, I miss you so much. Old man, you performed well today. I can sum you up in 2 words. Handsome. The 2 beautiful girls held Chu Lingyun's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and shook them while saying, Humph, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, would I, as your father, need to go out and show my face in public? By the way, your mother misses you guys. If you have nothing else to do these few days, go back and stay for a few days. And Bai's daughter, you should go back and stay for a few days. After Zhoushan breaks through, I will ask him to go to Western Sichuan to find you. More updates. More updates. More updates. Please keep reading, brothers. Chapter 57 Contract. God a Dragon Leggings. Hubby, we're leaving now. You have to be obedient and behave yourself. Little brother, don't miss me too much. I'll give you a surprise when I come back. My dear husband, I'm waiting for you in Western Sichuan. Remember to absorb the divine stone I left for you. It is the key to achieving your second heavenly Tao breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, Zhoushan and Mei Jiyin were the only ones left in the conference hall, staring at each other. That's Sister Yin, I think. Before Zhoushan could finish his words, Mei Jiyin took Zhoushan's hand and walked out the door. Don't think about it yet. Let's go to another place. It's not very convenient here. Good. Not long after, Zhoushan and Mei Jiyin arrived at the so-called secret room arranged for them by Chu Lingyun. In fact, it is a spacious and bright house with elegant walls and exquisite furniture. The sunlight shines through the windowsill onto a large double bed. The light blue sheets and curtains complement each other, making the whole space full of warmth. Walking into the room was so quiet that only the breathing of the 2 of them could be heard. Zhoushan, who was in the same room, could also clearly feel that Mei Jiyin's breathing behind him was gradually becoming rapid. Zhoushan came from behind along with Mei Jiyin's voice. Zhoushan, who was walking in front, also stopped, turned his head and stared into Mei Jiyin's eyes and asked, What's wrong, Sister Yin? The relationship between the 2 has come to this point, and there is actually no need to say more. Even the window paper that has not yet been broken is about to disappear, but even so, Mei Jiyin still wanted to say the words that had been buried deep in her heart for a long time. Zhoushan, my name is Plum Blossom. I am me. I am not someone else. So, will you cherish me? Will you cherish Mei Jiyin? Zhoushan suddenly realized. No wonder he always had a feeling that there was an invisible and intangible gap between Mei Jiyin and himself. The problem is here. I have to say, women's intuition is really terrifying. Ying'er, actually at the beginning, I did think you were someone else. But I can assure you that the feeling only stayed in my mind for less than a minute, that's all. From then on, you are just Mei Jiyin in my eyes, the one and only Mei Jiyin, my Yinjia and my Ying'er. So Ying'er, are you willing to give me a chance to prove it all with my actions and every little bit in the future? I do. At this moment, the owners of the 2 pairs of eyes appeared in front of Zhoushan at the same time. On one side is her in the previous life, and on the other side is Mei Jiyin in this life. Her eyes were still so beautiful, starry and like waves, with pity and shyness in them, like autumn water, like cold stars, like precious pearls, and like 2 balls of black mercury contained in white mercury. Just this one glance was eternal, but the next second, she closed her eyes forever, as if announcing her departure to Zhoushan. Facing her departure, Zhoushan did not stop her, but left a message deep in his heart. Thank you for coming, and thank you for leaving now. Congratulations to the Lord of Divine Control Zhoushan for successfully contracting the Tianlong leggings and receiving the blessing of the gods. The ability of the Phantom Armored Dragon leggings has been improved. The divine contract is permanent and cannot be terminated. Strengthening successful, the Shun Tianlong leggings are strengthened to level 1. Strengthening successful, the Shun Tianlong leggings are strengthened to level 2. Strengthening successful, the Shinshanlong leggings are strengthened to level 3. Understand the exclusive skill, True Dragon Form. Strengthening successful, the Shun Tianlong leggings are strengthened to level 4. Strengthening successful, the Shun Tianlong leggings are strengthened to level 5. Enchantment successful, the enchantment level of the Godly Dragon leggings is level 1. Enchantment successful, the enchantment level of the Godly Dragon leggings is 2nd level. Enchantment successful, the enchantment level of the Godly Dragon leggings is level 3. Understand the exclusive feature, Multiple. Enchantment successful, the enchantment level of the Godly Dragon leggings is 4th level. Enchantment successful, the enchantment level of the Godly Dragon leggings is level 5. Phantom armor, divine dragon leggings, transformer, Mei Jian, wearer, Zhoushan, contract type, permanent contract, indivisible, level, enhancement level 5, enchantment level 5, divine power bonus, 4000, talents, divine dragon bloodline, divine barrier breaking, divine swiftness, divine huge strength, divine weight, divine sky dragon bloodline, greatly increases the upper limit of the spirit master's chi and health, greatly increases the spirit master's defense ability, greatly increases the spirit master's power recovery speed, and greatly increases the upper limit of the body's absorption of divine power. God breaks barriers, possesses the ability to break through all obstacles, including formations, alternate dimensions, confinement, etc. Divine swiftness, greatly enhances the spirit master's movement speed, attack speed, casting speed, physical dodge, and spell dodge. Divine strength, greatly enhances the power of the spirit master's legs and doubles the damage when using leg-type phantom skills to attack. God multiple casts. When using any type of phantom skill, there is a lower probability of multiple casts. For example, triple white tiger star shattering strike. Skills: Death Stomp, Stampede, Echo Smash, True Dragon Form. Death Stomp. Use your legs to slam the ground unit, causing massive damage and stunning targets within a certain range. Rush and Collision. Within a certain period of time, the movement speed of the player reaches the upper limit of the current level, and the collision volume is 0 during the activation of the Phantom skill. During the collision, a large amount of damage is caused to all units touched, as well as abnormal status effects such as deceleration and defense breaking. The duration is random. Echo Smash. Use your legs to slam the ground to send out shockwaves, causing damage to surrounding targets. Shockwaves bounce off each other to cause even greater damage. This damage ignores magic immunity, and the more targets attacked, the higher the damage. True Dragon Form. The master transforms into a dragon, gains special abilities, and can launch long-range attacks. The attack has poisonous effects, frost effects, and 100 splash effects. Hubby, I never thought that there is such a powerful force hidden in your body. This feeling makes me unable to even raise the slightest desire to resist. Ying'er, your body is like the most perfect work of art in the world. It also makes me addicted and unable to extricate myself. Hubby, kiss me. I am all yours. Chapter 58. Falling in love, stealing the house, giving it away for free. Let's do it together. 3 days have passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Zhoushan and Mei Jian never stepped out of the room. They have entered the stage of passionate love, discussing some naive topics every day, enjoying the pure, romantic, and warm love. At night, the starlight sprinkled on her face, exuding the utmost romance. He put his arms steadily on her shoulders. They smiled at each other, their eyes met, hot, tender, and affectionate, as if everything belonged only to them. During the day, it seemed as if the sky outside the window was becoming more blue, and every breeze made people feel a sense of warmth and warmth. The two sat together intimately, gently stroking each other's hair and admiring each other's beauty. Mei Jian is no longer afraid of the future because she has found the most real and wonderful love in Zhoushan's arms. Boom, boom, boom. However, the sudden knock on the door woke up the couple in the room. Honey, are you in there? We're back. It was not difficult to tell from the previous address outside the door that it was Liu Ying'er who had returned home for 3 days. In the room, Zhoushan quickly stood up and helped Mei Jian put on her clothes. Here it comes, here it comes. A minute later, the door opened. The four looked at each other. The sharp-eyed Liu Ying'er discovered that Mei Jian was exceptionally beautiful today, with smooth, delicate skin, so tender that she looked more like a blooming peach blossom, emitting a charming glow in the sun. Moreover, her figure has become obviously more graceful, full of feminine beauty and charm. Coupled with Zhoushan, who was standing beside her and looked energetic but with flickering eyes, and obviously feeling guilty, how could she not guess what had happened in this house? Sister, it seems like our house has been robbed again? Liu Ying'er stroked her forehead and looked at Liu Ying'er. What can I do? I am helpless, okay? Liu Ying'er suddenly had an idea. Sister Ying'er, you've been in Jiangbei for several days. I guess you haven't been out for a walk yet? Mei Jian is already 30 years old this year, so how could she not understand the meaning of Liu Ying'er's words? She immediately took the initiative to speak. Yes, I have heard that Jiangbei has picturesque scenery, and every place is so beautiful that people linger. I have always wanted to go there. That's great. I haven't been home for a long time. Can we go together? That's great. Mei Jian nodded in agreement, her eyes lingering as she swept over Zhou Shun's body. Then she quickly walked forward and took Chu Lingxian's arm. Chu Lingxian made an unnoticeable gesture to Chu Lingyue, then left with Mei Jian without looking back. Chu Lingyue, who received the signal, also blushed, like a ripe apple, which would produce juice if you squeezed it with your hands. Inside the room, Zhou Shun took a deep breath as he looked at Chu Lingyue, who was at a loss. He took the initiative to step forward, held Chu Lingyue's hand and asked, "Why did you take so long to come back?" Well, my mother said that. After we return from the Azure Dragon Army, we plan to hold a wedding at the Chu family, so there will be a lot of things to prepare, and it will be very troublesome. Zhou Shun understood, took the initiative to step forward and gently embraced the beautiful girl in front of him, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, Ying'er. As long as I can achieve a happy ending with my husband, Ying'er doesn't feel bitter. It's just that Ying'er is worried that the Chu family has too many rules, and you might not be able to adapt to it, husband. It is normal for aristocratic families to have more rules, and Zhou Shun can naturally understand that. As long as the other party does not go too far, Zhou Shun will most likely not care for Ying'er and Xian'er's sake. What's more, he has such a powerful father-in-law, so there won't be any accidents." However, after the lessons learned at the Armed Forces Academy, Zhou Shun deeply understood a truth. A blacksmith must be strong himself. Therefore, during this trip to Qinglong, he will definitely seize the opportunity and try his best to improve himself. As for now, Ying'er, you must have been very busy these days. Do you want your husband to give you a massage? Chu Lingyue lowered her head slightly, buried her little head in Zhou Shun's chest, and said softly, "Hubby, let's change rooms, okay? Here. The smell here is too strong. It makes me feel uncomfortable." Zhou Shun nodded awkwardly. Who told him that he had just finished his conquest of Mei Jian before the Chu sisters came back? The scene changed, and Chu Lingxian, who was about to leave the White Tiger Legion, also felt her body go limp. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, she was supported in time by Mei Jian, who was keeping an eye on her. "Well, Sister Yin, how about you go shopping on your own first? I'll come find you later?" A helpless smile flashed across Mei Jian's face, and he thought to himself that these two girls were good in every way except that they were too reserved. If they have anything to say, just say no. Even if they don't say anything, she will be very sensible and come out on her own for a while. Or, I'll take you back first. Chu Lingxian's eyes were crystal clear, shining with endless shyness, as if telling of some unspeakable pain. Then I'll trouble Sister Yin. Oh yes, it's another room. However, just as Mei Jian opened the door and was about to leave Chu Lingxian behind, an arm that clearly belonged to a woman tightly grasped the corner of her clothes. "Sister Yin, don't leave yet. My physique is a bit special. I can't bear it at all. Even if Xian'er is added, it's still useless. So could you please stay and help us?" Facing Chu Lingyue's request, Mei Jian's face flashed with embarrassment. "But, Sister Ying'er, you don't know the current Zhou Shun. Even if I join him, I'm still no match for him." After being blessed with physical enhancement abilities such as the Heavenly Tyrant Body, Zhou Shun's strength in certain aspects cannot be described by common sense. That is a state far beyond that of a flood or a beast. But, for you guys, I'm going to risk it all today. No matter what, my age is there, and after 3 days and 3 nights of development, I should be able to persist longer than the Chu sisters. Sis, well, from today on you are my real sister. Sister, we can definitely win. Come on. Chapter 59. Run away, your father-in-law is going to get mad. Update. 3 days later, Zhou Shun walked out of the secret room in high spirits, but his aura still remained at the peak of level 1. It turns out that absorbing the Divine Stone can also increase the mutation power in the body. Unfortunately, even after absorbing all 6 Divine Stones, including his own and the 5 given to him by Chu Lingyun, he still failed to break through. Mutation of Divine Power, 480. If Zhou Shun remembered correctly, 1 magic stone could increase his mutated divine power by 30 points, and 6 pieces would be 180 points. Including his own 300 points, that's 480 points. Logically speaking, 480 points of mutation power are enough for him to meet the conditions for breaking through the Heavenly Tao. However, he used the magic stone only after signing the contract with Mei Jian. Therefore, with the enhancement of Tianlong bloodline, the meridians in his body that could store and mutate the divine power were forcibly widened a lot. As a result, not only is he unable to meet the conditions for breaking through to the next level of mutated divine power, he has not even reached the upper limit of ordinary divine power. With no other options, he had to put aside the matter of breaking through the levels for the time being and took the initiative to leave the secret room. Of course, even if he didn't want to leave, he couldn't, because Ying'er, Yenner and others who have returned to the phantom space are now in a situation not much different from a puddle of mud. Some, like Mei Jiyan, could barely stand. At the same time, it also made Mei Jiyan extremely regretful. He had clearly escaped from the sea of suffering before, so why did he take the initiative to fall into the trap? She originally thought that with the Chu sisters, the 3-on-1 situation would at least allow her to suffer less. One of these two people gave it away for free, and the other one gave it super double. They couldn't even last a day before they started rolling their eyes. In the end, she endured it all alone. Oh, what a coincidence, my dear son-in-law. I was just planning to look for you. Zhou Shan had just stepped into the White Tiger Corps headquarters when he saw the military advisor Li Ming coming towards him. Is it really such a coincidence? You know, I have been in seclusion for 6 days, and I have only been out for less than 5 minutes. However, Zhou Shan forced himself to show a rather surprised expression and said with a smile, "Yes, military advisor, it's really a coincidence." The smile on Li Ming's face froze, and he coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, if you don't know how to fake a smile, then don't smile. It's really ugly. To be honest, I came to see you on the orders of the captain. He asked me to hurry up and send you to Western Sichuan, as the Qinglong army over there is waiting anxiously." Zhou Shan asked curiously, "What's the hurry? Aren't we going to open up new land?" He was just a level 1 spirit master. Apart from opening up low-level alien space, he really couldn't figure out how he could help the Azure Dragon army. "You'll know when you get there." Li Ming did not directly answer Zhou Shan's question. Instead, he took Zhou Shan's arm and walked towards the location of the teleportation array. "Well, I haven't said goodbye to my father-in-law yet." After spending these few days together, Zhou Shan felt that he was getting more and more comfortable calling him father-in-law. Before leaving, as the son-in-law of the Chu family, it shouldn't be excessive for me to meet my father-in-law and say hello, right? Ahem. Unexpectedly, after hearing Zhou Shan's words, Li Ming, who was walking in front, not only did not slow down, but gradually accelerated. There's no need to meet. I'm doing this for your own good. Anyway, just leave quickly." Zhou Shan looked confused. "What's this for?" Li Ming arrived in front of the teleportation array, turned around and kicked Zhou Shan on the butt, then immediately pressed the array activation button. "Young master, when you gain power in the future, you must never forget me." The formation was activated. In a trance, Zhou Shan seemed to see a huge red sword falling from the sky, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the teleportation array. It turned out to be his father-in-law who came to see him off. "I just don't know if this farewell is for the teleportation array or for myself." "Li Ming, you bastard. I think you don't want to do this anymore." Looking at Zhou Shan, who had disappeared in the teleportation array, Chu Lingyun had no choice but to vent all his anger on Li Ming. "Well, my lord, a married girl is like spilled water. The two young ladies and their husband are in love with each other, so when their love is deep, it will naturally come to fruition. You can't stop this kind of thing even if you want to, right?" Chu Lingyun was still furious. "I didn't say I didn't agree. Didn't you see I've already started sending people to prepare for the wedding? Can't this brat just hold it in for a few more days?" Li Ming saw that Chu Lingyun didn't seem to be really angry. Maybe he just couldn't accept it for a while. He immediately smiled and said, "It's normal for young people to be impulsive. Besides, if you're not impulsive, can you still be called a young person?" Chu Lingyun's eyes narrowed, staring closely at Li Ming's thick eyebrows and big eyes. "I just heard that you were planning to change jobs? Why? I'm not dead yet, and you're ready to change the doc, right?" Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Li Ming patted his chest and assured, "I, Li Ming, have served the Chu family for generations. Of course, the same goes for the Chu family's son-in-law. After all, everyone knows that you, Chu Lingyun, have no son, and the Chu family's business will sooner or later be handed over to Zhou Shan." "Well, that's better." Zhou Shan, wake up." Azure Dragon Army headquarters, outside the teleportation array. Zhou Shan slowly opened his eyes and shook his dizzy head, thinking that riding on this long-distance teleportation array was really uncomfortable. However, when he saw Bai Linger in front of him for the first time, the dissatisfaction in his heart instantly disappeared. The pair of nearly 1-meter-long legs sparkled in the sun, as if they were the most precious gems in the world. The skin was as delicate as fat and smooth as silk, without a single flaw, as if it would slide across your fingertips with a slight touch. making you want to touch it. The slender legs are full of feminine tenderness and charm, and they still make him excited from every angle. Linger, I miss you so much. Thousands of words, thousands of words. At this moment, none of them can compare to the power of these 4 words. I miss you so much. Bai Linger's eyes were a little wet, and she threw herself uncontrollably into Zhou Shan's arms. My dear husband, I miss you too. Before I met you, I never thought that 6 days would pass so slowly and for so long. It took me so long that I couldn't breathe. Habitual outburst. Please read on. Begging. Chapter 60 SS Level Seal System. Immaculate Girdle. I didn't understand until I met you. You are my oxygen. I can't breathe without you. My dear husband, kiss me, quickly. I need oxygen. 5 minutes later. Ahem. A very inappropriate voice sounded from behind the two of them. The owner of the voice came from Bai Yuanfang, who had been ignored by the two for nearly 10 minutes. I know you two are finally getting married, but we can't keep doing this in public, right? And you, kid, where are you touching? Can you restrain yourself a little? I'm still here. Zhou Shan retracted his tongue in surprise after hearing this, and looked at Bai Yuanfang in surprise and asked, Director Bai, why are you here? Bai Yuanfang's face changed. Who should I call director? Isn't it an insult? You can call me Patriarch Bai, Deputy Group Leader, or Father-in-law. You can even call me Dad. But you call me Director Bai, that's not giving me face. If you don't give me face, I won't let Linger marry you. Bai Yuanfang said this half jokingly and half seriously. I can't tell which of his words are true and which are false. But for Zhou Shan, this is not important at all. My son-in-law Zhou Shan, meet Daddy Bai. No matter whether it is true or false, just shout first. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss, right? As for why a blank word was added before the word father, it was mainly because he had a father named Chu in Jiangbei. Adding a surname will make it easier to distinguish them later, right? Humph, you're smart, kid. Come on, I'll take you to see the old man. Old man? The old man that Bai Yuanfang mentioned should be the commander of the Qinglong army, Bai Linger's grandfather, Bai Yuanshan, right? Of course, it could also be Bai Yuanfang's second uncle, but the possibility is not high. Under the leadership of Bai Yuanfang, Zhou Shan and Bai Linger did not go directly to the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Legion, but instead gradually walked towards the outside of the city. Dad, is Grandpa still over there at the terraced fields? Bai Linger held Zhou Shan's arm and rested her chin on his shoulder, the two of them almost becoming one. And the closer Bai Linger got to Zhou Shan, the more clearly she could sense the scent of the Chu sisters and Mei Jiyan on Zhou Shan. Well, it seems I missed something. But it doesn't matter. I can just let Zhou Shan compensate me double when the time comes. Well, it just so happens that the 3 women in the phantom space also think so. Where are the terraced fields? Zhou Shan asked in a low voice. However, before Bai Linger on his shoulder could give an answer, Bai Yuanfang, who was walking in front, started to explain. The strategic deployment of our Azure Dragon Corps is actually similar to that of the White Tiger Corps. We also need to garrison in the 3 major war zones. The most dangerous battle zone is called Dragon Valley, as the name suggests. There really is an evil dragon sleeping inside, and it is a black dragon that is far superior to the 8th-level human spirit-controlling king realm. In the entire Xia Kingdom, no one except the God Lord can be its opponent, and even the God Lord can only defeat it, not wipe it out. Hearing this, Zhou Shan couldn't help but ask curiously, since even the Lord God can't deal with it, how can the Azure Dragon Army guard it? Bai Yuanfang paused when he heard this, and a hint of barely perceptible sadness flashed across his face, which was caught by Zhou Shan. Is it a coincidence? A sigh came out of Bai Yuanfang's mouth. To be honest. In fact, besides Linger, I also have a daughter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shan paused and stood there in a daze. Are you going to tell me that your other daughter is actually a phantom weapon with autonomous combat capabilities or sealing capabilities? Bai Yuanfang was horrified and looked at Zhou Shan in surprise. How did you know that? Did Linger tell you? Zhou Shan shook his head. No, I've seen something similar. Ahem, no, I was just guessing. Isn't this a bit off the mark? Is it really that ridiculous? You guessed right. Bai Yuanfang's answer was very affirmative, completely confirming Zhou Shan's guess. My little daughter is called Bai Jia. She is wearing a level 1 defensive phantom weapon. Its full name is Immaculate Girdle, which is also called a hairband. The awakened innate ability is related to the seal, and it can fight alone without a contract master. At this point, Bai Yuanfang could no longer hide the sadness in his heart, and his tone gradually became a little low. The day Jier was born, the Shanghai people were attacking the city. This group of beasts almost used all their strength to attack our western Sichuan. The entire city was almost submerged by the sea. Fortunately, the Lord God and his personal guards rushed to support us almost immediately after receiving the news, which helped to lift the siege of western Sichuan. However, who would have thought that just when the Sea Tribe was about to retreat, the Black Dragon in the evil Dragon Valley took advantage of the situation and launched a second wave of invasion of the entire western Sichuan. We had just experienced a battle with the Sea Tribe, and the spiritual power in our bodies was basically exhausted. Even the Lord God could only barely hold off the Black Dragon's crazy attack. As for defeating the Black Dragon, that's even more impossible. As he was speaking, a tear of regret suddenly fell from the corner of Bai Yuanfang's eye without any warning. Bai Ling'er behind him opened her mouth and was about to say something when she saw this, but was stopped by Zhou Shan with a look. Perhaps for Bai Yuanfang, keeping some things deep in his heart is the most painful. It's far better to say it out loud. So, was Bai Jie born at that time? Zhou Shan asked tentatively, guiding Bai Yuanfang to continue. Bai Yuanfang didn't think much about it, nodded, and continued. That's right. When Sichuan was about to be destroyed by the Black Dragon, Jie was born. And the newly born Jie has already awakened her special ability, the sealing talent. According to her grandfather's words, Jie's birth was not without reason, but rather symbolized a miracle. God sent Jie to save western Sichuan. So, at this point, Bai Yuanfang was already crying so hard that he couldn't speak. His voice began to tremble and his body involuntarily contracted. So, before she even had the chance to open her eyes and see this world, Jie became the victim of the sealed Black Dragon. So, Chapter 61. It's not difficult for you to open up Wasteland 200 times, right? Long chapter. Bai Yuanfang changed the subject, looked at Zhou Shan very seriously and said, So I'm asking you to? No matter what, I must save my Jie. Zhou Shan strode forward, tightly grasped Bai Yuanfang's hand, and said in a deep voice, When I have the ability, I will definitely save Jie. Okay, it's settled then. Bai Yuanfang withdrew his hand cleanly and neatly, turned around and walked forward, and the tear marks on his face disappeared in an instant. Only Zhou Shan was left standing there stupidly. Haha, husband, don't be fooled by my father. Where did he get 2 daughters? I am enough for him to bear. And the one in charge of the evil Dragon Valley is not some little girl, but Bai Jie, the deputy commander of the Azure Dragon Army. In terms of seniority, I have to call Bai Jie aunt. Zhou Shan suddenly realized what was going on and blurted out something that didn't sound that respectful. No, your father is sick. He is sick. Ahem. Actually, this can't all be blamed on my dad. It's all because of Grandpa. At this point, Bai Ling'er spread her hands helplessly. Hey, how should I talk about this? In fact, my grandfather was a naughty old man, and he also led my father astray. It's a misfortune for my family. It's a misfortune for my family. Zhou Shan suddenly realized that Tathagata. That is indeed unfortunate. But wasn't he asking about the terraced fields just now? Why is there no further news after the Dragon Valley? Bai Ling'er, who was standing by, seemed to have guessed Zhou Shan's thoughts, so she had to temporarily take over Bai Yuanfang's task and act as Zhou Shan's guide. My father has already mentioned the Dragon Valley and the Sea Clan. These 2 places are currently the 2 most dangerous major battle zones that our Azure Dragon Corps is responsible for. The last remaining battle zone is where the terraced fields are. The colorful terraced fields in western Sichuan are the largest grain production base in the entire Xia Kingdom. The annual harvest is enough to supply the entire population for 3 months. Therefore, ensuring the safety of the 5-colored terraces is the most important task of our Azure Dragon Legion. But since last year, many low-level alien space portals have suddenly appeared above the 5-colored terraces. Moreover, from time to time, alien beasts would run out of the space portals to cause trouble, destroying crops and polluting the soil quality, causing the yield of the 5-colored terraces to drop significantly. As he was talking, Bai Yuanfang, who was walking in front and leading the way, stopped, turned around and looked at the 2 people behind him and said, We're here. Zhou Shan turned his gaze away from Bai Ling'er's legs after hearing this. The moment he turned his head, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. What appeared before his eyes was a large-scale group of terraces, like a chain or a belt, winding from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. The small hills are like snails, the big mountains are like towers, stacked layer by layer, high and low, with smooth and elegant lines. From bottom to top, they are composed of 5 different colors. The scale is magnificent and majestic. Is this the colorful terraced field? No wonder it can produce so much food. In front of the three people, two figures, one old and one young, were walking towards them. There is no need to mention the identity of the old man. He is naturally the famous head of the Bai family, the commander of the Qinglong Legion, and Bai Yuanshan, who is at the 8th level of the Yuling King. As for the girl in a pure white dress with a ponytail tied behind her head, Zhou Shan had no idea who she was. Little guy, you're finally here. Bai Yuanshan greeted Zhou Shan very enthusiastically, which made him somewhat flattered. After all, whether from the perspective of status or from the standpoint of Bai Linger's husband, if he didn't perform the etiquette of 3 bows and 9 kowtows when meeting Bai Yuanshan, it would be tantamount to being immature. Boy Zhou Shan, meet Grandpa Bai. Zhou Shan hurriedly bowed and said, Hey, there are no outsiders here. There is no need to be so polite between you and me, the grandfather and grandson. Come on, let me introduce you to the person next to me. As he spoke, Bai Yuanshan took the initiative to push the girl next to him to the front. Just as he was about to introduce her, the girl spoke first. Hello, brother-in-law. I am Linger's younger sister. My name is Bai Jia. As if she had thought of something, Bai Jia quickly added, She's my biological sister. Zhou Shan subconsciously turned his head and looked at Bai Linger behind him. What am I doing? Bai Linger stuck out her tongue mischievously and laughed. Oh, I've already told my husband about this. Is it a family trait? Faced with Bai Linger's outrageous, yet very reasonable explanation, Zhou Shan felt like his head exploded instantly. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? Also, who is Bai Jia? Bai Yuanshan on the opposite side seemed to have understood something from Zhou Shan's face. His expression immediately turned serious, and he glared at Bai Yuanfang and Bai Linger fiercely. It's a misfortune for my family. It's a misfortune for my family. Don't mind it, little guy. They just like to joke around. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. 5 minutes later, after Bai Yuanshan's explanations, Zhou Shan finally believed. No, he temporarily believed Bai Jie's identity and the current predicament faced by the 5-colored terraces. So, with the continuous efforts of the Azure Dragon Legion, there are still 3 other dimensions that have not been conquered? Yes. Currently, 3 teams of the Azure Dragon Legion's pioneering team have been annihilated. So no matter what, I can't continue to send people in until I'm absolutely sure. Bai Yuanshan nodded, and a rare look of helplessness appeared on his slightly old face. As a spirit control king who has reached the 8th level, Bai Yuanshan was actually stumped by 3 small low-level alien spaces. One can imagine how he felt. In fact, he had thought about destroying the entire alien space directly from the outside, but the consequences of doing so were too serious. No matter how high or low the quality of the other dimensional space is, as long as it is destroyed by external force, the space collapse caused is basically as powerful as an atomic bomb explosion. By then the problem with the alternate dimension will be solved, and the colorful terraces can be declared finished. Then let me try. Zhou Shan volunteered. And this is also the main purpose of his appearance in the Qinglong Legion, isn't it? Moreover, with his current peak divine power of 16,500 points, he is confident that he can open up all the alien spaces up to the 3rd level. And no matter what kind. Wait, old man, you're not lying to me too, are you? Bai Yuanshan blushed when he heard this. Not all. Zhou Shan stomped his feet and stamped his chest, thinking to himself, I knew it. There is not a single good person in your Bai family. Then he turned around and glared at Bai Linger fiercely. Wait until this matter is over, and then you'll see how I deal with you. Bai Linger was not afraid at all when she heard this, and even took the initiative to straighten her white chest. So, which sentence is true? Zhou Shan felt like he was about to collapse. Just for the name Bai Jia, he had heard 3 different versions from 3 different people. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could probably analyze some of the situations. For example, Bai Yuanfang should really have something to ask him, and if nothing unexpected happens, it must be related to the evil Dragon Valley. Maybe it's because of face that I can't say it directly. This is a temporary story. As for Bai Linger's explanation of this story, it should be because she was worried that he would feel pressured by it, so she was helping herself to shirk responsibility in disguise. In the end, Bai Jie's words are still very credible. Not sure. I'm watching. In fact, there are not 3 different dimensions left above the colorful terraces, but 20. As soon as Bai Yuanshan said this, Zhou Shan immediately wanted to pack up and run away. 20? Oh my god. Why didn't you say 200? Because of the rules of heaven, each spirit master can only enter the same level of another dimension once a day. If the different dimensions above the 5-color terraces are all level 1 or level 2, It will take at least 20 days to resolve them, right? However, considering Bai Linger and the old team leader's face, Zhou Shun felt that it was not unacceptable for him to grit his teeth and work hard for 20 days. Who knew that the next second, Bai Yuanshan on the opposite side said something shocking. Well, since you have already guessed it, I won't hide it from you. Wait a minute, Zhou Shun suddenly felt something was wrong. But Bai Yuanshan's words were already on the tip of his tongue, and he couldn't help but say them. Yes, 200. Even if you can open up 2 or 3 wastelands a day, you probably won't be able to go back this year. But don't worry, my Bai family is no worse than his Chu family, so we will certainly not treat you unfairly. Ying'er, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take your brother-in-law to find the way. Shit, who is Ying'er? Damn it, is there no good person in your Bai family? Today I present 5,000 words. I have been feeling a bit exhausted these past few days. I will take a break for 2 days, just 2 days. Still asking for follow-up reading. Follow-up reading is really too important. Chapter 62, SS Level Jewelry, Xia Qi Ling Ring. Bai Yuanshan and his son left, and before leaving they left 5 magic stones for Zhou Shun. At this moment, Zhou Shun is holding it in his hand and absorbing it. And just as he expected, after absorbing just one piece of the magic stone, the mutated divine power in his body had reached its limit. However, due to insufficient divine control power, he did not break through immediately. Ying'er, is that really your name? Looking at the high ponytail girl walking in front of him, Zhou Shun showed a hint of helplessness. He wondered why he didn't realize that the Bai family had a gene that allowed them to deceive people when he first met Bai Linger. Could it be because he suddenly returned to his own territory and his true colors were revealed? Hey, brother-in-law, don't be angry. Daddy and Grandpa are just joking with you. This is our Bai family's tradition. Tradition? My goodness, which decent family tradition is a lie? Because Grandpa said that if you can't even learn how to lie to others, you will be easily cheated and lose everything when you go out. So Grandpa has been training us since we were young, telling us that we must learn how to deceive people when we grow up. After hearing this, Zhou Shun suddenly realized. It seems that your grandfather is also a man with a story. With a chuckle, Bai Linger behind him couldn't help it and burst into laughter. Hubby, there aren't actually that many alternate dimensions on the 5-colored terraces. Most of them have been cleared by the Azure Dragon Corps' pioneering team. There are only 3 left. Regarding this, Grandpa didn't lie to you. It was you who insisted on asking again and again. That's when he came up with the idea of teasing you. And Bai Linger paused, then said bitterly, and I didn't lie to you. The one stationed in the evil Dragon Valley is indeed Aunt Bai Jia, and her current situation is not good either. As for Ying'er, Bai Linger seemed to have something to hide. She opened her mouth but closed it again. But compared to Bai Linger's hesitation, Bai Ying'er acted very free and easy. Actually, I am Daddy's adopted daughter. Well, to be precise, I was picked up by Daddy. Hearing this, Zhou Shun's expression became a little awkward. He was considering whether he should apologize or something. But the next second he heard Bai Ying'er on the other side continue to say, and the reason why I'm here is actually related to the special ability I awakened. As she spoke, Bai Ying'er took the initiative to spread out her hands, and a pair of delicate and small earrings slowly condensed from her palms. The ring is like light clouds and colorful like the sunset sky. The cloud patterns on the ring flow, as if there are living things swimming slowly in it. Level 1 Jewelry Type Phantom Weapon, Shachi Spirit Ring, Healing Talent. Among my talents, there is a phantom skill called Red Mist Cleansing the World, which can purify evil and restore living beings to their original state by releasing red mist. The strange beasts destroy the crops and pollute the land. Only my rays of light can restrain them. So, in order to ensure that the grain production will not drop significantly this year, I have not left the colorful terraced fields for nearly a year. Having said that, a hint of sadness suddenly flashed in Bai Ying'er's eyes. After all, a girl of her age should be carefree and enjoy a colorful life. However, due to the importance of the colorful terraces, she had to endure loneliness and solitude, guarding these endless terraces alone. So, you are the only one left to guard such a huge terraced field? Zhou Shun had been following Bai Ying'er for a long time, but apart from the endless terraced fields, there was no other person in sight. Yeah. Bai Ying'er nodded gloomily. In fact, at the beginning, in order to prevent the monsters from destroying the terraced fields, most of the soldiers of the Azure Dragon Legion and the pioneering team would take turns to guard the terraced fields 24 hours a day, day and night. But later, as more and more pioneering teams sacrificed their lives and the sea tribes invaded, I was the only one left here. But Grandpa comes here almost every day. Zhou Shan nodded. That's good. With Bai Yuanshan's company, at least Bai Ying'er won't have the illusion that she is abandoned. After all, this feeling is really unpleasant. By the way, what is your current level? They were all talking about the terraced fields, causing Bai Ying'er to even forget to ask Zhou Shan's level. Level 1, but I can break through to level 2 at any time. Zhou Shan still had the 30 Yuling fruits that the Lord God gave him as compensation. As long as he wanted, he could break through to the heavenly Tao at any time. That's good. Otherwise, this matter will be really difficult to handle. Bai Ying'er murmured to herself. Although Zhou Shan was a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions. Just follow closely behind the other person. After walking for about another 30 minutes, Zhou Shan, led by Bai Ying'er, arrived at a small wooden house. At the same time, we also discovered the entrance to the alien space less than 10 meters away from the cabin. This is... Bai Ying'er pulled at the corner of her clothes a little embarrassedly and whispered, "This is where I usually live. Grandpa originally said he wanted to build a big house for me, but they didn't agree. As for that teleportation entrance, it is one of the only 3 remaining alien spaces, the first-level alien rat space. And the reason why I built my residence here is to prevent the strange rats from causing trouble, but..." Bai Ying'er smiled bitterly. It seems that the effect is not great at the moment. After all, she is a healing phantom weapon. Even if she has the ability to fight independently, it is difficult for her to cause damage to agile monsters like the alien rat. A first-order alien space? Zhou Shan smiled when he heard that, then summoned out his own phantom weapon and put it on. He turned to Bai Ying'er and grinned. "If nothing unexpected happens, you can go back by this time tomorrow at the latest. Enjoy your last night at the colorful rice terraces." Seeing Zhou Shan's back as he went into the teleportation entrance without hesitation, Bai Ying'er's pretty face turned red and she secretly snorted towards the place where Zhou Shan had been standing before. "Pa, you're the one who likes to spend the night here. But speaking of that, my brother-in-law looks pretty cute, doesn't he? I don't know if he likes earring-like phantom weapons." I don't know what Bai Ying'er was thinking about, but her delicate face became even redder. Chapter 63. Breaking Through, Blessing from Heaven, Supreme Poisonous Body. The entrance to the first-order alien space is detected, and alien rats are spreading like wildfire. Difficulty of opening up, nightmare. What the hell is a nightmare? Is it a level higher than nightmare difficulty? After entering the alien space, Zhou Shan's feet had just stepped on the ground when dozens of level 1 alien rats that had been waiting around him could not wait to attack him. In contrast, Zhou Shan simply waved Frostmourne, and dozens of alien rats were reduced to ashes. Divine power. The gap is too big. For Zhou Shan, who can already fight against a top-level 5th-level mutant alone, an ordinary first-level beast is really not challenging. However, just when he was about to take the initiative to attack, the next scene scared him so much that he flew off on the spot. "Fly into the sky. Fly into the sky. Fly for me now." Accompanied by a roar coming from the front, hundreds of thousands of level 1 alien rats rushed towards Zhou Shan's location like waves. In just a moment, the place where he had stayed before was completely engulfed. "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" Looking down at the earth from high above, the black masses of strange rats are connected together as if there is no end in sight. One can imagine how spectacular the scene is. Hundreds of thousands of them might be a conservative estimate. In addition, at this moment, the strange rats raised their heads almost at the same time, showing their neat rows of front teeth to Zhou Shan in midair. The scene was so beautiful. Zhou Shan's hair stood on end, and he was sweating profusely. No wonder a small level 1 alien space killed so many groups of pioneers. It would be useless no matter who came. It's not enough for these strange rats to eat. I have trypophobia. Echo smash. Die for me. Zhou Shan fell rapidly, and 2 golden rays of light emanated from the Tianlong leggings, wrapping around his body and smashing heavily to the ground. The next second, the golden light that rushed into the rat group exploded, gushing out in all directions with Zhou Shan as the center. And because of the characteristic of Echo Smash that the more targets it attacks, the higher the damage, the entire alien space began to shake violently. Not good. As the damage caused by the Echo Strike grows higher and higher, the attack power accumulated tens of thousands of times is about to exceed the tolerable limit of the first-level alien space. In addition, the alien rats were still charging forward one after another, which caused the energy of the Echo Blast to remain in a superimposed state and could not be stopped at all. Seeing the frequency of the surrounding space vibrations increasing, Zhou Shan could clearly feel that the space was on the verge of collapse. Zhou Shun's face suddenly changed after taking a look at the hundreds of thousands of alien rats waiting in line to die. This is trouble. He also didn't expect that the damage accumulation of Echo Slam would be so powerful. So powerful that one strike could blow up the entire alternate dimension? If this really exploded, not to mention the possibility of being killed directly, the colorful terraces outside would not be able to be saved. Moreover, even if there was no explosion, and these hundreds of thousands of strange rats escaped, the colorful terraces would not be able to be preserved. Divine power. The current divine power has reached its limit and cannot be absorbed any further. It is detected that the Divine Master Zhou Shun meets the conditions for breaking through the rank, and the rank is automatically broken through. Current level is second level Divine Master. Obtain the Blessing of Heaven and randomly evolve skills once. Evolve the Poisonous Skin and obtain the Supreme Poisonous Body. Supreme Poison Body. Immune to all poisons, immune to all poison attacks, ordinary attacks contain toxins, and the damage of poisonous phantom skills is doubled. All targets that attack the Spirit Master will be poisoned by touching the Spirit Master's body, greatly reducing the target's movement speed, attack speed, and causing blood loss. It is indeed a poisonous skin. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I have mastered a way to evolve my own talents? Wait, this isn't the time to be thinking about this, right? However, when Zhou Shun shifted his attention to the groups of alien rats, he found that these alien rats, which had originally not feared life and death and had continued to fight, seemed to have begun to retreat. And I don't know if it's Zhou Shun's illusion. He always feels that the alien space around him seems to have stabilized. Is it because of God's blessing? It should be. It should be because the power of heaven has descended, and by the way, it has stabilized the alien space where Zhou Shun is located, right? It is indeed the power of heaven, terrifying indeed. It would be nice if this Tian Dao was also a girl who could transform into a phantom weapon. Maybe we can sign a contract. With a loud bang, a bolt of lightning that was more than 10 meters thick condensed above Zhou Shun's head and struck down towards Zhou Shun at lightning speed. It didn't dissipate until it was less than half a meter above Zhou Shun's head. The way of heaven cannot be insulted. Oh my God, I was wrong. I'm sorry. The heavenly Tao actually has its own consciousness? What a joke. Why didn't anyone tell him? Fortunately, Zhou Shun is not good at other things, but he is very quick to admit his mistakes and his attitude is very sincere. The thunderclouds dissipated, and Zhou Shun finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he raised his head and looked around, he found that the originally densely packed alien rats had completely disappeared. There are only tens of thousands of scattered Yuling coins left on the ground. Well, these were all contributed by the alien rats that died under the heavy blow of the echo. As for why the living alien rats fled, Zhou Shun guessed that it might be because his echo strike was too terrifying. It should have nothing to do with the thunder of heaven. With so many Yuling coins, how long will it take to pick them up? As if he had thought of something, Zhou Shun suddenly had an idea in his mind. He found an empty space and waved his hand towards the ground. The figures of 4 women and a mahjong table appeared in front of him at the same time. Chu Lingxian, little chicken. Chu Lingyue, oh, it's a big 3. By Linger, I got it too, big 4. Mei Jian, and me, I am all the same. Chu Lingxian stood up from her seat with a swish, pointed at the dozens of chickens on the mahjong table and yelled, "Hey, hey, hey. You guys should have some logic when you cheat, okay? Who has dozens of chickens in a set of mahjong? You guys are using the power of the phantom space to cheat. You are a disgrace to the mahjong world. Oh, that's not right. I won't play this one-piece chicken. I'll just draw all one-piece chickens. After 2 days of rest, I feel much better. I will resume 3 updates tomorrow. Brothers, please read on." Chapter 64. The Third Level Mutant Delivered to Your Door. By Linger was furious. I have been in the mahjong world for many years, and I have never heard of the term self-drawn full chicken. Yes, sister. If you act so blatantly, even I, your sister, can't protect you. Sister Siener, how about surrendering and losing half? Faced with the accusations of the 3 women, Chu Lingxian chose to throw herself directly into Zhou Shun's arms and complain. Little brother, look at them. They have teamed up to bully others. It is said that it is difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs, not to mention that Zhou Shun's current situation is even more embarrassing than that of an honest official. After thinking about it, he could only pat Chu Lingxian on the back helplessly and comforted her. It's true that you didn't masturbate all the chickens. Chu Lingxian couldn't hold it anymore, so he turned around and returned to the phantom space, leaving a sentence behind. Little brother, You are a bad person. I will never let you use my butterfly again. Zhoushan covered his still handsome old face with his hands and wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. But fortunately, even though the butterfly cannot be used, doesn't he still have the white tiger? But Bai Linger's next words directly broke Zhou Shan's white tiger's defense. Ah, Sister Yuer, could Sienna really be a butterfly? If that's the case, then you are? So, after Chu Lingxian, Chu Lingyue also covered her face and fled. Facing the remaining two women, Zhou Shan had just expressed his need for help, and the next second he received food from the rich lady from the Bai family. 10,000 Yuling coins. My dear husband, why didn't you tell me earlier that you like Yuling coins? I'll get them for you when I get back. Watching Bai Linger disappear, Mei Jian hesitated for a while and went back. Although she couldn't come up with 3 million Yuling coins, if she took the initiative to stay and accompany Zhou Shan to pick up the money, this behavior would be a bit like a green tea. Looking at the heavy 3 million Yuling coins in his hand, Zhou Shan could only sigh helplessly. I really don't like money, but I just can't bear to see so much money thrown everywhere like garbage. Zhou Shan calmly put away the 3 million Yuling coins and began to clean up the battlefield alone. Half an hour has passed. Just when Zhou Shan felt that his waste was no longer his own, he finally picked up the last Yuling coin from the ground. A full 20,000 Yuling coins. How long have you been in this world? From a penniless poor man, through his own efforts and a little sponsorship from 3 women, he has successfully transformed into a multimillionaire. 10,000 Yuling coins. It seems that making money is not that difficult. Half a day later, Zhou Shan, who had been flying above the copy, had to return to the ground. While recovering his strength, he did not forget to find Bai Linger to discuss the plan. Linger, why haven't we seen any strange rats in the past half day? Could they have all hidden underground? As he spoke, Zhou Shan stomped hard on the ground beneath his feet. Well, it gives him a very solid feeling. There doesn't seem to be anything underneath. Probably not. Bai Linger had also witnessed the scene where hundreds of thousands of strange rats appeared at the same time. It's scary enough. Moreover, it is not easy to hide such a large number of alien rats at the same time. According to the habits of the alien rats, their usual habitat should be caves or something like that. Could it be that we haven't arrived yet? Zhou Shan shook his head. I've been flying in the sky for several hours, and I haven't seen a cave, or even a small mound of earth. And I also found that no matter how I moved forward, the environment on the ground was like a slideshow, playing over and over again. So I have reason to suspect that we might be trapped in some kind of illusion. Illusion? Bai Linger couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard this. After all, these two high-sounding words had nothing to do with the first-order alien space, right? But thinking of the hundreds of thousands of level 1 alien rats, it seems to make a lot more sense that there are illusions in the level 1 alien space. Don't Sister Yenner's Tianlong leggings have the ability to break barriers? Whether it is an illusion or not, we will know it after trying it. Yeah, even if Bai Linger didn't mention it, Zhou Shan was going to give it a try. But what made him a little embarrassed was the barrier-breaking effect of the Tianlong leggings must touch the so-called barrier to work. Otherwise, if he runs around with one leg lifted up, it would be a disaster. It is hard to say whether he exhausted himself to death first or broke through the obstacle first. The gates of hell are open. Summon the bone dragon. Looking at the 2 huge bone dragons that emerged from the gate of hell and had a divine power of up to 16,500 points, Zhou Shan directly gave the order for them to charge at will. Rather than trying to catch a dead mouse by yourself, it is better to ask these 2 money-losing guys to come out and mess around. Ouch! However, just as the 2 bone dragons received the order and were ready to fight, a round space origin fell from the sky and was thrown directly in front of Zhou Shan. What does this mean? Zhou Shan bent down and picked up the origin of space on the ground, and suddenly a reminder from the will of heaven rang in his ears. Level 1 alien rat space actively expresses its submission to you. Zhou Shan suddenly realized that these strange rats were scared. Faced with 2 majestic bone dragons that looked like bad dragons, they chose to surrender immediately. And since the other party can choose to surrender, it means that there must be a consciousness in this alien space, and it serves as the leader of the entire tribe. Come out, do you want me to invite you? As Zhou Shan finished speaking, a gigantic third-order alien rat appeared in front of him. And when he learned the other party's identity from Bai Linger, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Level 3 mutant, sky-swallowing rat? This is like searching for something in vain, but finally finding it without any effort. He had just broken through the steps and was about to fall asleep when someone immediately brought him a pillow. Moreover, it was offered to him voluntarily, so Zhou Shan felt that he had no reason to refuse. Wait, you can't kill me. However, the sky-swallowing rat on the opposite side was not a fool and had long seen through Zhou Shan's ill intentions. Oh, why can't I kill you? Give me 10,000 reasons why I can't kill you. The sky-swallowing rat thought about it, and then killed Zhou Shan in seconds with just one reason. Chapter 65. Brother-in-law, you are so great. I love you so much. Because of me, rat. I voluntarily submitted to you and was protected by the rules of heaven. If you kill me, you will be breaking the rules and will be punished by heaven. God's punishment? Is it similar to the previous thunder that was more than 10 meters thick? If this is true, then Zhou Shan has to consider it carefully. Hubby, don't listen to its nonsense. Besides the fact that the way of heaven cannot be insulted, no matter what the spirit master does, he will not be punished by the will of heaven. The way of heaven cannot be insulted? Fooling around? It is worthy of being the Azure Dragon Legion's alternate dimension, perfectly inheriting the Bai family's genes. Hey, die for me. White Tiger's star-shattering attack. Zhou Shan raised his sword and stabbed, and the sky-swallowing rat retreated while shouting. Wait a moment. Zhou Shan stopped. We are fighting. You're playing? No, listen to me explain. You can keep me here for a while. The sky-swallowing rat begged. Wait a minute. Zhou Shan suddenly realized a very serious problem. Compared to these, can you tell me how you, as a third-level mutant, managed to speak? Isn't it said that only top-level mutants of level 5, or exotic beasts of level 6 or above, have the ability to communicate with humans without obstacles? Because my existence is quite special. Just like the first-order alien space can produce illusions, and the number of races can exceed the upper limit. As long as you don't kill me, from today on, I, Shu, can serve you, Master Yuling, for generations to come. Subdue a third-level mutant to work for you? Zhou Shan constantly calculates gains and losses in his mind. Even if he killed the sky-devouring rat, he would only gain a few dozen points of mutation power. But if he accepted the surrender of the sky-devouring rat and took control of the origin of space, wouldn't that mean he would have an army of hundreds of thousands of alien rats? Call it and it will come. Wave it away? That being said, he could just accept the surrender of the sky-swallowing rat first, and then use the sky-swallowing rat to make up the number when he is about to break through. Thinking of this, Zhou Shan's mind suddenly became clear. Being a younger brother while alive, and being able to absorb the power of mutation when dead, isn't this the best of both worlds? Okay, I accept your surrender. Inject your spiritual consciousness into the origin of space, and the entire alien space under your feet can be changed to Zhou from now on. And after he took control of the entire alien rat space, he immediately discovered the peculiarities of this space. Swallowing space. Space grade, level 1. Spatial area, 370,000 square kilometers. Space race, alien rat. Space leader, sky-swallowing rat. Space characteristics, infinite reproduction, natural illusion. Space evolution, 300 million. Sustainable growth by devouring valuable organisms. What an infinite reproduction. What a natural illusion. No wonder Bai Yuan Shan, the 8th level Yuling King, was helpless. What does this space evolution mean? Zhou Shan frowned, not quite sure what a valuable creature was. Something with spiritual power, or the corpse of a spirit master. Or the corpse of a strange beast will do. Well, that's more like it. Suddenly, Zhou Shan remembered something Liu Ying'er had mentioned before. It seems that the current Azure Dragon Legion is resisting the attack of the Sea Clan. So, can your people swim? After Zhou Shan said this, the sky-swallowing rat was completely stunned. As for me, Shu, I'm fine with eating seafood, but forget about swimming. Which rat can swim, brother? Don't you check the guide before you go out to explore new places? Zhou Shan scratched his head in embarrassment and muttered, I thought the mice from another world were so amazing, but they can't even swim. Okay, I'm leaving now. I'll call you when I need you in the future. As if he had thought of something, Zhou Shan paused. But you'd better pray that I never need you. Outside the alien rat space transmission entrance. Seeing that night was beginning to fall, Zhou Shan, who had assured himself that a mere first-order alien space would not be a problem at all, had not returned yet. Bai Ying'er's delicate little face was also full of worry, even regret. If I had known that my brother-in-law was good-looking but useless, I would have explained to him the habits of the alien rats. Oh, this is a big trouble. Bai Ninger took out the communicator that Bai Yuanshan had prepared for her. When she was hesitating whether to tell Bai Yuanshan about this matter, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and placed directly on her shoulder. What's the big trouble? I just left for half a day. Could something have happened to the 5-colored terraces? Bai Ninger jumped more than 2 meters high on the spot with a wow, and felt that her soul could no longer catch up with her body. Fortunately, when she found out that the person was Zhou Xun, she patted her not too small chest, pouted her lips and said reluctantly, "Brother-in-law, you are so bad. You only know how to bully others." Oh my, what should I do? Zhou Xun only felt that his little heart was being squeezed hard by Bai Ninger in front of him, making him feel uncomfortable. I didn't mean to do that. Who knew you were so absorbed in thinking about things? Thinking about something? Thinking deeply? Bai Ninger turned her head to look behind Zhou Xun, rubbed her eyes vigorously, and found that the portal to the other dimension that was originally standing in the air had completely disappeared. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. The whole person subconsciously threw himself into Zhou Shun's arms and cried loudly. Wow, wow, it worked, it finally worked. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. You are really awesome. I just love you to death. One of the only 3 remaining alternate dimensions was successfully opened up by Zhou Shun in half a day. Doesn't this prove that? By this time tomorrow at the latest, will she be able to escape from this colorful terraced field that looks beautiful but makes people vomit if they look at it for too long? Zhou Shun raised his hands into the air, looking at Bai Ninger who was crying and laughing in his arms. He felt that it was not right for him to put his hands down or not put them down. Well, actually this is nothing. It's just a first-order alien space. Even if it's a third-order space, what's the problem? I'm still not afraid of your brother-in-law. Bai Ninger raised her head and looked at the man with admiration. Brother-in-law, can you tell me how you succeeded in opening up the wasteland? Zhou Xun's expression changed. Don't ask, just ask. This thing cured my trypophobia. Chapter 66 by Linger. I can't handle it alone. Added. Do you want that tonight? Seeing that it was getting late and the small house where she usually lived could not accommodate 2 people at the same time, Bai Ninger's face instantly turned red like a little apple. Zhou Shun was in a trance. He simply loves this straightforward world. But, Ninger, how old are you this year? I just turned 18. Very good, very punishing. This is too handcuffed. After Zhou Shun's repeated persuasion, coaxing and deceiving, he finally drove Bai Ninger off the terraced fields. Bai Ninger, who regained her freedom, burst into tears the moment she set foot on the road home. Free. Is this the smell of freedom? Mei Jian, who was responsible for escorting Bai Ninger home, and the Chu sisters shook their heads at the same time. No, this is the smell of my man. Wow, this little girl is so brave. She actually dared to throw herself into Zhou Shun's arms in front of her sister and took the initiative to invite Zhou Shun to stay overnight. If Zhou Shun didn't have some self-control, he would have been taken down by her. But it should be said that healing phantom weapons, it's quite rare. Well, 3 sisters, how about sending them here? I actually know the way home. Bai Ninger grew up in Western Sichuan. She is very confident about the public security there and is not worried about encountering any danger. But when she found that Mei Jian and others didn't seem to want to go back, she started to drive them away with an embarrassed look on her face. It's okay. We just happened to be going back to Western Sichuan to do some things. It's on the way. Yeah, on the way. The 3 women looked at each other, and a hint of gloating flashed in their eyes at the same time. So what if Bai Ninger is a weapon-type phantom? Challenge Zhou Xun? I'm afraid that within a day, I will be crying and begging them to join forces to fight the enemy, right? The next morning, colorful terraces, the door of the small house where Bai Ninger lived before was pushed open from the inside. A red arm stretched out from the crack in the door, and Bai Linger's voice rang out. It's just sunshine. The sunshine is finally out. However, just as Bai Ninger finally managed to crawl her upper body out of the house, 2 men's arms stretched out and pressed on her shoulders. Linger, it's still early, let's continue. As Bai Linger's body was gradually pulled back by those arms, a tear of regret slid down the corner of her eye. Sister Yin, Xianer, where are you? Come and save me. At noon, Zhou Shun, feeling refreshed, rushed to the second unopened entrance to the alien dimension, and called back the other 3 women through the teleportation function of the phantom space. In the phantom space, the 3 girls looked at Bai Linger, whose whole body was flushed and who was lying in the hot spring pool with her eyes closed, looking hopeless, and approached her cautiously and asked, Sister Linger, are you okay? Yes, Linger. How did you become a little red man? Sister Linger, don't be afraid. Did Zhoushan bully you? I'll ask Sister Yin to avenge you. Meiji Yin waved her hands quickly. No, no, I can't handle it. I can't handle it at all. I'm just a little older than you. Bai Linger in the hot spring pool opened her eyes, looked at the three women and said very seriously, I think we need to unite and resist Zhoushan from continuing to use the mutant beads that can enhance his physical fitness. This is not a good thing. Even if we put aside our own issues, if Zhoushan's physique becomes uncontrollable, no one can predict what the consequences will be. But I don't think this is a good thing. The three girls thought for a moment and quickly agreed with Bai Linger's suggestion. Wait, what is my husband going to do now? His sight passed through the phantom space. Zhoushan, who was now fully dressed and ready to enter the other dimension, took out a mutant bead, the same one that had killed the Beast King in the lava cave before. Linger, do you think there is any way for me to identify what skill is in the mutation bead before I use it? Different from what Bai Linger and others considered, Zhoushan just felt that if he encountered a talent skill that could enhance physical fitness, he really didn't want to learn it. He was very worried that the meridians in his body that could absorb and mutate the divine power would be infinitely widened until they became a bottomless pit. After all, mutant beasts are rare, and even he himself found it incredible that he could encounter so many of them in such a short period of time. But who can guarantee that his luck will always be good? What if he never encounters a mutant beast in the next 1, 5, or 10 years? Does that mean he will never break through? Who can resist the temptation of breaking through the heavenly realm? Yes, you just need to immerse your consciousness in it. Compared to Zhoushan, Bai Linger and others are also very curious about what type of skills the mutant beads contain. If it was another skill that enhanced physical fitness, they would have to find a way to dissuade Zhoushan. I see. I'll try it then. Don't use skin skills. Zhoushan thought so, but considering the Beast King's big and strong body, he himself felt that it was impossible. Following Bai Linger's instructions, he immersed his consciousness into it. The next second, information about the mutant bead in his hand appeared in his mind. Throwing mastery. Use weapons of any shape to throw at the target. The damage ability is increased by 100%, and there is a low probability of causing critical damage, which is 5 times the basic damage. And the weapon can be taken back by thought. Throwing mastery? Etc. Zhoushan was shocked and suddenly thought of his sword-controlling skills. He thought to himself that controlling Frostmourne to perform sword-wielding skills was just a throwing attack. If so, doesn't it mean, when I use sword-wielding skills to perform normal attacks in the future, will it not only cause characteristic damage, but also increase damage and even cause critical damage? This is simply a talent skill tailor-made for me. This is simply amazing. The 4 girls in the phantom space also thought of this and were sincerely happy for Zhoushan. But compared to these, honey, is the level of this different dimension a bit high? Bai Linger asked curiously. Because in her understanding, if it was just a level 2 alien space, there would be no need for Zhoushan to use the mutation beads to enhance his strength before entering. It's okay. It's a level 3 ghoul world, nightmare difficulty. Theoretically, it's not difficult. And what about the reality? There is a chance of encountering a 6th-order mutant. The 3rd update is here. Keep your word. Throwing around and asking for more reading. If you feel that it is not enough and want to add more, Shinju can also write as much as possible within his own ability. No money is required. Only a free power generation is needed. Rules for additional chapters. 1 additional chapter for every 500 power generation, or 1 additional chapter for every 100 gift points. Thank you again to the family members who like the work for their support. Chapter 67. The terrifying army of alien rats devours everything. The entrance to the 3rd order alien space is detected. The redemption of the ghoul. Difficulty of opening up. Nightmare. Redemption of the ghouls? After entering the other dimension, Zhoushan appeared on the streets of an ancient city. The desolate scene made him feel as if he had traveled through time and space far away. The surrounding city walls have long been weathered and faded. The stones are covered with moss, and even the walls of the houses have fallen off due to disrepair, leaving only a fragile and dilapidated state. Walking on the dilapidated bluestone floor, Zhoushan could only hear his footsteps echoing at the end of the empty street. Linger, is there anything related to ghouls in your notes? Cities, houses, streets. No matter how he looked at it, Zhoushan felt that this was not a world inhabited by strange beasts. Instead, it looks more like a former human city. After searching for a long time, Bai Linger gave a clear answer. In fact, it's not just the world of ghouls. There are also many other dimensions where human beings can be found. Because as long as there are humanoid beasts in the alternate dimension, we can basically find evidence of the existence of humans. The ancient sages once made a bold guess that the so-called humanoid alien space is actually a parallel world invaded and occupied by alien beasts. So among the many types of alien spaces, humanoid beasts are definitely the most difficult. No other. At this point, Liu Ying'er had to repeatedly remind Zhou Shan to be careful with his actions. Through the incident of the strange rat plague, Liu Ying'er could roughly guess that the difficulty of these three spaces that could not be opened up would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Take the plague of alien rats, for example. Even if the entire first-level pioneering team was dispatched, and even if hundreds of spirit masters entered at once, facing the siege of hundreds of thousands of alien rats and the command of the third-level mutant sky-devouring rat, the result would basically be annihilation of the entire army. What about the ghouls' redemption? Why did the pioneering team fail to succeed, or even fail? There must be some crisis that they are unaware of, like a beast waiting to strike, hiding in a dark corner and watching them. After walking around the city for more than 2 hours, Zhou Shan almost visited every corner of the city and found that there was no trace of any living creature except for the tombs. My dear husband, since there is a word ghost in the name of ghouls, does it mean that they only appear at night? I have to say that Liu Ying'er's analysis makes sense, but Zhou Shan doesn't listen. What on earth is this ghoul? Why don't we dig it out and take a look? Zhou Shan came to a newly built grave, raised one leg and stepped on it. Death stomp. With a loud bang, the bluestone floor on all sides, centered on the grave, collapsed instantly, forming a 100-meter-long pit that was more than 3 meters deep. Ouch! Dozens of wailing sounds rang out at the same time, and a reptilian beast with a human body and a ghost face crawled out from the ground and launched a frantic attack on Zhou Shan. Isn't it coming out now? Zhou Shan grinned, and the frostmorn in his hand flew out, defeating all enemies wherever he passed. Not even the soul escapes. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red pupils suddenly shrank, and a thought came to mind. This method of directly attacking the soul is a foul to the entire ghoul world. In this way, the advantage of the ghoul, that it can be resurrected infinitely as long as its soul is immortal, is gone. No, I have to find a way to kill this invader. The blood-red pupils slowly disappeared, erasing all traces of their presence. In the 100-meter-long pit, Zhou Shan's expression was very complicated, because he found a medal representing the pioneers of the Qinglong Legion among the burial objects under the tomb. Did all the pioneers who sacrificed themselves here become ghouls in the end? No wonder this tomb looks like a new one. Killing people and turning them into ghouls is a disgusting alternate dimension. Hell, etc. Just as he was about to summon the bone dragon to attack indiscriminately, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to Zhou Shan's mind. Can such a disgusting existence be solved in another more disgusting way? Thinking of this, Zhou Shan took out the origin of the space where the strange rats were infested from the exclusive space of the Spirit Master, and threw it into the air. Sky-swallowing rat, bring your people and devour everything here. The sky-swallowing rat, having received the order, rushed out of the origin of space immediately, and the army of alien rats following closely behind instantly submerged the entire city. Even Zhou Shan had to ascend to heaven passively to avoid the embarrassing scene of being buried by strange rats. Little ones, open up and eat it. The towering city, the moss all over the ground, the corrupt zombies in the tombs, all of these, in the eyes of the alien rat army, were undoubtedly rewards from Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan in the sky saw the crazy appearance of the alien rat army and secretly said, "It's terrible. This race must not appear in a world where humans live. Absolutely not. Otherwise, with the reproduction rate of alien rats, it would definitely be a horrific disaster for the human world." On the ground, in front of the hordes of alien rats, even a ghoul with the strength of up to level 3 is no match. The ghouls were dug out by the alien rat army, eaten, resurrected, eaten again, and resurrected again. This cycle repeats itself, and the number of alien rats is growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. There were even a few level 1 alien rats that successfully advanced to level 2, especially after the sky-swallowing rat saw it. Its pair of shifty eyes turned green. The opportunity for our race to rise has come. Little ones, give up on devouring grass, moss, and bricks, and eat the ghouls first. Hundreds of thousands of strange rats rushed in, and thousands of graves in the city were dug up in an instant. In the darkness, the pair of blood-red eyes appeared again, but this time, the blood red in the other person's eyes was becoming clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is impossible. This is impossible. How can a human spirit master subdue such a large army of alien beasts? How on earth did he do that? This is unreasonable. But whether it was reasonable or not, it knew that it could not wait any longer. Although the infinite resurrection of the ghoul consumes the original power of the current dimension, it has little to do with its leader. However, if the power of the origin of space is reduced to a certain level, all creatures within the space will be downgraded. The third level is reduced to the second level. The second level is reduced to the first level, and the first level is reduced to the zero level, until the space completely collapses. Chapter 68. Multiple plus critical hits. It makes no sense for you not to die. In order to solve the current dilemma, we must find a way to kill the human and the third-level sky-swallowing rat. The owner of the blood-red eyes immediately made a decision. It was difficult to sneak attack humans in the sky, but the sky-devouring rat on the ground was a good breakthrough point. Taking advantage of the shade on the side of the dilapidated house, a black shadow slowly approached the location of the sky-swallowing rat. The sky-swallowing rat at the center of the battlefield also noticed the enemy's presence at the first moment, and its naturally sensitive sense of smell even allowed it to grasp the opponent's position. Do you think I'm easy to bully? The sky-swallowing rat curled its lips in disdain, then looked up at Zhou Shun in the sky and shouted, "Master, save me. There is a high-level mutant beast." Along with the sky-swallowing rat's cry for help, 3 dazzling meteors fell from the sky and smashed heavily in a dark place. White Tiger Star Shattering Strike. Shit, you're unlucky. It's a triple cast. The White Tiger Star Shattering Strike, which was thrown out, with the triggering of triple casting and the triggered critical bonus, pierced into the body under the corner without any error. Row. Forget it. Why bother talking about this? Who the hell can stand this? What about the probability of a critical hit? The owner of the blood-red eyes left this world completely before he even stepped out of the shadow. The power of mutation. Yuling coins. Strengthening stone. Enchanted stone. Mutation beads. The origin of space. Ghoul's redemption diary. Divine stone. Unpurified equipment. TSK. I don't know if it's your bad luck or my good luck. You have encountered the combination of multiple plus critical strikes. If you can still survive this, it would be too unfair. After collecting all the spoils from this land reclamation, Zhou Shun had no intention of leaving the alternate dimension immediately. Because the zombies in the copy are still constantly resurrecting, and the army of alien rats doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The evolutionary experience value of the heaven-swallowing space is also continuing to grow. So Zhou Shun decided to wait a little longer to see if there was any chance to upgrade the level of the heaven-swallowing space. When he had nothing to do, he took out the diary he had obtained from the mutant ghoul and started reading it. Half an hour later, Zhou Shun closed the diary and gave it to Liu Ying'er. There are many interesting stories recorded here, but most of them are things from ancient times. I think Liu Ying'er would like them. As for the redemption mentioned in the diary, it is actually a strategy to teach invaders how to pass the dungeon. It is a product created by the ghoul leader in his self-satisfaction. He believes that only by sacrificing himself for redemption can he defeat it, or find a way to restrain the ghoul. But Zhou Shun doesn't play by the rules at all. Not only does his attack have a soul-eating effect, but he can also fly into the sky. What's worse, he can also summon hundreds of thousands of strange rats to sweep through his homeland like a swarm of locusts. So all in all, it's not unfair for it to die this time. As for the mutation bead that this 5th-level mutant beast provided to Zhou Shun, he gave it to the sky-swallowing rat. "Master, are you really going to give this to me, rat?" Zhou Shun nodded. He had no intention of learning this kind of innate skill which could only be described as dirty and messy. Rotten. Attack the target through rotting flesh and blood, while reducing the target's movement speed, physical resistance, magic resistance, abnormal resistance, and absorbing the flesh and blood of the opponent for your own use. Such a disgusting skill can be said to be very suitable for disgusting creatures like mutant rats. It turns out that you beasts can devour each other. Seeing the heaven-swallowing rat swallow the mutant bead in one gulp, Zhou Shun was inevitably a little surprised. "Yes, master. In fact, no matter which alien space it is, there is not only one race when it is first formed. There are even some large-scale alien spaces where more than a dozen large forces exist at the same time, conquering and attacking each other, and the winner is the king." Zhou Shun nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked at the space experience bar that was about to be filled. "If the grade of the heaven-devouring space is upgraded, what impact will it have on you? My rank should rise to level 4, and my people will be promoted to level 2. Speaking of this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the sky-swallowing rat. I have no choice but to submit to the man in front of me, but if I can gain his trust and then continue to advance through the opportunities he provides me, it would be a solution to the problem. As long as I become stronger in the future, it will not be impossible to kill this man in an instant. Of course, the prerequisite for doing this is to find ways to make this man dependent on his power. So, my master has been so kind to me, I will never forget it. From today on, I am willing to transform into a spear in the master's hand, expand the territory for the master, build meritorious services, and kill gods and Buddhas who stand in my way. As long as the master gives the order, I will die without hesitation. The sky-swallowing rat imitated the way humans once begged for mercy from him. It knelt on its knees and bowed with its hands. Its ugly rat face was full of sincerity. On the other hand, Zhou Shun was stroking the stubble on his chin, looking at the sky-swallowing rat in front of him carefully, with a hint of imperceptible greed flashing in his eyes. A mutant species that can be cultivated? Is it so magical? Then if I cultivate the sky-devouring rat to the 6th level and then kill it, wouldn't it be able to provide me with a large amount of mutation power at once? This is great too. Thinking of this, Zhou Shun quickly put on an expression that said, "I'm very touched. I believe everything you said," and said loudly, "From now on, everything depends on you." The sky-swallowing rat replied seriously, "Master, don't worry. I am the most reliable." The ghoul's redemption rank has been lowered, and the current rank is the 2nd order alien space. The grade of the heaven-swallowing space has risen, and the current grade is the 2nd grade alien dimension. Space promotion reward. Space Leader Heaven-Swallowing Rat is promoted to Level 4 Mutant. Level 1 Alien Rat Group evolves to Level 2 Alien Rat Group. The space area remains unchanged. The space characteristics remain unchanged, and the upper limit of space evolution is increased to 2 million. Is this the promotion? Tunshin, order your people to continue devouring until the entire ghoul space is completely devoured. A copy like this one, which allows infinite resurrection without harming the soul, would be a disaster if it were kept, but it's better to just destroy it. Chapter 69 Final Mission. The 4th Order Stone Statue World. More than an hour later, it was already noon. Zhou Shun's figure appeared above the colorful terraces, and he crushed a space origin that was so fragile that it could not be looked directly at. The fragments of the origin were scattered on this terraced field along with the breeze. It's better to destroy such a disgusting alternate dimension. And because the energy inside the origin space has been completely drained, there is no explosion or anything like that. Yes, little husband, even if you sell this disgusting space origin to Grandpa, he can only give you 5 million Yuling coins at most. We don't want it. Wait, what is this? Even this kind of garbage can be sold for 5 million Yuling coins? Zhou Shun waved his hand, and the well-fed heaven-swallowing rat instantly appeared in the outside world. Master, you're looking for me? With a loud slap, Zhou Shun slapped the sky-swallowing rat on the face and shouted, "Pick up the pieces! Pick up the pieces!" The sky-swallowing rat looked confused, but still obediently went down to pick up the fragments. However, after picking for a long time, it still couldn't collect a complete space origin. And to be honest, the energy inside this thing has been drained away by its alien rat clan. Even if it is restored, it will just be an empty shell. I really don't know what Zhou Shun wants to do with this thing. Looking at the unfinished empty shell in his hand, Zhou Shun could only crush it again with tears in his eyes. I forced myself to comfort myself. I have never liked money. I have no interest in money. That afternoon, after a brief rest, Zhou Shun arrived at the last entrance to the alternate dimension. What surprised him was that Bai Yuanshan arrived earlier than him and was obviously waiting for him in front of the entrance. "Grandpa Bai, what are you doing?" Zhou Shun politely went up to greet him. On the other hand, Bai Yuanshan nodded towards Zhou Shun with a look of satisfaction, then pointed to the 4 members of the pioneering team behind him and introduced them. "Little guy, let me introduce you. These 4 pioneers are all guests of my Bai family. They are all at the 4th level of perfection. I brought them here specially to help you." As Bai Yuanshan finished speaking, the 4 people behind him took the initiative to step forward and introduce their abilities. Bai Yuxuan, 4th level master, close combat and strong attack spirit master. Bai Yuhao, 4th level master, long range attack spirit master. Bai Yuxiang, 4th level master, defensive spirit master. Bai Yuyin, 4th level great perfection, magician type spirit master. After becoming a guest of the Bai family, you will be given the surname by the Bai family. This is a kind of honor and also a recognition. Of course, this is not a rule that must be enforced, but depends on the personal wishes of the guest official. Because even if you don't want to change your surname to Bai, the Bai family won't blame you, and it won't even affect your status as a guest official. However, in order to better integrate into the Bai family, most guests basically use the surname Bai. Grandpa Bai, what do you mean? Shall I let them go with me to explore the last alternate dimension? In response to Zhou Shan's question, Bai Yuanshan nodded affirmatively. This fourth-order alien space called the Stone Statue World is extremely difficult to explore. The Bai family has already lost 2 groups of pioneers, that is, 10 fourth-order Great Perfection Spirit Masters. So I'm worried that if I let you go alone, something might happen. The consequences are disastrous. Whether it is Bai Ying'er from the Bai family or the twin sisters from the Chu family, if the final outcome is to be trapped forever in a small fourth-order alien space, that would be an unacceptable result for both the Bai family and the Chu family. So for Zhou Shan's safety, Bai Yuanshan directly sent out the 4 strongest people under his command in the 4th level. Then I understand. Zhou Shan did not object to Bai Yuanshan's arrangement, because in his opinion, there is a probability that a 7th-order mutant beast will appear in a 4th-order alien space, although the probability is very small, so small that it is almost impossible to achieve. Because in most of the alien spaces, if the level of the mutants exceeds the level of ordinary beasts by more than 3 levels, there will be only 2 results in the end. First, high-level mutants drive the entire alien space to advance at the same time. Secondly, high-level mutants break through the shackles of the alien dimension and leave it actively or passively. Of course, whether it is space advancement or active or passive separation, there will be a process during this period, and this process. It is the process in which high-level mutants still remain in the alien space. Considering Zhou Shan's current strength, with a divine control force of up to 17,000 points at his peak, if he were to go directly against a level 7 mutant, he would probably lose more than he wins. So he was quite welcome to the helper Bai Yuanshan brought to him. In that case, you should get to know each other first. I, the old man, will go back first. You are all young people, so you will have a lot of common topics to talk about. Bai Yuanshan left, and he was extremely casual when he left. He didn't even worry about whether Zhou Shan could integrate into this small group of Bai family guests, because he always believed that there would be no problems with his way of training talents for the Bai family. Subordinates Bai Yuxuan, Bai Yuhao, Bai Yuxiang, Bai Yuyin, greet the uncle. As soon as Bai Yuanshan left, Bai Yuxuan and the other 4 immediately bowed to Zhou Shan. That was such respect. I can't do anything to Zhou Shan. Originally, he had thought that the guests of the Bai family would be the kind of villains who looked down on others, had arrogant attitudes, and would mock him as soon as they opened their mouths. Then he pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, and takes action at the critical moment to shock someone. I didn't expect it to be like this. This is such a harmonious start. Oh my, you guys are too polite. We are all family. There is no need to be like this. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. If someone gives you enough face, you should accept it, right? However, no matter how polite Zhou Shan was, the 4 people who bowed remained unmoved. Just when Zhou Shan felt that the current atmosphere was gradually becoming awkward, Bai Ying'er in the phantom space reminded him in time. Husband, according to the rules of our Bai family, all those who are not descendants of the Bai clan can choose to ignore or show respect to the direct descendants when they see them. But for greetings from non-direct descendants must also show some respect, otherwise it would be breaking the rules. Zhou Shan suddenly realized, so this means they give me a gift, so I have to give them a red envelope? Chapter 70. Follow the rules? I choose to push forward all the way. Yes, that's what I mean. Zhou Shan suddenly realized that every family has its own strange story. Come on, this is our first meeting. I haven't prepared anything. I'd better just give you the money? Zhou Shan waved his hand and spent a fortune. After being divided into 4 equal parts, it fell into the hands of Bai Yuxuan and the other 3, and each of them received 250 Yuling coins. Bai Yuxuan and the other 3 stared blankly at the 250 Yuling coins in their hands. Then they quickly reacted and spoke again. My uncle is so generous. People like Zhou Shan, who gave 250 yuan, when they met for the first time, are rare in the entire Bai family. Because the rule that non-direct descendants can get money when they meet direct descendants to pay their respects does not only take effect when the 2 parties meet for the first time to pay their respects. Instead, the first greeting of each day will take effect, and the money given next time can only be more, not less than the previous time. Therefore, the first meeting gifts of many direct descendants of the Bai family were probably only a few, or even a dozen, Yuling coins, which was very stingy. Hey, it's nothing. There's a long way to go, and we'll have plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. Zhoushan felt in a good mood and had no idea that he had dug a big hole for himself. This was also one of the main reasons why he later chose to return to the White Tiger Core to settle down. Yes, there is a long way to go. The four of them smiled at each other, took the initiative to follow Zhoushan, and started this ultimate challenge, the 4th level Stone Statue World. Enter the 4th Order Alien Space, the Stone Statue World. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Introduction to World Rules. This is a cursed world. Both local creatures and invaders will be affected by the curse and turn into stone statues within a certain period of time. Note: please stay away from those stone statues with rich expressions. Please beware of those stone statues holding weapons. Please take the initiative to avoid those tall stone statues. If you feel your body is petrified, please immediately look for the stone statues holding musical instruments for help. Of course, there is no help without reason in the world. The scene changed, and Zhoushan and his 4 companions appeared in a room of moderate size. An ancient bronze door appeared in front of everyone. Pushing open this door means that this land reclamation has officially begun. In a different dimension full of rules like this, enough time would be given to everyone at the beginning to discuss and make it easier for these so-called invaders to formulate strategies. The hints of the rules are already very obvious, but the possibility of hidden rules cannot be ruled out. Bai Yuxuan was the first to speak and analyze. That's right. As far as I know, in a dungeon full of rules like the Stone Statue World, the so-called opening tips are actually only a small part of the entire dungeon rules, and those unknown rules need to be explored by the pioneers themselves. Yu Hao is right. I, Bai Yuxiang, think so too. In that case, let's do a simple analysis. Before Bai Yuyin could finish his words, there was a loud bang and the bronze door in the room collapsed instantly. Zhoushan retracted his long legs and glanced at the 4 guests from the Bai family who were forming a circle with a strange expression. What the hell have you analyzed in all this time? It's just a small 4th Order alien space. Can't we just push through it? Summoning Frostmourne and carrying it on his shoulders, Zhoushan walked out the door without looking back, leaving only a dashing back view to the 4 people. As expected of the son-in-law of the Bai family, his style and aura are second to none. But my son-in-law seems to be only at level 2. Can he really conquer level 4 alien space? You know, many of our brothers have been killed here. There's no point in talking anymore. Just follow them and see for yourself. Bai Yuxuan was the first to be hit, and the other 3 followed closely behind, entering the stone statue world almost at the same time. Entering the world of stone statues, Zhoushan slowly opened his eyes and saw. The scenery is made up of cold and hard boulders, like a desolate stone world. There is no wind, no sunshine, and even no temperature. Zhoushan only felt that his body was in contact with an indescribable strange energy, and that energy was also trying to merge into his body. However, although this strange energy is very strong, in front of the 2 super strong physiques, the blue sky tyrant body and the supreme poison body, no matter how hard the opponent tries, it cannot even touch a single hair of his. The 4-member Bai family group that followed closely behind also discovered this strange energy at the first moment, and immediately used the defensive power in their bodies to resist it. Oh no, this is petrification energy invading our bodies. Based on the speed of the petrification energy, we should be able to hold out for 5 to 8 hours before the 4th Order perfect defense power in our bodies is completely consumed. Of course, this is on the premise that we don't get involved in the battle. A trace of helplessness flashed across Bai Yuxuan's face. He seemed to have suddenly figured out how those pioneers died. However, when he looked at Zhoushan, who was walking in front of the crowd, he found that not only was the other party's body not attacked by the petrifying energy, but was completely isolated from the petrifying energy by a green light. Uncle, how did you manage to isolate the petrification energy from your body? Can you teach us? Bai Yuhao and others asked hopefully. Zhoushan scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard this. It's nothing, actually. I just poison myself. And because my poison might be more aggressive than petrifying energy, I isolated the petrifying energy. Well, do you guys want some too? Bai Yuxuan and others shook their heads, indicating that they wanted to cherish the last 5 to 8 hours of their lives. What a joke. Using a poison more powerful than petrifying energy to isolate petrification. This son-in-law is more than just a bit showy. He's simply 6 times better. I see you're all having a hard time enduring this. Why don't you stay here and wait for my news? If I encounter a strange beast that I can't handle, I'll come back and call you. Zhoushan could see that the 4 guests of the Bai family had already consumed most of their defensive power just to resist the invasion of petrified energy. Rather than bringing 4 burdens along, It would be better for him to push forward on his own. That son-in-law is right, then we will. Boom. Before Bai Yuxuan could finish his words, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook violently. Countless bottomless cracks appeared under everyone's feet. Among them, Bai Yuxiang, who was the largest in size, fell first, followed by Bai Yuhao, Bai Yuxuan, and Bai Yuhao. Among them, Bai Yuyin was quick-witted and quick-handed. He cast the wind-walking technique on himself in the first place and thus saved his life. But the next second, a huge suction force suddenly surged out from the abyss under the ground and sucked it in. I see. Is it an underground copy? Chapter 71 Chu Lingxian. Aphrodisiac is also poison. Zhou Shan followed the traces of the 4 by family members falling, controlling his body to slowly fly towards the crack on the ground. The fragrance of damp earth mixed with some indescribable smell filled my nose, and this smell was really disgusting. Moreover, as Zhou Shan dived deeper and deeper, the poisonous light surrounding his body surface was completely suppressed. Not good. As the petrification energy's erosion of the body worsens, Zhou Shan can fully imagine what kind of situation the Bai family's 4-member team will encounter. Linger, do you have any poison left? Give them all to me. In the phantom space, after hearing Zhou Shan's words, Bai Linger and the Chu sisters began to take out things from their small bags. Snow and moonflower dew, silver moon tears, black fox eyes, herb frost, acacia seeds, crane's crown red. This scene made Mei Jiyin on the opposite side stunned. Do you really want to take these things deeply? This is not good. As Zhou Shan's woman, how could Mei Jiyin bear to let these highly poisonous substances enter Zhou Shan's body? My husband's supreme poison body is immune to all poisons. There is nothing to worry about. Yes, Sister Yin, don't blame me for not reminding you. There aren't many opportunities to blatantly poison your little brother. Bai Linger pointed at her still red body and said, think about how he treated us. Mei Jiyin suddenly realized what was going on, and then he took out a bottle of mysterious potion from his pocket and handed it over. Here, this is the heartbreak powder. It should be useful. Several women covered their mouths and giggled, then handed all the bottles and jars to Zhou Shan. On the other hand, Zhou Shan, who was in a continuous downward spiral, didn't even look at the bottle and swallowed it down in one gulp. The petrifying energy that continued to press around his body was mostly offset the moment he took the poison. Good. So poisonous. It's amazing. While eating, he did not forget to praise the effect of the poison. But as he was eating, he realized something was wrong. It's so hot. Why do I feel a little irritated? Zhou Shan took out the bottle of poison he had just swallowed, and on it were 2 big, clear words written in red. Aphrodisiac. Fuck, why are you giving me this to eat? Inside the phantom space, the 4 girls looked at each other in confusion. No, who did this? Are you crazy? We can't bear it without eating this stuff, so tell me what we should do now. Let me make it clear first. I'm old and can't stand the hardship. You guys figure it out on yourselves. Chu Lingxian retreated towards the castle behind without saying a word, but the next second she was trapped in an iron cage that fell from the sky. Lingxian, Bai Linger, who caught the culprit, was furious. Look what you've done. Anyway, I don't care. If Zhou Shan gets wild later, you can figure out a way to deal with it yourself. Chu Lingxian waved her hand and the iron cage disappeared. Humph, I didn't do that on purpose. Besides, aphrodisiacs are actually poison. Chu Lingyue quickly agreed. Yes, Xianer is right. I think we should all think of a way to remedy this situation. If her sister is unlucky, then isn't that her bad luck? If Chu Lingxian can't bear it, then can she? Well, now that things have come to this, what can we do? Let's take it one step at a time. Bai Linger waved her hands helplessly, and then jumped directly into the hot spring, thinking about trying to let her skin recover before Zhou Shan needed her. Otherwise, that guy would be even more out of control when he saw himself become a little red man. The scene changed, and the 4 people from the Bai family who were the first to fall into the crack now appeared in an arena similar to the ones in ancient times. The towering city walls around it are like a giant prison. It can be said that there is no way to go up to the sky, and no door to enter the earth. Brother Xian, what should we do next? Among the 4, Bai Yuxuan is the oldest and naturally the strongest. In addition, his fighting type is a melee offensive spirit master, so he naturally becomes the backbone of this small team. First look at the situation, then wait for the right opportunity to act. Bai Yuhao nodded frantically. Brother Xian is right, I think so too. So, are we just going to wait to die? Feeling the petrifying energy around him intensify, Bai Yuxiang's face changed, as if he had already seen the worst outcome. Only Bai Yuyan said nothing, looking at the stone statues in the Colosseum with a serious expression. I just counted, and there are 10 stone statues with expressions. 2 of them are smiling, 2 are angry, 2 are sad, 2 are afraid, and 2 are expressionless. Similarly, there are 10 stone statues holding weapons, 5 of which are holding offensive weapons, and the rest are holding shields. In addition to these 20 stone statues, there are 3 stone statues holding musical instruments and 2 giant stone statues. 25 statues in total, of course. The guy outside the city wall doesn't count. Everyone looked in the direction of Bai Yuyan's finger, and an unspeakable horror instantly filled their minds. It was the head and upper body of a giant stone statue. At this moment, he was lying on the edge of the city wall, looking at them greedily. They could easily imagine what kind of monster existed behind this towering wall. A giant stone statue that's over 1,000 meters tall? Are you kidding me? Is this still a fourth-order alien space? I think I've seen that I'm too milky. The moment everyone discovered each other, the 2 giant eyeballs of the giant also moved. As its eyeballs began to move, the 25 stone statues in the Colosseum were activated at the same time. No, find a place to hide first. Because they had to control the defensive power in their bodies to resist the invasion of petrifying energy, Bai Yuxuan and others naturally did not dare to use the spirit control skills to fight the enemy easily. They could only run away like ordinary people. But after all, everyone is a mid-level spirit master, and their strong physique played a big role at this moment. Especially the 3 who mainly used close combat, long-range combat, and shield combat. They ran so fast. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Wait for me. I'm a mage. Seeing that the stone statue was about to catch up, Bai Yuyan didn't care anymore. He didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. He raised his hand and cast a wind-moving spell on himself, and in the blink of an eye he rushed ahead of the other 3. Fuck, it's the windwalk technique. Give me one too. Brother Yin, be careful. The laughing stone statue is coming in front of you. Chapter 72. Level 6 Top Mutant. No chance of winning. With a thud, Bai Yuyan, who had no time to slow down, crashed headfirst into the smiling stone statue. My life is over. However, just when Bai Yuyan thought he was about to die, he discovered that the smiling stone statue did not seem to have any intention of attacking him. And when his eyes met the beautiful eyes of the smiling stone statue, he actually read a hint of kindness in the other's eyes. This discovery immediately made Bai Yuyan laugh uncontrollably. Everyone, quickly find the smiling stone statue to avoid the attack. It can not only protect us, but also prevent the invasion of petrification energy. The conclusion drawn by Bai Yuyan made the other 3 people's eyes light up, and at the same time they turned their eyes to another smiling stone statue in the field. Yu Xiong, you and Yu Hao go to the other smiling face statue. I'm going to find you, Yin. Understood. Bai Yuxuan acted decisively and made the decision immediately. In groups of 2, they sought refuge beneath the 2 smiling stone statues. However, just as Bai Yuxuan was about to reach the bottom of the smiling stone statue, Bai Yuyan discovered that the expression of the smiling stone statue was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, don't go. Before Bai Yuyan could finish his words, the expression on the smiling stone statue had completely disappeared, replaced by an indescribable anger. I saw it raising its 2 arms high, with its palms clenched into fists, aiming at the 2 people below and smashing down. Fortunately, thanks to Bai Yuyan's advance warning, the 2 of them avoided the attack in time. Yu Xiong, be careful. Only one person can stand under the smiling stone statue. After figuring out the rules of the smiling stone statue, Bai Yuxuan was the first to speak up and give a reminder. On the other side, the white jade bear also successfully sent Bai Yu Hao to the bottom of another smiling stone statue. As for himself, he just picked a stone statue at random and rushed over. I'm tough and I'm not afraid of a fight. You guys hurry up and analyze the rules of these statues. Bai Yuxuan and Bai Yuyan dodged while keeping an eye on Bai Yuxiong's position out of the corner of their eyes. As a figure kept passing through the air, Bai Yuxiong's voice also rang out. The angry statue can't come. It hurts too much when it hits people. The fear of the statue will accelerate the petrification energy to invade the body, so you can't come. The sorrowful statue is so damn ugly. If I go there, I'll feel like my life is meaningless. It will affect my mood, so I can't come. An expressionless stone statue, huh? The expressionless stone statue is fine, but it can't resist the invasion of petrification energy. Just like that, after several attempts by Bai Yuxiong, Everyone has completely figured out the rules of the expression stone statues. In that case, Yu Xiong, you go to the bottom of the smiling stone statue to recover your strength. Yu Yin, go to the other smiling stone statue. Yu Hao and I will hide under the two expressionless stone statues. Under Bai Yuxuan's reasonable allocation, the four of them also ushered in a short period of peace. Huh. Just at this moment, Zhou Shun's voice came from above everyone's heads. What are you doing here? Hide and seek? Zhou Shun felt somewhat puzzled when he saw that Bai Yuxuan and the other three were all hiding under the stone statue and standing with their arms hugging its thighs. On the other hand, when Bai Yuxuan and the other three saw that their brother-in-law could actually fly, they felt like their back teeth were broken. Damn it, it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Sir, be careful, there's something wrong with the stone statues here. However, out of respect for Zhou Shun's status, Bai Yuxuan was the first to remind Zhou Shun. To this, Zhou Shun nodded in agreement. But compared to these stone statues on the ground, Zhou Shun still thinks. The problem is this terrifyingly large stone statue in front of me. A sixth-order top mutant. What a damn bad luck. Zhou Shun smiled bitterly. It has only been more than a month since his debut, and his level is only level 2. Why should he face the king among the 6th-level mutants? Just judging by his breath, the defensive power value in this guy's body must be over 30,000. One punch would probably be enough to knock himself out of the cocoon. Since you are all fine, I won't save you yet. I'll try to think of a way to beat this big guy to death. As Zhou Shun was speaking, the giant opposite him narrowed his eyes slightly, and the 25 stone statues below immediately changed their positions, and the change happened instantly. Affected by the sad stone statue, Bai Yuyin burst into tears instantly. I regret it so much. I actually peeked at Yu Xiong's Yuling taking a bath. I am not a human. I really deserve to die. Before he could finish his words, Bai Yuxiong, who was knocked away by the hammer statue, happened to pass by Yu Yin. With the force of being knocked away by the hammer, Bai Yuxiong raised his leg and kicked Bai Yuyin directly from under the sad stone statue to the smiling stone statue on the other side. We'll talk about peeping at my bathing Yuling later. Now, give me a recovery spell. I can't take it anymore. Bai Yuyin woke up instantly and cast a recovery spell on Bai Yuxiong. Xiong, listen to my explanation. Brother Xian and Ahao also peeked. Bai Yuxuan had just run out from under the angry stone statue. When he heard this, his face changed. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. I'm suing you for defamation. Bai Yu Hao, who was luckier, still stayed under the expressionless stone statue. After hearing Bai Yuyin's explanation, he became furious. Where's my lawyer? I want to see my lawyer. Bai Yuxiong sighed helplessly. If he wanted to blame someone, it was because his armored phantom had such a good figure. Everyone who saw it would say, fuck, it's so big. Seeing that the 4 members of the Bai family were having a great time below, Zhou Shun immediately called out the heaven-swallowing rat. I am a very democratic person, so there are 2 paths in front of you now. Upon hearing this, the sky-swallowing rat first glanced at the 6th-level top mutant opposite it, swallowed its saliva, and then turned to look at Zhou Shun. Which 2 roads? Zhou Shun stretched out his finger and pointed at the huge giant head opposite. First, I'll let you and your people out, and you swallow it. The sky-swallowing rat was deeply moved. Master, if you want me to die, just say it directly. There is no need for us to beat around the bush. Are you kidding? Let me, a small 4th-level mutant, lead hundreds of thousands of 2nd-level alien rats to kill the thing in front of me? I can't guarantee anything else, but if the other party doesn't kill tens of thousands of its alien rats after this slap, it would be a shame to the audience. I told you, I am a very democratic person. Since you don't agree with my first plan, let's talk about another plan. That is, Chapter 73, Heaven-Swallowing Rat. Do I have to die today? I'll find a way to send the heaven-devouring space into this guy's stomach, and then you lead your people to wreak havoc inside it. How about it? The sky-swallowing rat was silent. What? Must it die today? And you're destroying people's bodies? It is estimated that the heaven-swallowing space had just entered that guy's mouth when it was bitten to pieces by him. It's already amazing that you can knock out 3 of your opponent's teeth, right? Master, is there no other way? Faced with the sky-swallowing rat's almost desperate plea, Zhou Shun couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. How about this? Get a few thousand alien rats out for me to kill, and see if that can help me improve my strength? Faced with Zhou Shun's outrageous request, the heaven-swallowing rat immediately nodded in agreement and said, Are a few thousand enough? You are not enough to speak, rat. I have nothing but a lot of people. Kill the level 2 alien rat. The power of divine control. Kill the level 2 alien rat. The power of divine control. What's going on? Why are there so many smuggled goods in there? Zhoushan frowned. The sky-swallowing rat quickly explained, Master, don't be angry. This is how unlimited reproduction works. It's normal to have a few unskilled ones filling the numbers. But don't worry, even though the quality of this thing is not good, we definitely have enough quantity. Zhoushan nodded. That's better. Killed another 800. Kill the level 2 alien rat. The power of divine control. You bastard. You better hope the next one isn't a fake, or I'll chop you to death. Rat, I'm probably going to die today. At the same time, the situation in the Colosseum also took a sharp turn for the worse. The speed of conversion between the stone statues is getting faster and faster, and there is not much time left for the 4 guests of the Bai family. Brother Xian, this is not a solution. Come up with a plan quickly. Bai Yuxiong was either bumping around in the air or being kicked all over the ground by the stone statues. He really couldn't take it anymore. It's true that he's a defensive spirit master, but no matter how strong his defense is, he can't withstand being beaten all the time, right? This shouldn't happen. Bai Yuxuan frowned, feeling that something was not right. In this kind of rule-based alien space, it is impossible for there to be only a dead end with no way out. What link went wrong? It was not until his eyes fell on the 10 stone statues of weapons that had hardly moved from the beginning to now that he suddenly realized. I think I understand. Yuxiong, try to move towards the shield statue. After hearing Bai Yuxuan's order, Bai Yuxiong had no choice but to give it a try and rushed under the shield statue. However, after he hugged the thigh of the stone statue, he found that his mind was connected to the stone statue. He can actually control this stone statue. Brother Xian, quickly select the stone statues holding weapons. We should be able to control them. After Bai Yuxiong said this, the other 3 people suddenly realized and hurriedly looked for the weapon stone statues around them to control them. Bai Yuxuan chose a stone statue holding a sword, Bai Yuhao chose a stone statue holding a bow and arrow, and Bai Yuyin chose a stone statue holding a staff. Moreover, through the manipulation of the stone statues, they discovered that these stone statues holding weapons could not only greatly enhance their combat effectiveness, but could even resist the invasion of petrified energy. Humph, the rules say we should be wary of weapon statues, but it turns out it's all a lie. Bai Yuyin said angrily. It's always better to be careful. Bai Yuhao controlled the stone statue and pulled the longbow in his hand to its full length, then aimed an arrow at the sad stone statue opposite. Brothers, it's time to fight back. Bai Yuxuan shouted loudly, raised the sword above his head with both hands, and rushed towards the location of the angry stone statue. The battle was raging below, and Zhoushan above finally reached his own level cap after killing tens of thousands of level 2 alien rats. Divine power, 7,000. Mutation divine power, 700. Coupled with the bonus of the phantom weapon, Zhoushan's divine power has successfully reached the 20,000 mark. Only one step away from reaching the level of a top-level 6th order spirit master. But is the distance to breakthrough? Maybe we're still missing a few sky-swallowing rats. Master, why are you smiling at me, Shushu? You laugh, I'm so nervous. After you return this time, you will have a heavy task, you know? The sky-swallowing rat was confused. What do you mean? Zhoushan shook his head. It doesn't mean anything. What does nothing mean? As a mouse who is ambitious and forward-thinking, Tunshin believes that it is necessary for him to understand Zhoushan's meaning. What do you mean by me? If I say it's boring, it's boring. Okay, that's no fun. You're the master. You have the final say. Anyway, next time you ask me to chop tens of thousands of rats in a row, I'll chop you to death first. The sky-swallowing rat suddenly realized. Then I will go back and sort the garbage now. Well, the young rat can be taught. Go ahead. Zhoushan put away the sky-devouring space, held Frostmourne in his hand, and faced the giant's head. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the most powerful mutant he has encountered during this period of time. So in order to avoid any accidents, Zhoushan decided to launch his strongest attack directly. Mark of the Psionic Butterfly. Marking first has become Zhoushan's habit, so there is no need to mention it further. Next, White Tiger Possession. Gain the power and combat skills of the White Tiger Soul, and possess extraordinary perception and insight. True Dragon Form. Transform into a dragon. Gain special abilities and launch ranged attacks with poison, frost, and 100 splash effects. Throw. Use weapons of any shape to throw at the target, The damage ability is increased by 100%, and there is a low probability of causing critical damage, which is 5 times the basic damage. White Tiger Star Crushing Strike. A single target attack skill that causes massive damage to the target, with a certain chance of triggering a critical hit, additional attacks, and a chance of causing the target to enter a dizzy state. It's a critical hit. With a loud bang, the White Tiger Meteor transformed by Frostmourne smashed heavily on the huge head. A huge wound appeared directly on the top of the giant's head in a collapsed manner, but the hint from the heaven that appeared immediately afterwards made him feel cold in his heart. Tearing is invalid. Soul Devourer is ineffective. The absorption is invalid. Treatment ban is ineffective. The expulsion is invalid. Breaking the barrier is ineffective. Poisoning is ineffective. Frost does not work. In addition to the 2 characteristics of breaking and sharpness, the giant head is directly immune to his 8 offensive characteristics, that is to say, apart from pure physical attacks, no other means can harm the opponent. Chapter 74. Unbeatable Mutants, Clearance Conditions. However, the next scene was even more shocking to Zhou Shan. The giant head waved its 2 big hands and took out a huge stone from the 1,000-meter-high wall, then rubbed it on its head. The wound that was cut by Zhou Shan's full-strength attack was instantly healed. Is this possible? If the healing ban effect is ineffective against the giant's head, then wouldn't I be unable to do anything to the opponent? Hubby, why don't you try attacking other parts of the giant's head? Liu Ying'er in the phantom space reminded. Zhou Shan nodded upon hearing this, and then began to try to attack the exposed part of the giant's head. Eyes, invalid. Nose, invalid. Throat, invalid. Mouth, fuck. Sword control, back? My goodness, he almost swallowed his Frostmourne. And no matter how Zhou Shan attacked, the giant head only needed to bend lightly, take a huge stone from the city wall and rub it on the injured part, and the wound would heal immediately. How can we fight this? The 4 surrounding city walls are several kilometers high in total. Do we want him to tear down the walls first? Zhou Shan put away his sword, and most of the divine power in his body was consumed. Honey, this is how the rule-based alternate dimension works. And have you noticed? No matter how we attack, the giant head will not fight back except for constantly repairing its own wounds. Is this also because of the rules? Shaking his head, Zhou Shan could only temporarily give up the idea of capturing the leader first and shift his attention to the battle below. At the same time, with the help of the weapon statues, the foursome of the Bai family have been able to stand their ground under the attack of the emotion statues. Yu Xiong, cover me, kill anger first. Ahao, use the explosive arrows to help me clear the way. Ah Yin, wind walking technique. The 4 of them had a tacit understanding, and there were some things that Bai Yuxuan didn't even need to say, as the other 3 had already predicted them in advance. For their strongest combat force, the offensive spirit master Bai Yuxuan, they created an opportunity to kill him with one blow. A rainbow pierces the sun. Die! Bai Yuxuan held the sword in both hands, like a long rainbow, and pierced directly through the chest of the angry stone statue. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, an arm made of rubble stretched out from the chest of the angry stone statue and punched the giant sword statue's head. Bai Yuxuan, whose consciousness had merged with the giant sword statue, vomited blood and flew straight out. Brother Xian. Damn it. Bai Yuxiong and the other 2 quickly surrounded him and protected Bai Yuxuan behind them. Brother Xian, are you okay? Bai Yuyin directly cast a recovery spell on Bai Yuxuan and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. After the treatment of recovery technique, Bai Yuxuan felt much better. Is the angry stone statue dead? Compared to his own injuries, Bai Yuxuan was more concerned about the fate of the angry stone statue. Bai Yuyin opened his mouth, as if he didn't want to undermine Bai Yuxuan's self-confidence. Because at this moment, not only was there no wound on the angry stone statue's body, but even its combat power had not been weakened at all. They are following the other stone statues to besiege Bai Yuxiong and Bai Yuhao. This is not a solution. There must be some rules we don't know about. Bai Yuxuan had seen everything from Bai Yuyin's face, and he couldn't help but feel a little desperate. This giant sword stone statue is broken. I must drive another weapon stone statue to join the battle. Before that, I'll leave the analysis of the rules to you. Bai Yuyin nodded, knowing full well that they were now in a stalemate. No, it should be called a dead end. However, the moment Bai Yuxuan stood up, he found that one of his legs was unable to move. Looking down, his left leg had completely turned into a stone leg since some time ago. How is this possible? The spiritual power in his body could clearly last for a while. So why did he suddenly turn into stone? Turning his head to look at the broken weapon statue not far away, Bai Yuxuan suddenly realized. He looked at Bai Yuxiong and the others and shouted, "Not good! The weapon statue has the effect of accelerating petrification. We must detach it immediately." Bai Yuxiong and the other two were shocked when they heard this and subconsciously checked their bodies. "Damn it! My feet have been petrified," Bai Yuxiong said in horror. Although Bai Yuhao on the other side did not make a sound, his hand holding the bow and arrow was obviously completely unable to move. But even so, he was still using his other hand that could move, constantly drawing the bow and shooting arrows. It was just because Bai Yuxiong, who was attacked by 6 emotional stone statues at the same time, was on the verge of collapse. "Ah Yin, help me go to the musical instrument statue." For now, Bai Yuxuan can only place his hope on the stone statue of the musical instrument. But doesn't the rule say that there is no such thing as unprovoked help in this world? Just in case. Before Bai Yuyin could finish his words, Bai Yuxuan shook his head and interrupted, "We have no other choice. No matter what the price is, you have to try it to know." Oh well. With the help of Bai Yuyin, Bai Yuxuan finally came to the stone statue of the musical instrument. He looked determined and slowly stretched out his hand to touch the stone statue of the musical instrument. The next second, a beautiful melody came from the instrument in the hands of the stone statue. Then, a soft white light enveloped Bai Yuxuan, making him feel warm and comfortable. As time passed, Bai Yuxuan felt that the petrified energy in his body was completely purified, and even his petrified left leg was restored. Is this rule also false? After carefully checking the parts of his body, Bai Yuxuan even quietly lifted up his trouser waist and took a look at his second brother, and found that not even a hair of his second brother had fallen out. Are the rules really fake? Bai Yuxuan couldn't help but think excitedly. But the next second, he heard 2 different voices. "Brother Xian, your aura seems to have dropped to level 3? Anger can easily make people lose their minds. Maybe we should think of a way to make it happy to solve the problem." These 2 voices, one came from Bai Yuyin. The other one came from the stone statue of the musical instrument in front of Bai Yuxuan. Anger can easily make people lose their rationality. Perhaps we should think of a way to make it happy to solve the problem. Bai Yuxuan suddenly realized and no longer cared about the decline in his realm. Quick, find a way to make the angry statue happy. This may be the key to our survival. Chapter 75. Just smile at me. Make the angry stone statue happy? Fuck, I just want to kill it now. How can I make him happy? Bai Yuxiong was furious. He swung his shield hard and knocked the angry stone statue in front of him away. Make the angry statue happy. Bai Yuhao kept repeating these words, and a light bulb went off in his mind. He immediately turned to look at the other angry stone statue and shouted, "Let me ask you, which flower is the weakest among the jasmine, sunflower, and rose?" The angry statue turned a deaf ear and continued to attack Bai Yuxiong. Bai Yuyin quickly explained, "It's jasmine because..." "What a weak jasmine flower, so weak." The angry stone statue continued to attack Bai Yuxiong, and Bai Yuxiong finally couldn't hold it anymore. "Ah how, you idiot. You actually told a joke to the statue? If I can go back alive today, I will laugh at you for the rest of my life." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 meteors fell from the sky, blasting an angry stone statue into pieces with precision and elegance. White Tiger Star shattering attack. Triple cast. Die for me. Zhou Shen thought for a long time, and decided to temporarily give up directly dealing with the end and start from the rules. That's why the scene just now happened. While the 4 members of the Bai family were stunned, Zhou Shen dropped from the sky, still carrying his Frostmourne on his shoulders. Seeing that the angry stone statue that had been blasted into pieces by him was recovering, Zhou Shen looked at Bai Yuxuan thoughtfully and asked, "You just said that as long as we can find a way to make the angry statue happy, we can kill it completely, right?" Bai Yuxuan nodded subconsciously. This is the hint given to me by the stone statue of the musical instrument. At the same time, he thought to himself, is my son-in-law really only at level 2? Why does he feel like a top-level 6th-level spirit master? A 4th-level gargoyle was shattered in one go? Zhou Shan on the opposite side nodded when he heard this, and then called on the 4 people from the Bai family to find a place to hide and leave the battlefield. "Leave this to me. You guys go and have a rest." Bai Yuxiong and others were deeply moved, and secretly thought that if they had known this would happen, they should not have come in with Zhou Shan. The original intention was to help and protect Zhou Shan. Who would have thought that it would become a drag nowadays? This is really hard to accept for the 4 people who have always been proud. Uncle, be careful. After taking over Bai Yuxiong's opponent, Zhou Shan faced the enemy while thinking about countermeasures. Bai Yuhao has already confirmed that cold jokes cannot attract the attention of the angry stone statue. After all, even a cool and aloof male god like him couldn't help but laugh out loud, so there was no reason for the angry statue not to laugh. Since this approach doesn't work, can I make the angry statue laugh by threatening it with force? Shaking his head, thinking about the other party's method of unlimited resurrection, this plan had to be abandoned. This is not okay. That is not okay. Why not just exit the copy? Anyway, as far as he knew, the Gargoyle world was classified as a target for development by the Azure Dragon Legion only because it was located above the colorful terraces. And he didn't think a bunch of gargoyles would just sit there and do nothing to damage the crops. Sister Yin, can your barrier-breaking ability allow you to take others away with you? The others here are of course Bai Yuxuan and his group. Just because they called him son-in-law, there was no way he would abandon them. Unless 4 people died in an accident. No, because breaking the barrier will consume a lot of the durability of the Tianlong leggings. It is basically impossible to take a second person away. After receiving Mei Zhiyin's affirmative answer, Zhou Shan had to temporarily give up the idea of running away. Hey, why should I try to make a gargoyle laugh? Can't I let the gargoyle make me laugh? With this simple complaint, Zhou Shan suddenly realized an extremely crucial word. Laugh? Damn it, whoever laughs isn't laughing? Thinking of this, Zhou Shan waved his hand and directly collected Frostmourne. Then, under Bai Yuxuan's confused gaze, he hugged the smiling stone statue above his head. The tiger climbs the mountain. Get up for me. Zhou Shan lifted the smiling stone statue's head with both hands like pulling onions out of dry land and threw it to the opposite side of the angry stone statue. Then he launched a charge, passing directly through the body of the smiling stone statue and appeared right between the smiling stone statue and the angry stone statue. Hee, I don't believe you won't laugh this time. Zhou Shan spread his arms, placed his hands on the heads of the 2 stone statues, and pulled them towards the middle. Now, smile for me. You know, smiles are contagious. Facing the smiling face of the smiling statue, it is hard for the angry statue to be unhappy. Gaga 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 gaga. Finally, after persisting for a full 20 seconds, the angry stone statue couldn't help but laugh out loud. But its laughter is obviously not that pleasant. You laugh so ugly you'd better die. Psionic butterfly mark, explode. The angry stone statue that had long been marked with the mark of the Psylocke shattered, and this time, obviously there is no possibility of resurrection. My son-in-law is awesome. Broken voice. Son-in-law 666. You are worthy of being the son-in-law of our Bai family. If the young lady can be with the son-in-law, she must wake up laughing in her dreams. Yes, the young lady must be very happy. In the phantom space, Bai Ying'er stared blankly at the 4 guests of the Bai family outside, wondering where they found these 4 bastards from. She would definitely deal with them after getting out. Damn it, let's not talk about happiness or not. Still dreaming? Did Zhou Shan give her the chance to dream? Outside the phantom space, Zhou Shan did the same thing and killed another angry stone statue. Then he looked at Bai Yuxuan and the others and asked, any other clues? Bai Yuxuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. After a long while, he said, at present, I only know that if 2 people stand under the smiling stone statue at the same time, it will be very angry. But, so far, the smiling stone statue has not launched any attack on us. It has even protected us in disguise. Zhou Shan nodded thoughtfully. In that case, let's kill the smiling stone statue first. Now that he has come down, the safety of Bai Yuxuan and others has naturally been solved. Therefore, it doesn't matter much whether the smiley statue continues to exist. Moreover, Zhou Shan had a hunch that if he wanted to completely clear the gargoyle world, all the 25 stone statues in the Colosseum and the one behind the wall had to be killed. Okay, let's go there now. Chapter 76 Zhou Shan. You trash, blow yourself up? As expected, when the smiling stone statue suddenly changed its face, Zhou Shan also killed it completely with the Frostmourne in his hand. Who's next? The same question lingered in the minds of the 5 people. After a moment's consideration, Bai Yuxuan immediately turned his gaze to Bai Yuxiong, whose feet had been petrified. Yuxiong, go get the treatment. Bai Yuxiong nodded and walked to the bottom of the stone statue of the musical instrument without hesitation. Brother Xiong, hey? Bai Yuyin sighed deeply. If nothing unexpected happens, After this expedition, the levels of the four of them will all return to level 3. Don't worry, it's just a missed opportunity to widen your meridians. With our talents, we will be able to catch up soon. As if to comfort Bai Yuyan, or as if to comfort himself, Bai Yuxiong stretched out his hand and gently touched the body of the stone statue of the musical instrument. The same melody came out from the instrument, and the soft white light completely enveloped Bai Yuxiong, warm and comfortable. As his foot healed, Bai Yuxiong's realm dropped from level 4 to level 3. Fear always makes people extra sensitive. Fear always makes people extra sensitive? What does this mean? Everyone was confused. Extraordinarily sensitive? Then just make it more terrified. Zhou Shun started a charge, directly penetrated the body of the terrifying stone statue, and launched a fatal attack on it from behind. The fear on the face of the fear statue is even more terrifying. But just the sneak attack from behind is not scary enough. Crippling fear on. Intimidate all nearby enemy targets, silencing them within a fixed range of the frost sorrow. Quack! After a strange cry, the terrifying stone statue was finally frightened to death by Zhou Shan. Then what comes next is... Before Bai Yuxuan could finish his words, Bai Yuhao had already taken the initiative to come under the stone statue of the musical instrument and raised his palm. The greatest sorrow is powerlessness. Among the group of stone statues attacking them, the sad statue had the weakest offensive ability because it seemed to be careless in everything it did, even in combat. So Zhou Shun just threw out 2 wooden swords and then used sword controlling skills to control them, and he had a lot of fun playing with the 2 sad stone statues. As for him, he gathered with Bai Yuxuan and others to discuss strategies to defeat the enemy. There are 5 stages of grief, namely denial, anger, acceptance, compromise, and acceptance. As far as the current situation is concerned, the various actions of the sorrowful statue show that it has accepted its own incompetence, which is why it has done this all along. So we only need to start from the final acceptance to analyze the correct countermeasures. Bai Yuxuan's analysis always makes Zhou Shun feel like he is listening to his own words. But if you say this is nonsense, then it just makes some sense. But if you say that he is right, Zhou Shun feels unable to convince himself. Just tell me what to do. Zhou Shun spread his hands when he heard this. I'm only responsible for fighting. You guys take care of the brainwork. And after this battle, Zhou Shun said, in the future, when I encounter this kind of rule-based dungeons, I will definitely run as far as I can without any hesitation for even a second. Bai Yuxuan and the other 4 looked at each other in bewilderment. He secretly wondered if he was being looked down upon by Zhou Shun, a level 2 spirit master. What happened to the 4 heavenly kings who promised to help their son-in-law pass the dungeon? I think since it already knows it can't do anything, why don't we persuade it to commit suicide? Bai Yuxiong's simple complaint immediately attracted the attention of several people. No, Xiong, how can you say such a thing? Yeah, you told it to commit suicide and it did. Do you think it has no brains? Ahem, Yuxiong, I know that the level drop is a bit harmful to you, and it may even affect your future level cap, but there's nothing we can do about it. Besides, there are still giant stone statues and musical instrument stone statues left to be dealt with. I guess none of you can escape. So, when you think about it this way, do you feel more balanced? However, just when a few people were still speechless because of Bai Yuxiong's naivety, Zhou Shan on the other side had already arrived in front of the sad stone statue. Zhou Shan put away his 2 wooden swords, summoned Frostmourne, and then raised the sword to point it directly at the forehead of the sad stone statue. You can't beat me. Even if 10 of you were tied together, they would still not be my match. Do you understand? You're trash. There was a loud bang, and the sad stone statue became even sadder. Finally, it accepted the reality and chose to explode on the spot. No. Is this possible? Bai Yuxuan was shocked and immediately looked at another sad stone statue less than 3 meters away from him. Hee. It turns out that the so-called sad stone statue is just a piece of trash. Watch me. Summoning his phantom sword, Bai Yuxuan took the initiative to step forward, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the waist of the sad stone statue. You're a piece of shit. There was a bang. Before Bai Yuxuan could finish his words, the sorrowful stone statue slapped him in the face and sent him flying. It didn't stop until Bai Yuxuan's body was embedded in the wall, creating a human-shaped hole. I don't accept it. Bai Yuxuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. On the other side, Bai Yuxiong and the other 2 tried hard to hold back their laughter, but in the end they couldn't help it and all burst into laughter. I usually don't laugh, but this time I really couldn't help it, ha ha ha. Brother Xian, You still thought you were at the 4th level, right? A 3rd-level spirit master pointed at the waist of a 4th-level gargoyle and said, "You can't beat me." Ha 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 ha, I really feel depressed. Bai Yuxuan, who had originally planned to pretend to faint to avoid being laughed at, completely collapsed. Laugh, laugh, laugh. All you know is to laugh. What the hell are you laughing at? What's wrong with me being at level 3? Isn't my uncle only at level 2? Zhou Shan had just dealt with the 2nd sad stone statue and felt a little embarrassed after hearing Bai Yuxuan's explanation. How to say this kind of thing? He is a 2nd-level spirit master, but he can't tell Bai Yuxuan. The divine power in my body must be at least 20,000 points, right? Is it completely comparable to the top 6th-order spirit masters? I shook my head and thought, forget it. After all, we are all family. It would be terrible if Bai Yuxuan and the others became autistic because of their own reasons. So what's next? Just when Bai Yuyan was about to give up his own realm and take the initiative to go under the stone statue of the musical instrument to get the last clue, the 2 expressionless stone statues actually turned into a pile of rocks and disintegrated. No need to ask, I guess it should be. Fill in the blanks. Brothers, use your imagination. Chapter 77, The Final Battle. Zhou Shan vs. the Stone Statue Leader. After killing 10 emotion statues in a row, Zhou Shan set his sights on the weapon statues. Although this thing has no independent consciousness and needs to be controlled by a spirit master to act, just based on the fact that it can accelerate petrification, keeping it will be a disaster. The deaths of the 20 stone statues, one after another, also brought Zhou Shan a considerable amount of income. Yuling coins, strengthening stone, enchanted stone, unpurified equipment, heart of the stone statue fruit. Among them, the stone statue heart and the stone statue fruit are both unique products of the gargoyle copy. Similar props will not appear anywhere else except here. Heart of stone statue, inlay item, can be inlaid into weapons or jewelry, has a small chance of petrification when attacking. Stone statue fruit, a swallowable item. After swallowing it, you can turn any part of your body into stone, greatly enhancing the defense of that part. The duration is 1 hour. Taking it multiple times will cause side effects. In fact, whether it is the heart of the stone statue or the stone statue fruit, in terms of value and ability, they can basically be ranked in the upper middle level. But Zhou Shan had no intention of using it at all. Because for the phantom armor, it is not difficult to embed a prop, but it is difficult to remove it. Every demolition is a disaster for the phantom armed forces and will consume the life of the phantom armed forces. Therefore, unless he is really satisfied with the effect of the inlay props, Zhou Shan will never easily inlay the women. As for the stone statue fruit, there is no need to mention it. Petrification enhances defense? Yes, it sounds pretty good, but if he meets an opponent, is it the kind of being that can shatter petrified creatures with one punch? Do you still want your body? What's more, it is said above that eating too much will have side effects. Of course, although Zhou Shan does not plan to use these 2 props, he cannot help but admit that for some ordinary spirit masters with no talent, the temptation of these 2 things is still quite big. Uncle, are you really giving us this thing? Bai Yuxuan and the others' eyes lit up, and they looked at the heart of the stone statue and the stone statue fruit in their hands in disbelief. Among them, Bai Yuxiong directly embedded the heart of the stone statue on his armor. Great! With the addition of the stone statue fruit and the stone statue heart, my defense capability will be even stronger. Zhou Shan couldn't help but smacking his lips when he saw this, thinking to himself, these guys are just ordinary spirit masters with no talent? That's not right. Didn't Bai Yuanshan say that they were the most elite 4th-level spirit masters of the White Tiger Army? As if he noticed the doubt in Zhou Shan's eyes, Bai Yuxuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. How should I explain this to you, uncle? Anyway, the general idea is, among the spirit masters who are still alive, we are already the strongest at the 4th stage. Zhou Shan suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder these guys look so bad. It turns out that all the powerful ones are dead. Ahem. Next one. Zhou Shan turned his gaze to Bai Yuyan. The meaning is self-evident. Bai Yuyan also stood up very singly and appeared under the stone statue of the musical instrument without hesitation. Giants are called giants because in their world, no one is bigger than them. Zhou Shan understood and immediately turned into a butterfly. Compare size? He hasn't been scared yet. Big, big, big. Giant stone statue pawn. After dealing with the giant stone statue, there were only 3 stone statues of musical instruments left in the field. Zhou Shan did not agree with Bai Yuxuan's plan to continue to get clues by downgrading, and directly threw Frostmourne in his hand, piercing the instrument in the opponent's hand with one sword. The next second, the musical instrument statue turned black. The result of blackening is naturally to be purified by Zhou Shan. After all the gargoyles in the arena died, Zhou Shan came to the center of the Colosseum alone, and then looked up at the stone statue leader outside the city wall. "Why? Do you still need me to invite you?" He stretched out his finger and hooked it at the stone statue leader, with the corner of Zhou Shan's lips raised, showing infinite arrogance. "Jia. Interesting. You are the strongest human second-level spirit master I have ever seen. You are so strong that I dare not take the initiative to attack you." The stone statue leader adjusted his body and took the initiative to break through the wall in front of him. At this moment, the stone statue leader, whose height alone reached thousands of meters, was completely exposed to everyone. "Fuck, it's so tall and big," Bai Yuyan muttered to himself. Bai Yuxiong on the side also quickly agreed, "Yes, it's so big. It's obviously a male at first glance." Bai Yuxuan covered his face. "What the hell are you looking at?" Bai Yuhao raised his hand and patted Bai Yuxuan on the shoulder. "Boss, don't be discouraged. I believe that one day you will be able to reach his length, him. No, height? Gao your sister, damn it. He is a human, not a monster. Since you don't dare to do it, then you might as well commit suicide." Zhou Shan spread his hands and calculated the gap between the enemy and us in his mind. If we only look at the value of the defensive power in his body, he and the stone statue leader should be on par with each other, both around 20,000 points. And his divine power and the mutant power in the opponent's body are actually higher than the opponent's on a certain level. As for the final means of attack, it is hard to say given that multiple attack features have become ineffective. Boy, don't think you are invincible just because you killed a few of my ordinary tribesmen. If you want me to commit suicide, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. As the stone statue leader finished speaking, a 100-meter-high peak fell from the sky and smashed towards Zhou Shan. On the other hand, Zhou Shan did not retreat but advanced, holding up Frostmourne with both hands and firing a white tiger star shattering strike. This scene made the 4 members of the Bai family who were on the edge of the circle stunned. Fuck. My son-in-law is so strong that he didn't even dodge or evade, and chose to fight head-on with the 6th-level mutant. Yeah, among all the level 2 spirit masters I've ever met, you're definitely the Scorpion Master. What's the meaning? Of course it's a unique one. Not much to say, son-in-law man. A bang sounded, interrupting the discussion of the 4 people. Zhou Shan, who was at the center of the battle, spun 3,600 degrees in the air and spurted out a mouthful of blood. "Banana, you bastard. I'm going to say this today, even if it means wasting time. I'm going to wear you out too." Chapter 78. The son-in-law has arrived. Everyone get out of the way. Half an hour later, 3 of the 4 walls surrounding the Colosseum have collapsed, leaving only the wall where Bai Yuxuan and others are located. The outer area of the wall was in chaos, pitch dark, and occasionally one could see a space vortex. This also caused the 4 people of the Bai family to not dare to leave the Colosseum on their own initiative. In the center of the Colosseum, Zhou Shan and the stone statue leader stood opposite each other. The current situation of both sides was not too good. The 1,000-meter-long stone statue leader has now shrunk significantly and is less than 300 meters. Although its size is still huge, it has shrunk by 2/3 compared to the beginning. As for Zhou Shan on the other side, he had already taken 3 Yuling fruits in his hands, and at the same time, he was comforting the injured women in his heart. "Don't worry, after I kill this guy, I will fix you right away." The white tiger arm and the butterfly arm were the most severely damaged, and they were almost unable to continue to participate in the battle. The second is Frostmourne, where some of the blades have gaps. The only thing that retains its full combat effectiveness is the Tianlong leggings. This is mainly because Zhou Shan has been using his upper body and Frostmourne to fight. "Hubby, you don't have to worry about us. Finding a way to resolve the crisis at hand is the most important thing." Chu Lingyue and Chu Lingxian were no longer as lively as before, and collapsed weakly on the big bed in the bedroom of the castle. Bai Ying'er, with a pale face, lay beside the bed and waited. Only Mei Ziyin was left alone, pacing back and forth on the bedroom floor. At this point, there is only one last resort. Zhou Shan swallowed 3 Yuling fruits into his stomach. After feeling his strength restored, he directly took out 5 top-grade equipment from the phantom space and put them all on. Armor that adds defense, a helmet that adds strength, boots that add agility, gloves that add strength. The previous ones have been damaged, and arm guards that add strength. That's right, Zhou Shan has retracted his white tiger arm and butterfly arm. At the same time, he also took back Frostmourne. He dares not gamble and cannot gamble. He knew better than anyone what the destruction of the phantom armor meant. The scene of Liu Ying'er's frightened death is still vivid in my mind. How could he bear to let his woman die for him? Husband, what are you doing? Little brother, let me out. Please let me out. My dear, let me help you. In the phantom space, after seeing their phantom weapons being taken back by Zhou Shun, the three women recovered some of their strength and discovered that the entire phantom space had been completely blocked by Zhou Shun. Hubby, you can't do this. You can't do this to us. Chu Lingyue's eyes instantly moistened. We are not afraid of death. This is our mission and the meaning of the existence of the phantom spirit armed forces. We are your people in life and your ghosts in death. If you die, how can we live alone? Zhou Shun heard this and shook his head bitterly. I'm not afraid that you will die before me. What I'm afraid of is that you die and I survive alone. Because the one who is going to die is not me, nor you, but it. Mei Jian in the phantom space smiled calmly, looked at Bai Linger and the other two and consoled them. Don't worry. Zhou Shun is just worried about your safety. None of us will die. Believe me. Then Mei Jian's soul took the initiative to leave the phantom space and completely merged with the Tianlong leg guards. Hubby, let's go. Zhou Shun nodded, then looked at the stone statue leader opposite. You are strong, but you are going to die now. So, before you die, do you have any last words? The stone statue leader was slightly stunned when he heard this, and a hint of sneer flashed across his lips as he asked, Will I die? No, you should be the one to die. Without the bonus of 3 pieces of phantom weapons, what can you use to fight me? As soon as he finished speaking, the stone statue leader launched the first attack. His fist as big as a hill came with a gust of wind, determined to put Zhou Shun to death. Zhou Shun, on the other hand, seemed to be frightened and still stood there without moving at all. After swallowing 2 more Yuling fruits, Zhou Shun screamed in his heart, Hurry up! Hurry up! Recover some more of the power of divine control. Recover a little more, just a little bit more. However, the quality of the divine power is too high, and it cannot be easily restored by just a few divine fruits. Time. Too late. Wind walking technique. Exploding arrow. Yuxiang, it's up to you. Don't worry, Brother Xian. With me here, no one can dare to touch a hair of yours truly. Ah, duh. A roar sounded from behind Zhou Shun. With the help of the wind walk technique, Bai Yuxiang's figure instantly passed over Zhou Shun's body and met the mountain that was about to hit Zhou Shun at the same time as Bai Yuhao's explosive arrow. Bai Yuxiang raised the giant shield in his hand. His arms and legs turned into stone instantly, and he steadily blocked the fatal blow from the stone statue leader. Ah Xiong is awesome. Bear God, man. As expected of you, Yuxiong. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuxiong turned around and looked between Zhou Shun and the other 3 people from the Bai family, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I've said it before, as long as I'm here, no one can touch a hair of my son-in-law. But, before he finished speaking, Bai Yuxiong's petrified limbs shattered at the same time, and then he was buried by his own shield and the hill behind the shield. Ah Xiong. Bai Yuxuan and the others were furious, and a raging rage burned from the bottom of their hearts. You damn gargoyle, I'm going to fight you. The 3 of them jumped over Zhou Shun's body at the same time, and then rushed towards the location of the gargoyle leader. With this arrow, I want you to pay with blood. Bai Yuhao pulled the bow in his hand to the full moon, and the arrow was about to collapse. Explosive arrows, continuous fire. Although I'm just a mage's anger can make blood splatter 100 steps away. Bai Yuyan also put away his staff and completely ignited the wind element in his body. Wind element, explode for me. Bai Yuxuan took the lead, his entire body almost in a blur, vaguely merging with the long sword in his hand. This sword is not for me. I would like to use this sword to pay tribute to Yushtong. Man and sword become one. A rainbow pierces the sun. The gargoyle leader frowned slightly, thinking to himself, where did these 3 ants come from? They were just seeking their deaths, so why did he feel a little excited? Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. The leader of the stone statue laughed and swung his arms towards the 3 people from the Bai family. I am here. Everyone get out of my way. Chapter 79. A tragic victory. Spoils worth billions. Bai Yuxuan and the other 2 quickly retreated. No, he must have been knocked away quickly. He came back quickly as he left. The hot-blooded triple kill was like a joke in front of the gargoyle leader, and it couldn't even break its defense. But there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, The realm gap between Bai Yuxuan and the others and the gargoyle leader is too big. Tian, start the rot. Yes, master. Zhou Shen quickly stepped forward, grabbed Tunshin's tail, and threw it upward, hitting the gargoyle leader directly on the head. Rot, activate. As pieces of bloody mucus fell off the body of the sky-swallowing rat, the physical resistance, magic resistance, and abnormal resistance of the gargoyle leader instantly dropped to a freezing point. Zhou Shen also took this opportunity to come directly under the gargoyle leader. Tian Tun, I want 100,000 alien rats this time. Clear. As the source of the heaven-devouring space appeared above the heaven-devouring rat's head, strange rats swarmed out of it like locusts and finally completely covered the 300-meter-tall gargoyle giant. Humph, ants are ants. Do you still expect to trap me with a bunch of trash? The gargoyle leader smiled disdainfully. Even if the sky-swallowing rat's skills reduced its physical resistance, rats are still rats. Even if their teeth are broken, it is impossible for them to cause any harm to themselves. Boy, I have to admit that your presence makes me feel threatened. A mere rank 2 spirit master can force me to this point. Even in the kingdom of God, you can be called a child of destiny. But he is only level 2 after all. In the end, he will die at the hands of a level 6 mutant like me, right? And I have a feeling that as long as I can kill you, I can break through the upper limit of the 6th level and enter a whole new realm. So kid, say goodbye to this world. Although the strange rats have crawled all over the gargoyle's body, they have no effect on the movements of the gargoyle leader. It raised its hands high, put them together, and formed a mountain that was 100 meters high. It immediately smashed towards where Zhou Shan was. On the other hand, Zhou Shan did not retreat but advanced. The moment he came into contact with the gargoyle leader, a smile of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's time to say goodbye to this world. It's you. Echo Smash. Use your legs to slam the ground to send out shockwaves, causing damage to surrounding targets. Shockwaves will bounce off each other to cause greater damage. This damage ignores magic immunity, and the more targets attacked, the higher the damage. The next second, the world shook. The gargoyle leader's eyes widened with a lot of surprise, and his body began to decompose under a burst of blazing light. First the feet, calves, thighs, the 10-meter-long giant kuan, the lower abdomen. No, it's impossible. This level of attack. This is a full-strength attack that is infinitely close to that of a 7th-order mutant. How could it possibly appear from a level 2 spirit master? I won't accept this. I won't accept this. As the fiery light faded, the body of the gargoyle leader completely disappeared. The power of mutation. The current divine power has reached its limit and cannot be absorbed any further. Yuling coins. Strengthening stone. Enchanted stone. Mutation beads. Divine stone. Break the step stone. Petrified heart. Top level. Ticket to the kingdom of God. Notes from the gargoyle leader. Unpurified equipment. Big explosion. The income from the 6th order top mutant is enough to make Zhou Shen a billionaire. But in return, Zhou Shen also paid a huge price for this. Several top-quality equipment on his body were all damaged and could not be repaired. The Chu sisters completely lost their ability to fight. Bai Ying'er was seriously injured, as well as the dying Mei Zhiyan. As the initiator of the Echo Smash and the Tianlong leggings that stacked nearly 100,000 times the damage at one time, they are almost scrapped. Sister Yin, thank you for your hard work. Mei Zhiyan's soul body separated from the Tianlong leggings and was now close to being transparent. She didn't say anything, but simply nodded. It must be because even speaking was a problem. Go back and rest. It won't be long before I fix you all. As a maintenance technician, this was the first time that Zhou Shen was prepared to use his maintenance skills. And if nothing unexpected happens, his fighting power will be greatly reduced for a long time to come. Win. We won. We really won. Bai Yuxuan and the other two climbed up from the ground with great difficulty and looked towards the place where the gargoyle leader was originally. Now it is completely empty, not even a broken stone remains. With tears of excitement falling from their eyes, the three of them hugged each other tightly and made up their minds at the same time. I will never come to open up Wasteland again in my life. Master. The sky-swallowing rat, which had shrunk by more than half, fell from the air and finally landed weakly at Zhou Shen's feet. After you return this time, you must find a way to compensate my clan. For your victory, my clan has made a great contribution. Not to mention that because of its continued decay, its blood, chi, and flesh have all suffered great damage. Just to say that in order to help Zhou Shan these few times, nearly half of their own alien rat army has been consumed, and there are probably only a few 100,000 left. Well, basically it can still meet Zhou Shan's need to use a big move. No matter what, I have given so much to Zhou Shan, there is no reason for him not to repay me, right? On the other hand, Zhou Shan was also lost in thought at this moment. He was thinking, should he kill the sky-swallowing rat and then break through to a higher level? Or should I go out and find a few low-level spaces that have not yet been opened up to feed the sky-swallowing rat and its people? So tangled. If he doesn't kill them, he can't guarantee that he won't encounter mutants next time. But if he kills them, to be honest, Zhou Shan is a little reluctant now. After all, the sky-swallowing rat is quite useful to me. Whether it is opening up low-level dungeons, absorbing the power of divine control, or even using echo slams and rot to reduce defense. Chapter 80 Lin Sisters, 2 bodies and 1 soul. Don't worry, as long as you follow me wholeheartedly, I will make sure that your rat clan will be famous all over the world in the future. Well, at the very least, he is still a powerful figure. After much deliberation, Zhou Shan finally decided to save the sky-swallowing rat. At least he has to take good care of it until the sky-devouring rat completely loses its effect on him. Hey, can you 3 men stop crying? Can you spare a moment to lend a hand and pull me out from under the shield? Bai Yuxiong's voice came from under the shield. Bai Yuxuan and the other 2 were stunned when they heard this, and then quickly ran towards the location of the shield. At the front end of the shield, Bai Yuxiong used his head to support the ground with great difficulty and forcibly dragged his body out. The 3 of them cried with joy when they saw this. Yuxiong, you're still alive. It's really great. God has eyes, God has eyes. Ah Xiong, I'm so happy that you're alive, and I assure you, it's definitely not because you look like a turtle when you poked your head out from under the shield. Yeah, I usually don't laugh, but the way you look now it's hard for me not to laugh, ha ha ha. Although Bai Yuxuan and the other 2 seemed to be smiling, tears were flowing out of their eyes uncontrollably. They worked together to pull Bai Yuxiong out from under the shield. Bai Yuxiong, who was originally nearly 2 meters tall, had lost his limbs, so even though he had straightened his body, he was still only about 1 meter tall. And because all of his limbs were broken in a petrified state, the fractures were very smooth and no blood spilled. At least this life is saved. Bai Yuxuan stepped forward and patted Bai Yuxiong on the shoulder, saying softly, "Don't worry, brother. When I return this time, I will report your heroic performance in protecting my son-in-law truthfully. The Bai family's pension will be enough for you to live the rest of your life in peace. Yes, Xiong, I will pay for it myself and hire 2 beautiful girls to take care of you. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Ah Xiong, don't think too much, just survive. Besides, you still have us and your brothers." As soon as Bai Yuyin finished speaking, the armor worn by Bai Yuxiong and the shield that was thrown on the ground turned into 2 plump women in the next second. The 2 girls looked pale, their bodies were shaking, and blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. Obviously, facing the full force of the gargoyle leader is not as easy as it seems. Ah Xiong, don't worry, no matter what you become, we will always be with you. Yeah, actually there's nothing wrong with retiring early. At least we don't have to work so hard in the future, right? Bai Yuxiong slowly closed his eyes after hearing this, then shook his head gently and said, "My mission has indeed ended, but yours has not yet." Then he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Zhou Shan's face. "Sir, I have an unwelcome request." Zhou Shan was stunned at first when he heard this, then he seemed to have guessed something. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Bai Yuxiong continue. "Sisters Lin Huayin and Lin Huayu are both top-level phantom armed, and they have 2 bodies and 1 soul. They can be separated to become armor and shield, or they can be fused into the same body to form a shield and armor. As for defensive effects, both the sound armor and the painted shield are as powerful as a wall that can reach the sky. If you are willing to sign a contract with the Lin sisters, Yu Xiong will remember your kindness for the rest of his life." Have to say, whether it was the sound armor or the speech shield mentioned by Bai Yuxiong, the defensive capabilities demonstrated in the previous battles against the gargoyles and the stone statue leaders really shocked Zhou Shan. At least under the full-strength attack of the gargoyle leader, neither the sound armor nor the speech shield appeared to be damaged in the slightest from the outside. From this we can see that the defensive capabilities of the Lin sisters are absolutely worthy of the title of Heaven-Resistant Wall. But even so, Zhou Shan has no intention of taking over the Lin sisters. After all, a gentleman does not take away what others love. Since the Lin sisters have already taken the initiative to express that they are willing to spend the rest of their lives with Bai Yuxiong, how could he possibly steal her away just because of Bai Yuxiong's unilateral request? What's more, Zhou Shan should take the main responsibility for Bai Yuxiong's current state. Seeing Zhou Shan just shaking his head and not saying anything, Bai Yuxiong also became a little anxious. Son-in-law, the Lin sisters are extremely talented and have unlimited potential. Their future should not be in the hospital, let alone in the ward. Their future should be on the battlefield against alien beasts. Their glory should be remembered by the world, instead of dying in obscurity with me. Hearing this, both Lin Huayin and Lin Huayu fell silent. Bai Yuxiong understands them. Just as Bai Yuxiong said, as phantom warriors with extremely high talents and unlimited potential, they don't want to spend the rest of their lives just guarding the hospital bedside. However, as Bai Yuxiong's contracted spirits, they would not take the initiative to leave even if they were unwilling. They would even force themselves to suppress their anticipation for the battlefield and their desire to become stronger and live an ordinary life, staying safely by Bai Yuxiong's side. Watch over him and take care of him until he dies. This is the rule and the principle. It is the bond between the Phantom Spirit Armed Forces and the Spirit Master. But if Bai Yuxiong took the initiative to terminate the contract, it would be completely different. No, I still can't promise you. Zhou Shan continued to refuse, and Bai Yuxiong naturally had no intention of giving up. Son-in-law, maybe you have some misunderstandings between me and the Lin sisters. I can assure you of this. The relationship between me and the Lin sisters is not the same as the relationship between most spirit masters and the Phantom Spirit Armed Forces. It is a cooperative relationship. If it weren't for the special talents of the Lin sisters, how could I, a mere level 1 spirit control master, be qualified to sign contracts with 2 level 1 Phantom Spirit armor at the same time? So before I achieved my expectations, I treated the Lin sisters with respect. Zhou Shan wanted to refuse, but he saw Bai Yuxiong on the opposite side had already stuck out his tongue. Out of curiosity, Zhou Shan asked, "Why are you sticking out your tongue?" Bai Yuxiong bit hard and blood flowed out instantly. Oh! Bai Yuxuan and the other two on the side quickly pried open Bai Yuxiong's mouth, then looked at Zhou Shan and explained. Son-in-law, Yuxiong probably means, if you don't agree, he will die in front of you. Chapter 81 Contract, SS Level Divine Battle Armor. Zhou Shan sighed deeply and said, "Why are you doing this?" Bai Yuxiong, a real rough man, was in tears at this moment. "Sir, look at me now. I have no legs, no hands, only a body and a head. What's the point of me living? I can't do anything. I can't go to the battlefield. I can't hold up a shield. I've become a useless person. But they are different. Like you, they are the darlings of this era, the pride of heaven, and the hope of the human race. I can't imprison them, I can't." Lin Huayin and Lin Huayu lowered their heads when they heard this, unable to bear to see Bai Yuxiong cry. Unfortunately, the two mountains blocked their view at the same time. When they couldn't see their toes, they had to look elsewhere. To be honest, the relationship between them and Bai Yuxiong is really good. It is like a family relationship that is infinitely close to it. They can be Bai Yuxiong's good friends, good brothers, and good sisters. But I can't be Bai Yuxiong's lover. Perhaps it is because of Bai Yuxiong's inferiority complex, or perhaps it is because of Bai Yuxiong's machismo, which makes it difficult for Bai Yuxiong to get into their hearts. This has led to the 2 years of mutual respect. As for signing a contract with Zhou Shan, it has to be said that as a rank 2 spirit master, he actually possesses the power to kill a top rank 6 mutant alone, which really makes him an ideal match. Moreover, through the previous battle, the Lin sisters could also see that Zhou Shan was definitely not a person with low self-esteem. At least his personality was not something they disliked. But they have no say on the final outcome. And even if they have the final say, before their master Bai Yuxiong spoke, they would never show the slightest expectation for Zhou Shan. However, at this moment, after seeing Bai Yuxiong's determination to die, it is difficult for Zhou Shan not to compromise. Anyway, no matter what, I'll just pretend to agree and talk about it after I return to the Qinglong Legion headquarters. I see. In that case, I'll take them. Bai Yuxiong raised his lips upon hearing this, revealing a trace of relief, and then a large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Everyone underestimated his determination, even though Zhou Shan only verbally agreed to his request. He also immediately unilaterally terminated the contract between himself and the Lin sisters. Therefore, he was punished by the rules. In contrast, the 2 Lin sisters were completely unharmed. They only felt that the restraint hovering over their souls had completely disappeared. "Please sign the contract now, sir. Otherwise Yuxiong will die with regret." Seeing that Bai Yuxiong was determined to succeed, Zhou Shan had no choice but to call the 2 girls over. Following the contract process, he asked, Lin Huayin, Lin Huayu, you? Would you like to be my phantom warrior? The Lin sisters took one last look at Bai Yuxiong's position and found that he was looking at them with encouragement. Then they nodded at the same time. We do. Congratulations to the Lord of Divine Control Zhou Shun for successfully contracting the sound armor and the language shield, and receiving the blessing of the gods. It was detected that the sound armor and the speech shield are of the same origin, and obtained the second blessing of the gods, and successfully evolved into a super-level divine war armor. The divine contract is permanent and cannot be terminated. Strengthening successful. The Xinwu battle armor's strengthening level is level 1. Strengthening successful. The Xinwu battle armor's strengthening level is second level. Strengthening successful. The Xinwu battle armor's strengthening level is level 3. Understand the exclusive skill. Absolute defense. Strengthening successful. The Xinwu battle armor's strengthening level is 4th level. Strengthening successful. The Xinwu battle armor's strengthening level is 5th level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the divine armor is level 1. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the divine armor is 2nd level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the godly armor is level 3. Understand the exclusive feature. Refraction. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the divine armor is 4th level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the divine armor is level 5. Phantom armor. Divine armor. Transformers. Lin Huayin, Lin Huayu. Wearer. Zhou Shan. Contract type. Permanent contract. Indivisible. Level. Enhancement level 5. Enchantment level 5. Divine power bonus. 4,000. Talents. God's eternal solidity. God's resistance. God's mad blood. God's thorns. God's refraction. Eternal God. Greatly enhances the solidity of the phantom weapon, making it almost indestructible, with unparalleled ductility and no need for repair. God resistance. Greatly improves the overall resistance of the Spirit Master, including physical resistance, magic resistance, abnormal resistance, etc. God of Madness Blood. Greatly increases the upper limit of the Spirit Master's physical fitness, physical strength recovery speed, and control power recovery speed. It also increases the recovery speed after receiving damage. The more serious the injury, the faster the recovery speed. Divine Thorns. Aura-like property. Any target that attacks the Spirit Master will be counterattacked by the Thorn's aura. The counterattack damage is holy damage, ignoring defense and resistance. Divine Refraction. Reduces the damage taken by the Spirit Master and reflects the damage to the surrounding enemy units. The amount of reflected damage depends on the distance between the target and the Spirit Master. The closer the distance, the higher the reflected damage received. Skills. Giantization. Self-sacrificing attack. Twin Flowers. Absolute defense. Giant. Status skill. Once activated, it can make the self gigantic and increase the power of the Spirit Master. Defense, physical strength, and agility are greatly reduced. Sacrificial strike. Status skill. Once activated, your defense capability will be reset to 0. When launching the next attack, your attack power will be doubled. Note: use with caution. Double Flowers. Status skill. Once activated, a master clone can be summoned to join the battle. It has 100% of the master's attack power and can withstand 300% of the damage. Note: after the clone dies, it cannot be summoned again. The cooldown period is 3 days. Legend has it that there is a flower called the Twin Flower, with 2 beauties on one plant, twin flowers on the same stem. They love each other on the same stem, but they also fight for each other. The struggle never stops, using the deepest hurt to express the deepest love, until death. Absolute Defense. Status skill. Once activated, it will 100% block an attack from the enemy. This skill can block and ignore defense effects. It can only be used once per natural day. Level 1 Phantom Weapon. Divine Battle Armor? It's powerful indeed. Chapter 82 Lin Sisters. I don't know if we can handle it. Waving his hand to call the Lin Sisters back to the phantom space, Zhou Shan looked at Bai Yuxiong, sighed, and said softly, "Hey, now you can rest assured." Bai Yuxiong nodded, and then fell backwards. If Bai Yuxuan and the others had not been quick to support him immediately, he would have probably fallen to the ground. Reaching out to feel Bai Yuxiong's breath, Bai Yuxuan's face suddenly changed. "Son-in-law, Yuxiong is gone. I left on my own." As if he had completed his mission, Bai Yuxiong passed away peacefully. Although there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, it could not hide the relieved smile on his face. Zhou Shen couldn't bear to look at the other person anymore and whispered two words, a grand funeral. In this era, not everyone can accept the loss of their body. Turn out to be. Master Mei Zhili is stronger than he thought. After leaving the gargoyle world and holding the origin of space in his hands, he decided to sell it to the Azure Dragon Legion after much deliberation. After the first opening up, the difficulty of the gargoyle dungeon will definitely drop significantly, and the gargoyle leader has been killed by himself. Even if a new gargoyle leader appears later, it will definitely not be of the same level as the mutant. Moreover, as long as you are familiar with the strategy and master the way to pass the level, the benefits of the gargoyle copy are still quite high. Welcome back. At the entrance of the colorful terraces, Bai Yuanfang sat alone under a big tree, holding a pot of old wine in his hand. After seeing Zhou Shan and others coming out, he stood up shakily. It looks like you guys have been through some setbacks. But this person, how can he always have smooth sailing? At least you're all still alive. Before he finished speaking, Bai Yuanfang's eyes widened, and he counted the number of Zhou Shan and his men. 1. Wait, why are there 2 Zhou Shans? Did I count wrong? Zhou Shan, who was standing opposite him, glanced at the empty jars of old wine at Bai Yuanfang's feet and frowned. Dad Bai, how much did you drink? Why do you see double when you see people? Bai Yuanfang ignored Zhou Shan and continued to count something. Seeing this, Zhou Shan bypassed Bai Yuanfang's body and followed Bai Linger's instructions to rush towards the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Army. When his back completely disappeared from the sight of Bai Yuanfang, Bai Yuxuan and others, Bai Yuanfang, who originally seemed confused, suddenly woke up, looked at Bai Yuxuan with a sad face and said, "Did Yu Xiong fail to come back?" Bai Yuxuan nodded, "Yes, sir. Yu Xiong has died." Afterwards, Bai Yuxuan told Bai Yuanfang everything that happened in the copy, word for word. A long time. Bai Yuanfang sighed deeply. Yu Xiong is a good boy. The Bai family will take good care of his family. You should visit them more often when you are free in the future. Bai Yuxuan and the others nodded in agreement, then walked together, arm in arm, and laughed loudly. As they laughed, tears began to fall from their eyes. At the same time, Zhou Shan on the other side had just stepped into the gate of the Qinglong Legion headquarters when a team of fully armed soldiers rushed towards him. "Get out of the way, kid in front." Zhou Shan didn't understand why, but he still obediently gave way, because he was walking in the middle of the road before. Moreover, this team seemed to be in a hurry, but he was not in a hurry, so it was okay to let them pass first. However, before the team passed by him, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. The surrounding buildings collapsed, roads were broken, and the soldiers in the team were terrified and fled in all directions. Fortunately, the tremor only lasted for a few seconds and then dissipated immediately. Oh no, this level of attack, could it be that all the sea creatures are mobilized? The leader steadied himself immediately and began to adjust the team. Why are you so flustered? Hurry and return to the team. Then he looked at Zhou Shan with confusion, only to find that he seemed to have never seen him in the Qinglong Legion before. Boy, who are you and why are you here in my Azure Dragon Army? Zhou Shan answered the question irrelevantly. The Sea Tribe is coming again? The man nodded. Yes. The front line reported that the Sea Tribe invaded Western Sichuan on a large scale and called us to support them. Wait, kid. Don't change the subject. I'm asking about your origins. Zhou Shan didn't care and directly summoned his own Frostmourne, holding it in his hand and shaking it. One of our own. When the man saw Frostmourne, he immediately bowed and said, Greetings, sir. There is an unwritten rule in the Qinglong Legion. That is, you may not know Bai Yuanfang, the playboy of the Bai family, but you must recognize Frostmourne, your eldest daughter. There is no way. The name of Frostmourne is just too big. One of the most powerful weapon-type phantoms in the entire Xia Kingdom. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family who is loved by everyone, it is impossible for her not to be famous. No need to be polite. The war is urgent. You should go over and support us as soon as possible. Although Zhou Shan also wanted to take a look at what the so-called sea invasion was like, he had no way of joining the battle right now. Even if he takes part in the battle, his combat power will be greatly reduced, and he will be about the same as an ordinary 3rd or 4th level Spirit Master. Of course, as a Tier 2 Spirit Master, Zhou Shan had no intention of mocking Tier 3 Spirit Masters. But that's the truth. After saying goodbye to the Qinglong Legion, Zhou Shan finally came to the room where Bai Ying'er usually lived. The room is not big, but it is like a quiet harbor, warm and comfortable. Soft tones, refined furniture, and inviting light give this intimate space a unique charm. Perhaps it was because the atmosphere in the room was too ambiguous, causing the fire that Zhou Shun had suppressed with great difficulty to suddenly burst into flames. What brand of aphrodisiac is this? How can the effect be so long-lasting? In the phantom space, the few women who had recovered a little looked at each other, and no one dared to take the initiative to ask to help Zhou Shun detoxify. Sister Ying'er, my sister and I are too weak to withstand my husband's attack. Sister Ying'er can't even speak anymore. So, now I can only rely on you. Ying'er nodded slightly, with a hint of determination in her eyes. In that case, I can only fight. Before he finished speaking, Lin Huayin and Lin Huayu took the initiative to stand up. Have no idea. We sisters can't handle it. Chapter 83, God-level Heart of the Sea, can be embedded. 6 days later, Zhou Shun walked out of the room refreshed. After nearly a week of repairs, the Chu sisters and Bai Ling'er and other girls were almost repaired by him. Even the newly joined Lin sisters have become more plump and beautiful. Wearing the Xinwu battle armor, Zhou Shun's divine power has reached 23,000 points. He was confident that if he encountered the gargoyle leader again, he would not be as embarrassed as last time. You kid, you finally came out. Zhou Shun had just taken a few steps out of the room when he ran into Bai Yuanfang holding a wine jug. Morning, Dad. Bai Yuanfang looked up at the setting sun and said with a twitch of his mouth, It's quite early. You are only one night ahead of tomorrow morning. Scratching his head slightly embarrassedly, Zhou Shun took the initiative to change the subject. I heard a few days ago that the Sea Tribe launched a massive invasion. What is the current situation? Over the past 6 days, there have been large earthquakes inside the house and small earthquakes outside. Zhou Shun couldn't tell whether it was because of the invasion of the Sea Tribe or because he had moved too much. It is most appropriate to describe the entire restoration process as dark and gloomy. It's still in a stalemate. The Godlord has been fighting with the Sea Clan chief for 3 days and 3 nights. The other 3 legions have also sent people over to restrict the Sea Tribe from landing through the 4 Spirits Array. However, the current situation remains grim. Oh, by the way, the person from the White Tiger Army is Li Ming, the military advisor. He came to see you a few days ago, but I left after I found out you were in seclusion. Perhaps even Bai Yuanfang did not expect that an ordinary invasion of the Sea Tribe would eventually lead to a life-and-death battle. The reason why he left the front line and waited in front of Zhou Shun's door was that he naturally had a mission. Even Li Ming is here? As Chu Lingyun's right-hand man, Zhou Shun always thought that Li Ming was a smart scholar. Now it seems that I am still one-sided after all. So why did you come to me? Zhou Shun is not a fool, and he will not fail to understand the situation. The Sea Clan launched a full-scale invasion. The 4 legion commanders sent people to support them. Even the Lord God came in person. This was no small matter no matter how you looked at it. And at such a critical moment, Bai Yuanfang, as the eldest son of the Bai family, the future head of the Bai family, and the successor to the leader of the Qinglong Legion, actually appeared outside his room. If you say this is just a coincidence, I would never believe it even if you kill me. When shooting a man, shoot his horse first. When capturing a thief, capture his leader first. I definitely can't count on you to capture the king. After all, even the Lord God can't do it. But the one who shoots the horse. Bai Yuanfang took a deep look at Zhou Shun and said firmly, It has to be you. Zhou Shun subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away. After thinking for a while, he said, It would be best if you just shoot the horse. Bai Yuanfang nodded, then took the initiative to step forward and put his arm around Zhou Shun's shoulders, as if to prevent him from running away, and then continued the previous topic. The Sea Tribe leader has a weak spot, and that is his daughter, the little princess of the Sea Tribe. The Sea Tribe is invading in large numbers at this moment, so the rear must be empty. If you can kidnap the little princess of the Sea Tribe and use her as a threat, you can naturally solve the current crisis. At this point, Bai Yuanfang completely ignored Zhou Shun's surprised expression and continued without waiting for him to refute. Since this Sea Tribe dared to use all its strength to attack the human city, even if its rear was empty, it would have at least some means of defense. Among them, the Sea Clan's protective formation is the most famous. As long as a high-level spirit controller appears within 30 miles of the formation, the protective formation will immediately sound an alarm and notify the Sea Clan leader to come back for rescue. So it's unrealistic to send a high-level spirit master to attack the Sea Tribe's base camp. But if it's a low-level spirit master, that's different. After hearing this, Zhou Shun finally understood Bai Yuanfang's purpose. So they want me to go behind enemy lines and kidnap the little princess of the Sea Clan? Well, not only did he have to sneak in, but he also had to sneak back with the little princess. Not only could he not be discovered, But he also had to threaten the Sea Clan chief, a ninth-rank boss who could go on par with the Godlord, in person afterwards. Just thinking about it, Zhou Shen feels a little weak in the legs, doesn't he? No, Father Bai, Linger was picked up by you, right? Is there anyone who would cheat his son-in-law like you? Although Zhou Shen knew very well in his heart that the disaster brought to mankind by the invasion of the Sea Tribe would be fatal. When the nest is overturned, no egg is left unbroken. Even if Zhou Shen can hide for a while, he can't hide forever. But if someone told him that he, a mere level 2 spirit master, could change the situation, he would never believe it. Not to mention the distant ones. If there was a level 7 alien beast left at the Sea Tribe's base camp, they could hang him up and beat him in a minute, and it would be the kind of torture that would make it difficult for him to die. There is no other reason, mainly because Zhou Shan is too strong after possessing the Shenwu battle armor. Not only is the defense ridiculously high, but the recovery speed is also fast. Most importantly, the more serious the injury, the happier I jump. Bai Yuanfang on the opposite side seemed to read the worry in Zhou Shen's eyes. He patted Zhou Shan's shoulder calmly and said, "Don't worry, we have been fighting with the Sea Clan for so many years, and we have already learned everything about both sides. This time, the entire Sea Tribe has been mobilized. All the Sea Tribe members above level 6 with names and surnames are here. So I can assure you that there will be no beasts higher than level 6 in the Sea Clan's base camp. You should be able to rest assured now, right?" After getting Bai Yuanfang's assurance, Zhou Shan nodded with a mixture of belief and disbelief. "In that case, I can give it a try." But Zhou Shan changed the subject, raised his arms and waved them in the air a few times, and his whole body flew into the air. "Dad Bai, you've seen it too. It would be fine if you let me fly. If you can dive." "I really can't." Bai Yuanfang grinned upon hearing this, and a deep blue gem emerged directly from his palm. "Don't worry, since I dare to come to you, how could I not be prepared in advance?" This is... Zhou Shen took the blue orb thrown by Yuanfang and took a closer look. Heart of the Sea, God level, a water-attributed treasure that can be inlaid. Inlay location. All defensive phantom weapons. Effective inlay. It can make the Spirit Master have the ability to breathe underwater and at the same time improve the Spirit Master's water resistance, increase the Spirit Master's physical recovery speed, improve the aura and energy field, balance and regulate emotions, promote physical and mental health, and enhance wisdom and inspiration. Chapter 84 Contract with Bai Ying'er, SS level Shachi Ling Ring. So strong, worthy of being a god-level inlaid gem. The properties of a gem are even not inferior to those of a piece of first-class phantom weapon. Its preciousness is obvious at a glance. Zhou Shen could easily imagine that Bai Yuanfang had spent a huge amount of money to get him this job. "Then I will. Let's go. Time waits for no one, and there are surprises waiting for you." Before Zhou Shen could finish his words, Bai Yuanfang grabbed his arm and led him into a black business car. In the business car, Bai Ying'er, who had been waiting in the back seat, immediately broke into a sweet smile when she saw Zhou Shen. "Brother-in-law, why did you come just now? I have been waiting for you for a long time. What's going on?" After seeing Bai Ying'er also appear in the car, Zhou Shen's eyes widened and he asked in confusion. Bai Yuanfang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, first ordered the driver to drive, then turned to look at the two people in the back seat and said, "Considering that your phantom weapons currently lack healing skills, I discussed it with Ying'er's grandfather, and after Ying'er's consent, I have decided to let you sign a contract with Ying'er in advance before you go deep into the Sea Tribe. Of course, this is also out of consideration for your safety, because your identity is somewhat special. In addition to being the son-in-law of the Bai family, you are also the son-in-law of the Chu family. So the old man said that your personal safety must be guaranteed at all costs." Speaking of this, Bai Yuanfang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. How great would it be if Zhou Shen was just the son-in-law of his Bai family? Then I will be disrespectful. Bai Ying'er has a top-level jewelry-type phantom weapon, the Shachi Spirit Ring. How many people dream of having a top-level healing talent phantom that they can never get their hands on? If Zhou Shen said that he didn't want it, he would definitely be lying. What's more, Bai Ying'er is not only beautiful, but also has a pair of long legs that are as good as Bai Ying'er's. What would it be like if these two sisters wore black and white stockings respectively? Oh, that's not right. Yu'er and Xian'er's legs are also nice, so how about adding lace and fishnet? Brother-in-law, from today on, let me protect you. Bai Ying'er also smiled, and then took the initiative to stretch out her arm. Ying'er, are you willing to be my phantom warrior? Even though Bai Ying'er had already expressed her feelings, Zhou Shen still asked this question according to the rules. Ying'er is willing by Ying'er nodded shyly. Congratulations to the Lord of Divine Control Zhou Shun for successfully contracting the Xiaqi spirit ring and receiving the blessing of the gods. The divine contract is permanent and cannot be terminated. Strengthening successful. The Xia Qi Ling Ring strengthening level is first level. Strengthening successful. The Xia Qi Ling Ring is strengthened to level 2. Strengthening successful. Xia Qi Ling Ring strengthening level is level 3. Understand the exclusive skill. Soul Resonance. Strengthening successful. The Xia Qi Ling Ring is strengthened to level 4. Strengthening successful. The Xia Qi Ling Ring is strengthened to level 5. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Xiaqi Ling Huan is level 1. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Xiaqi Ling Huan is level 2. Enchantment successful. Xiaqi Ling Ring enchantment level is level 3. Understand the exclusive characteristics. Divine Charm. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Xiaqi Ling Huan is 4th level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Xiaqi Ling Huan is level 5. Phantom Weapon. Xiaqi Spirit Ring. Transfiguration. By Ying'er. Wearer. Zhou Shun. Contract type. Permanent contract. Indivisible. Level. Enhancement level 5. Enchantment level 5. Divine power bonus. 4,000. Talents. God's gift. God's swiftness. God's degeneration. God's source. God's charm. God's gift. Obtain God's gift and increase your resistance to all abnormal states. Super swiftness. Greatly increases the user's attack speed, movement speed, physical hit rate, and physical dodge rate. Spirit degeneration. The rays of light from the Xiaqi spirit ring can reduce all attributes of targets within a certain range, including defense power, upper limit of chi and health, attack power, defense, etc. God's source. The source of the divine power. It can be used in battle to quickly restore the divine power. The upper limit of the reserve is related to the upper limit of the divine power in the spirit master's body. The current upper limit of the reserve is 27,000 points of divine power. God's charm. Reduces all damage suffered by the spirit master from the enemy and weakens all targets killing intent against the spirit master. Note. Increases the opposite sex's favorability towards you. Skills. Red clouds wash the world. Rosy clouds roam. Beautiful clouds borrow the wind. Soul resonance. Red cloud cleansing the world. By releasing red clouds, purify the surrounding evil and restore the original state of all living things. Cloud wandering. You can summon clouds to cover the sky and hide in the clouds. Qixia borrows the wind. With the help of wind power, she moves faster, like a meteor across the sky. Spiritual resonance. The sound of all things in the world, after passing through the Xiaqi spirit ring, can make the listener feel spiritually and communicate with all things in the world without obstacles. After signing the contract with by Ying'er, Zhou Shun's maximum divine power limit has reached 27,000 points. It far exceeds the upper limit of the mutation power of the 6th order top mutant, but it is still somewhat behind the top 7th order mutant. Not much difference, about half. This is why the higher the level of the spirit master, the more difficult it is to defeat the same level of high-level monsters. Because the strength of the alien beast will double as its level continues to increase. But the human race's spirit masters cannot. For example, if the upper limit of the spiritual power that a level 1 spiritual master can hold is 500 points, then after level 2, it will most likely be 1,500 points. Level 3,000, level 4 5,000, level 5 8,000, level 6 about 10,000. Of course, this still has to be those with relatively high talent, at least the kind that starts with extremely high talent. If the Spirit Master could not obtain the help of the Phantom Weapons, he could enhance his combat power by constantly strengthening and enchanting the Phantom Weapons, or even embedding them. In the current situation where we are surrounded by strange beasts, the human race might have been almost wiped out long ago. A Spirit Master like Zhou Shun, who possesses 27,000 points of divine power at the 2nd level, is extremely rare, not to mention in today's Xia Kingdom, even in ancient times. After all, if we only talk about talent, even a Spirit Master of level 10 cannot contract 7 or 8 pieces of phantom weaponry of level 10 or even level 11 at the same time. So Zhou Shun had to doubt the so-called blessing of the gods on the phantom weapons. He himself is the biggest beneficiary. Chapter 85 Zhou Shun and his phantom attributes. Updated. Name, Zhou Shun. Level, level 2. Divine control power, 7,000. Mutated divine control power, 1,300. Talents, divine spirit repair, divine spirit enchantment, divine spirit strengthening, divine spirit space. Repair of the Phantom Spirit. Greatly improve the durability of the Phantom Spirit armament and permanently increase the durability limit of the Phantom Spirit armament. If you repair the same Phantom weapon more than 3 times, the Phantom weapon will gain the ability to fight independently. The current function is not activated when repairing the same Phantom weapon more than 10 times. Please increase the level of defense power as soon as possible. Phantom Enchantment. Enchant the Phantom weapon with abilities, and the duration will be infinitely extended with the number of enchantments. Enchanting the same Phantom weapon more than 3 times can add permanent properties to the Phantom weapon. If you have enchanted the same Phantom weapon more than 10 times, the current function is not activated. Please increase the level of defense power as soon as possible. God's Spirit Enhancement. Enhance the Spirit's weapons with a 100% success rate. If you strengthen the same Phantom weapon more than 3 times, you can add permanent skills to the Phantom weapon. The same Phantom weapon has been enhanced more than 10 times. The current function is not activated. Please increase the level of defense power as soon as possible. Shenhualing Space. Exclusive space for the Phantom Armed Forces. Please explore more content on your own. Heavenly Tyrant Body. Greatly enhances the physical fitness and defense of the Spirit Master, and greatly increases the upper limit of the body's absorption of divine power. The first time the Spirit Master is attacked, the target will be 100% stunned. Supreme Poison Body. Immune to all poisons, immune to all poison attacks, ordinary attacks contain toxins, and the damage of poisonous Phantom skills is doubled. All targets that attack the Spirit Master will be poisoned by touching the Spirit Master's body, greatly reducing the target's movement speed, attack speed, and causing blood loss. Throwing Mastery. Use weapons of any shape to throw at the target. The damage ability is increased by 100%, and there is a low probability of causing critical damage, which is 5 times the basic damage. And the weapon can be taken back by thought. Phantom Armor. Divine White Tiger Arm Guard. Transformer. Chu Lingyue. Wearer. Zhoushan. Contract Type. Permanent Contract. Indivisible. Level. Enhancement Level 5. Enchantment Level 5. Divine Power Bonus. 2500. Talent. God's Break. God's Shock. God's Tear. Divine Breaking. Every attack of the Divine White Tiger Arm Armor will cause a breaking effect, greatly enhancing the destructive power. Divine Shock. The Divine White Tiger Arm Armor has a powerful shocking ability, which can produce a shocking effect on all creatures in the world. The shocking time is related to the level. Tear. Each attack can cause tearing damage to the target. This feature ignores defense. Skills. Tiger Climbing the Mountain. White Tiger Possession. White Tiger Star Shattering Attack. Tiger climbs the mountain. Launch an attack on the target from a high place, causing massive damage. White Tiger Possession. Connect with the spirit of the White Tiger, gain the power and combat skills of the White Tiger's soul, and possess extraordinary perception and insight. White Tiger Star Shattering Strike. A single target attack skill that causes massive damage to the target, with a certain chance of triggering a critical hit, additional attacks, and a chance of stunning the target. Twins. Possessing the same perception ability as her sister, any attack will cause double damage while also taking double damage, and the body's sensitivity is greatly increased. Phantom Armor. Divine Butterfly Arm Guard. Transformer. Chu Lingxian. Wearer. Zhoushan. Contract Type. Permanent Contract. Indivisible. Level. Enhancement Level 5. Enchantment Level 5. Divine Power Bonus. 2500. Talent. God's Charm. God's Flying. God's Cocoon Breaking. Divine Charm. The Divine Butterfly Arm Armor has a powerful charm ability that can produce a charm effect on all creatures in the world. The charm time is related to the level. God of Air. The Godly Butterfly Arm Armor has the ability to fly in the air, and the power of God of Air is consumed during the flight. God breaks the cocoon. When you are fatally injured, you can resist the fatal injury once and recover to the best state. The skill cooldown time is 3 days. Skills. Dazzling 100 Flowers. Spirit Butterfly Mark. Transformation into a butterfly. 100 Flowers in Disarray. Continuous Area Attack. Psionic Mark. Launch a psionic mark at the target. After hitting the target, the damage to the target will continue to accumulate. When the damage reaches the upper limit, it will automatically detonate. It can also be detonated actively. Transform into a butterfly, a transformation skill. After using this skill, you can transform into a butterfly and change your body shape at will. The duration of transformation depends on the power of divine control. During the transformation, the dodge rate is increased by 100%. Special Talent. Twins. Twins. Possessing the same perception ability as her sister, Any attack will cause double damage while also taking double damage, and the body's sensitivity is greatly improved. Some brothers think that the Chu sisters are not as strong as other Phantom armed forces, but in fact, what if the two arm guards are considered as one piece of equipment? Phantom armor, God's frost sorrow, transfiguration, by Ying'er, wearer, Zhoushan, contract type, permanent contract, indivisible, level, enhancement level 5, enchantment level 5, divine power bonus, 4000, talents, divine sharpness, divine soul devouring, divine absorption, divine healing forbidden, divine expulsion, divine sharpness, greatly enhances the attack power of divine frost sorrow. God soul devourer, God frost sorrow's attack can ignore defense and cause direct damage to the target soul. Divine absorption, after divine frost sorrow causes damage to the target, it can absorb a large amount of the target's blood and feed back to the user. God's forbidden healing, targets touched by God's frost sorrow cannot receive any treatment, lasting for 1 month. Expulsion, each attack of the godly frost sorrow can cause an expulsion effect on the target. Once this effect is triggered, the target's buff status will be purified. Skills, Death Coil, Lightless Shield, Summon Bone Dragon, Crippling Fear. Death Coil, sacrifice your own life, control an enemy unit through Death Coil damage, and continue to control and consume the power of divine control. Lightless Shield, use dark energy to create a shield to protect yourself or friendly units. It absorbs a certain amount of damage before the shield disappears. After the shield is destroyed, it will feed back the previously absorbed damage to the enemy units around the target. When cast, it removes the negative magic effects on the target. Summon Bone Dragon. Open the gate of hell and summon 2 bone dragons to participate in the battle. The summoning time is 30 minutes. The combat power of the bone dragon is related to the power of divine control. God's Fear threatens all nearby enemy targets, silencing them within a fixed range of God's Frostmourne. Note, this skill is an aura effect and cannot be dispelled. Continuous casting consumes a lot of God's power. Phantom Armor, Divine Dragon Leggings, Transformer, Mei Jian, Wearer, Zhoushan, Contract Type, Permanent Contract, Indivisible, Level, Enhancement Level 5, Enchantment Level 5, Divine Power Bonus, 4000, Talents, Divine Dragon Bloodline, Divine Barrier Breaking, Divine Swiftness, Divine Huge Strength, Divine Weight, Divine Sky Dragon Bloodline, greatly increases the upper limit of the Spirit Master's Chi and health, greatly increases the Spirit Master's defense ability, greatly increases the Spirit Master's power recovery speed, and greatly increases the upper limit of the body's absorption of divine power. God breaks barriers, possesses the ability to break through all obstacles, including formations, alternate dimensions, confinement, etc. Divine Swiftness greatly enhances the Spirit Master's movement speed, attack speed, casting speed, physical dodge, and spell dodge. Divine Strength greatly enhances the power of the Spirit Master's legs and doubles the damage when using leg-type phantom skills to attack. God Multiple Casts. When using any type of phantom skill, there is a lower probability of multiple casts. For example, Triple White Tiger Star Shattering Strike. Skills, Death Stomp, Stampede, Echo Smash, True Dragon Form. Death Stomp. Use your legs to slam the ground unit, causing massive damage and stunning targets within a certain range. Rush and Collision. Within a certain period of time, the movement speed of the player reaches the upper limit of the current level, and the collision volume is 0 during the activation of the Phantom skill. During the collision, a large amount of damage is caused to all units touched, as well as abnormal status effects such as deceleration and defense breaking. The duration is random. Echo Smash. Use your legs to slam the ground to send out shockwaves, causing damage to surrounding targets. Shockwaves bounce off each other to cause even greater damage. This damage ignores magic immunity, and the more targets attacked, the higher the damage. True Dragon Form. The Master transforms into a dragon, gains special abilities, and can launch long-range attacks. The attack has poisonous effects, frost effects, and 100 splash effects. Phantom Armor, Divine Armor, Transformers, Lin Huayin, Lin Huayu, Wearer, Zhoushan, Contract Type, Permanent Contract, Indivisible, Level, Enhancement Level 5, Enchantment Level 5, Divine Power Bonus, 4000, Talents, God's Eternal Solidity, God's Resistance, God's Mad Blood, God's Thorns, God's Refraction, Eternal God, greatly enhances the solidity of the Phantom weapon, making it almost indestructible, with unparalleled ductility and no need for repair. God resistance greatly improves the overall resistance of the Spirit Master, including physical resistance, magic resistance, abnormal resistance, etc. God of Madness blood greatly increases the upper limit of the Spirit Master's physical fitness, physical strength recovery speed, and control power recovery speed. It also increases the recovery speed after receiving damage. The more serious the injury, the faster the recovery speed. Divine Thorns, aura-like property. Any target that attacks the Spirit Master will be counterattacked by the Thorn's aura. The counterattack damage is holy damage, ignoring defense and resistance. Divine Refraction reduces the damage taken by the Spirit Master and reflects the damage to the surrounding enemy units. The amount of reflected damage depends on the distance between the target and the Spirit Master. The closer the distance, the higher the reflected damage received. Skills: Giantization, Self-Sacrificing Attack, Twin Flowers, Absolute Defense. Giant status skill. Once activated, it can make the self gigantic and increase the power of the Spirit Master. Defense, physical strength, and agility are greatly reduced. Sacrificial Strike status skill. Once activated, your defense capability will be reset to 0. When launching the next attack, your attack power will be doubled. Note: use with caution. Double Flowers status skill. Once activated, it can assist a Master's clone to join the battle. It has 100% of the Master's attack power and can withstand 300% of the damage. Note: after the clone dies, it cannot be summoned again. The cooldown period is 3 days. Absolute Defense status skill. Once activated, it will 100% block an attack from the enemy. This skill can block and ignore defense effects. It can only be used once per natural day. Transfiguration by Ying'er. Wearer: Zhoushan. Contract type: permanent contract, indivisible. Level: enhancement level 5, enchantment level 5. Divine power bonus: 4,000. Talents: God's gift, God's swiftness, God's degeneration, God's source, God's charm. God's gift: obtain God's gift and increase your resistance to all abnormal states. Super swiftness greatly increases the user's attack speed, movement speed, physical hit rate, and physical dodge rate. Spirit degeneration. The rays of light from the Shachi spirit ring can reduce all attributes of targets within a certain range, including defense power, upper limit of chi and health, attack power, defense, etc. God's source, the source of the divine power. It can be used in battle to quickly restore the divine power. The upper limit of the reserve is related to the upper limit of the divine power in the Spirit Master's body. The current upper limit of the reserve is 27,000 points of divine power. God's charm reduces all damage suffered by the Spirit Master from the enemy and weakens all targets killing intent against the Spirit Master. Note: increases the opposite sex's favorability towards you. Skills: red clouds wash the world, rosy clouds roam, beautiful clouds borrow the wind, soul resonance. Red cloud cleansing the world. By releasing red clouds, purify the surrounding evil and restore the original state of all living things. Cloud wandering. You can summon clouds to cover the sky and hide in the clouds. Qixia borrows the wind. With the help of wind power, she moves faster, like a meteor across the sky. Spiritual resonance. The sound of all things in the world, after passing through the Shachi spirit ring, can enable the listener to communicate with all things in the world without obstacles. Heart of the Sea. God level, a water-attributed treasure that can be inlaid. Inlay location. All defensive phantom weapons. Effective inlay. It can make the Spirit Master have the ability to breathe underwater and at the same time improve the Spirit Master's water resistance, increase the Spirit Master's physical recovery speed, improve the aura and energy field, balance and regulate emotions, promote physical and mental health, and enhance wisdom and inspiration. Current items: Strengthening Stone, Enchant Stone, Imperial Spirit Fruit, Breakthrough Stone, Divine Stone, Mutation Bead, Petrified Heart, top level. Ticket to the Kingdom of God. Notes of the Gargoyle Leader. Unidentified equipment. 10,000 Imperial Spirit Coins. Just a note, this chapter is not included in the main text. Chapter 86. The 3 Ancient Sacred Swords and the 7 Women are all drama. Black Business Career. Through the reflection of the black glass film, Zhoushan saw himself wearing the Qixia spirit ring. His ears are delicate and full, complementing his round face. The earlobes are clear and soft, with a healthy red hue, proving his vitality and optimism. Of course, these are secondary. The main thing is that the pair of delicate and small earrings are hanging below his earlobes at this moment. The rings are like light clouds and colorful like the sunset sky. The cloud patterns on the rings flow, as if there are lives slowly swimming in them. It made him look quite beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful? It's outrageous. Before the car arrives, Zhoushan took out the gargoyle leader's notes from his backpack, flipped through them briefly, and gave them to Liu Ying'er, who liked to study ancient books. The 3 holy swords of the kingdom of God? According to the records of the gargoyle leader, when the universe was still unsettled, on the day of the baptism of the galaxy, the god of the kingdom of God used meteorite iron and ancient star fragments to forge 3 swords over a period of 300 years, which contain the power of the laws of the universe. Frost and Dew Holy Sword. Like solidified morning frost and dew, the transparent sword contains flowing light, just like dewdrops sparkling in the morning light. Skyflame Holy Sword. The sword body seems to be forged from sunlight, as hot as the scorching sun in the sky at noon, and is surrounded by leaping flame patterns, as if you can feel the sun's enthusiasm with a light touch. Holy Star Sword. There seem to be endless stars rotating inside the deep sword body. Starlight will fall every time it is swung, like the Milky Way flowing in the night sky. These 3 holy swords each carry the power of ice, scorching sun, and starry sky from ancient times, and are magical weapons for maintaining the balance of the kingdom of God. But as the kingdom of God was occupied by the enemy, the 3 holy swords disappeared. Look at that ticket to the kingdom of God again. It was clearly written on it that the spirit master had entered level 3. This means that there may be a 7th level beast in the kingdom of God, which is definitely not something that Zhoushan can set foot on now. Compared to these, Zhoushan still thinks that he should take some time to go to the Night Moon Forest to fulfill the agreement between himself and the Beast King. Moreover, according to what Liu Ying'er learned after reading a lot of information, the Night Moon Forest is just a small 4th-order alien space. After he leaves the Azure Dragon Legion this time, he will be able to clear the level with 1 life in a matter of minutes. As for the last item that the gargoyle leader contributed to him, mutation beads. This made Zhoushan hesitate, because through his exploration of the mutant beads, he found that there is a skill called regeneration of broken limbs. So the question is, should it be given to his master Mei Zhili, or should it be used by himself? Everyone is selfish, and Zhoushan is no exception. He also couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't lose anything on the battlefield in the future. However, as his sword-wielding teacher and brother-in-law who had instigated his sister to sign a contract with him, Mei Zhili was worthy of this mutant bead. People can be selfish, but they cannot be without conscience. Therefore, Zhoushan chose to give this mutant bead to Mei Zhiyin for safekeeping. Ying'er, leave this mutant bead with you first. We can give it to Liu after we return. Considering Mei Zhiyin's seniority, it shouldn't be excessive to call Mei Zhili Liu, right? Zhoushan thought so, and even raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Husband. After putting away the mutant bead, Mei Zhiyin naturally knew what this meant. On one side was her brother who had been disabled for many years, and on the other side was her husband who was currently intact, but there was a chance that he might have an accident in the future. Zhoushan gave this mutant bead to her to deal with, just to let Mei Zhili know more. That is, she is living a good life now, and Zhoushan treats her very well. Sisters, look at their castle. It's not worse than Sister Yuer's, right? In the phantom space, after learning how to use the function of creating things out of thin air, Liu Ying'er also manually built a magnificent castle for herself. Its scale is no less than the manor castle built by Chu Lingyue and her sister. Ying'er, I advise you to give up this idea, Liu Ying'er said speechlessly, covering her face. Yes, your castle looks nice from the outside, but it's empty inside. You have to start from scratch and create it piece by piece, which is very troublesome. In order to decorate the castle, the sisters worked day and night for more than half a month. Several women tried to persuade her, but Liu Ying'er was not moved at all and began to decorate the castle enthusiastically. Seeing this, Liu Ying'er stopped trying to persuade him, but a sense of uneasiness flashed through her heart. Zhoushan's phantom warriors all live in a castle, and the meaning of this can be imagined. It is not only a respect for the Chu sisters, but also a proof that everyone is united. But after Liu Ying'er arrived, she insisted on starting a new business and being special. This was a sign of her unwillingness to integrate into the group, which inevitably made Liu Ying'er a little worried. After all, she is my sister, even if she is not my biological sister. If she was ostracized by other girls in the future because of this, it would not be a good thing for her. But considering that Liu Ying'er is still young, having just turned 18, I believe things will change in the future. Chu Linghua and the other girls on the opposite side also looked at each other and then went about their own business. In this world where you can get whatever you want just by waving your hand, no one will be bored and have nothing to do. On the contrary, for some women with overflowing imagination, the existence of the fantasy space can be regarded as their perfect world. Sister Huayin, what do you think of my bag? Does it look like the original one? Just as Lin Huayin was about to speak, she heard Chu Lingxian say, I'll give you a whole set of collector's edition bags when we get out. Lin Huayi was overjoyed and was about to express her gratitude when she heard Chu Lingxian continue. But next time, when little brother is working hard, you have to help me a little bit. Well, on one side is a complete set of collectible bags, and on the other side is the initiative to sacrifice to the flood beast. Lin Huayu didn't even consider it. Actually, I don't like bags at all, really. Zhou Shen naturally had no idea of what happened in the phantom space, and even if he did, it would be useless. 3 women can perform a drama, let alone 7? 7? Seventh brother? By the way, how is Brother Qi doing recently? Never mind him. Dad Bai, this is a top-level petrified heart. Is it only worth 3 million Yuling coins? Also, I spent a lot of effort to get the spatial origin of this gargoyle world. It shouldn't be too much to add up to 10 million, right? Chapter 87. The trio of losers failed for the first time. No, kid. Are you short of money? This is already 10 million Yuling coins, and you are still not satisfied? No matter how Bai Yuanfang looked at it, Zhou Shen didn't look like someone who was short of money, right? Putting aside the eldest and second daughters of the Bai family, what about the 2 from the Chu family? Bai Yuanfang just didn't believe it. Could Chu Lingyun really let his 2 daughters suffer? Why is it that Zhou Shen seems to be obsessed with money? Ahem, to be honest, Dad Bai, I was so poor in my previous life. Zhou Shen scratched his head in embarrassment and took the 10 million Yuling coins handed over by Yuanfang. You're afraid of being poor in your previous life. What's the matter? Did you work in a factory in your previous life? Zhou Shen nodded. Dad Bai, that's a good idea. Loquacious. Hey. Current deposit, 21.3 million. An hour later, deep in the sea, 3 human figures appeared inside the Sea Clan's protective formation. Brother Feng, are we really going to assassinate the little princess of the Sea Tribe? Feng Feifeng asked with a worried look on his face. The brother Feng he mentioned was naturally no other than the spirit master Feng Manlu, who was in the same group as Zhou Shan and others. What you said is all nonsense. Why are you here if you don't want to kill us? Not only will we kill him, but we will also put the blame on the Azure Dragon Army. Do you understand? Feng Manlu rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction and waved his staff to replenish oxygen in the space where the 3 people were. Someone is coming, be quiet. The 7th brother who was walking in the front suddenly spoke, and then immediately hid his body. Feng Manlu also immediately waved his staff, covering the 3 people with a circle of water mist. The 3 of them held their breath at the same time and looked forward. A furtive figure came into view and walked straight to a position less than 5 meters away from the 3 people. Wow, I never thought there is an undeveloped dimension under the sea. It's like someone sends you a pillow when you are sleepy. Zhou Shen, who had already sneaked into the Sea Tribe's base camp, grinned and poked the entrance to the alien space in front of him with his finger. The entrance to the second-order alien space is detected, shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Difficulty of opening up, normal. What a rubbish alternate dimension, but it's just right for raising sky-swallowing rat. Because Zhou Shen's mission this time was mainly to steal a house and kidnap people, he did not pass through the front battlefield, nor did he see Li Ming and others. He was directly thrown into a bay by Yuanfang. Then he embedded the heart of the sea into the Xinwu battle armor and swam all the way over. Infiltrate the Sea Tribe without triggering the Sea Tribe's protective formation. Tunshin, I can only give you 5 minutes. If you can't get out within 5 minutes, then you must be prepared to dive. Zhou Shan waved his hand and sent the sky-swallowing rat and the sky-swallowing origin directly into the world of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He only heard gurgling sounds coming from the sky-swallowing rat's mouth, but he was not very clear about what it said specifically. But I guess most of the time, I'm grateful that I'm still thinking about good things that happened to me, right? However, while Zhou Shan was waiting for the sky-devouring rat outside the other dimension, the trio hiding under the mist swallowed their saliva with extremely shocked expressions. If I saw it correctly just now, it should be a level 4 mutant, right? How is it possible? A level 4 mutant has its own pride. How could it be controlled by Zhou Shen like a mouse? By the way, what is Zhou Shen's current strength? Why can't I see through him? Feng Manlu remained silent for a long time before he reacted. He glanced at Feng Feifeng beside him with a sarcastic look and said, How interesting. It sounds like you could see through him before. Feng Feifeng was struck by lightning and shrugged his shoulders with despair. Anyway, no matter what, we have to find a way to avoid Zhou Shun. Avoid? Avoid the hell. Feng Manlu shook his head. I'm afraid Zhou Shun's purpose is the same as ours. He is here for the little princess of the Sea Tribe. But the purpose of their trip was to assassinate the little princess of the Sea Clan, and then put the blame on the Azure Dragon Legion, thus triggering a war to the death between the Sea Clan and the Azure Dragon Legion. But Zhou Shun's goal may be contrary to theirs. Nowadays, who doesn't know that Zhou Shun is the son-in-law of the Bai family in Western Sichuan? Feng Manlu can figure out what Zhou Shun is here for just by using their toes. So, what is Zhou Shun here for? Feng Feifeng asked with a puzzled look on his face. Feng Manlu was about to answer, but found that Zhou Shun had disappeared. The next second, a sinister voice sounded behind the three of them. Compared to these, I am more curious about what you are here for. And don't you know that sound travels faster in water than in air? Zhou Shun put his arms on Feng Manlu and Feng Feifeng's shoulders respectively, and they looked like old friends who had known each other for many years, greeting each other very cordially. But even in such a particularly harmonious scene, Feng Feifeng and Feng Manlu did not even dare to breathe, because a sword flashing with cold light was hovering above their heads. Brother Shin, don't be impulsive. We are one family. It's us. I'm Feng Manlu, and he's Feng Feifeng. Do you still remember us? And seventh brother, you should remember seventh brother, right? At Feng Manlu's signal, Brother Qi also quickly showed up and came over and said, Yes, Brother Shen. It's me. I'm Xiao Qi. You helped me before when I was in the Armed Forces Academy. Zhou Shen was speechless when he heard this. Why? Do you think I have Alzheimer's disease or my memory is declining? Stop talking nonsense to me and tell the truth. How did you get here and what is your purpose? Feng Manlu was about to speak, but Zhou Shen covered his mouth the next second and then turned his gaze to Feng Feifeng beside him. You say? Feng Fei was horrified. What was going on? Why do you have to let him speak? But now the sword was over his head, and he had to bow his head. Actually, we are here. Cough, cough. Before Feng Feifeng could finish his words, Feng Manlu, whose mouth was covered, coughed twice, signaling the other party not to reveal the purpose of his group. Zhou Shan did not stop him and kept his eyes fixed on Feng Feifeng. Continue. Feng Feifeng suddenly had an idea. Actually, we are here to travel and enjoy the scenery of the underwater world. Very good answer. Zhou Shen understood. Then, under his command, Feng Manlu and the other two gathered a large bundle of seaweed and tied themselves up tightly. Since we know each other, I cannot kill you, but just to be on the safe side, I have left a mark on you. If you move more than 10 meters away from your current position, I will return immediately and kill you. Do you understand? Chapter 88 Zhou Shun. No. Who are you two talking about? 10 minutes later, Zhou Shun left with a full load of sky-swallowing rat. Faintly, the three of them seemed to hear Zhou Shun say something like overtime or diving, but none of this matters anymore. Important. Brother Feng, what will happen if we fail in our first mission after joining the 7 religions? Feng Feifeng, who was tied up like a dumpling by seaweed, asked with a worried look on his face. On the other hand, Feng Manlu shook his head nonchalantly. The consequences won't be serious. The organization has failed in its missions more than once or twice. If we were to punish people for every failure, there would be no one left in the religion. So, no matter whether Zhou Shun has set a mark on us or not, we should try not to move until there is no danger. The 7th brother at the side suddenly realized and immediately asked, What if there is danger? Then he signaled with his eyes that a patrol of the Sea Tribe was heading in their direction. Then listen to my command. 3. Feng Feifeng silently recited Zhang Jinyu's name in his heart, ready to draw his sword at any time. 2. Brother Qi was facing a formidable enemy, holding the dagger tightly in his hand. 1. Filling seaweed. Fuck your grandma's leg. Feng Feifeng regretted deeply. Why did he give up the bright future of the Xuanwu army and choose to join Feng Manlu in a religious organization? The most important thing is, I still don't understand it clearly. Keep your voice down. If you're discovered, you'll have no choice but to run away. Brother Seven suddenly realized, your sister. On the other side, Zhou Shan has arrived at the so-called Sea Clan base camp, an extremely spectacular underwater dragon palace. Huge crystals surrounded the curved corals, emitting brilliant light. The dome was twinkling with stars. There were countless seaweeds floating on the sea, rising and falling with the waves, like a barrier between heaven and earth. Directly below, schools of silver fish shuttled through the underwater jungle, occasionally flashing spots of light. In the center of the hall, the Dragon King's throne is majestic and solemn, with several small sea creatures circling on the wings, demonstrating the majesty of the king of the seabed. Outside the Dragon Palace, a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals guard the entrance. Their bodies are transparent and shiny, like elves under the sea. Zhoushan originally planned to turn into a butterfly and sneak in, but then he changed his mind. It is somewhat unreasonable for a butterfly to appear in the sea. Fortunately, after communicating with Liu Ying'er and confirming that the skill of wandering in the clouds could also be effective in water, Zhoushan directly hid his figure and walked towards the location of the Dragon King's throne. In front of the throne, a girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old was pacing back and forth anxiously. The girl has long black hair, which is soft and smooth and falls on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her eyebrows are like crescent moons and her nose is slightly upturned, like an exquisite Barbie doll. If Zhoushan hadn't been able to feel the power from the alien beast from the other person's body, he might have really thought that the other person was just an ordinary human girl. Prime Minister, how is the battle going outside? Can our tribe gain the upper hand? The one the girl called the Prime Minister was an old turtle with a human face and a beast body. Judging from his appearance, he must be at least hundreds or thousands of years old. Princess, don't panic. This time, our people have come out in full force. Bai Yuanshan's young Azure Dragon army alone is no match for our people. Bai Yuanshan is a young boy? Well, Zhoushan must admit that no matter who it is, in front of this old turtle, they are probably just a young boy. But I heard that the Lord of God appeared again and brought his personal guards with him. Father's sighed. Princess, don't panic. Prime Minister Turtle waved his hand disapprovingly. With the power of His Majesty the Dragon King, he would not take a mere Lord God seriously. The reason why His Majesty has been tolerant is that he is worried that the Black Dragon in the evil Dragon Valley will take advantage of the situation and come here to rob us. Otherwise, our race has been entrenched in the seabed for tens of thousands of years. How can the human race compete with us with such rich heritage? If we use all our trump cards, we can capture the entire Western Sichuan within 3 days. For some reason, Zhoushan always felt that the Turtle Prime Minister was bragging, and he was not bragging to the Princess of the Sea Tribe, but to him, because he always felt that this guy's cloudy eyes would occasionally sweep towards where he was. But according to Bai Ying'er's description, only someone who is much higher in level or power to control spirits than himself would be able to discover his whereabouts. And didn't Bai Yuanfang say before that all the famous and well-known exotic beasts above level 6 have already gone to the front line? So what's the matter with this Turtle Prime Minister? After making up his mind, Zhoushan decided to observe and slowly close the distance between himself and the Sea Princess. Prime Minister Turtle, do you think there is a possibility that the other 3 armies of Xia Kingdom will send people to support us? If that's the case, wouldn't our clan be in a passive position? Prime Minister Turtle stroked his goatee. God knows why an old turtle has a beard. Princess, don't panic. Even if the other 3 legions really send people to support us, it is impossible for them to be the legion commanders themselves. At most, they can only be spirit masters like the deputy commanders. At most, they can trap our people for a while. When our tribe escapes from this predicament, Western Sichuan will fall. The Princess of the Sea Clan suddenly realized, and then said with a sad face, if it weren't for the aggressive pressure from the Sea God Clan, how could my Dragon King clan be reduced to this state today? Why should the entire ocean bear the consequences for the Sea God clan if something happens to them? Just because the Sea God clan is responsible for controlling the order of the entire seabed, can they do whatever they want? Prime Minister Turtle nodded. Yes, it would be great if a young hero could come forward at this moment and solve the problem for our Dragon King clan. Not only will the human race and my Dragon King clan be able to live in peace, but we can even turn enemies into friends and share what we have. Nothing can stop it. Before Prime Minister Turtle finished speaking, Zhoushan took the initiative to show his figure. I just have one question. Prime Minister Turtle grinned. What's the problem? When did you find me? Also, you said these words just now to me, right? The more Zhoushan listened, the more he felt something was not right. Something like the Dragon King clan, the Sea God clan, etc. Your Dragon King is leading the entire army to fight outside, and you and your young master are staying in the rear to educate people about racial hatred? You have no idea what the relationship is between your Dragon King clan and the Sea God clan, right? Who should I give this science education to? Chapter 89 Prime Minister Turtle. Young man, don't be so irritable. Little guy, We don't want to find you, but it's really hard not to notice you with such a large moving mass of water droplets, Prime Minister Turtle said with a joking look on his face. The little princess of the sea dragon tribe beside her also nodded in cooperation. At the same time, when Zhoushan suddenly realized what was going on, Bai Ning'er's voice was heard from inside the phantom space. Well, brother-in-law, please listen to my explanation. The skill of wandering in the clouds can indeed help you become invisible, but it requires the help of the power of the clouds. In other words, you use the surrounding environment to achieve invisibility, but you are currently at the bottom of the sea. Then I will use the seawater to help you hide. Is this okay? Bai Ning'er's voice was a little awkward, and Zhoushan couldn't pursue it. After all, it was because it was the first time that I used the skill of wandering in the clouds, and I didn't grasp the mystery of it. But, since you have already discovered me, and yet you let me get so close to you, I don't know whether I should say you are smart or stupid. Frostmourne manifests, and the tip of the sword points directly at the little sea dragon princess. Now, I give you two choices. First, let this beautiful and lovely little princess leave with me. After your sea dragon clan and my human race reach a truce, I promise to send her back safely. Second, I will kill you first, turn the entire underwater dragon palace upside down, and then lead everyone away. In such a close contact, Zhoushan is 100% sure that he can escape with the little sea dragon princess safely. Such a difficult and dangerous task was completed so easily by him. Looking back, it feels a bit like a dream. Unexpectedly, before the Prime Minister Turtle on the opposite side could speak, the little princess standing in front of the Dragon King's throne said in an extremely surprised tone, "What did you just say? Can you repeat it again?" Zhoushan frowned slightly, thinking to himself, wasn't what he said clear enough? However, considering that the two sides are not of the same race, there are inevitably some communication barriers in terms of language. He immediately restated his conditions. Unexpectedly, after confirming Zhoushan's conditions, the little sea dragon princess actually smiled shyly. "Oh, actually, I'm not as cute as you say. Of course, I am still a little bit pretty. After all, my father always says that I am the most beautiful little princess." Zhoushan couldn't believe his ears and raised the Frostmourne in his hand. Hey, do you understand the situation? Am I calling you beautiful and cute? I am kidnapping now. Do you understand kidnapping? I am a robber who has come here specifically to kidnap you. Can you please respect my profession?" Faced with Zhoushan's almost roaring performance, it finally attracted the attention of Princess Hailong. She straightened her body, looked at Zhoushan, and said earnestly, "Little man, why don't you just give up? With Prime Minister Turtle here, you can't kidnap me." Zhoushan felt a chill in his heart when he heard this and thought to himself, could this turtle prime minister who looks so old and frail be a master above level 7? Was I deceived by Yuanfang? What a joke. There is a level 7 master present. How can I tie a ticket? Are you level 7? The turtle prime minister on the opposite side shook his head. No. Could it be level 8? Prime Minister Turtle continued to shake his head. No. Zhoushan felt even more depressed and thought to himself that he had hit a wall. Damn Baidai. What Baidai? He is just a scumbag. Is there anyone who would betray his own son-in-law like this? The Prime Minister Turtle on the opposite side waited for a long time, and when he found that Zhoushan did not continue to ask, he immediately asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Little guy, why don't you continue to ask?" A bitter smile crept up Zhoushan's cheek. "Keep asking? What the hell are you asking? What if I ask the other person if he is a level 9 boss and he nods? I can't even decide my posture before I die. Two big guys. Let's say there is a possibility that there is actually a misunderstanding here." Prime Minister Turtle nodded. "It is indeed a misunderstanding." Yes, this is a big misunderstanding," Zhoushan quickly agreed. However, the next second, the Prime Minister Turtle on the opposite side continued to say, "In fact, I am only level 6. Fuck, you're kidding me. White Tiger star-shattering attack." Before Prime Minister Turtle could finish his words, Zhoushan, who had been unable to contain himself any longer, took action. A surprise attack. However, the next second, a water curtain rose in front of Prime Minister Turtle and directly blocked his attack. "Little guy, how can you be so irritable?" Prime Minister Turtle said happily in the water curtain. "I'm irritable, your sister. Come on, sword control. If the skills don't work, then just use normal attacks." Zhoushan just didn't believe it. It's just a turtle. Could it be immune to his offensive characteristics like a gargoyle? But the next second, Frostmourne, who had finally rushed to Prime Minister Turtle, was once again blocked by the same water curtain. As a turtle, perhaps it is indeed impossible for it to be immune to Zhou Shun's attacks like the gargoyle. But if Zhou Shun's attack characteristics are to be effective, he must at least touch Prime Minister Turtle's body, right? Just a water curtain was enough to block all of Zhou Shun's attacks, not to mention causing physical harm to Prime Minister Turtle. Little guy, I've already told you, young people shouldn't be so impatient. It's easy to suffer losses. Zhou Shun didn't care about that. Since Prime Minister Turtle couldn't be defeated, couldn't he just attack the little sea dragon princess directly? Of course, since he was bullying the weak and had to ensure the other party's personal safety, Zhou Shun naturally did not dare to use his full strength right from the start, and even took the initiative to put away Frostmourne. The tiger is climbing the mountain. With a splash, a water curtain rose in front of the little sea dragon princess. While resisting Zhou Shun's attack, the counterattack force of the water curtain directly knocked Zhou Shun away. Hey, this young man. Princess Hailong nodded repeatedly. Yes, why doesn't this little man listen to advice? Zhou Shun got up from the ground, looked at the dragon-turtle combination opposite him with tears in his eyes, and complained, Dad bye, you are such a jerk. However, the mission target is right in front of him, so Zhou Shun naturally would not give up easily. Apart from the two moves that make too much noise, summoning Bone Dragon and 100,000 Strange Rats plus Echo Strike, they cannot be used. Zhou Shun decided to go all out and show this old immortal Prime Minister Turtle some color. Chapter 90. Breaking Through Levels, Blessing from Heaven, Divine Control Technique. Half an hour later. Look carefully, this one is red, this one is green, and this one is yellow. Exhausted, Zhou Shun slumped down on the ground, took out a few top-quality equipment, and began to teach Princess Hailong about the classification of colors. In this regard, the little Princess Hailong showed great interest. Wow, this yellow equipment is so delicious. Little man, do you still have any? I still want yellow. The little princess looked harmless and even a little cute, but when she ate the equipment, it was so crunchy and had a chicken flavor. Zhou Shun was so frightened when he saw it. He was afraid that the other party would accidentally eat the hand that was handing him the equipment. I say, can you eat slower? This is all money. White silver. Prime Minister Turtle couldn't bear it when he saw this, so he took the initiative to sit next to Zhou Shun. Little guy, do you have any equipment? I want to try some too. Zhou Shun rolled his eyes when he heard that, and then looked at the 2 rows of yellow teeth in Prime Minister Turtle's mouth. You are already this old, can you still bite it? Prime Minister Turtle waved his hand disapprovingly. Whether it can be bitten or not is not important. What is important is, I want to try it. Haha, Zhou Shun grinned and nodded in agreement. In that case, then, White Tiger's star-shattering attack. Prime Minister Turtle was only half a step away from him at this moment, but Zhou Shun still didn't believe it. How could he not be able to hit him? There was another plop. Zhou Shun flew out again. Fuck, I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home, and I'm leaving now. I'll fight anyone who tries to stop me. Zhou Shun stood up and ran away. He had had enough of this damn place. Anyone who wanted to come could come, but he would definitely not come again. However, before he could run out of the palace gate, a curtain of water rose from the ground and directly blocked all the exits of the palace. Little guy, do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please? Faced with the ridicule from Prime Minister Turtle, Zhou Shun was completely angry. Haha, you won't let me go, right? Okay, you guys forced me to do this, so don't blame me for being rude. Compared to making a noise and attracting the attention of the Sea Tribe leader, Zhou Shun is definitely not inferior to just sitting there and waiting to die. At worst, I can just play all my cards and control the little sea dragon princess before the Sea Clan leader comes back. Gate of Hell. Wait a minute, little guy. Seeing that Zhou Shun seemed to be ready to go big, Prime Minister Turtle also stopped him with a nervous look on his face. Why, are you scared? I'm not an unreasonable person, just let me go now. Before Zhou Shun could finish his words, the Prime Minister Turtle, who was originally old and frail, turned into a series of afterimages in the next second, constantly appearing in various corners of the palace. No, are you listening to me? Prime Minister Turtle packed up his things and nodded. I'm listening. Don't do anything yet. Wait for me to clean up first. Don't break anything in the palace, or the king will be angry when he comes back. Princess Hailong, who was standing by, quickly agreed. Yes, the things in the palace are all my father's favorites, so they can't be damaged. Then he immediately joined in the packing process. This scene directly ignited the anger in Zhou Shun's heart. Don't these two, The dragon and the turtle really take themselves too seriously? My aunt can tolerate it, but my uncle can't tolerate it anymore. In this case, with a wave of his hand, 7 magic stones appeared in Zhou Shun's hand. Judging from the upper limit of one's own absorption of the mutated divine power, 1,500 points at level 2 should be the limit. The current mutation power in his body is 1,300 points. In other words, he only needs to absorb 7 divine stones to achieve the 3rd stage of Heavenly Tao breakthrough. By then, he can use the alien rats to increase the upper limit of his divine power, which will allow him to reach the peak of the next stage in a very short period of time. Break through the ranks for me. The current mutated divine power has reached its limit and cannot be absorbed any further. It is detected that the divine master Zhou Shun meets the conditions for breaking through the rank, and the rank is automatically broken through. Current level is 3rd level divine master, receiving the blessing of heaven and randomly evolving skills once. Throwing mastery evolves, gaining the art of divine control. Divine control technique. Use divine thoughts, divine control power, as the driving force to drive all things in the world to serve you. The control degree is greatly improved, and the thoughts are unified, which greatly increases the damage caused to the target. Tiantun, come out. Give me 50,000. The sky-swallowing rat appeared, with a look of despair on his face. He secretly thought that he had just swallowed a 2nd-level alien space and was about to bleed heavily in the next second. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Even if it is a pie in the sky, it will definitely not be the leek and egg flavor that you like. Master, please take your time in killing. Don't talk nonsense. If I can't get out today, you can't survive either. Kill the level 2 alien rat. The power of divine control. Gone. Why is it shrinking? Because his current level has exceeded that of a tier 2 alien rat. Each alien rat can only provide him with 2 points of divine power. If he could leave alive this time, Zhou Shun would definitely prioritize upgrading the level of the heaven-devouring space. Zhou Shun is still busy killing strange rats and gaining experience. The Prime Minister Turtle and Princess Sea Dragon on the opposite side had almost packed up the things in the palace. Prime Minister, why does this little man keep killing rats? Prime Minister Turtle shook his head when he heard this. Not sure. Let's take a look again. Oh, okay then. It has to be said that men are handsome when they are serious. In addition, the fact that charm can increase the favorability of the opposite sex directly stunned the little Princess Hailong. No wonder I often hear members of the tribe who have traveled abroad say that the men of the human race are the most handsome. It has to look better than those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Turtle nodded thoughtfully and then said meaningfully, this old minister may have thought of a way to solve the current predicament of the Sea God clan. What solution? Princess Hailong's eyes lit up when she heard this. If the current problems of the Sea God clan could be solved, her father would not have to go to land to fight with humans, and he could stay with her in the palace every day. Not sure. Let's wait and see. As the divine power in Zhou Shun's body accumulated more and more, Prime Minister Turtle's cloudy eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 91 Heaven-Swallowing Rat. Stop drawing cakes. I can't eat it anymore. Name, Zhou Shun. Level 3. Divine Control Power, 12,000. Mutated Divine Control Power, 1,500. It's finally over. After killing tens of thousands of alien rats, the divine power in Zhou Shun's body finally reached its current level limit. At this moment, with the added power of the Phantom Armor, Zhou Shun's peak combat power has reached 33,000 points. It has far exceeded the limit of the 6th level and has almost reached the middle stage of the 7th level. Of course, for a mid-stage 7th-order beast of this strength, its target is not ordinary beasts, nor elite beasts, but mutants. Given the current situation Zhou Shun is facing, it is difficult for him to determine the identities of Prime Minister Turtle and Princess Sea Dragon and what grade of exotic beast they are. Because the strange beasts living outside the alien space are different from the strange beasts inside. They have the ability to conceal their breath the moment they leave the alien space. I heard that it was the ability that was bestowed upon him by heaven, corresponding to the 50 great Daos of the ancient times, 49 of which were derived from heaven and one of which was hidden by man. What this means is that God is merciful and loves life. No matter what kind of creature appears under this sky, the will of heaven will grant it the right to survive. Helping the alien beasts hide the breath of their mutants is a trace of mercy bestowed upon them by the will of heaven. Little guy, I see you've been busy for quite a while. Do you want to drink some water and take a rest? Prime Minister Turtle looked at Zhou Shun kindly and seemed to be holding a ball of water in his hand. Zhou Shun was furious. Humph, it won't be too late to beat you up first and then drink. White Tiger star-shattering attack. Prime Minister Turtle sighed. This young man. 1 hour later. Zhou Shen slid and hugged Prime Minister Turtle's thigh, tears streaming down his face. Just think of it as me begging you, okay? Can you let me go? As long as you let me go, I promise I will never come here again in my life. Prime Minister Turtle shook his head with sympathy. No, little guy, I really can't let you go. Don't worry, why is this happening? Zhou Shen was really confused. If you say that this turtle prime minister and himself are mortal enemies, and they have fought each other for 300 rounds, it is naturally impossible for Zhou Shen to ask the other party to let him go like he is doing now. After all, the fight has come to this point, and everyone knows that only one person can survive. But the problem is, he had been busy for nearly 2 hours, but Prime Minister Turtle didn't touch him at all except for picking his nose and ears occasionally. Moreover, Zhou Shen did not sense any murderous intent from the other party. Yes, he admitted that he came here to kidnap someone. But kidnapping is kidnapping, and he didn't intend to kill anyone, right? Or maybe it was because Prime Minister Turtle did not sense any murderous intent from him, so the other party had no intention of killing him. But now people are stopping him from leaving, which is a bit unreasonable. Little guy, I won't hide it from you. When he said this, Prime Minister Turtle blushed, which was very rare. Then he said, actually, I have something to ask of you. Shut up, I don't want to listen. Even if Zhou Shen used his toes to guess, he could still guess the other party's intention. It must be related to that Sea God clan. Just imagine, a problem that even the entire Sea Dragon clan could not solve, finally forced the Sea Dragon King to lead his troops to attack humans. Is Zhou Shen considered a traitor? Why can you help others solve their problems? Don't say that there is a problem in some low-level alien space, and that a young genius like him, who is not of high level but extremely powerful, is needed to solve the problem. Such a lame excuse, not to mention whether Zhou Shen himself believes it or not. Even the wise and powerful readers cannot accept it. Actually, this isn't all bad. Seeing that Zhou Shen rejected his request, Prime Minister Turtle had to change his strategy and induce. However, Zhou Shen at this moment can definitely be said to be indifferent to anything. No need to talk. No matter what benefits you give me, I can't help you. Besides, you and I are enemies. Humans and beasts cannot coexist, and the kingdom cannot be at peace. Even Prime Minister Turtle, with his temper, was angered by Zhou Shen's words that humans and beasts cannot coexist. Yes, that's right, it is indeed not a human, but it is a higher creature that surpasses humans. Zhou Shen directly said that it was a beast, which is simply an insult to it. Boy, I won't beat around the bush with you. Today, you have to help, whether you want to or not. To tell you the truth, I have just contacted His Majesty the Dragon King through special means. I will have 10 minutes at most. His Majesty the Dragon King is coming back soon. Given His Majesty's temper, what do you think will happen when he sees you? A little mouse who sneaked into the Dragon Palace and planned to kidnap the princess? Prime Minister Turtle's words were so aggressive that if it were an ordinary person, he would have probably become weak in the knees by now. After all, the Dragon King mentioned by the other party is none other than a 9th-rank giant who can compete with the Lord God. Who would not be afraid? Who wouldn't be afraid? But Zhou Shen is not afraid. It's not because of anything else. It's just because he has absolute confidence and can leave here within 10 minutes. Who are you trying to scare, old turtle? You really think I can't do anything to you, don't you? If Zhou Shen hadn't been worried about accidentally killing someone and causing unpredictable consequences, he would have gone all out long ago. Of course, now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to start a big move. Tian Tun, come out. The sky-swallowing rat that appeared again seemed to have realized something. At this moment it looked as if its father had died, and its expression was as ugly as it could be. Master, these are the last 100,000. If you squander all your wealth at once, will I, Shushu, be next? The sky-swallowing rat is not stupid. On the contrary, it is smart. For Zhou Shen, after losing the army of alien rats, it is basically just a rat to be slaughtered, except that it can still increase its mutation power. Of course, maybe we can add a skill to Zhou Shen. Don't worry, I have seen all the help you have given me during this period. I, your master, am definitely not an ungrateful person. Zhou Shen said seriously. The sky-swallowing rat was also deeply moved when he heard this. So, master, what do you mean? Rat, I don't have to die? Zhou Shen shook his head. That won't happen. Damn it, you're going to die. But after you die, I will definitely erect a tombstone for you and burn 3 sticks of incense each morning, noon, and evening. Sky-swallowing rat burst into tears. Rat, I want incense to have a hammer? Nonsense. You know it's useless, but why don't you call for help? As long as we can escape today, I will find you hundreds of alternate dimensions and let you devour them to your heart's content. Master Shushu, I am so touched. You are so kind to Shushu, and you have made great promises to him. Chapter 92. I don't want to, but they give too much. Additional update. As more and more strange rats appeared in the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Turtle's expression became more and more solemn. Although it is not clear what Zhou Shun is going to do at the moment, he is most likely prepared to fight to the death. Thinking of this, Prime Minister Turtle had to change his strategy. He took out 2 crystal stones from somewhere and played with them in his hands. Princess, if I remember correctly, this thing is worth about 1,800 yuan in our warehouse, right? Princess Hailong nodded. Yes, at least 2,000. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted Zhou Shun's attention. That is. So when he turned his gaze to the crystal in Prime Minister Turtle's hand, he was stunned. Strengthening stone and enchanting stone? Could it be that these are the benefits that Prime Minister Turtle mentioned? And it's 2,000 yuan? I have to say that Zhou Shun admitted that he was a little moved. But on second thought, 2,000 strengthening stones are indeed precious, but compared with one's own life, they seem insignificant. After all, a problem that could be called a dilemma by a superclan was definitely not something that a mere third-level spirit master like him could solve. Tiantun, continue. Well, it's hard to survive this time. The sky-swallowing rat thought. When the Prime Minister Turtle on the opposite side found that Zhou Shun was unmoved, he had no choice but to turn to Princess Hailong for help. Princess Hailong understood immediately and looked at Zhou Shun's chest with a vague look. What a pity. It's just a god-level sea blue heart. If the little man is willing to help, this princess may be able to upgrade it to an imperial-level Dragon King orb. Zhou Shun paused again when he heard this. Damn. The conditions offered by these 2 people are more ruthless and more precious than the other. But considering his own life and property, Zhou Shun could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Tiantun, you haven't finished yet? Why are you taking so long this time? Upon hearing this, the sky-swallowing rat rolled his eyes and thought to himself, why are you hesitating? Don't you know what's going on? Didn't you just tell yourself to slow down the summoning so you could hear the other party's conditions? So now you're relying on him? But the sky-swallowing rat is also a rat spirit, so he naturally knows what to say and what not to say. Master, the next move is too powerful. If you are not careful, the entire Dragon Palace will be destroyed. You can't be careless. Zhou Shun nodded thoughtfully, if that's the case. However, before he could finish his words, the sea dragon princess opposite him took out a bottle of fine wine from somewhere and opened the lid of the bottle. The next second, a scent of wine filled the air like the morning sunshine, making people intoxicated. Zhou Shun took a deep sip and then asked, what kind of wine is this? Birth of the Dragon King. Princess Hailong said proudly. This wine is unique to our tribe. After drinking it, not only can you quickly restore the power of the spirit in your body, but it can also greatly enhance the male's abilities in certain areas. At this point, Princess Hailong's eyes met Zhou Shun's in the air, her eyebrows slightly raised, and she said in an extremely charming tone, it's no problem to control 100 women at night. In the phantom space, the women, led by Chu Lingyue, were all shocked after hearing what Princess Hailong said. Especially when they saw Zhou Shun's expression of great joy, they were even more terrified. Oh no, look quickly. In the scene, Zhou Shun suddenly raised his hand and ordered the sky-swallowing rat to stop summoning. Perhaps, we can talk about cooperation. Upon hearing this, the sky-swallowing rat breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would finally not have to die. He immediately took his people and crawled back to the heaven-devouring space. The speed of evacuation was so fast that it could be called teleportation. Zhou Shun also took the initiative to step forward and put his arm around Prime Minister Turtle's shoulders, saying in a friendly manner, 1,000 strengthening stones, 1,000 enchantment stones, upgrade of the Heart of the Sea, plus 1,000 bottles of Dragon King's birthday. Don't say you are just a member of the Sea God clan. Even if you want the moon in the sky, I can help you pick it down. This enormous wealth finally fell upon Zhou Shun. It's not that Zhou Shun doesn't know himself well. It's just that Prime Minister Turtle and Princess Hailong have given him so much that it's hard for him to refuse. Haha, my friend, I can accept your first few conditions, and I can make the decision. But for this Dragon King birthday, the annual production of the entire Sea Dragon clan is only about 100 bottles. Young friend asked for 1,000 bottles. I really can't afford it. Prime Minister Turtle was very open-minded. He agreed to Zhou Shan's first 3 conditions without even considering them. But how many Dragon Kings are there? Being able to produce 100 bottles is already the limit for the Sea Dragon clan, and 1,000 bottles is definitely not possible. Hey, don't be so harsh. When it comes to negotiating terms, there must be a give and take. Since I'm asking for a high price, you can bargain, right? Zhou Shan said meaningfully. Prime Minister Turtle understood immediately. If that's the case, how about 100 bottles? Zhou Shan waved his hand and said, "Deal." Prime Minister Turtle was startled. I thought to myself, this guy doesn't look like someone who is easy to talk to. How come you agreed so quickly? On the other hand, Zhou Shan's expression at this moment is still full of smiles. Because he learned from asking by Liu Ying'er in the Phantom Space that the Dragon King's birthday was very valuable. If it was converted into the Imperial Spirit Fruit, the effect of a bottle of Dragon King's birthday is comparable to that of 10 or even 20 Imperial Spirit Fruits. It seems that if a bottle of Dragon King's birthday is converted into Yuling coins, the value is enough to reach tens of millions. Wouldn't those 100 bottles be worth more than 10 billion? Plus strengthening stones, enchantment stones, upgrades to the Heart of the Sea, etc. He can obtain resources worth hundreds or even hundreds of billions of Yuling coins from the Sea Dragon clan at one time. Doesn't this make more money than marrying a rich woman? In that case, I'll leave the matter of the Sea God clan in my hands, young friend. Prime Minister Turtle bowed to Zhou Shan solemnly, but because of the turtle shell behind him, his bow looked almost like he was lowering his head. Zhou Shan didn't care. He just stared at the Prime Minister Turtle opposite him, stretched out 3 fingers and rubbed them together. Please follow me, young friend. Prime Minister Turtle had lived for thousands of years, so he naturally understood what Zhou Shan meant. He immediately turned around and walked to the back, motioning Zhou Shan to follow. Princess Hailong was also busy. She slowly came to Zhou Shan's side and took the initiative to approach him. Little man, do you really want me to help you upgrade your Heart of the Sea? The power generation is over 500. It's over 6, and there is still more than 100 left, but it's the weekend, so I'll add more chapters. By the way, I wish you all a happy weekend. Chapter 93, Contract with the Sea Dragon Princess, the Sacred Water Spirit Pearl. Of course, Zhou Shan would naturally not refuse such a good thing that is hard to find even with a lantern. Okay, in that case. The little Sea Dragon Princess stretched out a hand and lightly touched the deep blue heart on Zhou Shan's chest. A familiar force made Zhou Shan subconsciously say, "Contract?" Congratulations to the Lord of God Zhou Shan for successfully contracting the Sea Dragon Princess and receiving the blessing of the gods. The ability of the deep blue heart has evolved, and it has currently evolved into the Holy Water Spirit Pearl. The divine contract is permanent and cannot be terminated. Water Spirit Pearl, holy item, a water-attributed treasure, already inlaid. Inlay location. All defensive phantom weapons. Mosaic effect. When fighting in water, all your attributes are doubled, making you like a sea god, unstoppable. The upper limit of your spirit master's physical fitness has been greatly increased, and the speed at which your spirit master's power recovers is also astonishingly fast, as if you will never get tired. Water attribute attacks are completely ineffective against you. You feel like a fish in water, free and unfettered. If you wear this gem for a long time, you will find that your cultivation aptitude has improved, as if you were reborn. Your charm will also increase significantly, making you irresistible. Most importantly, this gem can extend your life, giving you more time to pursue your dreams. Inlay skill. Water Dragon Song. 3,000 weak waters. Water Dragon Song. Summon a water dragon to attack the target. Every 10,000 points of spirit control power consumed can summon a water dragon with combat power equal to that of the summoner. 3,000 weak waters. A control skill that controls the target in place by continuously outputting the power of the spirit, making them unable to move. At the same time, the target's all-attribute resistance will be greatly reduced, making your attack more deadly. Introduction. The surface of the Water Spirit Pearl exudes an alluring glow, as if it contains endless power. When you embed it on your phantom weapon, you seem to have become the master of water, controlling all the water in the world. It not only makes you stronger in battle, but also makes your life better. Owning it is like owning the entire underwater world. So strong. The fact that all attributes are doubled when fighting in water, and that the player is completely immune to water attribute attacks are enough to prove the value of this holy Water Spirit Pearl. What's more, there is also a water that controls the world, and 2 skill blessings. By this calculation, the me in the water has already possessed the peak strength of a 7th level mutant. The sea is so vast. Where can't we go? Is that so? Father was right about me. The figure of the little sea dragon princess gradually blurred, and finally turned into a stream of light and flowed into the water spirit bead on Zhou Shen's chest. At this point, a new member has been added to the fantasy space, and she is a little princess from the Sea Dragon clan. Above the underwater dragon palace, the Sea Dragon chief and the God Lord stood side by side. The Sea Dragon clan leader had a stern look on his face. He stared at the divine master closely, and his tone was full of undisguised threats. What you said had better be true, otherwise. Facing the threat from the Sea Dragon chieftain, the Lord simply shrugged his shoulders. His eyes revealed a kind of confidence and calmness, and it seemed that he did not take the Sea Dragon chieftain's words to heart. If I hadn't suppressed the three old guys at the same time, unless your entire Sea clan came out in full force, this Godlord would not be afraid at all. There was a hint of contempt and disdain in the Godlord's voice. You know, among the ninth-rank giants that the Lord of God is currently holding back, in addition to the Black Dragon of the Evil Dragon Valley, there are also two old guys from the Suzaku army and the Black Tortoise army. Only the Lord of God can suppress the contemporary world with his own strength. In other words, as long as the Lord God is alive, the world will not be in chaos, and the human race will not be in chaos. But if he dies, with the strength of the four legions, only if they all gather together, there may be a glimmer of hope. The mutant power in the Sea Queen's body has completely gone out of control. The several small tribes around her have basically been wiped out. If we don't find a way to control it, the entire seabed will suffer. If this kid can't solve the problem, I suggest you prepare in advance to face the invasion of the entire sea tribe. Since it is no longer possible to stay under the sea, no one would refuse to live on the ground in order to survive. Humph, if this Lord God says he can do it, then he can do it. Even if he can't do it, he can do it too. In fact, compared to sending Zhou Shen to solve the problem of the rampant mutant power in the Queen of the Sea God, the best option is for the Lord God to come personally. However, the hot-tempered Queen of the Sea was extremely sensitive at the moment, especially towards a big man like the Lord God who had the ability to threaten her life and safety. She was extremely resistant. As long as she detects the God Lord's approaching breath, the Queen of the Sea God will turn the entire seabed upside down. In desperation, the god had to place his hope on Zhou Shen, a young man who also controlled the power of mutation like himself. Well, I hope so. Compared to the attitude shown by the God Lord, the Sea Clan chief was obviously still very angry. After all, they only sent one person, but I not only paid a huge price, but also gave away my precious daughter. If this still doesn't solve the problem of the Queen of the Sea, then he's going to get furious. Well, since the Lord God can't kill him right away, let's kill this guy first. Zhou Shen, who had already obtained the strengthening stone and the Dragon King's birth, yawned. For some reason, he always felt a chill on his back. Is it because of the unfamiliar climate and climate? My friend, now that the things have been given to you, can we set off next? One should be grateful for what one has received, and one should be soft-hearted when receiving benefits from others. Since Zhou Shen has already accepted the benefits from the other party, it is naturally impossible for him to go back on his word. And he also has his own ideas about the plight of the Sea God clan. Just imagine, I am just a level 3 spirit master. If Prime Minister Turtle just wants me to die, there's absolutely no reason to give yourself so many benefits, right? 1,000 strengthening stones plus 1,000 enchanting stones, 100 bottles of Dragon King's birthday, plus the little sea dragon princess. Having given myself so many benefits, is it just to let myself die? That's definitely impossible. So, what? You said that because the Queen of the Sea God failed to break through the 10th level, the mutant power in her body went out of control, and she became irritable and extremely sensitive? So you want to find a young man who is not of high level, but can absorb the power of mutation to help the Queen of the Sea God vent her anger? On the way to the Sea God clan, Zhou Shen finally learned the whole story from Prime Minister Turtle. Well, it's outrageous, yet very reasonable. But what kind of fire clearing are you talking about? Chapter 94. Help the Queen of the Sea to relieve her heat and get 8 points for your whole body. Is it simply a beating by the Queen of the Sea God, or? Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Turtle chuckled. His previous dignified and respected appearance instantly disappeared, and he even gradually became mean. It winked and smiled maliciously, moved closer to Zhou Shen, and said in a low voice, Yes, it's just what you think. I hope these 100 bottles of Dragon King's birthday can help you. What am I doing? Zhou Shen was greatly shocked, but at the same time, Deep down, he was extremely resistant to such behavior. Although he himself was not opposed to this kind of thing, and even looked forward to it, at least he should be allowed to get to know the Queen of the Sea God first before going any further, right? Well, I have another question. Zhou Shun calmed down and decided to ask about the situation first and prepare himself mentally in advance. The Prime Minister Turtle on the opposite side also put away his smile and nodded seriously. Ask, is this Queen of the Sea beautiful? Zhou Shun asked this question without hesitation. Although for the sake of these hundreds of billions of resources, he could turn a blind eye, but if it was really too ugly, if he can't even turn off the lights, he's going to return the product. Prime Minister Turtle thought for a while, then said in a meaningful tone, in your human terms, it should be blonde, blue eyes, exotic, curvy, unique. That's enough. No more words. Zhou Shun sneered, with a hint of helplessness and disappointment in his eyes. Prime Minister Turtle's words made him deeply angry. He never expected that in Prime Minister Turtle's heart, he was so despicable. Who do you think I am, Zhou Shun? Zhou Shun's voice trembled slightly, as if his self-esteem had been greatly hurt. I'm definitely not the kind of person who judges people by their appearance. Zhou Shun straightened his body, his eyes firm and determined. Even if your little princess is ugly or even scary, I will still sign a contract with her. Zhou Shun's words were sincere and affectionate, and his promise to the little princess was evident in his words. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Turtle was extremely shocked and even felt a little puzzled. In the phantom space, the little princess was full of doubts. Under the gaze of everyone, she asked curiously, am I so ugly? There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Chu Lingyue and others hurriedly covered their faces and laughed. Little princess, don't blame our husband for taking advantage of us. Chu Lingyue said gently. The little princess was not only not ugly, but extremely beautiful, especially her long dark blue hair and eyes that were as bright as stars, which added a bit of temptation to her. Coupled with the dimples on both sides of her oval face, she is even more adorable. After hearing Chu Lingyue's words, the little princess's uneasiness gradually dissipated. She was well aware of her unique charm and looked at Chu Lingyue with gratitude, her heart filled with warmth and emotion. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. We're all family from now on. Prime Minister Turtle continued to lead the way, while Zhou Shun began to strengthen his phantom weapon. According to the enhancement level of the phantom weapon, it cannot exceed the rule of the 5th level of the Spirit Master. Zhou Shun, who is at level 3, can upgrade the level of the phantom weapon to level 8 at most. To upgrade from level 5 to level 6, 32 strengthening stones are needed. It takes 64 blocks to go from 6 to 7, and 128 blocks to go from 7 to 8. If Zhou Shun wants to upgrade the phantom weapon with a reinforcement of +5 to level 8, one piece of phantom weapon will need to consume 224 reinforcement stones. So the question is, how many pieces of phantom weapons does he have? Chu Lingyue, Chu Lingxian, Bai Linger, Bai Ninger, Mei Jian, and the Lin sisters, a total of 6 pieces of phantom armor. If you add them to 8 at the same time, you will need to consume 1344 strengthening stones. However, the number of strengthening stones and enchanting stones he currently possessed was simply not enough to simultaneously strengthen the 6 pieces of phantom weaponry and 8. This means that the fairness and justice that Zhou Shun has always upheld is destined to be tilted. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Shun finally made a decision. Ninger, my brother-in-law, wants to discuss something with you. I plan to. Before he finished speaking, Bai Ninger in the phantom space took the initiative to appear outside and personally handed 200 strengthening stones and 200 enchantment stones to Zhou Shun. Brother-in-law, I see you have been calculating here for quite some time. Do you have any difficult math problems that you want to ask me for help? It's okay. Damn, I almost forgot. Bai Ninger is also a little rich girl. Oh, that person went back first. Strengthening successful. The Divine White Tiger Arm Armor's strengthening level is 8th level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Divine White Tiger Arm Armor is 8th level. Phantom Armor. Divine White Tiger Arm Guard. Level. Enhancement level 8. Enchantment level 8. Divine Power Bonus. 5,000. Strengthening successful. The Divine Butterfly Arm Armor's strengthening level is 8th level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of the Divine Butterfly Arm Armor is 8th level. Phantom Armor. Divine Butterfly Arm Guard. Level. Enhancement level 8. Enchantment level 8. Divine Power Bonus. 5,000. Strengthening successful. The strengthening level of the Sorrow of the Divine Frost is 8th level. Enchantment successful. The enchantment level of God's Frostmourne is 8th level. Phantom Armor. God's Frost Sorrow. Level, Enhancement Level 8, Enchantment Level 8. Divine Power Bonus, 8,000. Strengthening Successful. The Xia Qi Ling Ring is strengthened to level 8. Enchantment Successful. The enchantment level of the Xia Qi Ling Huan is 8th level. Phantom Weapon, Xia Qi Spirit Ring. Level, Enhancement Level 8, Enchantment Level 8. Divine Power Bonus, 8,000. Strengthening Successful. The Shun Tianlong Leggings are strengthened to level 8. Enchantment Successful. The enchantment level of the Godly Dragon Leggings is 8th level. Phantom Armor, Divine Dragon Leggings. Level, Enhancement Level 8, Enchantment Level 8. Divine Power Bonus, 8,000. Strengthening Successful. The Xinwu Battle Armor Strengthening level is 8th level. Enchantment Successful. The enchantment level of the Divine Armor is 8th level. Phantom Armor, Divine Armor. Level, Enhancement Level 8, Enchantment Level 8. Divine Power Bonus, 8,000. Current Peak Combat Power, 54,000. Feeling the strength in his body that was comparable to that of a 7th level peak mutant beast, Zhou Shun had the illusion that he was the only one in the world. Old Turtle, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should tell you or not. Prime Minister Turtle carefully felt the energy emanating from Zhou Shun's body, and his tiger body trembled. His own aura also increased dramatically, from a level 6 alien beast to a level 7 alien beast. What's up? Zhou Shun suddenly realized. It's nothing, actually. Prime Minister Turtle nodded. Let's go. We're almost there. Chapter 95. Fighting against the Queen of the Sea and absorbing the power of mutation. Half an hour later. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Turtle, Zhou Shun came to an underwater iceberg. There are icebergs on the seafloor? Faced with Zhou Shun's stupid question, Prime Minister Turtle nodded affirmatively. You humans can all evolve into spirit masters, so what's so strange about an iceberg on the bottom of the sea? Zhou Shun suddenly realized. But compared to these, isn't it even more outrageous that an old turtle like you can stand up and speak? Your Majesty, little turtle has brought someone here. Prime Minister Turtle took the initiative to step forward, prostrated himself, and the entire turtle lay on the ground to pay its respects. Then he used his eyes to signal Zhou Shun to salute with it. Zhou Shun, on the other hand, remained motionless, even muttering, "Little turtle? Little turtle." As if he had thought of something, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the Prime Minister Turtle on the ground. The Queen of the Sea this year. No more, no less, exactly 3,018 years old. Fuck! Zhou Shun was horrified, then turned and ran away. However, the next second, a group of colorful water balls surrounded him completely. A woman walked out slowly from the iceberg. Her figure was graceful, like a banished fairy descending to the earth. Zhou Shun's gaze moved slowly, and the moment it landed on the woman, he couldn't move away. The woman's skin was as white as jade and as delicate as fat. Her lips were tender and juicy, and her eyebrows were slightly raised, revealing a playful taste. After seeing Zhou Shun's gaze, the woman relaxed her brows and smiled, her eyes full of light, her lips curled up. She was as pretty as a peach in spring and as elegant as a chrysanthemum in autumn. The curvaceous figure and sweet smile made the woman so beautiful that Zhou Shun was stunned. Little man, are you looking down on my age? The woman's voice was like the singing of birds in the morning, fresh and pleasant, and also like the sound of slowly flowing lake, soft and gentle. Zhou Shun bent down. Ba, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. I am not the kind of person who can't walk when seeing a woman, but this time, it can be an exception. Zhou Shun, who had escaped from the trap, took the initiative to step forward and came to the front of the Queen of the Sea. There's an old saying in my hometown. It's called a woman who is 3,000 years older than her and ranks among the immortals. So, Your Majesty, I, Zhou Shun, am willing to serve Your Majesty at my utmost. The Queen of the Sea God smiled slightly, stretched out a hand and placed it on Zhou Shun's shoulder, injecting her own aura into Zhou Shun's body and carefully examining him. What a blessed little man. You are worthy of being the man of destiny. Without waiting for Zhou Shun's reaction, the beautiful queen simply waved her hand, and Zhou Shun's body began to float uncontrollably towards the location of the iceberg. After seeing this scene, Prime Minister Turtle, who was lying on the ground, stood up and took the initiative to leave the area. That's good. The Sea Tribe has survived this disaster. As for whether Zhou Shun can survive and how long he can last, what does that have to do with Prime Minister Turtle? After entering the iceberg, Zhou Shun discovered that the environment inside was very different from what he saw outside. The palace made of ice is like fine silver rain threads, covering the sky and the earth like a veil. A curve of green water flows around the forest like a green jade belt. The beautiful environment and the peerless beauty inevitably make Zhoushan feel relaxed and happy. It even made him wonder if Prime Minister Turtle had been lying to him before. Whether it was the Queen of the Sea God in front of him or the illusion where she lived, it didn't look like they were out of control, or about to be out of control. Zhoushan, is this emperor not mistaken? Under the guidance of the Queen of the Sea, Zhoushan came to the gate of a crystal palace. The queen turned around and looked at Zhoushan with an inexplicable smile on her lips as she asked, "Yes, your majesty." Zhoushan was also looking around, because he always felt something bad might happen next, but he couldn't tell what it was. "Let's go, follow me in." Forehead. Okay. Zhoushan did not hesitate and followed the Queen of the Sea God directly into the crystal palace in front of him. After all, I'm here. 1 month later, the gate of the crystal palace slowly opened, and two men's arms stretched out from the gate. Next came Zhoushan's haggard, bloodless head. Too sunny. Where is the sun? Before Zhoushan could finish his words, his body seemed to be moved slowly towards the door by some irresistible force. No. I haven't seen the sun yet. If that doesn't work, just seeing my breast will do. The extremely lazy voice of the Queen of the Sea God sounded from inside the door. Mr. Zhou, this is the bottom of the sea. We can't see the sun. And I've rested enough. Shall we continue? Zhoushan's body trembled violently when he heard this, and he subconsciously took out one of the few Dragon King Dan and poured it into his mouth. While drinking Dragon King's birthday, Zhoushan did not forget to ask the Queen of the Sea, "Didn't we agree to rest a little longer this time?" The Queen of the Sea God nodded as a matter of course. "Yes, we have rested for 2.5 hours, and we are ready to continue." 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. I have been busy for a month, including the break I took half a month ago, which is less than 5 hours in total. Do you want to listen to what you said? That's not what a human being says. You old devil. You forced me to do this. Giant transformation activated. Let's fight. The Queen of the Sea God hates people talking about her age the most, especially when that person is Zhoushan, whom she deeply loves. Okay, you're saying I'm an old witch, right? You are playing with fire. Zhoushan refused to give in. What's wrong with playing with fire? I'm going to play with it today. Humph, you want to play? Then I will let you play to your heart's content today, but be careful not to get burned. There was a loud bang, and the gate of the Crystal Palace closed again. Congratulations to Zhoushan for successfully absorbing the power of the mutant god, the power of mutation. Congratulations to Zhoushan for successfully absorbing the power of the mutant god, the power of mutation. Congratulations to Zhoushan for successfully absorbing the power of the mutant god, the power of mutation. Another month passed. The current mutated divine power has reached its limit and cannot be absorbed any further. Please break through the level as soon as possible. Chapter 96. Stay and become the king of the sea tribe? Current mutated divine power. 4,000. The calculation is based on the 10 mutation power added by the Queen of the Sea God every time she reaches. In just 2 months, Zhoushan has helped the Queen of the Sea release as many as 250 times. Completely suppressed the violent mutation power in the body of the Sea Queen. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the Water Spirit Pearl had further improved Zhoushan's physique, causing his divine power to be some distance away from reaching its upper limit, he would have probably already broken through by now. Mr. Zhou, I don't want you to leave. Why don't you stay here? I'll let you be the king of the entire sea tribe if you're willing. We can satisfy all of Mr. Zhou's requests. The Queen of the Sea snuggled up to Zhoushan's chest and said with a reluctant look on her face. On the other hand, Zhoushan rejected the queen's offer with a straight face, saying righteously, "How can I have a family if the Xiongnu is not destroyed? Do you want your man to become a great hero? He is still a man who only knows how to please women." Before he finished speaking, Zhoushan saw that the Queen of the Sea God's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, so he quickly changed his words. Ahem, actually I didn't mean to leave. I have some things I need to go back and take care of. Well, 3 months at the latest. I will definitely come back to see you within 3 months. After ruffling the queen's hair, Zhoushan put on his clothes and walked towards the gate of the Crystal Palace. The Queen of the Sea God behind him did not stop her, but just played with her hair. Her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. Who are the Huns? How come I have never heard of them? Should we send someone to destroy it? But when she considered, currently, Zhoushan only needs to absorb the divine power in his body to the upper limit, and then he can break through to the 4th level, so he is not in such a hurry now. Anyway, no matter what, as long as Zhou Shun wants to continue to improve, he will definitely come back to find her. It's a pity that I still need to stay in charge of the Sea Tribe and cannot leave. It would be nice if I could follow Zhou Jun and go for a walk with him outside. Zhou Shun naturally had no idea what the Queen of the Sea was thinking, and even if he did, he probably would not agree with it. After finally escaping from the clutches of this female devil, Zhou Shun naturally ran as far as he could. But now, even if he wanted to run, he couldn't run at all. If a person were not at the bottom of the sea, he could move his legs forward by leaning forward. My dear, you finally come out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. From a distance, Zhou Shun saw the old fellow, Prime Minister Turtle, standing not far away on the opposite side and waving at him. Zhou Shun was not polite and said directly, "Wait for your uncle. Why don't you come and help me? I am almost dying." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Shun, who was still moving in the previous second, fell to the ground in the next second. Prime Minister Turtle saw this and hurried forward to help him up, saying with a distressed look on his face, "Oh my dear, don't just fall over. What if you accidentally crush my little princess?" Princess Hailong walked out of the phantom space and took Zhou Shun from Prime Minister Turtle's hands. "Prime Minister, what nonsense are you talking about? The water spirit pearl is a sacred object. How can it be crushed so easily?" "Yeah, that's true." 7 days have passed in a flash. Zhou Shun, who had already been sent back to the Qinglong Core, finally woke up. He opened his eyes, and his long dark blue hair fell like a waterfall, beneath which were a pair of eyes as bright as stars, deep and charming. "Why are you here?" Zhou Shun looked at Princess Hailong with a puzzled look and asked. His words confused Princess Hailong. "What do you mean? Why is she here? Can this little man speak?" Seeing that Princess Hailong's expression was a little strange, Zhou Shun immediately realized that he seemed to have signed a contract with the other party. Now Princess Hailong has become his. Ahem, what I mean is, why are you guarding here with me? Zhou Shun coughed lightly and explained quickly. Xiao Yuer and the others went out shopping. I didn't go. Princess Hailong nodded slightly, her tone a little unnatural. Zhou Shun frowned when he heard this. They won't take you with them? This is not a good phenomenon. If his phantom armed forces are not united enough, it will have a great impact on him. No, Princess Hailong nodded slightly, her tone a little unnatural. I was there when they started shopping for clothes and jewelry, but then, what happened later? Zhou Shun asked. Later, Xiaoya and her friends said that since they had finally come to Western Sichuan, they must try the authentic seafood there. So I came back to take care of you. As the princess of the Sea Dragon clan, the food she dislikes most in her life is seafood. If anyone mentioned seafood to her, she would be generous if she didn't get angry immediately. That's it. Zhou Shun smiled awkwardly, then suddenly realized a problem. By the way, I don't know your name yet. I can't always call you little princess, right? Upon hearing this, Princess Sea Dragon fell into deep thought, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. After a long while, he finally replied, Actually, I don't even know my name. Her voice was like the sound of nature, clear and pleasant, yet with a hint of sadness. My father once said that the names of our exotic beasts should not be told to others easily, otherwise we will be killed. There was a trace of fear in her eyes, as if she recalled something terrible. So when I was just beginning to understand things, the tribesmen around me started calling me the little princess. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a helpless smile. Is that so? Zhou Shun understood. No wonder even the queen of the sea god never introduced her name. She just kept asking for it. I guess not revealing one's real name easily is also one of the rules set by heaven for strange beasts, right? Otherwise, apart from Tian Dao, Zhou Shun didn't think anyone had such great ability to threaten even a 9th-level giant like the queen of the sea god who failed to break through the 10th level. If you really want to know his name, maybe you can ask my father. Seeing that Zhou Shun remained silent, Princess Hailong had no choice but to bring out her father. After all, no one knows a daughter better than her father. No matter what, it is impossible for a father to not even know his daughter's name, right? Even if you really don't know, it's not too late to find one. Chapter 97 Hello, son-in-law seconds, son-in-law quacks. Then I will call you little princess from now on. Zhou Shun rubbed the little princess's head, and with a hint of pity, he took the initiative to hold her in his arms. In this continent beneath our feet, alien beasts, as invaders, are not even allowed to have their own names. How sad. Of course, this does not include anyone other than his own woman. There's nothing I can do. He's just such a double standard. The little princess let out a muffled hum from her nose, enjoying the hug from Zhou Shan. However, the next second, Zhou Shan's restless hands began to bravely travel the world. Little man, no, I can't do it myself. After witnessing Zhou Shan's 2-month nonstop battle with the Queen of the Sea God, even as a sea dragon princess, she had to admit her own shortcomings. In order to make up for these shortcomings, we need the help of Chu Lingyue and others. It's okay, don't be afraid, this is the first time. The little princess wanted to cry but had no tears. This was two completely different things. It had nothing to do with the number of times, okay? That night, a dragon roar resounded throughout the sky of western Sichuan, and it lasted for a long time. Qinglong Bar. The women who were toasting each other looked at each other, and a trace of pity flashed in their eyes. Looking at the situation, the little princess has probably revealed her true form. Are we really not going to help her? As the big sister of Zhou Shan's Huanling group, Chu Lingyue felt a little reluctant. Sister, why don't you let me go? Chu Lingxian asked tentatively. To be honest, after not being close to her little brother for 2 months, although I have adjusted physically, I still feel a little itchy psychologically. It's either you going or I going. What's the difference? Chu Lingyue glanced at her unhappily, then looked at the other people. Forget it, let's go together. We can't let the little princess suffer alone. Mei Jian nodded, and Bai Linger readily agreed. The Lin sisters looked at each other, both with expressions showing a fearless attitude towards death. Then, everyone turned their eyes to Bai Ninger. Bai Ninger naturally understood what they meant and immediately expressed her opinion. My castle is a little difficult to support alone, so Sister Yue, do you have any empty rooms over there? Chu Lingyue nodded. Of course, welcome to stay. Hee, I just know that Sister Yue is the best. Bai Ninger smiled and took the initiative to step forward and hold Chu Lingyue's arm. Zhou Shan's battle with the Queen of the Sea not only left an indelible shadow in the little princess' heart, but also in Bai Ninger's heart. This made the palace fighting skills that Bai Ninger had studied in her spare time completely useless. Forget about the palace fight now. I'd better try to reduce my presence in the future. Otherwise, it will definitely break down. 8 days later, a refreshed Zhou Shan appeared in the meeting hall of the Qinglong Army headquarters. Since the problem with the colorful terraces had been solved, it was time to add more people to plant and cultivate. So apart from Zhou Shan, the only person left in the entire meeting hall was the idol Bai Yuanfang. Hasn't the problem of the Sea Tribe been solved? Why is the Azure Dragon Army still so short of people? Looking at the empty meeting hall, Zhou Shan couldn't help but ask curiously. Hee, what do you think the teleportation arrays of the 4 legions are used for? The problem of the Sea Tribe has been solved, and the problem of the 5-colored terraces has also been solved. The evil Dragon Valley is currently guarded by Deputy Captain Bai Jie. The current situation in western Sichuan can be said to be very good. But the Azure Dragon Core's problem has been solved. What about the White Tiger? What about the Vermilion Bird? What about the Black Tortoise? The so-called 4 major legions have never just represented a single army stationed in a fixed place, but rather roaming around and supporting each other. At this point, Bai Yuanfang couldn't help but sigh and said with emotion, it's not that something has happened recently. Problems have arisen one after another on the 4 major borders of Xia country. It's a troubled time. A troubled time? Are there problems on all 4 major borders? The White Tiger Army. The White Tiger Corps isn't in big trouble. It's just that the old guy in the Hengduan Mountains has been a little irritable lately, and your father Chu has already gone over to beat him up? Zhou Shan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he secretly thought that his father Chu was still awesome. However, considering what he was going to do next, he took the initiative to ask for leave. Dad, bye. I still have some things to deal with. I will come back to see you when I have time. Bai Yuanfang looked at Zhou Shan with a strange expression and said with a very sad tone, Look, I'm doing the market business. If nothing else, just let our 2 daughters come back more often. Zhou Shan burst into tears. Where is the half-son-in-law you promised me? My son-in-law is leaving. Get lost. Okay. After leaving the Qinglong Army's meeting hall, Zhou Shan secretly thought about what he was going to do next. The mutant divine power has reached its upper limit, but the normal divine power is still a little short. Before breaking through, it would be best to find a mutation bead that suits you, and then advance through the blessing of heaven. As for the group of Yuzaisazen that had been promised to the Beast King, it was time to put them on the agenda now. Mei Zhili's legs. Chu family wedding. Anyway, let's go back to Jiangbei first. Uncle, it's Uncle. Everyone, look. The uncle is here again. In front of the teleportation array, the guests of the Bai family, led by Bai Yuxuan, appeared. These guys got the news from somewhere that Zhou Shun was about to leave the Azure Dragon Army, and they waited here early in the morning. During these nearly 10 days, although Zhou Shun spent most of the time fighting in the house, man is iron and food is steel. Both he and Chu Lingyue and others need to eat, right? So whenever Zhou Shun goes out, this group of idle guests will surround him and show him respect and courtesy. At first, he was able to respond enthusiastically. But later, as the price of greeting gifts continued to rise, Zhou Shun could only hide, walk invisibly, or fly in the air. However, no matter how many people he came, the guests led by Yuxuan always appeared in ways he could not expect. For example, they would wait at the entrances of various hotels, sprinkle the visible powder on the path Zhou Shun must take, or take a helicopter too, just to say that, I am the guest of my family so-and-so, nice to meet you, uncle. In just 10 days, Zhou Shun had already spent nearly 200,000 Yuling coins. Gah again? The ghost is still here, damn it. Chapter 98 Zhou Shun. What nonsense are you talking about? Finally, after paying a price of 100,000 Yuling coins, Zhou Shun finally got his wish and set foot on the teleportation array back to Jiangbei City. Have to say, although Bai Yuanshan's management style seems to have many drawbacks on the surface, it also fundamentally eliminates the possibility of direct conflict and hatred between the Bai family's guests and the Bai family's direct descendants. At the same time, Zhou Shun also roughly understood why, in the meeting hall of the Azure Dragon Army, apart from the playboy Bai Yuanfang, no other direct descendants of the Bai family could be seen. I guess they have all run away, right? Just like Zhou Shun, unless something major happens in the future, he never plans to return to Western Sichuan. These guests from the Bai family. It's so dog-like. After teleporting from the westernmost part of Xia country to the northernmost part, Zhou Shun finally set foot on the familiar land of Jiangbei again. Outside the teleportation array, military advisor Li Ming looked at Zhou Shun with a smile and said, "Hey, son-in-law is back. Welcome home." There seemed to be some kind of magic in Li Ming's voice, which instantly woke up Zhou Shun, who was originally drowsy. "Military advisor, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you." When Zhou Shun saw that the person coming was Li Ming, his face immediately lit up with joy. Just as he was about to speak, he found that Li Ming across from him had another document in his hand. "Son-in-law, the matter you asked me to investigate has already yielded results. The moonlit forest is located at the deepest part of the Hengduan Mountains. But according to investigation, the Night Moon Forest has now been upgraded to a 5th-level alien space. If you plan to go there alone, I'm afraid it's not appropriate." Zhou Shun knew exactly what Li Ming meant and waved his hand nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. It's just a 5th-order alien space. Your son-in-law doesn't even take it seriously." As a spirit master who possessed 54,000 combat power points at only the 3rd level, which was comparable to the strength of the top 7th-level mutant beasts, Zhou Shun did not take the matter of opening up the 5th-level alien space seriously at all. What's more, as long as he wants, he can break through at any time and become a 4th-level spirit master. In addition, there is a 5th-level alien space that has just been upgraded not long ago, and the highest level of alien beasts inside it is probably impossible to reach the 8th level. Even if there really is one, it is at most just entering the 8th level, and is not much stronger than the top 7th-level mutant. Of course, this is just Zhou Shun's speculation, and he is planning for the worst. After all, Zhou Shun has explored many alien dimensions, and so far he has not seen any alien dimension with mutant beasts that are 3 levels higher than its own level. Even the leader of the gargoyles is only at the peak of level 7. It seems that my son-in-law has gained a lot from this trip to Qinglong. Li Ming suddenly realized what was going on. He looked at Zhou Shun carefully from head to toe and muttered. But the next second, he changed the subject. What if the Moonlight Forest is a rule-based space? Rules-based space? Zhou Shun frowned and thought, why would we open a market? After experiencing the world of gargoyles, the 2 words Zhou Shun hates most now are rules. After all, in a general type of alien space, he only needs to rely on his own strength to push through it. However, the rule-based space must respect the rules of the world, that is, the rules set by the heavenly Tao for invaders. No matter how strong his personal strength is, he cannot defy the rules of heaven and go against heaven. I still remember the last time. He just played a little joke on the heaven and was almost struck by the thunder from heaven. Therefore, before he had absolute strength, he dared not even think about such a thing as a contract with the heavenly Tao. That's not right. I don't even dare to say it. After all, I dare to think about it. If that's the case, why don't we just forget it? For some reason, after Zhou Shun said, forget it, he felt his body suddenly stagnate, and then his whole body became relaxed. turn out to be? Would it be so easy to be a person who doesn't keep his promises? No wonder five-star General MacArthur once said, "As long as I am shameless enough, there are no rules in the world that can restrain me." Seeing that Zhou Shun had changed his mind, Li Ming naturally would not have the idea of forcing Zhou Shun to go. In a casual chat tone, he said, "Actually, although this Night Moon Forest is a rule-based space, it is also an open space. According to the rules, you can send 3 spirit masters whose highest level does not exceed level 7 to enter at the same time. If you insist on going, I have specially arranged for 2 7th level spirit masters with rich experience in land reclamation to go with you. There is a high probability that, son-in-law, you just need to go in and go through the process." Hearing this, Zhou Shun's eyes immediately lit up. Go with 2 7th level spirit masters with rich experience in land reclamation? Then can I just sit there and watch the fun? After all, when the Beast King heard his conditions, he didn't even blink. He picked up the axe and chopped Li Wei and Liu Ying'er to death. Although I can choose not to be a human being, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Perhaps as I behave like a bad person more and more in the future, this feeling will completely disappear. By the way, who did you arrange for? Out of curiosity, Zhou Shun decided to ask casually. Yes, that's right, just asking. Actually, if you really think about it, there is some relationship between these 2 people and my brother-in-law, Li Ming said thoughtfully. Then he took the initiative to move closer to Zhou Shun's ear and lowered his voice. One of them is Yang Dianfeng, a personal guard under the Lord God. He used to be Liu Ying'er's one-on-one mentor. In a sense, the relationship between him and you, my son-in-law, can be called he who has been on a boat. Anyone who has been on a boat? Zhou Shun frowned, using his limited knowledge to frantically analyze the relationship here. After a long time, the moment Zhou Shun reacted, he flew into a rage. What nonsense are you talking about? From the moment Liu Ying'er's soul flew away, the feud between this body of mine and Liu Ying'er had already ended, okay? And even before it ended, nothing happened between Zhou Shun and Liu Ying'er. If Yang Dianfeng likes the broken ship, then he can go on it. Does it mean he has a trading relationship with me? He has never been on a boat. Chapter 99. Comparing irritability? I, Chu Lingyun, have never been afraid of anyone. Li Ming saw that Zhou Shun seemed to have misunderstood his meaning, so he quickly explained. Sir, you misunderstood. What I meant was, if you want to get rid of Yang Dianfeng, this time in the Night Moon Forest is a good opportunity. It would have been fine if Li Ming hadn't explained, but this explanation made Zhou Shun even more confused. No, why should I get rid of him? What does this have to do with me? Even if Yang Dianfeng once had that kind of relationship with Liu Ying'er, what does all this have to do with Zhou Shun? What's going on? Is Yang Dianfeng planning to avenge Liu Ying'er? But if he was not blind, he should be able to see that Liu Ying'er died at the hands of the Beast King, and it had nothing to do with him, Zhou Shun. Of course, Yang Dianfeng could also follow Dao Qitian's example and confuse right and wrong. But does he have the courage to do so? Who does he think he is? Is it the way to heaven? He is just a rank 7 guard under the Lord God. How dare he follow Dao Qitian's example and slander himself, the common son-in-law of the 2 legions? Zhou Shun believed that even if Yang Dianfeng had 300 courages, he would not dare to do it. But the next second, Li Ming's words directly made Zhou Shun want to kill him. By the way, this Yang Dianfeng seems to be from the same lineage as Dao Qitian. He is a staunch supporter of that old man, and he is also the vice president of the Armed Forces Academy. Before Li Ming could finish his words, Zhou Shun interrupted him and said, if that's the case, then we have to go to the Night Moon Forest. Since he is Dao Qitian's lackey, then Yang Dianfeng has already decided to die. If Zhou Shun wants to change the atmosphere of the entire Xia Kingdom, then he should start with Yang Dianfeng, the vice president of the Armed Forces Academy. Who is the other person besides Yang Dianfeng? A 7th-rank spirit master, even in the entire Xia country, can be considered a second-tier powerhouse. Apart from Yang Dianfeng, who hit the jackpot by accident, Zhou Shun really had no idea which other 7th-rank Yulingzhen he might be related to. The other 7th-rank Imperial Spirit Master is the most talented, youngest, and strongest captain of our White Tiger Corps in recent years. He is the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the White Tiger Legion, Zhao Wuji, who was promoted to the 7th rank a few days ago. If the son-in-law really intends to enter the Night Moon Forest and wants to get rid of Yang Dianfeng with Zhao Wuji's help, there will basically be no accidents. Zhao Waoqi? When Zhou Shun heard this person's name, a figure in a white robe and a silver spear flashed through his mind, as well as the sentence. What was that sentence? Why can't I remember it? Forget it. Never mind. It's not a good thing to say anyway, so just kill them all. Thinking of this, Zhoushan raised a meaningful smile. When do we leave? Zhoushan can't wait any longer. Li Ming, who was standing by, stretched out his palm to calculate the time and muttered quietly, "Why does this son-in-law have a different idea every now and then? At first I said I was going, then I didn't want to go, then I said I wasn't going, then I wanted to go again. You're so hard to please." Zhou Shan's ears twitched, and he turned to look at Li Ming. "What did you say?" Li Ming waved his hands repeatedly. "Nothing, nothing." "That. I will go and tell them to come over right now. I think it will take at least 3 to 5 days. After all, they both hold important positions now. If they leave suddenly, they will need some time to explain." "Unlike you, uncle." Hearing this, Zhoushan immediately became unhappy. "Why, according to you, they are all busy people, and I am the only one who has nothing to do?" No, that's not what I meant." Oh boy, he almost said what was in his heart accidentally. "What I mean is, if you want to go in and out of the depths of the Hengduan Mountains, you must first obtain the commander's order. The leader is currently recovering from his injuries at home. We will probably have to wait a few more days." Li Ming racked his brains and finally managed to smooth over what was really on his mind, and he also successfully diverted Zhoushan's attention. "Dad Chu is injured? Who did it? What a joke. What is Chu Lingyun's strength?" "It is said that his body's defense force is as high as 200,000. In the entire Xia Kingdom, no one except the God Lord can be his opponent. Even the ordinary 9th level monsters outside the borders of Xia Kingdom are no match for him. Even a being of this level could be injured, so you can imagine. How strong is the enemy?" That's actually what happened. Recently, the 9th Order mountain-shaking demon ape deep in the Hengduan Mountains has reached its mating season. Since they can't find any female members of the same species, they have become a bit irritable and have tried to break out of the Hengduan Mountains several times. Didn't this alarm our leader? What's the temper of our leader? Son-in-law, you don't have much contact with the leader, so you may not be very clear at the moment. Anyway, to put it simply, when our master gets angry, he's even more irritable than the Mountain Han demon ape who can't find a partner. The two sides had a disagreement, so they just started fighting. The fight lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and ended with the leader being slightly injured. At this point, Li Ming also showed a painful expression. The leader said this when he came back a few days ago. "We lost this battle. We must fight back in a few days." Zhoushan suddenly realized it after hearing this. "I never expected that my father Chu, who looks gentle and refined, would be so violent when fighting." This reminded him of a phrase that Prime Minister Turtle often said: "Young people should not be so impatient, or they will suffer." Well, you are a young person, for sure. But how come this middle-aged man, Father Chu, also suffered a loss? TSK, that's really worrying. In that case, go and call someone. I'm going to go to Medicine King Valley to see my brother-in-law. Okay. Li Ming showed Zhoushan the direction of Yawang Valley and then left. Zhoushan also flew in the air, heading straight towards the direction of Medicine King Valley. Half an hour later, Zhoushan arrived right above Yawang Valley. From a distance, he saw about 300 soldiers holding wooden swords standing scattered in an open space in the center of Medicine King Valley. They were constantly waving their swords under the command of Mei Zhili. The way of the sword is vague, the sword energy is few, the man and the sword become one. The two energies are of the same origin. The sword is controlled by the energy, and everything is invincible. The sword is born from the heart, the sword's spirit responds, the energy enters the sword is controlled and flies. Wherever the sword energy goes, the world is crisscrossed. Zhoushan in the air curled his lips when he heard this, thinking to himself, isn't this the same trick Mei Zhili used to fool him in the first place? However, before his twitching mouth could return to normal, he saw the 300 soldiers below holding wooden swords high and aiming at his position at the same time. Mei Zhili below also raised his lips and uttered a word lightly, kill. Chapter 100 Zhoushan is not good enough? He is so good. Fuck your sister. Is this how you welcome your brother-in-law? Zhoushan originally planned to break these 300 wooden swords with just his divine control technique. But considering the presence of so many people and the identity of the head coach, Mei Zhili, he decided to give his brother-in-law some face and pretended to be caught off guard. He was in a panic for a while before he managed to avoid this wave of attacks. Then it lands on the ground. On the way, he did not forget to glare at Mei Zhili fiercely. Mei Zhili, on the other hand, acted as if he didn't notice me glaring at him. He turned around and looked at the soldiers in the field and said, "Too bad. You are the worst group of students I have ever taught." It only took the last batch of students half a month to master the basic use of sword control. You still have a long way to go. That's all for today's class. You can return to your respective posts and continue working. After you go back, remember to review your sword controlling skills. It has to be said that Mei Zhili has now become more and more integrated into the role of the head swordsmanship coach, and he is teaching his students one set after another. Disciple, what are you doing here? It is easy to imagine what kind of face a teenager who is only 17 or 18 years old would have if he put on an old-fashioned look. Anyway, for Zhou Shen, he saw 2 words from Mei Zhili from head to toe. You deserve a beating. Crack, crack, crack. Zhou Shen clenched his fists as he approached Mei Zhili. Mei Zhili was also horrified when he saw this. He looked at Zhou Shen with horror and shouted, "Brother-in-law, don't be angry. I was just joking with you." Zhou Shen grinned and raised his fist. "Don't worry, brother-in-law is not angry. Brother-in-law is just joking with you." 1 minute later, Mei Zhili, with a pair of panda eyes on his face, said that he was a little angry. If he could not see his sister immediately, he would use his actions to show Zhou Shen what it meant to cry, make a fuss, and then commit suicide. Fortunately, Zhou Shen was not an unreasonable person. After calling out Mei Zhiyan, he went away for a walk. By the way, enjoy Yaoang Valley. You, what can I say about you? Mei Zhiyan rubbed Mei Zhili's head lovingly and said softly, "Do you know why your brother-in-law came all the way to see you?" Mei Zhili shook his head in confusion when he heard this. "Isn't it because you missed me, sister?" The lethality of this sentence was not small, and it directly made Mei Zhiyan fall into deep thought. If I answered no, it will seem that I, as a sister, no longer care about my brother after getting married. But if the answer is yes, it doesn't reflect how much Zhou Shen values Liu. Fortunately, Mei Zhiyan has come into contact with many sisters in the fantasy space recently, and has learned some tricks more or less. Especially by Liu Ying'er, who always looks serious on the surface, but is always sneaky behind the scenes. Apart from the facts, do you know what price your brother-in-law paid for your legs? Putting aside the facts? What does this mean? Mei Zhili looked at his sister in confusion, waiting for the next words. Yes, here you go. Your brother-in-law went through untold hardships and spent a huge amount of money to get this. After handing the mutant bead containing the skill of regenerating severed limbs to Mei Zhili, Mei Zhiyan felt relieved. The matter of treating his brother's legs has always been like a mountain, weighing heavily on Mei Zhiyan's shoulders. And this pressure lasted for so many years. It is conceivable that when the mountain disappeared from her shoulders, Mei Zhiyan only felt that her back straightened a lot. From this moment on, she could finally be carefree, stay by Zhou Shen's side, and serve him wholeheartedly. Regeneration of broken limbs. Infiltrating his spiritual power into it, Mei Zhili finally understood Zhou Shen's thoughts at this moment. I also know the value of this mutant bead. If converted into Yuling coins, 1 or 200 million is definitely not enough. This turbulent family affection, this turbulent relationship between master and apprentice. How could he, as a master, not be moved? Unfortunately, sister, give this thing back to your brother-in-law. I don't need it. As soon as Mei Zhili said this, Mei Zhiyan instantly felt as if the mountain on her shoulders had returned to her. What's the meaning? Under Mei Zhiyan's puzzled gaze, Mei Zhili stretched out his hands and gently pulled up his trouser legs. Empty feet, empty calves, empty thighs, and 2 new balls of flesh growing at the base of the thighs. This is... Looking at the 2 freshly baked little meatballs, Mei Zhiyan's face was full of shock. Captain, you didn't lie to me. Medicine King Valley really has a magical medicine that can revive the dead. And luckily, I found it just a few days after I came here. Putting his trouser legs back down, Mei Zhili respectfully put the mutation bead back into Mei Zhiyan's hand. I already know my brother-in-law's intentions, and I know it. Brother-in-law treats you very well, that's enough. Now with the help of the elixir, I have hope that my legs will grow back. As for this mutant bead, you and your brother-in-law often encounter battles outside, so I think you need this thing more than I do. Mei Zhiyan had tears in her eyes. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Mei Zhili's head, saying softly, Liu, you've grown up. Not only growing up, but also becoming more mature. At this moment, Mei Zhiyan suddenly realized that her previous practice of keeping Mei Zhili by her side and thinking that she was the only one who could take good care of him was completely wrong. No matter how well a bird in a cage lives, it is just a canary and will never be able to spread its wings and fly. Sister, let's not talk about me first, let's talk about you. Mei Zhili raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something interesting, and there was some anticipation in his tone. Me? What can I say? Mei Jian was confused. Mei Zhili coughed lightly. Ahem, sister. I'm not saying anything to you as your younger brother. You are already 30 years old this year. If you don't work hard, when will I be able to see my little nephew? 30 years old? Little nephew? Mei Jian's pretty face turned red, and she slapped Mei Zhili directly on the head. You little idiot. What are you talking about? Your brother-in-law is currently focusing on his career, so how can he care about having a child? Mei Zhili smiled mysteriously and whispered, Sister, just tell me the truth. Is it my brother-in-law? No? No? Mei Jian was furious. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? Can't you return it to your brother-in-law? He is so awesome.